After the Eternal War, the heavens and the earth shattered, leading to the fragmentation of the three clans and the dusting of divine artifacts that in a remote village. A young lad named Han Li, born without spiritual roots, is deemed a failure in the realm of cultivation by the world. Yet, he defies fate. Lacking spiritual roots, he transforms flesh and blood into a furnace to refine external elixirs. With no guide to lead him, he scavenges remnants from the mountains of corpses, comprehending the true laws in the direst of circumstances. When faced with adversaries perched high above, he ascends step by step, wielding his sword to shatter their lofty positions. In matters of loyalty and affection, he chooses to forsake the world rather than betray his own heart. From a mere errand boy at the Seven Mysteries Sect to the sovereign of the chaotic Star Sea, from being an ant in the human realm to a giant in the spirit realm, and ultimately to a strategist in the True Immortal Realm. He relies neither on fortuitous encounters nor on a divine lineage. Instead, he forges a path through the chasms of immortals and demons solely with the indomitable will of a mortal, carving out a bloody road to the heavens. The world may laugh at his madness and mock his obstinacy, yet they remain oblivious to the truth that it is precisely this notion of mortal that has kept him unwavering on the path to immortality. From humble beginnings, he rises to ultimate enlightenment, showcasing the true path of mortal cultivation. Chapter 1. The Boy in the Snow. In the northern reaches of the Yin Kingdom lies Redstone Town. Despite its designation as a town, it is merely a small village of 30 to 40 households. Once a bustling hub due to its strategic location with a government post and barracks, it fell into desolation after the defense line retreated over 300 miles. Nestled against the bitter cold of the Great Song Mountain, the land here is inhospitable for cultivation. However, the red soil is quite suitable for pottery, leading the villagers to either become potters or hunters. On this day in the heart of winter, as the north wind howled and snowflakes danced through the air, the world was shrouded in a blanket of white. At dawn, while most were nestled under blankets, a boy of 12 or 13, clad in an old goat skin coat and carrying a bamboo basket on his back, made his way along a small path outside the town. Without a hat, his black hair framed a face with a straight nose and square jaw, oblivious to the snowflakes that landed upon him. A small river flowed just outside the town, never drying up throughout the year, which was precisely why the authorities had established a barracks in Redstone Town. Now, the river was frozen over, and the boy set down his bamboo basket, walking back and forth along the riverbank before selecting a spot. He took out an axe and drew a large circle on the ice, then retrieved a chisel, measuring the perimeter with his hand and chiseling a hole every palm's width apart. His movements were practiced and fluid. In no time, he had created over 20 holes. He then picked up the axe, flipped it, and lightly struck along the chiseled holes. Moments later, with a crack, a circle of ice broke away, revealing the water below. He laid an old leather mat on the ice, sat down, set up his rod, and began to fish in the icy hole. After 2 hours, he had caught 3 or 4 large fish, their flesh particularly succulent after winter. The boy's face lit up with joy. As the wind and snow intensified, enveloping him completely. A large head stealthily emerged from a snow-covered thicket on a hill behind the riverbank. It was a massive gray wolf, evidently starving, fixated on the boy with drool dripping from its mouth. Unaware of the wolf's presence, the boy remained focused on the water's surface, oblivious to the danger lurking behind him. The wolf, crouched low and silent, crept closer until it was merely 4 or 5 paces away. As the boy remained absorbed in his fishing, the wolf made its move, springing forth with lightning speed to sink its teeth into the back of the boy's neck. However, the boy, sensing the impending threat, swiftly flipped his right hand, revealing an iron axe, and without turning around, struck the wolf's nose with the axe's back. The wolf, charging forward with tremendous force, collided with the boy's blow at its most vulnerable point. Howling in pain, it fell heavily onto the ice, its nose shattered and blood streaming down its face. Without hesitation, the boy discarded his fishing rod and swung the axe again, delivering a decisive blow to the wolf's neck, sending a spray of blood into the air. The wolf, though fierce, was now completely demoralized, rolling as it struggled to escape back into the woods. The boy pursued it relentlessly. Despite the wolf's rapid speed, he quickly closed the distance. As he chased, he bent down to pick up a fist-sized stone, hurling it with precision that struck the wolf's head. Weak from hunger and already wounded by the boy's previous blows, the wolf collapsed in the snow. The boy quickly caught up, placing a foot on the wolf's head, and with a series of swift blows, he ended its life. He released his foot, and seeing the wolf lifeless, he let out a sigh of relief. Though the scuffle had been brief, it had exhausted much of his strength. After all, he was just a 13-year-old boy. Dragging the wolf by its tail, he brought it to the riverbank and produced a sharp bone knife to carefully skin the creature. Remarkably, aside from its injuries to the nose and neck, the wolf's pelt was intact. The boy was elated, realizing this pelt could fetch a good price, while the wolf's meat would sustain his family, complemented by the fish he had caught. Looking up, he noted that the snowfall had lightened, and the sun was approaching its zenith. Initially intending to fish all day, he decided against lingering longer after unexpectedly catching a wolf. He gathered his belongings, binding the wolf's tail and securing it to his back, and began the journey back to the village. The small river lay 2 miles from Redstone Town, and after 3 days of snowfall, the path was a treacherous sheet of ice, making the trek laborious, especially with the added weight of the wolf. After a quarter of an hour, he finally reached the village entrance, catching sight of wisps of smoke rising from several homes, and he exhaled a sigh of relief. In the wilderness of the Great Song Mountain, wild beasts roamed freely, and with wolves often hunting in packs, the boy worried that the scent of the dead wolf might attract others to as he stepped onto the stone road at the village entrance. He felt a wave of joy, contemplating how much silver the wolf's pelt might yield and how it could benefit his impoverished household. He soon arrived at the first building in the village, which was not a home but a shrine to the land deity. The shrine, dedicated to the earth god, lacked a caretaker and was usually neglected, visited only during festivals when villagers came to offer prayers. As the boy walked past the shrine, he noticed a figure seated at the front, a Taoist priest with distinct features, marred by a long scar on his left cheek and a few strands of beard beneath his chin. The priest leaned against the earthen wall, which bore a tattered notice that had faded under the elements, barely revealing the words, seeking wise individuals to share in governance, such as my wish. Strangely, during this frigid winter, the priest wore nothing more than a thin blue robe, his complexion pale, leaving one to wonder if he was starving or freezing. The boy was startled. He had taken this path earlier that morning and recalled that there had been no one at the shrine. Upon further inspection, he noticed no footprints in the snow, though it was not unusual for the snow to cover any traces left behind. Chapter 2. The Taoist in the blue robe. It appeared that the Taoist had succumbed to the harshness of hunger and cold. However, upon closer inspection, there seemed to be a flicker of life still within him. The young boy approached slowly and spoke softly, "Master." The Taoist gradually opened his eyes, yet he remained silent. Noticing the tranquility in his expression, the boy discerned that he was not entirely frozen or on the verge of death. He then retrieved a deer-hide pouch from his chest, which contained 2 coarse steamed buns, provisions prepared by his mother for his midday meal. Having returned home early, he had not yet eaten. The buns still retained a hint of warmth. With both hands, Shifeng presented them before the Taoist. The Taoist stared for a moment, raised one hand in a gesture of acknowledgement, and nodded in gratitude. He seized a bun and devoured it in a few bites, then picked up 2 clumps of snow from the ground and consumed those as well. Looking up, the boy noted that it was now midday. Yet the sky remained overcast with leaden clouds, indicating that the snowfall would likely continue. The door to the local deity's temple was locked, preventing entry. If the Taoist were to remain seated in such a manner, he would undoubtedly freeze solid by dawn. The boy said, "Master, the weather is quite frigid. If you do not mind, would you care to seek refuge at my home from the storm?" The Taoist smiled faintly, contemplated for a moment, and replied, "Very well. I shall impose upon you." With that, he rose to his feet. His stature was quite imposing, and he bore no belongings, lacking even a dust whisk or a talismanic sword. The boy had encountered other Taoists before, all adorned in traditional hats and cloaks, wielding dust whisks and peachwood swords while conjuring spells. He found this absence curious, but chose not to dwell on it. The 2 of them proceeded, one ahead of the other, to a dwelling located at the northern edge of the village, a row of 3 rooms oriented north to south, with walls of red stone and a roof of wooden planks topped with thatch. In front of the house stood a large banyan tree, its trunk completely blanketed by snow. Upon entering the courtyard, the boy called out, "Mother, little sister, I am home. Come see what I have brought today." A clear, youthful voice responded, "Brother, you've returned." A small girl of about 10 years rushed out from the west room, her features quite delicate, though her frame was painfully thin, even bundled in a thick fur coat. Her frailty was evident. The boy set down his bamboo basket and gestured toward the Taoist behind him, saying, "It is bitterly cold outside. This esteemed master has been residing at the local deity's temple. I invited him to our home to escape the storm." The little girl immediately greeted the Taoist. "Hello, master." The Taoist nodded in response. At that moment, a woman's coughing echoed from within the house. After a spell, she spoke, "Is that you, Fongo? Have we a guest? Please, come inside and sit." The boy, named Fonger, hastily led the Taoist into the central room, which was sparsely furnished, barely a table and a bed. with a few wooden stools scattered on the floor. The room was dimly lit, and seated beside the bed was a woman in her 40s. Her appearance resembling that of the little girl outside, albeit frail and ill, propped against the bed as she coughed incessantly. The Taoist offered a bow, addressing her. "Forgive my intrusion, wandering through desolate lands." The woman promptly responded, "There is no need for formality, master. I am Shurqin, and this is my son, Shurfeng. The child outside is his younger sister, Shurbayu." Just then, Shurbayu's cheerful voice rang out from the courtyard. "Wow, brother, you caught such a large wolf." Upon hearing this, Shurqin was taken aback. "Fenger, did you encounter a wolf? Are you all right?" Shurfeng waved his hand dismissively. "Mother, do not worry. This wolf was starving and scavenging by the river. I dispatched it with just a few strokes of my axe, and my clothes remained unsoiled. To the Taoist, I say, please, take a seat. I must attend to this wolf. If it dies and stiffens, the hide will be ruined." The Taoist, noticing the cramped space and the presence of women, quickly replied, "I shall sit beneath the eaves and savor the beauty of the snowfall." With that, he moved a wooden stool and settled himself. Meanwhile, Shurfeng busied himself in the courtyard. He first used a knife to make a 2-inch incision along the bridge of the blue wolf's nose, then employed a technique of blowing air to inflate the skin. With a knife in each hand, he deftly peeled off the wolf's hide with an elegant fluidity. Shurbayu clapped her hands in delight, exclaiming, "Bravo! This one is even more intact than the last." Shurqin also took a stool and joined the Taoist at the eaves. The Taoist chuckled, "Your son is quite young, yet possesses remarkable hunting skills." Shurqin replied, "This child bears the burden of the family." The Taoist inquired, "What of your husband?" Shurqin sighed, "My late husband has been gone for 10 years. Bu has never even seen her father's face." As they conversed, they observed Shurfeng and his sister at work. Shurfeng's father was a renowned hunter from Hongshi town, skilled in his craft, while Qin Shi was the daughter of the village's private school teacher, well-versed in literacy. The two had grown up together, their affections blossoming into a respectful marriage. A year later, Shurfeng was born. His father, illiterate, affectionately called him Little Stone, but Qin Shi found it too mundane and renamed him Shurfeng. Just as life flourished, a thunderclap struck. When Shurfeng was 3 and Qin Shi was pregnant with Bu, his father was attacked by a pack of black bears while hunting on the cliffs of Dazong Mountain. In a panic, he fell into a deep ravine. By the time he was found, he had already succumbed. Upon receiving the tragic news, Qin Shi, disregarding her pregnancy, traversed mountains to recover her husband's remains, only to accidentally injure her left thigh, resulting in a disability. Qin Shi's father had long since passed, and it was only thanks to Shurfeng's grandfather that this shattered family was supported. When Bu was born, she weighed a mere 3 pounds, and many believed she would not survive. Shi's grandfather was also a well-known hunter. Shurfeng accompanied him from a young age, mastering the art of hunting. Together, they brought home enough game to sustain the family. Although Qin Shi could not undertake heavy labor, she crafted pottery at home to contribute, and they managed to scrape by. However, good fortune was fleeting. When Shurfeng was 10, his grandfather fell gravely ill and passed away, leaving the weight of the family on the young boy's shoulders. He prepared medicine for his mother, cared for his younger sister, and hunted in the mountains to procure firewood and provisions. The villagers, witnessing their plight and recognizing the children's maturity, often lent a hand, even joining Shurfeng on hunting expeditions, where he brought home game equal to that of adult hunters. As they chatted, Shurfeng had already cut the wolf's meat into pieces, hanging them beneath the eaves, while the hide was salted and laid flat in the west room. After assisting her brother, Shurbayu went to the west room to mold pottery. After a time, feeling fatigued, Shurqin excused herself and returned to rest. The Taoist strolled over to the eastern kitchen, where he found Shurfeng preparing lunch. The kitchen was modest, featuring a stone hearth flanked by neatly stacked firewood. The Taoist cast a glance and was slightly taken aback. There stood Shurfeng before the stove, with 2 cooking pots on either side. In front of him lay 2 cutting boards, to the left, a heap of herbs, while Shurfeng wielded a kitchen knife in his left hand, methodically slicing a brownish-yellow, cylindrical herb, which the Taoist recognized as licorice, commonly used for alleviating coughs and asthma. Curiously, Shurfeng's right hand held a pair of scissors, deftly snipping another medicinal ingredient. With a seamless rhythm, he simultaneously engaged in both tasks without a hint of conflict. Each type of herb was treated in its own distinct manner, sliced, diced, ground, or shelled, yet Shurfeng worked without pause. Once he had finished with the herbs, he added a modicum of cooking oil to the iron pot on the right stove. He then took some ginger, minced it, and sautéed it in the pot. After splitting a fish in half, he placed it in the pot to sear until golden, added water, and covered it to simmer gently. Meanwhile, The herbs were placed into a large clay jar on the left stove to brew. The Taoist observed for a considerable time, a flicker of delight crossing his features. Shifeng, how is it that you can perform two different tasks simultaneously? He inquired. I do not know. Perhaps it is simply a habit I acquired from a young age. Shifeng replied with a sheepish smile as he continued his work. Oh, and why is that? I would love to hear more, the Taoist prompted. Shifeng found a piece of dry wood, split it in two, and placed the halves on either side of the stove. My father passed away early, and my mother has never been in good health. Since childhood, I have had to prepare rice porridge for my younger sister while also concocting medicine for my mother. With both tasks urgent, I attempted to manage them simultaneously, and gradually, I became accustomed to it. The Taoist nodded, then asked, is this ability to multitask limited to culinary tasks, or can it extend to other activities as well? Shifeng paused, contemplating. It seems to apply beyond the kitchen, but for tasks requiring both hands simultaneously, I cannot divide my focus. For instance, when hunting, one hand holds the bow while the other nocks an arrow. I cannot do anything else. However, if the tasks can be performed independently by each hand, then it is indeed possible. I can fish with one hand while crafting arrowheads with the other. The Taoist's gaze sparkled as he approached. Child, extend your hand. Shifeng set down his knife and extended his right hand. The Taoist gently placed the tips of his two fingers on Shifeng's pulse point. Shifeng felt a chill emanating from the Taoist's fingers, a subtle coolness seeping into his being. After a moment of closed eyes, the Taoist sighed inwardly. What a pity, what a pity. He opened his eyes and said, Heaven rewards filial children. It seems this skill has been bestowed upon you by the heavens due to your humble circumstances. With that, he turned and exited the kitchen, retreating to a sheltered spot to sit in meditation, offering no further words. Half an hour later, Shifeng called out, dinner is served. The dining area was in the central room, where Shirqin invited the Taoist to take a seat, while Shibayu assisted in the arrangements. The bowls and dishes were crafted by their own hands, and the chopsticks were fashioned from the bamboo Shifeng had harvested from the southern mountains. Before long, Shifeng presented the meal, simple yet hearty. Each person received a sorghum bun and a large bowl of fish soup, accompanied by a dish of stir-fried bamboo shoots. The Taoist noted that the fish soup had turned a milky white, adorned with flecks of green herbs, its appearance already enticing. He lifted the bowl and took a few sips, praising, this river fish, after enduring the winter, is exceptionally delicious. It has been a long time since I have savored such a delectable dish. Shirqin responded, Taoist, you are too kind. In our humble mountain home, we have little to offer, and it truly is a simple affair. After a while, everyone had finished their meal. Shibi, you want to clear the dishes? And Shirqin said, in this biting cold, would the Taoist priest deign to rest for the night in the woodshed? I shall have Fenger kindle a fire. Although humble, it will suffice to keep you warm. The Taoist stood up and replied, Thank you, Madam Shir. I have already overstayed my welcome. I must take my leave. Shifeng interjected, the nearest town is quite a distance, about 40 or 50 miles. If the Taoist departs now, he may not reach an inn before nightfall. The Taoist smiled and said, It matters not. I have my own accommodations. I am deeply grateful for your hospitality, and, as a small token of my appreciation, may I check Madam Shir's pulse? That would be splendid, Shifeng exclaimed. For their family was impoverished and had long been unable to afford a physician for his mother's ailment. The Taoist sat once more, rolled up his sleeves, and asked, Madam Shir, please. He placed his left index finger on Shir's right wrist. Previously, he had taken Shifeng's pulse, which took a considerable amount of time. But this time it was brief. As soon as he touched her pulse, he quickly withdrew his hand and said, Madam Shir, your lung ailment is indeed due to lung cold. However, the medicine you have is for lung heat. While the symptoms may seem similar, they are fundamentally different. Shifeng, remove the licorice, huanqin, and dagupi from your previous prescription, and instead, substitute them with chuanbei, banksia, wawezi, and shinpi. Use 3 qian of chuanbei each time, and reduce the other 3 by half. 1 dose daily will suffice. Please ensure ample rest and avoid catching a chill. After a year of recuperation, she should recover. However, the bone of her left leg has already necrosed, and no medicine can heal that. Having said this, the Taoist bowed and prepared to leave. Just as he reached the courtyard, Shifeng rushed forward, kneeling before him and repeatedly bowing his head, pleading for the Taoist to save his mother once more. The Taoist's expression darkened. I have already provided a prescription for your mother. Do you think I am merely toying with you? Not at all. I implore you to save my mother's leg ailment, Shifeng insisted. The Taoist waved his sleeve dismissively. Your mother's left femur is necrotic, and the blood vessels are blocked. How can it be treated? It is akin to trying to revive the dead or reattach a severed limb. If it were possible to heal, There would be no one in this world who could not be saved. Shurfeng continued to bow fervently. Surely you possess a miraculous remedy. By what reasoning do you assert that I can surely heal your mother's affliction? The Taoist asked, astonished. Shurfeng replied, you must be an extraordinary individual. I believe you must have other methods. The Taoist stroked his beard and replied coldly, what makes you say I am an extraordinary person? Shurfeng pondered for a moment, noting the frigid weather, and remarked, you are only clad in a single garment. I thought you might be suffering from hunger and cold. Yet, your demeanor is calm, and you seem unfazed by the chill, suggesting you possess remarkable skills. The Taoist remained silent upon hearing this. Shurfeng continued, your movements are as swift as the wind, leaving scarcely a trace in the snow. When you took my pulse, I felt a chill emanating from your fingers. I have heard from the elders in the village tales of extraordinary individuals who possess profound martial arts skills and can harness internal energy, achieving what ordinary people cannot. Moreover, you mentioned that my mother's leg ailment cannot be treated with medicine, which leads me to believe you may have some method beyond mere herbs that could potentially heal her. Initially, the Taoist's expression was indifferent, but as he listened, he grew increasingly astonished. You, child, possess a remarkably astute mind. Such discernment is indeed rare. Once again, he sighed repeatedly, lamenting the misfortune brought by the heavens. Upon hearing his persistent exclamations of regret, Shurfeng assumed his companion was unwilling to extend a helping hand, and thus he bowed profusely in desperate supplication. Observing this, Bai hurried over, kneeling to implore, please, save my mother. Beneath the eaves, Shurqin, leaning on her cane, felt her heart wrench in agony, tears streaming down her cheeks. The Taoist pondered for a moment, then declared, rise. For your filial piety has moved me. I shall make an exception this once. Thank you, esteemed Taoist. Thank you, exclaimed the siblings, overwhelmed with joy as they stood. The Taoist smiled gently, saying, though I have received your humble hospitality, I have also treated your mother's ailment, which is already considerable. However, your family has endured great hardship, and your unwavering devotion warrants this exception. Yet, extraordinary measures necessitate extraordinary individuals. If you wish to cure your mother's leg affliction, I must first test your resolve. Shurfeng proclaimed loudly, I will do anything you ask, as long as you can heal my mother. Chapter 4. Yozhen Temple. It is neither exceedingly difficult nor entirely simple, the Taoist remarked, gesturing towards the east. To the north of Mount Datsang lies Lushou Peak, where there exists a temple known as Yozhen. Are you familiar with it? Shurfeng nodded in affirmation. I am aware. At the stroke of midnight tomorrow, you must come alone to Yozhen Temple. If you are able to ascend, I shall assist in healing your mother's leg. Should you fail to arrive on time, I shall offer no help. Additionally, you must not disclose this matter to anyone. Now, I take my leave. With that, without waiting for Shurfeng's response, he gracefully exited the courtyard. I shall arrive punctually tomorrow night, Shurfeng vowed, seeing the Taoist off at the door. He watched as the Taoist's robes billowed, striding northward. Although his pace seemed leisurely, in just a few moments, he had become a blurred figure, vanishing into the vast expanse of snow, leaving Shurfeng and his sister in stunned silence at the entrance. Brother, do you truly intend to go to Lushou Peak? Indeed. Fenger, please reconsider. The icy terrain is treacherous. Even adults struggle to navigate Lushou Peak. Do not worry, mother. I have visited Lushou Peak more than once. I am quite familiar with the path. That may be so, but you previously traveled in summer, accompanied by others from the village. Now, with the mountains shrouded in snow, the route is obscured, and it will be the dead of night. How can you manage? If anything were to happen to you, your mother would never be able to face your father. Dear mother, please do not weep. I have devised a plan. The Taoist instructed me to arrive at Yozhen Temple at midnight, yet he did not specify that I must climb the mountain tonight. I intend to set off tomorrow at noon, allowing me to reach the temple before nightfall. I believe the snow will cease tonight, and tomorrow will bring clear skies. Perfect for travel. Brother, even if the weather is fair, the snow on the mountain will not have melted, and the path will still be unclear. Ah, you sweet girl. Having never hunted, you are unaware of the nuances involved. I know Lushou Peak well. Even with the snow covering the path, I can discern it clearly. The snow on the trees and cliffs differs from that on the ground, and moreover, the path to Lushou Peak is lined with cedar trees, making it easy to navigate. That may be true, but you are still merely a child of 13 or 14. Wild beasts roam the mountains. How will you cope? Even if you seek assistance, others will be reluctant to accompany you at this hour. The Taoist has already instructed me not to tell anyone or seek help. These enlightened beings can be quite temperamental. I must not betray their trust. As for wild beasts, dear mother, you need not worry. Lushou Peak harbors no ferocious creatures. Brother, you deceive me. If there are no wild beasts on Deerhead Peak, Why do the villagers refuse to go there? I heard Uncle Shurjian say that among the 11 peaks of Datsang Mountain, he fears Deer Head Peak the most. Indeed, I too harbor a fear of Deer Head Peak. For though it lacks ferocious beasts, it is rife with venomous snakes. However, it is winter now, and the snakes are hibernating, rendering it the safest time to venture forth. Armed with my bow and arrows, I am more than capable of handling any unforeseen circumstances. Rest assured, I am determined to help Mother heal. Why don't you take me along, brother? I'm not an outsider. What business do you have going along, you little girl? I would have to look after you the entire way. Besides, Mother instructed me to ascend the mountain alone, without your company. The next day at noon, the sky had cleared. The saying snow is not cold, but melting snow rings true, as the temperature had dropped significantly. After a hearty meal, Shurfeng tidied himself up, slung his mulberry wood bough over his shoulder, and set off towards Datsang Mountain. Although he continually reassured his mother and younger sister, he knew well that scaling the northern peak of Datsang Mountain in such weather would prove to be a formidable challenge. Though Datsang Mountain loomed close, the journey from the village to its base spanned nearly 10 miles. This stretch, however, was relatively easy to traverse, for even on snowy days, villagers would venture to the foot of the mountain to gather firewood, and the path was faintly discernible. Upon reaching the base of the northern peak, he found no trace of humanity. The snow-clad summit loomed like a colossal beast from the primordial era. With a deep sigh, Shurfeng retrieved a 5-foot-long stick from the nearby woods, sharpening one end with his knife. This stick served dual purposes. It would probe the path, as the snow concealed treacherous icy pits underneath, and it could serve as a weapon should a wild beast emerge unexpectedly from the thicket, rendering his bow and arrows unusable in a moment of haste. The path upward was initially bordered by a sparse grove of fir trees, but after 3 or 4 days of snowfall, every tree and hilltop had become encased in white, making them indistinguishable. Shurfeng remained vigilant, diligently recalling the markers along the trail. And where uncertainty arose, he cautiously employed his stick to probe the way ahead. After nearly 2 hours of climbing, he reached the halfway point, his shirt drenched in sweat. Winter days are short, and as the sun, resembling a giant egg yolk, began its slow descent, the daylight waned, and darkness enveloped the landscape. The mountain winds intensified, howling like wailing spirits, swirling down from the peak with flurries of snow. The ascent grew increasingly treacherous due to the low temperature. The shaded areas were coated in hard ice, making every step precarious. Shurfeng retrieved a pair of large straw-soled shoes from his pack, slipping them over his leather boots, and wrapped grass rope around the shoe tops, securing them tightly. Straw shoes excel in preventing slips, making them ideal for traversing icy surfaces. With his preparations complete, Shurfeng rested briefly, consuming some steamed buns and water before continuing his journey. As night fell, the surrounding landscape gleamed white with snow, alleviating concerns about visibility. Battling through the wind and snow, the young man pressed on, employing both hands and feet when faced with perilous sections, using his knife to carve a path through the ice. His hands, already reddened by the cold, bore multiple cuts from the ice, branches, and stones. Yet he felt no pain. As he neared the summit, the path became more arduous, with several sections becoming impassable. Shurfeng could only retrieve the rope he had prepared and throw it over a nearby branch, securing it to swing across. One particularly harrowing instance occurred when the branches across the way, laden with snow and ice, were rendered brittle. As Shurfeng precariously swung across, the branch snapped with a resounding crack, sending a chill of dread coursing through him. After traversing for over 2 hours, he finally glimpsed a corner of a tiled roof emerging through the swirling snow, and could not suppress a cry of exhilaration. The peak, known as Deer Head Peak for its resemblance to the head of a deer, features 2 perilous spires that mimic antlers. The Yozhin Temple is not situated at the summit, but rather slightly lower on the back of the deer, where a broad, level expanse exists. The exact year of the temple's founding is lost to history. However, local folklore recounts that a malevolent serpent plagued the frigid depths of the nearby abyss. A powerful sage vanquished the serpent and constructed the Yozhin Temple atop Deer Head Peak to suppress the malevolent aura of the cold pool. Centuries later, due to its lofty location and the prevalence of venomous serpents, the temple's inhabitants could no longer endure the hardships and gradually departed, leading to its dilapidation and abandonment. Shurfeng had previously hunted in these mountains with villagers and had spent several nights in this very place. Gripping his dagger tightly, he passed through the mountain gate and approached the temple with caution. Once a grand structure with numerous rooms, the temple had succumbed to the ravages of time. Its buildings largely ruined. Only the central hall remained relatively intact. Taoist, Taoist, Shurfeng called out, his voice echoing in the silence, but no response came. As he drew nearer to the main hall, he noticed that the plaque above the entrance had long since been swept away by the winds, and half of the guardian statues on either side had crumbled. Yet, one or two colossal stone figures remained, their eyes wide open, swords raised in a menacing posture. In the cold stillness of the mountain night, accompanied by the howling wind, they were indeed a fearsome sight. As Shattering approached the hall, the wind diminished, offering him a slight warmth. Despite being drenched in sweat, he dared not remove his leather jacket, for the mountain's chill was relentless. To shed his clothing would invite the immediate freezing of his sweat, potentially leading to a severe illness. A glance around revealed the hall to be deserted. He surmised that the Taoist had yet to arrive, as it was not yet midnight. He retrieved a piece of dry cloth from his pocket and wiped away the perspiration. After consuming some provisions, he began to regain his composure. Within the hall were several makeshift shelters, hastily constructed by the village hunters. The main hall, built from a mixture of blue stone and glutinous rice paste, was not only sturdy but also tightly sealed, providing optimal protection against serpents in the summer. Villagers often sought refuge here when overnighting in the mountains, closing the hall's doors and barricading them with stones to ward off both serpents and wild beasts. Shattering, however, dared not close the temple doors for fear of missing the arrival of the Taoist. He also refrained from sitting down to rest, anxious that he might become too cold. Thus, he paced within the hall to warm himself. In the dimly lit space, he could faintly discern the imposing statue of Zhenwu at its center. In his heart, he silently prayed, "Great Emperor Zhenwu, grant me your blessing. The Taoist possesses miraculous healing abilities. Surely he can cure my mother's ailment." Chapter 5. The Four-Tailed Fox. After waiting a considerable time, the Taoist had yet to appear. Shattering, unsure of the hour, felt weariness wash over him after climbing for 4 or 5 hours. Anxious about the possibility of falling asleep and being surprised by lurking predators, he contemplated his situation, silently expressing remorse, before he ascended to the crook of the statue's arm and curled up, half reclining. As soon as his eyes closed, he succumbed to a deep slumber. Uncertain of how long he had slumbered, Shattering was roused by a soft calling of his name. Startled awake, he discerned a figure standing within the darkened hall, the very Taoist in the azure robe he had encountered the previous day. In a flurry, Shattering leaped down from the stone statue, prostrating himself to pay his respects to the venerable master. The Taoist waved his left hand, conjuring a spherical object that gradually illuminated the chamber, casting a brilliant light throughout. Observing Shattering's tattered garments, frostbitten hands adorned with wounds, and disheveled hair matted with sweat and ice, the Taoist could not help but sigh. "Though you are but a child, your spirit is remarkably resolute." Alas, alas! Feeling a chill at the Taoist's sudden lamentation, Shattering's heart sank. The Taoist, with a faint smile, continued, "The ways of the divine are not meant for mortals, yet, Shattering, given your commendable filial piety, I shall make an exception this once." Producing a small vial from his robe, he poured forth a single elixir, stating, "This is the 7-flower 3 ginseng pill, capable of reviving the deceased and restoring the living. Administer it to your mother, and she shall regain her strength by day's end." Overwhelmed with joy, Shattering knelt to receive the pill, bowing repeatedly in gratitude for the Taoist's life-saving grace. "Please, esteemed master, grant me your name, and my family shall erect a longevity tablet in your honor, offering daily reverence." The Taoist waved his hand dismissively. "Connections form and dissipate. There is no need for you to know my name. Administer this pill to your mother without delay, and keep my whereabouts a secret from others. Should you fail in this, I shall take your life." "Rest assured, master, I understand," Shattering replied hurriedly. "You may rest here in the temple. Descend the mountain at dawn." With that, the Taoist flicked his sleeve, and in a flash of white light, he vanished without a trace. Shattering stood there, momentarily stunned, realizing he had encountered an immortal. He promptly bowed 3 times in the direction of the Taoist's disappearance. After a while, he questioned whether he was still dreaming. Pinching himself hard, pain surged through him. Looking at his palm, he still held the elixir, its form obscured in the darkness, yet a fragrant aroma wafted forth. With great care, Shattering wrapped the pill in layers of cowhide paper, ensuring its safe concealment against his skin. Approaching the temple entrance, he gazed into the still dark sky, estimating it to be the very depths of midnight. The Taoist had indeed arrived punctually, delivering his words with brevity. Had he arrived later, he would have surely missed this extraordinary opportunity. Filled with exhilaration and devoid of sleep, he yearned to soar down the mountain. Yet the inky darkness and his exhaustion rendered such a feat impossible. Thus, he settled at the temple's entrance, placing his bow and arrows aside, clutching a sharp knife as he awaited dawn. After a meal's time, a sudden clap of thunder echoed in the distance. Shifeng sprang to his feet, witnessing a radiant flash of white and crimson light illuminating the western sky, accompanied by distant rumblings. He recognized that this direction pointed to the abyssal cold pool, known for its profound depths and frigid waters, rumored to be home to a dragon. Previously, a skilled swimmer from the village had attempted to explore its depths, but had nearly succumbed to the icy grip after descending only a few fathoms. Gazing toward the phenomenal spectacle in the sky, Shifeng pondered whether this brilliance and sound were not the result of thunder and lightning, but rather the Taoist's incantation. As the atmosphere thickened with uncertainty, the luminous orb gradually drifted towards the Yozhan temple. Suddenly, a beam of white light streaked across the sky like a meteor, heading straight for the Deerhead Peak. Startled, Shifeng hurriedly slipped into the grand hall, leaning against the door to steal a glance. The orb appeared as a massive sphere, measuring at least 2 zhang, surrounded by countless streams of white light that flowed like ribbons. Within the orb, a young man's voice emerged, filled with resentment. Dan Yang, we bear no grudges nor enmities. Why do you pursue me so relentlessly? At that moment, a flash of green light approached from behind, revealing the green-robed Taoist, who moved with the speed of a dart. The howling winds roared through the air, yet his sleeves and hair remained undisturbed. He coldly retorted, "You demon! You sneak into my Yin kingdom with malevolent intent, and yet you claim there are no grievances?" The youth within the white light replied, "Humph. I am merely cultivating in this place, having harmed no one, nor have I made things difficult for your Tai Chi sect. You take advantage of my weakened state during tribulation and strike me, yet you accuse me of ulterior motives? Good and evil cannot coexist. If you successfully transform, countless beings will suffer in this land. Enough with the idle chatter. Prepare to meet your end." Dan Yang exclaimed, raising his hand to summon a luminous orb, the very one Shifeng had previously encountered. As the orb soared into the air, it expanded in the wind, swiftly growing to the size of a millstone. With a gentle sound, a beam of purple light, as thick as a barrel, shot forth from the orb, hurtling towards the white light. The young man within the orb scoffed, "I only concede 3 points to your Tai Chi sect. If it comes to a fight, do you think I fear you?" The orb shifted, deftly evading the purple beam, while the youth began chanting a series of incomprehensible incantations. Suddenly, the accumulated snow atop Deerhead Peak was sent swirling into the air, transforming into thousands of ice arrows that shot towards Dan Yang with ferocity. Dan Yang's expression turned grave. What a formidable ice technique. He retrieved a small shield adorned with a ghostly visage from his robes, infusing it with his magical energy. The ghostly face on the shield opened its eyes wide, and a massive apparition of the ghost emerged to confront the onslaught of ice arrows. Though the ghostly face seemed ethereal, the arrows struck it with the sound of metal clashing against metal, shattering upon impact. At the same time, Dan Yang directed his finger towards the floating orb, unleashing a series of purple beams. The young man within the orb sneered, his white light flickering and darting unpredictably, skillfully avoiding the rapid purple beams. The cacophony of cracking ice began to wane as the last of the thousands of ice arrows were discharged, dissolving into a flurry of icy shards. The ghostly visage became nearly transparent, its eyes closing before swiftly retreating back into the small shield. Having never witnessed such a spectacle, Shifeng felt a surge of anxiety. Seeing Dan Yang gaining the upper hand, he could not help but exhale a sigh of relief. Just then, a sudden twist of fate occurred. The youth within the orb recited a few more cryptic incantations, and the scattered ice shards abruptly reversed direction, surging upwards and sweeping towards Dan Yang from all directions. Dan Yang's expression shifted slightly as he produced a pale red talisman, its design archaic. Though reluctant, he gritted his teeth, infused the talisman with his magical energy, and flung it into the air. A clear sound resonated as a talisman transformed into a fiery bird, its entire body radiating a vibrant crimson hue. The temperature in the air surged dramatically, causing even Shifeng, who stood several hundred meters away, to suddenly feel a wave of heat. The firebird soared majestically through the sky, and any shards or arrows of ice within 100 feet of it instantly vaporized, while those slightly farther away melted into droplets of water. After a brief moment of flight, the firebird let out a prolonged cry and dissipated into countless specks of ethereal light, vanishing from sight. The remnants of ice in the air melted into pools of clear water, suspended in the atmosphere. The young man bathed in white light remarked with astonishment, "Such extravagance! Even the high-grade Fire Phoenix talisman has been employed." Just then, several strands of light surrounding the orb burst forth with a crackling sound, and the pools of water in midair swiftly converged into a massive wave, surging towards the Taoist of Dan Yang. The Taoist, with one hand raised, muttered a few incantations, allowing a green light to emanate from his body, enveloping him in a protective shield. As the colossal wave crashed against him, it propelled him downward for several tens of feet, yet miraculously, not a drop of water touched his Taoist robe. Just as the Taoist prepared to execute a spell, he suddenly felt a sense of dread. An astonishing scene unfolded before him. The wave of water struck the barrier of his protective energy and inexplicably adhered to it, rapidly transforming into solid ice. Subsequent waves followed suit, each metamorphosing into ice, and in an instant, the Taoist was encased in a gigantic ice cocoon, plummeting from the sky. Shifeng gasped, "Taoist," and rushed out from the hall. The ice sphere, containing the Taoist, was descending from the side of Deerhead Peak, directly above a bottomless, frigid abyss. This cold pool brimmed with ominous energy, and even the most powerful practitioners would face dire consequences if they sank to its depths. Around the orb of white light, only 3 or 4 strands of light remained, and the orb itself had dimmed considerably, indicating the depletion of the young man's magical energy. The orb took notice of Shifeng, but upon scanning his presence, disregarded him as merely a young mortal child. It descended from the sky in pursuit of the trapped Taoist. Just as the ice sphere was about to plunge into the icy waters, a sudden thunderous crack echoed, startling the heavens. A flash of white light erupted from within the ice sphere, splitting it in two, and a blue shadow emerged, racing toward the orb of white light. In the blink of an eye, the white orb had no chance to evade. The young man within it cried out in alarm, "Heavenly Gang, sword chi!" With a resounding boom, the sword energy struck the white orb, propelling it a dozen feet away and dispersing the light to reveal its occupant. As Shifeng focused intently, he recoiled in shock, retreating several steps. What had appeared to be a young man was, in fact, a fox of colossal size, larger than a water buffalo. Its fur a pristine white without a hint of blemish. Its eyes glowed like lanterns, radiating an eerie green light. Most astonishingly, this giant fox possessed 4 tails, 3 of which were of equal length, while the rightmost tail was only half the size of the others. Chapter 6. The Purple-Eyed Illusion. Despite Shifeng's limited knowledge, he recognized this creature as a demon that had attained enlightenment through cultivation. The white fox blinked, speaking in human tongue. "You've progressed to the golden core stage in a mere century, and yet you have managed to manifest the formless sword chi of the Heavenly Gang. You are indeed a prodigy." This was the very voice of the young man from before. The Taoist of Danyang hovered 100 feet to the right of the white fox, his complexion slightly pale. In his right hand, he wielded a 3-foot-long sword, its blade shimmering with spiritual light, unmistakably a weapon of extraordinary quality. However, the spiritual energy-transformed sword is not something you can wield at will. I see that after you unleashed this sword aura, you have likely exhausted your vitality. Baihu continued. Yet, regardless of his words, the Taoist of Danyang remained silent, merely caressing his sword with both hands, his hawk-like eyes fixed intently on Baihu. After a long moment, he exhaled deeply, flicked his fingers, and the sword emitted a clear ringing sound, soaring into the air and transforming into a white rainbow, aiming directly at Baihu's waist. Baihu appeared caught off guard. His 4 tails erect, just as he was about to flee, the flying sword struck him. Shifeng was overjoyed, but saw Baihu split into 2, dissipating into flecks of spiritual light. Indeed, the old Taoist with the cow nose had exhausted his magic power, unable to manifest the formless sword aura. Although your Tiangang sword possesses great power, it cannot harm me. 10 paces to the left, Baihu reappeared. It turned out that the flying sword had merely struck a residual shadow. The Taoist of Danyang pointed, and the sword seemed to possess sentience. Turning back to slash at the fox demon, Baihu's figure flickered as he evaded the sword. The 2 beams of white light raced through the air, one pursuing the other in a breathtaking display. Observing the stalemate, Shifeng swiftly grasped his mulberry wood bow, knocked an arrow, and aimed at the white fox. Originally, the Taoist of Danyang and Baihu were engaged in aerial combat, but as the Taoist was enveloped by an ice sphere and retaliated with sword energy, they were no more than 100 paces above the ground. Although young, Shifeng was an expert archer. Within 100 paces, his arrows never missed their mark. He understood that even if he struck Baihu, it would not inflict any harm, but he hoped to slightly distract the fox demon, allowing the Taoist to seize the opportunity. However, Baihu's movements were extraordinarily swift, making it exceedingly difficult for Shifeng to discern his position. He concentrated, striving for a single, decisive shot. Baihu had already noticed the mortal child below, initially indifferent. He was taken aback when he saw the youth drawing his bow and aiming at him, stirring great anger within him. How audacious! His eyes narrowed as he glared at Shifeng. Shifeng felt that the fox's emerald eyes were as deep as a bottomless pool. with a hint of purple light emanating, as if a magnetic force was drawing his spirit into their depths. Startled, he was about to turn away from the gaze when a sudden roar erupted, and a blue wolf burst forth from behind the Yojin temple. Identical to the one he had slain the previous day, the wolf lunged at Shurfone with its forelegs, leaping through the air. Taken aback, Shurfone, who had already drawn his bow, quickly stepped back and shot an arrow towards the wolf's throat. The Taoist of Danyang, having previously found amusement in Shurfone aiming at Bai Hu, was momentarily stunned when the arrow abruptly turned towards him. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Bai Hu charged forward, his green eyes transforming entirely into purple. The Taoist perceived the scenery around him shift dramatically and inwardly thought, "This is bad. It must be the fox's illusionary technique." Yet, before he could react, the world spun around him, and he found himself in a small study. To his left stood a Paulownia wood bookshelf, neatly lined with rows of books. The study was modest, the desk impeccably tidy, and before it sat a middle-aged scholar, his features sharp and austere, currently admonishing the Taoist, demanding to know why he had stopped, insisting he should start over and recite the text again, warning that if he did not memorize it by dinner, he would go without his meal. The Taoist of Danyang let out a cold laugh, first channeling his true energy to protect his spiritual sea and consciousness. With a flick of his right finger and a deep inhalation from his dantian, a fierce gust erupted, causing the scholar before him to instantly dissolve into a mere phantom. The scenery before him warped and blurred, akin to a reflection in water shattered by stones. After a brief tumult, tranquility returned, revealing a jubilant room adorned with festive decorations. The sound of drums and firecrackers echoed from outside. Within, a pair of bright red candles cast a warm glow that tinted the window paper crimson. Beneath the light, a young woman with arched brows and bright eyes shyly offered a cup of wine, softly saying, "Husband, please drink this cup to the brim." The Taoist of Danyang, upon seeing the figure before him, felt as if he was transported back to those bygone years, even the small mole on his wife's left cheek. The color of the bedding in the bridal chamber and the embroidered patterns on the pillow were vividly familiar. A sense of heaviness enveloped his consciousness, prompting him to focus intently. With a surge of strength, he unleashed a gust of wind from his right hand, shattering the image of the woman. The scene shifted once more, and he found himself reading by the window, only to be interrupted by the sound of footsteps outside. A voice shouted, "Congratulations, congratulations. The king has decreed that young Master Rin is appointed as the Grand Historian." The herald was already at the door, and soon the entire estate was alive with commotion. Drums resounded, firecrackers exploded, and voices of congratulations filled the air. Countless people surrounded him, exclaiming, "Congratulations, young master. Young Master Du is destined for a bright future." Both Lord Du and his son had been appointed Grand Historian, indeed a family of scholarly lineage and noble heritage. The Taoist of Danyang noticed the figures around him shifting closer, and with a low shout, he unleashed the celestial sword, sending forth a streak of azure light that circled the space, scattering the surrounding figures. Yet, the scenery continued to fluctuate unpredictably, indicating that he remained trapped in an illusion. Alarmed, he reflected on the fact that the technique he practiced was specifically designed to counter such deceptive arts. His resolve was strong, and throughout his cultivation, he had encountered illusions many times, rarely succumbing to their allure. Even when briefly bewildered, a single circulation of his energy would render the illusions powerless. However, despite his formidable abilities, he found himself unable to break free from this ethereal realm, pondering the remarkable prowess of this fox spirit's magic and its apparent formidable origins. At that moment, he was transported to another room, where his wife, now a young matron, cradled a wailing infant in her arms. "Husband, rejoice, it is a son. Should we ask the elder for a name?" The Taoist of Danyang felt his head grow heavy as if burdened by mountains. Resolutely, he chose to remain silent, sitting cross-legged, eyes closed, fiercely guarding his tranquil spirit. Yet, even with his eyes shut, the assault of the illusion targeted his spiritual sea and state of mind. The images remained vividly etched in his memory. He saw a throng of people kneeling in the courtyard, led by the now elderly scholar, who looked frail and worn. At the foot of the steps stood an arrogant eunuch, proclaiming loudly, "Young Master Du Qingjin is not of noble stock, though his literary talents are commendable. The king personally selected him as Grand Historian. Yet, he has betrayed the king's trust, receiving bribes in Dongping. He is not merely a man of words, but dares to slander the son of a high minister, Duenji, spreading malicious rumors and colluding with a group of discontented individuals. Thus, I hereby order the confiscation of his estate and the revocation of his position, with his entire family exiled, never to be employed again, even upon pardon." "Ah, How easy it is to fabricate charges. What need is there for justification? I hold a position among the 9 ministers. Why should I not speak of the court's affairs? A mere temple servant, a lowly individual from the marketplace, dares to proclaim himself a minister of the court. How ludicrous. Boldly, you, surnamed Du, dare to slander the esteemed master of the temple. Yet, in a display of magnanimity, he intercedes on your behalf to spare your life, and you still harbor no intention of gratitude. What a farce. You, who manipulate the court and deceive the emperor, believe that my pen shall not record the truth? You dare to accuse my father of corruption. Today, as they raid our home, aside from books, our total silver amounts to less than 500 taels. How could one speak of vast fortunes amassed through corruption? Well said. You arrogant individuals consider yourselves invincible, akin to dogs that cannot be trained. Thus, I shall harden my heart and imprison Du Qinzhong in the heavenly dungeon, while Du Yuan is exiled 5,000 miles, with his family reduced to servitude. In a single utterance, the entire courtyard erupts in tears. Master Zhang, the decree merely states to banish to Liuzhou. How can my husband and father be subjected to such a change in disposition? Humph. You seek the king's decree? Very well. Little Lin, return to the palace immediately and draft another order. The Taoist of Danyang felt as though he had returned to that tragic scene, his vital energy surging, veins bulging on his forehead, unable to restrain the urge to leap up and slay his enemies. Chapter 7. The exquisite Tower of 7 Wonders. He forcefully crafted a spell, and with a single thought, 2 pills flew from his bosom to his mouth. Instantly, a refreshing spiritual aura surged into his mind, allowing him to regain his composure. At that moment, the scenery abruptly shifted, revealing a dilapidated temple, outside of which rain poured in torrents, casting the world into darkness. He found himself disheveled, bound in chains, huddled in a corner, while 2 officers tending a fire cursed as they wrung out their wet garments. Aside from these 3, a beggar approached, his trouser legs rolled up, his legs festering with sores, emitting a foul stench. The beggar suddenly stood before him, grinning, and said, "Grand historian, 10 years adrift in the sea of politics is akin to a fleeting dream. May I awaken today?" Before a response could be given, the beggar vanished without a trace. Next, he recalled how he was admitted to the Taiji sect, the testing of his spiritual roots, how the sect valued him, imparting techniques that enabled him to cultivate supernatural powers. The past flooded back vividly. There were moments of failure in breaking through barriers, where he was consumed by negative energy, and instances of battling with others, resulting in his beheading and disembowelment. The Taoist of Danyang felt his consciousness becoming increasingly hazy, and despite his efforts, he could not break free from this illusion. He understood that should he lose control of his spiritual clarity, he would be forever trapped in this mirage, succumbing to madness and death. Resolute, he opened his mouth and expelled a small, dark tower. With a swift motion of his wrist, he infused a portion of his vital blood into the black tower. It buzzed ominously, yet remained still. In desperation, he bit his tongue, sending another substantial amount of vital blood into the black tower. As it absorbed this essence, a faint light shimmered, and it suddenly sprang forth, expanding rapidly until it reached 5 feet in height and 3 feet in width. The Taoist focused his mind and chanted a series of incantations. The black tower erupted with a thunderous roar, transforming into a colossal structure soaring several dozen feet high, radiating a myriad of colors, while the surrounding scenery melted away like snow in boiling water. Upon regaining his bearings, the Taoist found himself once more atop Deerhead Peak, with a white fox merely 7 to 8 feet away, its eyes fixed intently upon him. As the white fox witnessed the Danyang Taoist opening his eyes, its gaze was clear, signifying that the illusion had been shattered. Upon catching sight of the dark, towering edifice, it exclaimed, "The 7 Treasures Tower." And in a swift motion akin to an arrow released from a bow, it hurriedly plunged towards the cold pond. With a resounding splash, it broke the water's surface and submerged. The Danyang Taoist pointed at the dark tower, which gradually hovered above the cold pond, the base of the tower revealing the formation of the Big Dipper constellation, enveloping the entire pond in its embrace. A surge of black light emanated from the formation, with runes flickering erratically, accompanied by mournful wails. The white fox was forcibly drawn from the depths of the pond, struggling in vain against the binding black light. Slowly, its entire form was absorbed into the base of the tower, while the Big Dipper pattern gradually faded from sight. With a flick of his hand, the Danyang Taoist caused the tower to shrink and glide into the expansive folds of his robes. Thus, a fierce battle came to an end. The Danyang Taoist retrieved the meteor-flying shuttle beneath his feet and halted in the open space before the Yojin Temple. In a flurry, Shifeng knelt down, paying homage to his master. The Danyang Taoist waved his hand dismissively, seeking a large stone to sit cross-legged upon, producing several pills from his robes to consume, beginning to regulate his breath and restore his energy. Although the battle had only lasted less than half an hour, the use of the formless sword energy had already greatly depleted his magical power. The strain on his consciousness within the illusion was significant, and ultimately, he had sacrificed his essence and blood, employing a sect's secret treasure to turn the tide, a bittersweet victory indeed. Thus, he paid no heed to Shifeng, consuming 3 precious pills to regain his vitality. Shifeng, hesitant to interrupt, remained quietly standing to the side. After the span of a tea's brewing time, he observed the pallor of the Danyang Taoist's face gradually regain a hint of color. Suddenly, the Danyang Taoist opened his eyes, urgently instructing Shifeng, "Retreat into the hall, and do not come out." Confused, Shifeng hastened to the main hall, hiding behind the door. The Danyang Taoist gazed upward, and in a brief moment, a mass of black clouds roared from the southern horizon, accompanied by a peculiar cawing. It was none other than a Taoist from the Taiji sect, exclaiming, "Forgive my intrusion." The voice was as grating as iron against stone, sending shivers down the spine. "Which esteemed friend from the Mo Gui sect approaches?" The Danyang Taoist inquired solemnly. The black cloud halted, and swiftly, a figure was drawn within, revealing a gaunt elder clad in a black robe with a jade belt, sharp cheekbones, and piercing small eyes. The Danyang Taoist was taken aback, recognizing Elder Wu, who had advanced considerably in his cultivation over the 50 years since their last encounter. "Oh, no. I am merely an old man. What further progress can I speak of? However, it is indeed remarkable that Taoist Danyang has achieved a golden elixir in merely 300 years, truly a prodigy." Elder Wu spoke courteously while extending his consciousness to probe the surroundings. Suddenly, his eyes widened in surprise. The 1,000-year-old demon fox in this cold pond has completely vanished. Could it be that Taoist has taken it? The Danyang Taoist felt a surge of alarm within, realizing that Elder Wu had come specifically for this creature. It is well known that demon beasts possess invaluable treasures. Their fur can be forged into weapons, their flesh and blood can be used in medicinal concoctions. But the most precious asset is their demon crystal. This crystal is formed from the spirit energy they absorb from the world, akin to a cultivator's golden elixir. Worth a fortune, the white fox, having transcended the tribulation of transformation, possessed intelligence and the ability to speak, making its demon crystal an unparalleled treasure. Such a coveted item could incite internal strife even among fellow disciples. How much more so between the righteous Taiji sect and the demonic Mo Gui sect, which were natural adversaries. Elder Wu had indeed come in pursuit of this demon. The Danyang Taoist refrained from arguing, well aware of Elder Wu's suspicious nature. Even if he claimed the white fox was not in his possession, the other party would never believe him. Elder Wu, elated, exclaimed that the Taoist had indeed captured the fox, which must possess a millennium of cultivation. Truly, the Taoist's abilities were astounding. Danyang Taoist, disregarding the probing words, countered with a question. How did Elder Wu know that a fox demon was concealed in this location? What is so surprising about that? The aura of the fox demon is so potent that I have long known of its hidden cultivation here. However, I was preoccupied with the refinement of a magical artifact and therefore delayed my arrival. Elder Wu replied with a seemingly casual smile. Danyang Taoist responded with an "oh," and continued, "To my knowledge, this white fox was originally cultivating in the frigid peaks of the Zibing Mountains. After I injured it, the creature fled, ultimately arriving at the Datsang Mountains and hiding within this frigid abyss to absorb the cold energy for healing. It has only been 3 or 4 days since its arrival. How could it have been in hiding all this time? Did Elder Wu perhaps make a mistake?" Elder Wu snorted, "Taoist friend, do not attempt to twist the facts. The Datsang Mountains lie within the territory of my Mo Gui sect. Regardless of your intentions, it is unreasonable for you to seize treasures within our domain." Danyang Taoist stood his ground. "I cannot agree with your assertion, Elder Wu. The Datsang Mountains are not akin to the Mo Mountains. They are, in fact, a desolate land without a master. How can you claim it as your territory? Furthermore, this fox demon was pursued from the far north, traversing countless miles to this place. Is the far north also part of your Mo Gui sect's domain?" Elder Wu's brows twitched, and he was about to erupt in anger when a thought struck him. His tone softened. "Danyang Taoist, why must we jeopardize the harmony between our factions over a mere demon? Here is a proposition. You may keep the fox's skin, flesh, and blood, and in exchange, I shall offer you the demon crystal along with an additional 100,000 crystal stones." "Thank you for your generosity, Elder Wu. But I am not in need of crystal stones," Danyang Taoist firmly declined. "What about 200,000 crystal stones?" Such an amount would suffice to purchase a low-grade magical artifact, Elder Wu insisted, clearly unwilling to relent. Thank you for your kindness, Elder Wu. But I have use for this demon crystal and cannot part with it, Danyang Daoist reiterated. Elder Wu felt his anger rising. He was a man of narrow temperament, having committed numerous acts of violence and theft. Yet, mindful of Danyang Daoist's reputation as a formidable golden core cultivator, he restrained himself. Had the opponent been of a lower tier, he would have dispatched him without a second thought. With a face as grim as water, Elder Wu remarked, "It seems you are unwilling to part with it. Very well, Danyang Daoist, your renown precedes you. I shall have the pleasure of testing my skills against you." With a flick of his hand, four palm-sized tiger puppets emerged from his storage bag, swiftly transforming into towering tigers. Danyang Daoist raised a hand, summoning his Tian Gang's sword into the air, stating, "I was just about to seek your guidance." As both sides prepared for battle, Elder Wu suddenly halted. "Indeed, you possess commendable courage. However, I would rather not provoke a conflict between our two sections. Therefore, I shall forego the White Fox's demon crystal. But I do wish to obtain the essence of its soul. I am still willing to offer you a price of 100,000 crystal stones." Danyang Daoist paused. "The essence of the White Fox's soul?" "Indeed," Elder Wu replied. "You seem to have limited knowledge of puppet techniques, do you not?" Elder Wu boasted. "Our demon puppet sect is renowned for its mastery of puppet arts. After years of diligent cultivation, I have garnered some insights. Essentially, puppet arts involve first refining objects into puppets, and subsequently utilizing crystal stones as cores to animate them. What sets our demon puppet sect apart from other puppet sects is our unique method of sealing a fragment of a beast's essence within the puppet, allowing it to mimic certain skills possessed by the beast in its former life." Daoist Danyang, though not well-versed in puppet arts, had heard rumors of the demon puppet sect's tome, the Great Blood Puppet Method, which contained various secret techniques, including accounts of spiritual puppets that could achieve self-awareness. Elder Wu continued, "Ideally, I would desire both the White Fox's essence and its crystal, but since you are unwilling, I shall settle for the essence alone. The essence of a beast is indeed rare, and while the crystal is precious, it can be adequately replaced with a crystal stone. What say you, Daoist Danyang? You may keep the crystal, and I shall take the essence, with an additional compensation of 100,000 crystal stones." Daoist Danyang felt tempted. His primary interest lay in the fox's crystal, and he had little understanding of the essence's utility. Observing Danyang's hesitation, Elder Wu pressed on. "You likely are unaware of the method for extracting a beast's essence. If the essence is separated from the body for just 3 breaths, it will naturally dissipate. If you obtain it without knowing how to use it, it would merely be a waste, a true squandering of resources, unable to resist the urge to acquiesce." Daoist Danyang considered that Elder Wu was also a practitioner of the same rank. After an exhausting battle, he had depleted much of his energy. Should a confrontation ensue, he might not emerge victorious. Just as he was about to agree, a nagging thought struck him. Elder Wu had a notorious reputation, known for his ruthless acquisition of treasures, and many righteous sect members had met their demise at his hands. He had shown no concern for igniting a conflict between the righteous and the demonic. Furthermore, with his ignorance of the essence extraction method, how could he be certain that Elder Wu would not employ treachery? With this in mind, Daoist Danyang glanced around and remarked, "Elder Wu, you seem quite eager to discuss matters. Where are your companions?" Elder Wu's expression darkened abruptly, revealing a sinister grin. "Oh, but are you not of the same mind? However, I fear your companion may not arrive. I have already sent word for my sect's experts to assemble, and by now, she is likely already a ghost beneath my blade. Ha ha ha, your path has not been easy, Daoist. Should you surrender the White Fox now, I might still spare your life." Months prior, in the kingdom of Yin, a prominent righteous sect known as the Lingxiao Pavilion had sent the enchanting fairy Ying to procure a rare millennium ice jade. She had invited her friend, Daoist Danyang, to the far north to gather the jade. After several months of collecting a significant amount, they were preparing to return when a thunderous calamity erupted in the sky. Both seasoned practitioners immediately recognized it as a beast undergoing tribulation and rushed to investigate. Discovering the fox demon in an icy gorge, they stealthily observed from a distance. The tribulation was ferocious, and the treasures on the White Fox were utterly destroyed. Yet it barely managed to endure. At the moment after the beast's tribulation, when it was at its most vulnerable, they launched their assault. To their astonishment, despite the absence of treasures, the fox was incredibly elusive, and even with their concerted efforts, they failed to capture it, ultimately allowing it to escape. 2 individuals pursued relentlessly. Yet the White Fox possessed remarkable evasion skills and adeptly orchestrated deceptive formations, narrowly escaping capture on several occasions. During their pursuit, They discerned that this fox had likely cultivated its powers for a millennium and was undergoing a transformative trial to gain sentience. Such a creature's essence crystal was indeed a priceless treasure, igniting fervent ambition in both pursuers, who pressed on without relent. Their chase led them to the majestic Datsang mountain range, where the white fox, realizing it could not shake off its pursuers, plunged into a fathomless cold pond and did not resurface. The two attempted to dive into the depths, but found the frigid aura overwhelming after descending a mere 100 feet, rendering further progress impossible. After a brief deliberation, they resolved that Xianzi would return to their sect to retrieve the precious Kangyang Pearl, capable of counteracting the pond's chilling energy, while Danyang Daoist would remain behind to monitor the white fox. Danyang Daoist established several magical formations atop the pond's surface and settled in meditation on Deerhead Peak. Shortly after Xianzi's departure, the white fox discovered that only one pursuer remained and surmised that the other was likely seeking reinforcements. Seizing the moment, it broke free from the magical restrictions, intent on making its escape. This precipitated a fierce battle wherein Danyang Daoist suffered significant energy depletion, ultimately resorting to the sect's secret treasure, the Seven Wonders Tower, to subdue the fox. Upon hearing Elder Wu's words, it seemed he had already located Xianzi and had notified the experts of the demon puppet sect to ambush her. Elder Wu's current delay with Danyang Daoist was a strategy to buy time for sect support. However, upon reflection, Danyang Daoist recognized Elder Wu's selfish nature. Discovering the white fox might not necessarily lead him to report it to the sect, for if that were the case, the fox's essence crystal might not fall into his possession. Furthermore, should all 8 elders of the demon puppet sect mobilize, they could easily split into 2 groups, 4 to confront Xianzi and 4 to deal with him, ensuring a decisive advantage. Thus, Danyang Daoist concluded that it was most probable Elder Wu had enlisted a couple of allies to stall Xianzi while he personally attended to the confrontation at the cold pond. Should fortune favor them, if Xianzi were to defeat her adversaries, she might come to assist him. However, if she fell, he would face 2 formidable foes alone. In an instant, Danyang Daoist thoroughly analyzed the situation in his mind and deduced that prolonging the standoff would likely be detrimental to his own position. Resolutely, he ceased speaking, raised a palm, and summoned a flying sword that hummed in the air, transforming into a streak of white light that shot downward. Elder Wu, with a swift motion, activated his dark shadows, channeling 4 streams of black energy into the 4 black tiger puppets. The moment the energy entered, the puppets opened their mouths, unleashing 4 beams of crimson light as thick as barrels, striking the approaching Tiangang's sword. The sword was knocked into a somersault in midair, yet remained unscathed. A flash of white light, akin to lightning, cleaved through the neck of one black tiger puppet, producing a metallic clang and a shower of sparks. Elder Wu was taken aback to see a 3-inch deep gash on the puppet, realizing that the swordsmanship of the Taiji sect was indeed exceptional, and the material of the opponent's sword was unknown. His black tiger puppets, forged from the mysterious Xian iron of Yang Mountain, had sustained damage from the strike. Danyang Daoist silently chanted, and the Tiangang's sword danced through the air, striking with the ferocity of a tempest. Aware that his magical energy was waning and prolonged combat would not be advantageous, he resolved to unleash his full power. Elder Wu was indeed caught off guard, commanding 4 black tiger puppets to fend off the assault. Despite their formidable power, the puppets were lacking in agility, and in the blink of an eye, they were left battered and bruised. One puppet, having suffered severe damage to its neck, could no longer unleash its fiery breath. In a flurry of confusion, Elder Wu, infuriated, shouted, "You insolent Taoist, do not revel in your triumph." With a sharp whistle, a dark cloud suddenly surged forth from behind him, heading towards the Daoist of Danyang. The Daoist glanced over and saw a swarm of ominous poisonous bees, which were evidently also puppets. Though their wings remained folded, they moved with astonishing speed, closing in within moments. Each bee bore a 2-inch long, glimmering blue stinger, clearly laced with deadly venom, seemingly designed to pierce through the protective energy of cultivators. With a swift motion of his sleeves, the Daoist summoned a pearl that soared into the air, releasing a stream of purple light that enveloped the swarm. This purple radiance possessed the power to dissolve gold, a renowned artifact of the Taiji sect. Yet, the swarm merely brushed against the light before breaking through and continuing their relentless advance. The Daoist retreated, sending forth 2 talismans that transformed into streams of spiritual light. One exuded a chilling aura, while the other burned with the intensity of the sun. The bees struck by the cold were instantly frozen and fell, while those engulfed in flames suffered no harm, clawing their way forward. With a flick of his hand, the Daoist shattered another ice talisman, and as the remaining bees lunged at him, they too were ensnared in frost. Elder Wu sneered repeatedly. Let us see how many artifacts you possess. Renowned for his puppetry, he carried numerous constructs, which merely consumed crystal stones for propulsion, allowing him to conserve his own magical energy for prolonged combat. However, the Taoist had no intention of engaging in a prolonged battle. With a commanding shout, the Tiangang sword radiated brilliance, soaring into the air and rapidly enlarging to a colossal 50-zhang sword, descending like a mountain. The 4 black tiger puppets, caught in its path, were cleaved into a heap of scrap metal, raining down upon the ground. Elder Wu gasped, the great sword technique. He felt an immense pressure envelop him, binding his body and rendering him unable to evade. Panic surged within him as a sense of impending doom washed over him. Without hesitation, he withdrew a 3-inch tall figurine from his robe, spitting a drop of his essence onto it while murmuring an incantation. The figurine transformed into a towering giant, soaring into the air and striking the sword's blade, showing no fear of its edge. With an earth-shattering crash, the giant's punch sent the sword veering off course. The Taoist felt a jolt, nearly spitting blood, as he gazed at the seemingly insignificant figurine, its face marred and incomplete. Yet his Tiangang sword, forged from deep-sea iron and nurtured with his true essence for 200 years, left no mark upon it. It appeared that this figurine was the opponent's trump card, a legendary ancient true puppet. Legend has it that Elder Wu Lu, a senior of the Demon Puppet Sect, stumbled upon the lair of an ancient cultivator a century ago, where he acquired the true puppet among its treasures. The lair was fraught with perilous traps, and Wu Lu narrowly escaped with his life, while his brother, Wu Si, perished within its depths. The true puppet lunged upwards, extending its left hand to grasp the sword's body. The Danyang Taoist executed a hand gesture, and the flying sword rang out with a sharp sound, yet it could not break free. The Danyang Taoist felt a sense of emptiness in his energy sea, his true essence insufficient. The true puppet conjured an illusory shadow in midair, lunging towards him. Midway, the puppet opened its mouth and spewed forth a fireball that swelled with the wind, rapidly descending like a small mountain. The air was filled with a charred scent, and the temperature soared, causing the snow and ice surrounding Deerhead Peak to melt away. With a mighty shout, the Danyang Taoist summoned his true energy, and the Tiangang sword flew from the puppet's grasp. Simultaneously, he urged the flying shuttle beneath him, slipping through the fireball's trajectory. The fireball crashed into the eastern side of Camel Ridge, producing a thunderous sound that obliterated a hillock, flames soaring into the sky. The Danyang Taoist had not anticipated the puppet's terrifying power. He pointed to the Tiangang sword, not to intercept the puppet, but to cleave towards Elder Wu. Engaging solely in combat with the puppet was a foolish strategy. Seasoned practitioners like Elder Wu could possess numerous puppet artifacts. Instead, capturing the leader first ensured that all puppets would fall under control. Seeing the massive sword descending upon him, while the true puppet was still 100 feet away, Elder Wu displayed a flicker of panic, hastily releasing 2 giant ape puppets. However, before they could even launch an attack, they were cleaved in half by the sword's brilliance. As Elder Wu retreated, he hastily produced 20 or 30 wolf puppets from his bag. The Danyang Taoist deftly maneuvered with the flying shuttle, evading the true puppet's pursuit, while channeling all his magical energy into the Tiangang sword, aiming to strike down Elder Wu at once. The sword light whistled, and the wolf puppets were reduced to mere fragments in the air. Elder Wu, in a state of utter disarray, shouted desperately. The true puppet opened its mouth once more, launching another fireball. The flying shuttle, being a treasure of great speed, allowed the Danyang Taoist to narrowly evade the enormous fireball, which sailed past Deerhead Peak and veered southward. Initially unperturbed, the Danyang Taoist's attention was drawn when he glimpsed the fireball, resembling a mountain, heading towards Yozhan Temple. Recalling the presence of a mortal child within, he was alarmed and quickly retrieved a small bell, crimson like blood, from his bag, hurling it towards the fireball. Just as the fireball was about to descend, it was deflected, skimming the rock face and plunging into the valley below. In that moment of distraction, Elder Wu seized the opportunity to catch his breath, muttering incantations. The true puppet shrank to human size, its speed doubling, and it launched a fist towards the Danyang Taoist's chest. The Danyang Taoist narrowly dodged the punch with a swift motion. At that very moment, an uncanny scene unfolded. The true puppet suddenly opened its eyes, its irises distinctly black and white, revealing a hint of mockery. The Danyang Taoist was taken aback, and just then, the puppet's left hand shot out, the two figures nearly colliding. The hand struck like lightning, hitting the Danyang Taoist with such force that it almost pierced through his right chest. With a cry of agony, the Danyang Taoist's protective energy dissipated, and he fell to the ground before Yojin Temple, blood instantly saturating his entire being. Originally, he had exhausted a great deal of his magical power and was, in truth, at the end of his strength. He had poured all of his remaining true essence into the Heavenly Gang's sword, intending to slay Elder Wu first. However, his protective true chi was merely a thin layer. Consequently, he was ambushed by the true puppet, and while he was distracted by intercepting a fireball, he was caught off guard and severely injured. Shifeng had been secretly observing from within the hall. Upon witnessing the sudden injury of Taoist Danyang, who collapsed before the stage, he could no longer restrain himself and rushed out to support him. Taoist Danyang, covered in blood, stared intently at the true puppet, murmuring, You have actually mastered the spirit puppet." Elder Wu laughed heartily, flying to the front of the deer head peak. With a wave of his hand, the true puppet returned to his side, holding the Heavenly Gang's sword, which had reverted to its original form after Taoist Danyang's injury and was seized by the true puppet. Elder Wu examined the sword, exclaiming, "What a treasure." "Thank you kindly," he continued, "but allow me to clarify, this is not a spirit puppet, but a blood puppet. I have sealed my essence within the puppet, granting it a modicum of sentience, allowing it to retain some instincts of its former self, enabling it to respond autonomously in combat without needing its master's commands. However, true spirit puppets that possess independent intelligence exist only in the celestial realm." Taoist Danyang gasped repeatedly and spat another mouthful of blood upon himself. Elder Wu, expressionless, coldly declared, "I shall send you on your way now." He pointed at Taoist Danyang and commanded, "Kill him." As for the ordinary child nearby, Elder Wu did not even glance in their direction. At that moment, a white light emanated from the sleeve where Taoist Danyang had just coughed up blood. A white fox suddenly appeared, having been awakened by Taoist Danyang's essence blood to be released from the Seven Treasures Tower. The white fox had been refined within the Big Dipper formation of the tower for many years, now appearing lethargic. Upon its release, without a moment's thought, its eyes glowed with a purple light, fixing upon Elder Wu. Elder Wu, skilled in puppet manipulation, relied heavily on his mental prowess to control numerous puppets. Thus, while his magical power may not have equaled that of Taoist Danyang, his spiritual awareness was exceptionally formidable. The moment he beheld the purple-eyed fox, he recognized the formidable illusion it possessed. Once this illusion invaded the realm of consciousness, one would be ensnared in various phantasms. Even though Taoist Danyang was gravely injured, he could still easily slay himself if caught in this trap. A shiver ran through him as he instinctively recoiled, desperately avoiding the fox's gaze. Suddenly, his upper body swayed, and his finger, which was originally aimed at Taoist Danyang, inadvertently pointed towards the white fox. The true puppet, receiving the directive, darted forward with a whoosh, its right fist striking towards the fox. The white fox, already on the brink of collapse, had no means of evading the attack. The true puppet's fist pierced through the fox's chest, emerging with a translucent white crystal, the essence core of the fox. The white fox let out a mournful cry as its body plummeted off the cliff beside Shifeng, its fluffy tail brushing against Shifeng's right leg. Instinctively, Shifeng flinched, sensing a chill as though something had burrowed into his leg. Startled, he reached down to touch his right leg, but the coldness had dissipated, and his body showed no signs of abnormality. As for the white fox, it was swept away by the north wind among the vast mountains, lost to the world. Elder Wu let out a cry of despair as he swiftly scanned the demon crystal with his spiritual sense. In that fleeting moment, the soul of the white fox dissipated entirely. The souls of demon beasts fade away much quicker than those of humans. Once they perish, they vanish almost instantaneously. Gritting his teeth, Elder Wu seethed, "You dare destroy my treasure. I had intended to send you off peacefully, but now I shall extract your soul as compensation. Go. Sever his hands and feet first." With that, he cast the Tiangang's sword to the blood puppet. The blood puppet caught the Tiangang's sword, a hint of mockery gleaming in its eyes. With a swift motion, it thrust the sword into Elder Wu's left chest. Chapter 10. Unforeseen Calamity. Elder Wu let out a wretched scream, his eyes bulging in disbelief. Taoist Danyang was equally astonished. He had heard of practitioners of the ghostly arts being often backfired upon by spirits, and some cultivators being betrayed by their own pets. But he had never encountered a puppet that could turn against its master. A blade pierced Elder Wu's heart, blood spilling from his mouth as he gasped for air. The blood puppet cackled mockingly. "Oh dear brother, how does it feel to be ambushed from behind?" Elder Wu stared in horror at the puppet, which was reveling in its triumph. "Years ago, in the cave, you turned on your own brother for this puppet, extracting my soul and sealing it within. Huh? Did you not realize that this puppet is forged from Qingluo stone, possessing the ability to soothe souls and restore vitality? I awakened 3 years ago, yearning for the chance to kill you, and today, I finally have my opportunity. Once I slay you, I shall seize your body, and I, Wu Si, shall reign supreme." The air was filled with the raspy laughter of the puppet. A fierce glint flashed in Elder Wu's eyes as he growled, "You shall not succeed." His concealed right hand crushed a small object, and the blood puppet let out a shriek as its legs exploded. "Blood poison curse, how wicked you are." The blood puppet fell from the sky, and the Tiangang's sword was drawn out instinctively. Elder Wu coughed up blood, hastily retrieving a talisman and affixing it to his chest, which immediately stemmed the flow. He had insidiously cast the blood poison curse within the puppet, not to deal with the puppet itself, but as a last resort for himself. The blood was that of his brother, Wu Si, and it had taken him a decade to infuse the essence into the true puppet. Due to their bloodline connection, only he could control this true puppet, ensuring it would not fall into enemy hands. By embedding the blood poison curse within the blood, should the true puppet ever be seized, uttering the incantation would ensure mutual destruction. This was indeed Wu Lu's ultimate trump card. Little did he know, Wu Si had not perished. Instead, he had revived within the puppet. If they were to engage in combat, Wu Lu would surely be no match for the blood puppet at this moment. However, due to the blood poison curse, he easily eliminated his opponent. The blood puppet wailed as its legs, thighs, torso, and arms exploded one after another, culminating in a resounding blast from its head, scattering debris across the area before Yojin Temple. Amidst the falling rubble, Taoist Danyang suddenly coughed up blood, and a flash of brilliance emerged from his sleeve as the Seven Treasures Tower soared into the air. He had previously activated the tower to release the white fox, and now, gathering the last remnants of his magical energy, he summoned the Seven Treasures Tower, which radiated a seven-colored divine light towards Elder Wu. The Elder Wu, with a sword piercing his heart, was gravely injured. As he beheld the descending pagoda, he could not evade its path and was struck directly. His entire corporeal form reduced to dust, leaving not even a trace of his consciousness. The radiance of the pagoda surged, transforming his very essence into fleeting ashes. A true embodiment of unparalleled might. Shifeng felt dazed and bewildered, rendered speechless by the series of unfolding events. The Taoist Danyang retrieved a black elixir from his robe and consumed it. His consciousness swept the surroundings, and suddenly, his expression shifted dramatically. He gathered the scattered magical artifacts on the mountain and swiftly seized Shifeng, flying down the Deerhead Peak. In a brief moment, they had reached a hollow at the mountain's base. With a flourish of his hand, Danyang conjured a flying sword that carved an immense opening into the shaded mountainside. He propelled Shifeng into the cave and hastily set 4 prohibitions at the entrance. Once he had completed this, he trembled violently, unable to maintain his stance, and collapsed to the ground. Shifeng hurriedly supported him as Danyang gasped, "Shifeng, do not cry out. Reinforcements for the enemy have arrived, and at this moment, I am devoid of power, utterly incapable of standing against them." Shifeng nodded repeatedly, holding his breath in fear, shrinking away. Danyang sat cross-legged on the ground, closing his eyes in meditation, his consciousness extending outward. As dark energy swirled around his visage, an hour passed, and suddenly the muscles beneath his jaw began to twitch violently. His fists clenched tightly, as if he could no longer resist the urge to rise, yet with a sigh, he remained seated. For more hours elapsed, and the outside world had reached midday. Danyang's countenance grew increasingly haggard, his breath weaker. Abruptly, he opened his eyes and called, "Shifeng, come here." Shifeng crawled to Danyang's side, who spoke somberly, "Shifeng, my time is drawing near. I shall soon depart. A monk has long transcended the cycles of life and death, which should not be deemed a significant matter. However, I find myself burdening you and the town of Hongshi at the end of my journey." Shifeng, perplexed, asked, "Master, why do you say this? After my fierce battle with that demonic expert last night, his aides are nearly upon us. I hurriedly brought you to this cave to hide, unable to find me. That individual has gone to Hongshi town, and unfortunately, the corpse of the millennium-old white fox was blown down by the mountain winds to the town's entrance. I have lingered in the Earth Temple and your home, leaving behind my aura. That demonic villain, unable to locate the white fox crystal core last night, in a fit of rage, slaughtered the entirety of Hongshi town and set it ablaze." Shifeng felt as if struck by lightning, stunned into silence for a long while before crying out, "Mother, sister, oh heavens!" At merely 13 years of age, he had relied solely on his widowed mother and younger sister, enduring hardship with the sole purpose of providing them a better life. Yet, in a single night, fate had cruelly separated them. His mind was a void, consumed by heart-wrenching wails. "Mother, dear mother, return to me. Oh heavens, my sister is but a child of 10. How could you be so heartless?" Tears streamed down Danyang's face as he murmured, "I am beyond redemption, unworthy to face my ancestors." Shifeng cried out until his voice was hoarse, collapsing to the ground. Danyang extended his hand, channeling energy to awaken him. Suddenly, Shifeng shouted, "I do not believe it. I must find my mother and sister." Danyang firmly restrained him, saying, "Shifeng, do not go. The disciples of the demon puppet sect have not yet departed. Should you venture forth, it would spell certain doom." Shifeng roared, drawing forth his dagger. "They have slaughtered my entire family. I shall confront them with all my might." The Taoist from Danyang countered, "You are but an ordinary mortal. A mere breath from them would reduce you to ashes. What do you intend to fight with? Child, sit down. My time is drawing near, and there are matters I must impart to you. I beseech you to lend me your ear." Upon hearing this, Shifeng observed the Taoist's face had turned completely ashen, with blood congealed upon his garments, and his breath faint. He stood rooted to the spot, stunned. The Taoist forced a breath, retrieving a jade box from his robe. "Shifeng, I am a cultivator from the Taiji sect. You possess a kind heart and an innate ability to focus on two things at once. I intended to take you as my disciple. Alas, you lack a spiritual root, and thus cannot enter my path. What a pity! What a pity!" The Taoist sighed deeply. Continuing, "Today, I have inadvertently implicated you, rendering you a homeless child. You may journey south to seek the Taiji sect. I have left a message for the headmaster to accept you as a disciple. Though you may not cultivate, you shall be assured a life of wealth and comfort. Furthermore, this jade box I entrust to you for delivery to Headmaster Dao Chong. Inside is an image of my brother, along with a map detailing the way to the Taiji sect." As he spoke, a beam of azure light entered Shifeng's divine sea, and he felt a figure materializing in his mind, accompanied by a plethora of map texts. The Taoist gasped for breath once more, producing a jade token from his person. "This is my identity token. Take it back to the Taiji sect as proof. This token and the jade box are of utmost importance. Should they fall into the wrong hands, your life will be in peril. Remember, remember." He gestured, causing the token and box to shrink to the size of a thumb and land before Shifeng. He then produced a small vial and placed it alongside the others. "Within are some elixirs. Should you feel unwell, consume one." Shifeng stood there, dazed and unmoving, not reaching out to accept the items. The Taoist sighed. "If you are unwilling, cast these two objects aside. Do not keep them on your person, lest you invite disaster." After saying this, a flush of red spread across his face, a fleeting moment of clarity as memories surged forth. The Taoist closed his eyes for a long while, ultimately offering a faint smile. "The disciples of the demon puppet sect should have retreated far. I have placed restrictions on the jade box and token, concealing their aura. They will not discover them. Upon my death, I shall incinerate my body with the true fire of broken elixir, leaving no trace. Should anyone inquire about me, simply say you know nothing." With that, he straightened his posture, sitting cross-legged and softly reciting an incantation, the content of which remained unknown. Suddenly, a surge of red light erupted from his lower abdomen, gradually expanding and enveloping his entire form, resembling a fierce blaze, yet devoid of warmth. Amidst the flames, the Taoist's visage remained serene as his body gradually vanished. Ultimately, the flames dimmed and extinguished, plunging the cave back into darkness and coldness. Chapter 11. A 1,000 miles journey. Shifeng stood motionless against the cave wall for a prolonged moment before abruptly turning and sprinting frantically towards the exit. Disregarding the jade box and vial on the ground, he ran with fervor, scaling a high slope, and upon gazing ahead, his legs weakened, and he fell to his knees. Before him, the once vibrant town of Redstone had vanished, replaced instead by a desolate wasteland. Shifeng, in a state of despair, cried out and ran frantically. As he approached, he discovered that the snow and ice had melted away, revealing charred remnants of trees and grass, all reduced to ash. The air was thick with the acrid scent of burning. He stumbled forward, only to find the ground scorched and littered with massive stones, some of which had embedded themselves deeply into the earth. The tiny village of Redstone, home to merely 20 households, had been utterly obliterated, concealed beneath the weight of these stones. It was clear that the followers of the demon puppet sect had not only set fire to the village, but had also used their earth-shattering magic to bury it. The melting snow mixed with dirt and ash, creating a muddy quagmire. Shifeng, dragging himself through the mire, arrived at one of the colossal stones and cried out loudly for his mother and younger sister, yet there was no response. He attempted to push the stone, but it was as futile as an ant trying to shake a great tree. It would not budge. Sitting in the mud, he felt utterly despondent. Time slipped away, and as the northern wind grew more bitter, night fell once again, causing the mud to freeze anew. Shifeng found himself trapped in the icy water, the cold unbearable. forcing him to rise to his feet. With Redstone lying 30 to 40 miles away from the nearest town, the harsh winter and heavy snowfall rendered the flames visible yet unreachable, and no one came to investigate. Starving for an entire day, he did not feel hunger. Instead, he resorted to eating snow. The village had been swallowed by the earth, and to stay out in the cold would mean certain death. Fortunately, there were some cave dwellings nearby. The villagers of Redstone, known for hunting and pottery, had lined the caves with straw to prevent snow from drifting inside during winter. Shurfeng found a cave and burrowed into the straw, utterly exhausted yet heartbroken, unable to sleep. Tossing and turning through the night, he finally succumbed to a deep slumber. The next day, he awoke and searched around the massive stone, clinging to a glimmer of hope that perhaps his mother and sister had been away from the village that fateful night and had escaped the calamity. However, after a day of searching, he found not a single soul, nor even a trace of wildlife. He understood that the tragedy had struck in the dead of night. Even if the villagers had been awake, his mother, with her frail legs, would have been unable to flee. For 3 days, he searched in vain. When hunger struck, he dug for radishes in the fields, and when thirst beckoned, he nibbled on ice and snow. Ultimately, despair consumed him, and he had to confront his grim reality. He and his mother and sister were all that remained of his family. His grandfather and other elders had passed away, and even his distant uncle was buried beneath the stones. With the entire village destroyed and the relentless cold making it impossible to stay, Shurfeng knew he had to leave. The nearest town, Chiang, was familiar to him as he had accompanied villagers there to sell furs a few times. Yet, it was devoid of family ties. And as a 13-year-old boy, he wondered how he could survive. In contemplating his situation, he recalled the dying words of Taoist Danyang, whose misfortune had set this calamity in motion, though it was never his intention. Furthermore, Danyang had shown him great kindness, sacrificing himself to spare Shurfeng further troubles. Remembering the Taoist's regret in his final moments, Shurfeng's heart softened. Once again, I find myself at the temporary cave at the foot of Lucio Peak. The icy snow has sealed the cave entrance anew. I, Shurfeng, found a branch and pried open the entrance. Inside, nothing had changed. The jade box, the inscribed plaque, and the small vial still lay on the ground, and apart from these 3 items, the Taoist Danyang had left nothing behind. I tucked the 3 items into my bosom, pondering how to proceed to the Taiji Gate. As soon as the thought crossed my mind, the map inscribed by the Taoist Danyang vividly appeared in my mind. I marveled quietly, studying it closely, unable to suppress my astonishment. The Taiji Gate, located in the Shurgu mountain range, was surprisingly nearly 1,000 miles away, traversing numerous towns, mountains, and rivers along the way. Being a child from a secluded mountain, I had never even heard of such places, only aware that the first destination was Chiang Town. Upon exiting the cave, I prepared to depart. After a moment's contemplation, I decided to stack some large stones at the cave entrance, creating a modest grave, and bowed 3 times in reverence. Leaving the cave, I returned to the small river near the village, seeking a high, dry spot to assemble earth into a grave, marking it with several large stones. I found a sturdy tree trunk, stripped its bark, and placed it atop the grave, inscribing the names of my mother and younger sister. Suddenly, my heart ached, and tears streamed down my face. The day before my departure, my mother sat beside the bed, mending my tattered coat and tightening the bowstring of my mulberry wood bow. My younger sister, Shibiyu, had implored me to bore a hole in the large canine tooth of a blue wolf for her to make a pendant, as the girl from our village, Xiaoqing, had one as well. I sat in silence for a long while, then suddenly straightened my back and deeply prostrated myself 9 times. Rising, I cast a final glance back at my former village before silently turning southward. After a day's journey, I finally reached Chiang Town, which was significantly larger than Hongshire Town. However, the townsfolk seemed entirely unaware of the events that had transpired in Hongshire. Hungry and weary, I felt too ashamed to beg. Instead, I sat beneath an eave, only to be shooed away moments later. I searched for a dilapidated temple to take refuge in. That night, I endured the bitter chill and hunger, compounded by the grief I had previously experienced and the days spent in the snow, which led to a high fever. Having not eaten for several days and lacking funds for medical care, I lay in the decrepit temple, teetering on the brink of death, feeling vitality slip away from me. In my dying moments, a sudden thought struck me. Struggling, I retrieved the small vial from my bosom and poured out a pill the size of a mung bean. Swallowing it whole, the pill was fragrant and sweet, melting instantly in my mouth. A warm current surged from my throat into my chest and abdomen, and in a short while, I was drenched in sweat as the fever subsided. Moreover, my stomach felt full, and the gnawing hunger disappeared without a trace. Even more astonishingly, vitality surged through my muscles and bones, invigorating me. I felt as if I could face a ferocious tiger and defeat it with a few punches. Overjoyed, I marveled at the wondrous efficacy of this celestial remedy. I picked up the small vial, examining it closely, for pills remained within. I promptly sealed it tightly and carefully tucked it away. The following day, guided by the directions left by Taoist Danyang, I continued my journey southward. Endless spring rains have rendered the roads muddy. A young boy, with a wooden stick in hand, trudges through the mountain path, barefoot, his leather boots slung over his back. Expanses of flatland stretch before him under the blazing sun, where another youth shields himself with a large leaf, perspiring profusely as his leather boots have worn thin, compelling him to craft makeshift grass shoes from vines. On the outskirts of a small town, a boy carries a longbow while clutching 2 mountain chickens, having just exchanged them with a woman for a few steamed buns and some copper coins. In Sieging City, amidst the bustling streets, a ragged little beggar, dirty and disheveled, navigates through the crowd with a chipped bowl in hand. Barefoot, the mulberry wood bough that once adorned his back now mysteriously absent, lost, or perhaps ruined by the elements. In the first month of the lunar calendar, Shifeng departed from Hongshe town, enduring numerous hardships until August, when he finally reached Anyang City, near the Shirgu mountain range. Chapter 12, Tajiman. Anyang City, of moderate size, boasts a population of around 20 to 30,000, renowned for its timber production. Outside the city flows a canal, bustling with flat-bottomed boats laden with pine and fir. In a secluded alley in the southern part of Anyang, as noon approaches, a small beggar ambles along the long stone-paved road, glancing at the signs on either side, eventually stopping in front of a shop named Beifuxiang Candles. The shop is cramped, and behind a pinewood counter, a portly shopkeeper yawns in boredom. Suddenly, noticing the little beggar peeking in, he widens his eyes and barks, "Hey, hey, out. This is a candle shop, not a tavern. Go beg elsewhere." Shifeng, observing the man, inquired, "Are you Song Jinfeng, the shopkeeper?" The plump shopkeeper, taken aback, responded, "Who are you? Do you recognize me?" Shifeng glanced around, noting the absence of others, and produced a small plaque from his bosom, placing it on the counter. Originally palm-sized, it had been magically reduced to the size of a thumb by the Danyang Taoist. The shopkeeper, upon seeing it, was instantly startled, hurried to the door, locked it, and hung up a closed sign, whispering, "Please, come inside." Shifeng, concealing a dagger in his right hand, stepped into the back room with the shopkeeper. This room served as the shopkeeper's dining and sleeping quarters, surprisingly tidy. The shopkeeper rummaged through a box and produced a round object, placing it on the table. Shifeng focused his gaze. The disc appeared to be wooden, adorned with incomprehensible runes. The shopkeeper placed the plaque on the disc, which began to hum and soon emitted a soft white light that flickered and vanished. The shopkeeper promptly returned the plaque to Shifeng, his tone now obsequious. "I apologize. My eyes were deceived. I did not mean to offend. What instructions do you have for me?" Shifeng replied, "I wish to go to Tajiman." The shopkeeper, somewhat perplexed, remarked that this place was merely a point for transmitting messages for the sect, questioning why Shifeng sought him for a return to the mountain gate. Shifeng insisted, "That is not your concern. Just arrange for my return." Feeling his lowly position and uncertain of Shifeng's background, the shopkeeper complied, "Yes, I will arrange this immediately. When does the honored guest wish to depart?" Shifeng responded, "At once, do not delay." The shopkeeper acknowledged and prepared to make arrangements, but Shifeng suddenly interjected, "Wait." The shopkeeper hurriedly replied, "Please, instruct me." Shifeng felt a tinge of embarrassment. "Is there food available? If so, I wouldn't mind eating before departing." In the afternoon, a horse-drawn carriage emerged from the southern gate of Anyang City, with 2 robust steeds galloping swiftly. The carriage wound its way along the Chao River, heading towards the Stone Drum mountain range. After traversing for over an hour, they arrived at a modest Taoist temple. The carriage halted, and 2 individuals, one stout and the other slender, alighted. The stout man pushed open the mountain gate and exchanged a few words with a young acolyte before both entered the temple. In the rear courtyard of the temple, a frail old Taoist, holding a nameplate, exclaimed in astonishment, "This is the nameplate of the true man of Danyang. Where did you acquire it?" Shifeng replied, "I wish to discuss this matter with Dao Chong, the Taoist master." The old Taoist scrutinized Shifeng for a considerable time and said, "Young brother, you possess no evident power and are not a disciple of our Taiji sect. Why do you wish to meet the true man Dao Chong? If there is a message, may I convey it for you?" Shifeng merely shook his head. The old Taoist then inquired about his name and origin, to which Shifeng remained silent, insisting only on meeting Dao Chong. After pondering for a moment, the old Taoist said, "Very well, young brother. You may stay at the temple for the night. I shall report to the sect and make a decision. Song, you may return for now." Song, who stood by, clasped his hands in acknowledgement and turned to leave. Shifeng quickly added, Master Song, please do not speak of this matter to others. Having realized that Shifeng was not some esteemed envoy, Song shook his head. You are quite thoughtful, young lad. I am well aware of this basic decorum. The following day, the old Taoist led Shifeng to a secret chamber, measuring a yard on each side, completely empty save for numerous inscribed runes on the floor, with a central groove. The old Taoist retrieved a crystal stone and placed it in the groove, murmuring a few incantations while forming a hand seal. Suddenly, the array on the ground emitted a resonant hum, and radiant light spiraled forth, casting beams several feet long. The old Taoist stepped into the center of the array, saying, Come, young brother. After a moment's hesitation, Shifeng stepped forward, and the old Taoist performed another hand seal. Their figures became indistinct and gradually vanished from sight. Shifeng felt a wave of dizziness, and upon opening his eyes again, he found himself and the old Taoist in a pavilion halfway up a mountain. Beneath their feet lay another array, similar to the previous one. Outside the pavilion stood two individuals, a middle-aged man in his 40s and a youth around 17 or 18. Upon hearing the sounds from the array, both rose to their feet. The middle-aged man, upon seeing the old Taoist, clasped his hands in greeting. Greetings, Master Yu. The old Taoist returned the gesture. Ah, today it is Master Lin's turn to be on duty. I have been tasked by the sect to escort this young lad back to the mountain. The middle-aged man nodded, saying, Indeed. The chief of the Deacon's Hall has already given instructions. As he spoke, he produced a token from his bosom and began to chant incantations. Shifeng noticed that they were situated on a mountainside, with a deep valley across from them engulfed in swirling mist, rendering everything obscured. After completing his incantation, the token pointed toward the white fog, which roiled and revealed a pathway. The old Taoist urged Shifeng, Let us proceed. Shifeng felt a sudden lightness, as the old Taoist effortlessly drew him into the mist. With a flash before his eyes, he found himself standing firmly on the ground. Upon lifting his gaze, he was taken aback, for there was no mist at all. Instead, he stood at the base of a mountain, surrounded by a series of peaks, with faint pavilions and towers visible, as celestial beings occasionally soared through the skies. It was autumn, yet the mountains were alive with vibrant blossoms, ancient pines casting shadows, and fragrant breezes carrying the sweet scents of flora and trees, refreshing his spirit. Shifeng silently marveled, realizing that this was indeed the fabled abode of the immortals. The old Taoist, observing the foolish and dazed expression on Shifeng's face, could not help but find it amusing. Shifeng, noticing a massive stone ahead resembling a reclining ox, saw 3 large seal characters inscribed, Taiji Men. Below, smaller characters read, The 5 elements are difficult to discern. Right and wrong are hard to distinguish. Inner and outer cannot be repudiated. Right and wrong are challenging to resolve. Love and hate are difficult to cast aside. He was bewildered by the meaning and dared not voice his inquiries. Thus, the two stood in silence. After a while, a figure approached along the mountain path, a young man in his 20s, strikingly handsome. The old Taoist greeted him, saying, Junior Brother Zhou. The young man returned the greeting. Thank you for your trouble, senior brother. I shall take care of him. The old Taoist nodded and turned to leave. Junior Brother Zhou glanced at Shifeng and said, Let us go. He led Shifeng up the mountain path with remarkable speed, his steps light as a feather. Shifeng struggled to keep pace, panting heavily, while Zhou neither turned back to scold him nor lent a helping hand. He merely paused slightly whenever Shifeng lagged behind. After a considerable time, roughly the duration of a meal, Shifeng, accustomed to traversing mountains since childhood, finally managed to keep up. They soon reached a wide area at the mountain's summit, where a grand white jade archway stood tall, inscribed with the words, Ancient Men. Beyond it lay an expansive array of pavilions and residences, exquisitely adorned, exuding an extraordinary aura. As they proceeded, Zhou led Shifeng into an eastern courtyard where numerous individuals clad in white garments and green sashes greeted Zhou with respectful bows. Zhou simply nodded in acknowledgement, showing no further interest. Shifeng mused that it seemed Zhou held a significant position within Taiji Men. Upon entering the inner courtyard, an elderly man with a black beard approached, clasping his hands in greeting. Ah, it is an honor to receive you, Junior Brother Zhou. He appeared to be of an age that could easily be the father of the young Zhou, yet he respectfully addressed him as Junior Brother. Zhou replied, Chun, there is no need for formality. Please arrange a guest room for this child. The elder, known as Chun, pulled out a piece of silken cloth, glanced at it, and said, Room 6 in the east is available and receives sunlight well. Would that be acceptable, Junior Brother Zhou? Zhou replied, That room will suffice. Chun produced a wooden plaque, stating, This is the door access token. Zhou accepted it with a nod and led Shifeng down the eastern corridor. The courtyard was adorned with a central pool of clear water, abundant with lotus leaves. In this late autumn season, the pool was unexpectedly filled with blooming lotus flowers, while a few cranes floated gracefully on the surface, occasionally stretching their necks and calling out. They arrived at the door marked with the number 6. With a flick of the wooden plaque, the door opened silently. The interior, though modest, was bright and impeccably clean. Zhou casually closed the door and said, "Please take a seat." Shifeng settled onto a stool, and Zhou continued, "Now that we are within the mountain gate, you may share your purpose." Shifeng stood and replied, "This matter must be conveyed directly to Dao Chong Zhenren." Zhou paused, his expression stern. "The master has been in seclusion for many years. Even I see him only once or twice a year. It is not a matter of simply requesting an audience. Nevertheless, I shall not concern myself with your report. But first, you must tell me your name, your origins, and how the plaque of the Danyang master came into the possession of a mere mortal like you." After a moment of contemplation, Shifeng responded, "These matters, too, I must convey personally to Dao Chong Zhenren." The countenance of Brother Zhou changed slightly as he struggled to suppress his anger, stating, "Very well, just wait. As an ordinary mortal, you may never encounter the Grandmaster in your lifetime." With that, he tossed the wooden plaque onto the table and departed. However, it was not long before Brother Zhou hurried back, saying, "Let us go. The Grandmaster wishes to see you." They exited the courtyard and made their way to an eastern pavilion, where a formation was in place. A rotund man was yawning, and Brother Zhou quickly pulled Shifeng into the formation, exclaiming, "To Iron Sword Peak." The man promptly activated a token in his hand, causing the formation to shimmer with ethereal light. In the next moment, Shifeng and Brother Zhou found themselves atop a high mountain, the winding path below shrouded in mist, with clouds encircling the mountainside and numerous buildings scattered across the summit. Brother Zhou guided Shifeng to a secluded area on the northern side, where a modest bamboo hut stood. As they approached the door, a deep voice from within called out, "Is that you, Zhou Qing? Come in." Zhou Qing, the brother, bowed in response and led Shifeng inside. The hut was small, and seated on a bamboo mat to the east was a Taoist priest with graying hair and a gentle demeanor, while a black-clad elder sat nearby, partially bald, his expression bearing a hint of severity. Upon seeing the elder, Shifeng immediately knelt, exclaiming, "I humbly greet the Taoist Chong." The elder smiled and said, "Please rise, young friend." A gentle force lifted Shifeng to his feet, and Taoist Chong continued, "Zhou Qing, you may wait outside." Zhou Qing complied, bowed, and exited the room. Taoist Chong then spoke slowly, "I am indeed Taoist Chong. I have heard that you sought me out with the token of Taoist Danyang. Pray, where is Taoist Danyang now?" Shifeng replied, "Taoist Danyang has passed away." The black-clad elder interjected, "When did this occur?" Shifeng answered, "Last winter, approximately 9 months ago." Taoist Chong and the elder displayed no surprise. 9 months prior, the life token left by Taoist Danyang had shattered, and the entire sect was aware of his demise. In response, the sect dispatched numerous experts to investigate, yet the reasons remained elusive. Taoist Chong nodded and asked, "Do we know the cause of Taoist Danyang's fall? And how did his token come to be in your possession?" Shifeng produced a jade box from his robe, stating, "The circumstances are detailed within. Taoist Danyang has elucidated everything for you." As Taoist Chong reached for the box, the black-clad elder cautioned, "Hold on, brother. This person's origins are uncertain. We must be wary of deception." Taoist Chong smiled and replied, "This young friend possesses no spiritual power. He is but a mortal. How could he conspire against us?" The elder countered, "If he had any power, would he have easily ascended Iron Sword Peak? There are many insidious methods in the world, with poison and trickery. We must not lightly open a box of unknown origin." Taoist Chong extended his hand, and a purple light enveloped the jade box, which transformed from the size of a thumb to a rectangular foot in length. After a moment of silent concentration, Taoist Chong remarked, "It is of no concern." The restrictions on this box were indeed set by Taoist Danyang, sealed with the 99 mystic turtle seal. Even within the Tai Chi sect, only the two of us can unravel it. Should anyone else attempt to force it open, the box will shatter. It seems that whatever lies within is of great importance to Taoist Danyang. As he spoke, his right hand moved in swift motions, casting a series of incantations. In a moment, with a crisp sound, the jade box slowly opened. Dao Chong glanced inside and immediately recognized the exquisite 7 treasures pagoda, the celestial sword, the flowing cloud shuttle, and the soul-draining bell among other items. Additionally, there lay a jade slip and a round stone the size of an egg. Upon closer inspection, Dao Chong's expression shifted slightly. It appeared to be the crystal core of a shape-shifting beast. "Junior brother, take a look," he said. The old man in black extended his consciousness and, filled with surprise, exclaimed, "Indeed. Such an item is unlikely to be found anywhere else in our sect." Dao Chong then picked up the jade slip, allowing a strand of his consciousness to permeate it. His face remained inscrutable, and after a considerable time, he sighed and handed the jade slip to the old man. "You should also take a look." The old man in black likewise probed the slip with his consciousness and gritted his teeth, declaring, "It is indeed the work of the rogue disciples of the demon puppet sect. This matter cannot be allowed to rest." Dao Chong, the true man, replied, "Let us deliberate on this matter over time." He then turned to inquire, "You must be Shifeng?" Shifeng nodded. "I am indeed that person." Dao Chong acknowledged. "At such a tender age, traversing 1,000 miles, you have endured much hardship." Remembering something, Shifeng took out a small vial from his bosom and said, "These pills also belong to Master Danyang." Dao Chong nodded. Master Danyang has already mentioned that these 5 tranquil pills are a gift for you. He feared that at your young age, without any resources, should you fall ill, it would be a dire situation. Ironically, these tranquil pills are high-grade spiritual medicine meant to aid cultivators in the core formation stage. Master Danyang spent over 50 years to obtain just these 5, which are of immense value. Even for mere mortals, consuming them can alleviate ailments, strengthen muscles, and sustain one without food for over 10 days. The old man in black remarked, "It is fortunate that he is a mortal. He cannot possibly unleash the spiritual power within the pills. Were he a chi refining practitioner, the potency of the tranquil pills is so pure that ingesting even one would lead to his demise." As he spoke, a flicker of pain crossed his eyes. How rare the tranquil pills were. He had only acquired 2 over the years, intending to use them when breaking through his own limitations. The thought of this child consuming 5 was enough to make one feel faint. Shifeng stammered, I was unaware of their preciousness. Once, I mistakenly consumed 1 during a prolonged fever, and I have returned the remaining 4. The old man stood up, astonished. "What? There are still 4 left?" Without caring for his esteemed demeanor, he rushed over to snatch the vial, opening it to reveal a face full of wrinkles transformed into a beaming smile as he exclaimed, Good, good. You have done well." Dao Chong, intrigued, asked, "If you did not consume the pills, how could you journey over 1,000 miles to reach Stone Drum Mountain?" Shifeng replied, "I took 8 months to arrive here, traveling slowly." Dao Chong noted his omission of the arduous journey and nodded in understanding. He then turned to the old man. "Junior brother, how should we proceed regarding Master Danyang's final wishes?" The old man shook his head. "This may not be appropriate. This boy possesses no spiritual roots and cannot comprehend the Tao. How could he be accepted into the inner sect? Even if we agree, the sect leader would certainly object. I suggest we classify him as an outer disciple, which would also honor Master Danyang's wishes." Dao Chong stroked his beard thoughtfully and mused. "This child's family perished due to our Tai Chi sect. At such a young age, he has demonstrated great integrity, traversing mountains and rivers to return his master's belongings to our sect. He has rendered significant service to our cause." The elder in black sneered, remarking that the sect leader, being so rigid, would hardly alter the ancestral rules lightly. Dao Chong, the true man, closed his eyes and contemplated for a moment before saying, "Shifeng, you may remain at the Mountain Gates guest house and await further news." Shifeng was not overly concerned about being accepted into the inner sect. However, the thought of being expelled from the Tai Chi sect left him uncertain about his future. Though he felt a tinge of disappointment, he refrained from pleading, merely bowing respectfully before exiting the bamboo cottage. Not far from the cottage, Zhou Qing was waiting. Inside, Dao Chong instructed, "Zhou Qing, take Shifeng to the guest house and ensure he is well treated." Zhou Qing promptly bowed and replied, "Yes, I will faithfully follow the master's decree." He then led Shifeng down the mountain once more, settling him in the guest house at the foot of the mountain. However, due to Dao Chong's insistence on treating Shifeng well, Zhou Qing adopted a much more courteous demeanor in his speech. 3 full days passed. On the morning of the 4th day, Zhou Qing escorted Shifeng back up to Iron Sword Peak, but this time they did not go to the bamboo cottage. Instead, they headed straight for the grand black hall at the center. From a distance, the hall appeared magnificent and solemn, and as they approached, they noticed its polished black and red surface, seemingly forged from solid iron. Upon entering the hall, Shifeng felt a tightening in his chest. Inside the vast chamber stood over 100 individuals, tall and short, stout and thin, men and women of all ages, some dressed as Taoist disciples, while others wore secular attire. Despite the crowd, an eerie silence enveloped the hall, so profound that the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. At the center of the hall stood a row of statues, beneath which were 3 grand chairs. Dao Chong occupied the central seat. While the elder in black sat to his right, the left chair remained vacant. Along both sides of the hall, 2 rows of chairs were filled with about 10 individuals, leaving a central aisle open. The remaining disciples stood solemnly behind these 10, each absorbed in contemplation, their expressions grave. Zhou Qing guided Shifeng forward to bow. Reporting to the master, Shifeng has been brought forth. After speaking, he respectfully retreated to join the others. Shifeng quickly knelt and prostrated himself, greeting the esteemed masters. Dao Chong scanned the assembly and announced, I have summoned you all today to declare 2 matters. Firstly, the unfortunate demise of Dan Yang. The true man of Iron Sword Peak is already known to you, though the reasons remain unclear. I shall briefly recount the events leading to his confrontation with the Demon Puppet Sect, though I will not divulge every detail. After concluding this, he continued, the second matter concerns this young man, Shifeng. He has suffered greatly due to the Tai Chi sect's influence, resulting in the loss of his family and leaving him without kin. Dan Yang's final moments were filled with sorrow over this. At merely 13 or 14 years of age, Shifeng traveled a great distance, enduring numerous hardships to return Dan Yang's belongings. Notably, among these is the Seven Wonders Tower, a treasured artifact of Iron Sword Peak, and indeed, one of the 4 great artifacts of the entire Tai Chi sect. Thus, Shifeng has rendered significant service to our sect. With warmth in his voice, he addressed Shifeng, Dan Yang's last wish was for me to accept you as my disciple. Do you wish to join? By this point, Shifeng had gained some understanding of the cultivation world and yearned for it. The Demon Puppet Sect, responsible for the demise of his family, was a formidable force. Should he not enter the Tai Chi sect, how might he avenge his loved ones? Thus, he bowed his head and declared, I am willing. Dao Chong nodded and remarked, you possess no spiritual root, thus you cannot be admitted as a disciple of the inner sect. However, it was the dying wish of Master Dan Yang to have you included, and given your significant contributions, I have taken the liberty to discuss this matter with our sect leader at Yintai Ridge over the past few days. Out of compassion for your misfortune, he has graciously consented to accept you into the inner sect. Upon hearing this, the crowd below could not help but murmur in astonishment. Without a spiritual root, one could not cultivate the Tao and could at most perform menial tasks in the outer sect. This was indeed a remarkable occurrence in the history of the Tai Chi sect over the past century. The old man in black, upon hearing this, twitched his lips. Gracious consent? Master, you argued with him for 3 days, and he remained unyielding, merely deflecting with ancestral rules. It was only after agreeing to offer that transformation beast crystal that the sect leader shifted his stance. Humph, to exchange an invaluable beast crystal for a rootless mortal. This transaction is a considerable loss. Realizing the situation, Dao Chong rose and gestured towards the statue behind him. This figure in the center is our sect's founding ancestor, the Tai Chi Immortal. The statues beside him represent the successive leaders and sages of our sect. Come forth, pay your respects, and greet the ancestor. Shifeng looked up at the towering 5-zhong iron statue of a middle-aged Taoist, his eyes bright and spirit clear, bearing a long sword on his back, appearing as if he could soar. The surrounding statues depicted both Taoists and laypersons, each exuding an extraordinary presence. As Shifeng approached, ready to kneel in reverence, the old man in black suddenly interjected, Hold on, master, it seems you have overlooked something. Dao Chong was taken aback. What is it, junior brother? The black-clad elder replied. Before a mortal can enter the sect, they must undergo a spiritual root test. Dao Chong appeared perplexed, recalling that Shifeng had been previously examined by Master Dan Yang, confirming his lack of a spiritual root. Just days ago, both he and I had scanned the child with our consciousness, and it was evident he possessed no spiritual root. The old man in black smiled. Master, we merely performed a cursory scan with our consciousness. We did not delve deeply. There are numerous peculiar physiques in the world. Why not employ the spiritual root plate for a thorough examination to avoid any oversight, allowing us to teach according to his aptitude? Dao Chong, upon a moment's reflection, grasped his intent. This junior brother still lamented over that beast crystal. Should Shifeng be found to possess a spiritual root or some other unique constitution, it would not be considered an exception, thus alleviating the necessity of presenting the crystal to the sect leader. Chapter 14. Entering the mountain gate. After some contemplation, Dao Chong concluded that testing the spiritual root was not a significant matter. He decided to take a chance and nodded. What you say is quite reasonable. Shifeng, do not be alarmed. The spiritual root test is a customary procedure for incoming disciples. Regardless of the outcome, I shall ensure your inclusion under my Iron Sword Peak. Rest assured. With that, he turned and instructed, fetch the spiritual root plate. A young attendant standing nearby complied and exited the grand hall. Shortly thereafter, he returned, cradling a circular plate in his hands. Dao Chong waved his sleeve, and a beam of white light descended upon the plate. The plate hummed and levitated into the air, slowly positioning itself before Shifeng. This plate was entirely black, measuring 3 feet square, with a palm-shaped indentation in the center. Surrounding this indentation were 5 small beast figures, representing the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth: the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, black tortoise, and Sheelan. Beyond these 5 divine beasts lay a scattering of small azure stones, resembling yellow beans, arranged in an orderly fashion, clearly following a specific talismanic formation. Dao Chong, the true man of the way, addressed Shifeng. This is the spiritual root plate, designed to assess the attributes of a disciple's spiritual roots. Please place your right hand in the center. Following his instructions, Shifeng extended his right hand, gradually approaching the center of the spiritual root plate. However, just as his palm was half a foot away, the plate suddenly emitted a forceful pull. Shifeng was thrust forward, his hand firmly pressed onto the center imprint, struggling in vain as he found himself stuck, immovable. The onlookers, witnessing Shifeng's flustered demeanor, erupted in a series of hushed chuckles. Dao Chong, speaking slowly, reassured him. Do not panic, Shifeng. Calm your mind, regulate your breath, and think of nothing at all. Heeding the advice, Shifeng settled himself, slowed his breathing, and cleared his mind of distractions. Every eye in the hall was fixed upon the spiritual root plate. After a prolonged silence, the plate remained unresponsive. Disappointment flickered across the face of the elder in black robes, prompting Dao Chong to gesture, causing the spiritual root plate to shrink back to the size of a palm and return to the attendant's hand. Observing the expressions of those around him, Shifeng realized with great sorrow that he indeed possessed no spiritual roots. It seemed he would never learn the art of the immortals, nor would he be able to avenge his mother and younger sister. Dao Chong comforted him, saying, Child, do not be disheartened. As I mentioned earlier, regardless of possessing spiritual roots or not, you will still be accepted into the inner sect. He continued, Come forth to pay your respects to the ancestral master and perform the ritual of homage. Yes, Shifeng replied, suppressing his grief, and respectfully bowed 9 times before the statue of the Taiji immortal. Dao Chong then proclaimed, I, Dao Chong, the 23rd disciple of the Taiji sect and the steward of the Iron Sword Peak, hereby announce to the ancestral masters that Shifeng is to be accepted as the 25th disciple of our Taiji sect. May the ancestors bless him to comprehend the profound mysteries and attain the great way. After completing the announcement, he turned to Shifeng and said, From this moment on, you are a disciple of the Taiji sect. All present here are your senior brothers, and these few are your uncles. With the unfortunate passing of Brother Dan Yang, there are only 2 of us in the Golden Core stage at Iron Sword Peak, myself and Brother Zhao, your Grandmaster. Shifeng knelt and bowed. Disciple pays respects to both Grandmasters. Dao Chong responded, You will gradually become familiar with the other matters of our sect. The rules will be conveyed to you in due course. The Taiji sect has been established for thousands of years and is one of the 5 righteous sects of the Great Yin Kingdom, renowned in its own right. Our founding master, the Taiji True Monarch, ascended to the higher realms thousands of years ago, becoming an immortal. In all these years, he alone from the Yin Kingdom has achieved ascension. Once you enter the sect, you must diligently cultivate and uphold the reputation of the Taiji sect. Shifeng naturally nodded in agreement. The elder in black robes, hearing the emphasis on diligence, could not help but smirk. Dao Chong continued, When you arrived at the mountain, you may have encountered the teachings left by our master, which state, the 5 elements are difficult to discern, right and wrong are hard to distinguish. Internal and external cannot be rejected, truth and falsehood are challenging to resolve, love and hate are hard to cast aside. Although these 20 words are not secret techniques, they encapsulate the essence of our path as cultivators. Right and wrong, good and evil, love and hatred are all intertwined. If one can penetrate the nature of these worldly sentiments, the path to the great way will be within reach. Shifeng, though perplexed, nodded repeatedly in understanding. After Dao Chong concluded, he turned to the elder in black robes and said, Shifeng has completed his homage to the ancestral master. My fellow disciple, whom do you propose he be assigned to? The elder promptly replied, Shifeng shares a bond with Brother Dan Yang, who personally took him under his wing. Thus, he should naturally belong to Brother Dan Yang's lineage. Dao Chong nodded and said, What you say, junior brother, is indeed true. His gaze turned towards a middle-aged Taoist seated in the second position on the left, Lu Yunzi. The Taoist promptly stood and declared, Disciple is here. This man was of modest height, with a pale complexion and an unremarkable appearance. Dao Chong continued, You are the eldest disciple of Master Dan Yang. This Shifeng shall henceforth be under your tutelage. Please educate him well. Though Lu Yunzi was not particularly eager, he could only respectfully reply, Yes. Disciple will faithfully adhere to Master's decree. Dao Chong nodded and addressed Shifeng. Shifeng, Lu Yunzi will be your master from now on. Approach and pay your respects. Shifeng hurriedly knelt and bowed. Disciple Shifeng pays homage to master. Lu Yunzi nodded slightly and said, rise. Upon seeing that matters were concluded, Dao Chong Jinren waved his sleeve and proclaimed, you may disperse. In a flash of azure light, he vanished. The old man in black followed suit, disappearing without a trace. Once the two grandmasters departed, the atmosphere in the hall became lively, with people whispering amongst themselves. All those who had seats were second-generation disciples who had already established their foundations. They stood up in accordance with tradition, congratulating Lu Yunzi, exclaiming, congratulations, senior brother Lu Yunzi, on acquiring a promising disciple. Such fine talent will surely bring glory to our sect. Lu Yunzi, caught between amusement and exasperation, merely clasped his hands in acknowledgement and hurriedly led Shifeng and the others out of the grand hall. Upon exiting, Lu Yunzi retrieved an object from his robe, which was none other than the meteor dart. The day prior, Dao Chong had entrusted him with some of Master Danyang's magical artifacts, and this meteor dart expanded in the wind to a length of 3 or 4 zhang. Lu Yunzi instructed, let us depart. He stepped onto the dart, and the disciples followed suit. Shifeng hesitated slightly. He had witnessed Master Danyang soaring through the air on the dart, while he felt a twinge of envy. The thought of standing on it, and potentially falling from such heights filled him with dread. Noticing his reluctance, Lu Yunzi impatiently seized him and placed him onto the dart. With a swift incantation, the dart shot forth. Shifeng gasped as he was propelled into the sky, racing upwards through the air. Feeling the mountain winds howling past him and the clouds swirling beneath his feet, his heart leapt into his throat, a mixture of fear and exhilaration washing over him. After a short while, the dart landed on a small peak on the eastern side of Iron Sword Peak. Lu Yunzi retracted the dart and ushered everyone into a spacious, yet simply furnished room. He took a seat in the middle and said, please, everyone, take a seat. With no extra chairs available, the disciples sat on the floor. Lu Yunzi pointed out each individual. Shifeng, this is your eldest senior brother. Chongqing, your second senior brother. Zhang Yuanqing, your third senior sister. Xiang Ying, your fourth senior brother. Xianghua, your fifth senior sister. Zhang Peijun, and your sixth senior brother, Zhou Qing. You are ranked 7th. Zhou Qing was the very youth who had guided Shifeng up the mountain, holding the 6th position under Lu Yunzi. Among the other 5, Xiang Ying and Zhang Peijun were 2 young and beautiful women, while only Chongqing and Xianghua donned Taoist robes. The rest were dressed in secular attire. Shifeng greeted each of his senior brothers and sisters, and Chongqing, tall and in his 30s, said, 7th junior brother, do not stand on ceremony. We are all family now. Feel free to reach out if anything is needed. Shifeng expressed his gratitude. Lu Yunzi then remarked, regarding the unfortunate demise of our late master, Danyang Jinren, Master Jinren only hinted at it. Now, Shifeng, please elaborate. Shifeng replied, understood. He recounted in detail the events that transpired one fateful night at Deerhead Peak, though some nuances eluded his understanding, leaving him to describe the scene vaguely. Although the 4th disciple, Xianghua, was a Taoist, he was stout and irritable. Unable to contain himself, he exclaimed, how can the demon puppet sect perpetrate such treachery without any reaction from our sect? Our master is a formidable practitioner in the golden core stage. Could it be that this matter is simply brushed aside? Lu Yunzi scoffed, replying, the absence of a response is beyond the comprehension of mere chi refinement disciples like yourselves. In fact, shortly after our master met with misfortune, Fairy Ying from Lingxiao Pavilion, who was traveling with him, came to our Taiji sect to inform us of her encounter with the demon puppet sect. She was entangled by an elder of theirs and only managed to escape after a fierce struggle, unaware of our master's condition at that time. Subsequently, our sect attempted negotiations with the demon puppet sect, but they too had lost an elder in the golden core stage and demanded an explanation from us. Ultimately, it resulted in a stalemate. The disciples fell into a contemplative silence. Lu Yunzi continued, let us not dwell on this matter for now. The demon puppet sect is not inferior to our Taiji sect in strength. We shall discuss vengeance once you have achieved the golden core stage. Chongqing, as the eldest disciple, please take care of the 7th brother. The rest of you should return to your studies. In just a year, we will have the internal competition, and I trust you will not bring shame upon your master. The disciples responded in unison, exiting the room. After exchanging a few words with Shifeng, they dispersed. Chongqing led Shifeng, pointing down the mountainside, saying, 7th brother, you may choose your residence first. This mountain peak houses our master's caves, and as there are only a few of us disciples, there are plenty of empty rooms available. Noticing some house corners peeking out from the mountainside, spaced apart, Shifeng surmised that cultivators preferred solitude to avoid disturbance. He replied, I have no preference. Please select a place for me, elder brother. Changqing remarked. Although Yuxiu Mountain is not particularly large, it possesses ample spiritual energy. However, since you do not cultivate, the spiritual energy is of little consequence. I suggest the room down the slope. It is conveniently located for you. Very well, Shifeng agreed. Thus, Changqing guided him along the path. As they walked, Shifeng inquired, I have seen our master utilizing a magical artifact to fly through the air. Why do you not do the same? Why must we walk step by step? Changqing chuckled. Flying with magical instruments is a technique reserved for foundation establishment practitioners. How could we chi refinement disciples manage such feats? However, we could use a levitation talisman or lightness techniques to achieve a modest elevation. As they conversed, they arrived at the house. From afar, it appeared modest. But as they approached, it revealed a small courtyard containing 3 rooms. One for meditation, sealed with fine iron on all sides, a bamboo hut for receiving guests, and another empty room awaiting its occupant's arrangement. In front of the courtyard lay a well-tended plot of land, overgrown with weeds. Changqing noted, this place was once inhabited by senior brother Gua, who enjoyed cultivating medicinal herbs. After he departed, it fell into disrepair. 7th brother, do you find it satisfactory? After nearly a year of wandering and experiencing hunger and abundance, Shifeng was pleasantly surprised to find such spacious accommodations. He nodded appreciatively. Thank you, elder brother, this will suffice. Excellent, Changqing replied. Let us first head to the Deacon Hall to collect supplies. With that, he led Shifeng down the mountain. Changqing, clearly a chatterbox, filled the air with conversation, enthusiastically introducing Shifeng to the surroundings. The Deacon Hall is situated on a hillside to the west of Iron Sword Peak. Not far from the entrance, it is frequented by many visitors. Changqing made his way to the innermost inner hall, where an elderly man was resting with his eyes closed. Changqing called out, old you, why do you sleep all day long? The old man quickly opened his eyes, and upon seeing Changqing, replied with annoyance. How can you say that? Today, the sect master specifically instructed me to wait for the new inner disciple from Iron Sword Peak, and yet, I've been waiting here for ages without your arrival. Changqing chuckled, and said, you've rambled on for so long, just for a little favor, right? You're in luck. I happen to have some silver ring grass left from my last harvest. Once it's refined, I'll give you a vial of energy replenishing liquid. The old man's face instantly brightened with joy, exclaiming, your generosity is renowned, senior brother Changqing. Thank you, thank you. He then retrieved a small pouch from beneath the table, saying, everything is inside here. Would you like to take a look, senior brother Changqing? Changqing took the pouch with a dismissive wave, replying, what's there to see? Just a bunch of worthless items. Let us go. He then led Shifeng back to Yuxiu Mountain. Upon entering Shifeng's new abode, Changqing placed the pouch on the table and said, junior brother, this is called a storage pouch. It can hold items, but this is merely a rudimentary version, suitable for a few daily necessities. It requires spiritual power to open. As he spoke, he raised his hand and cast a spell upon it. A flash of white light erupted, and on the table appeared a jade token, a green robe, a wooden sword, and a black-covered book. Changqing picked up the jade token and said, this is the most important item. It is your identity token. You must drop a drop of your blood upon it. Blood? Drop it. Shifeng asked, bewildered. Changqing explained, it's quite simple. Just find a knife, make a small cut on your finger, and apply the blood to the jade token. A knife? Let me check around the house, Shifeng replied. No need to look. I have a dagger on me. As a hunter, he always concealed a dagger. He promptly drew it from his bosom, pierced the tip of his left middle finger, and allowed a drop of blood to fall onto the jade token. The droplet absorbed into the token, vanishing without a trace, leaving the jade smooth and unblemished. All done, Changqing declared. This jade token will serve as proof of your identity henceforth. You must carry it whenever you enter or exit the sect, and it is also required when using the sect's teleportation arrays. Inner disciples are permitted to use the teleportation arrays freely, so take good care of it. Do not lose it. He then picked up the robe, noting that it bore the insignia of an inner disciple. This garment doesn't require washing and is resistant to water and fire. Shifeng touched it, feeling it was no different from ordinary linen clothing. As for the remaining 2 items, Changqing continued, they hold little significance. This wooden sword is provided to all disciples upon entry. It is merely a low-grade magical weapon. Chapter 15. Pure Yuan Skill and Spiritual Roots. Shifeng picked up the thin book and saw the words Pure Yuan Skill inscribed on the cover. So, this Pure Yuan Skill is the most basic entry-level technique, he remarked. Changqing chuckled. Well, yes and no. Technically, it is indeed the most fundamental entry-level technique. But if you dare to say that, I assure you, you'll find yourself summoned to the punishment hall by tomorrow. Shifeng looked at Changqing, somewhat perplexed. Chongqing explained. Junior brother, among practitioners like us, the techniques of qi cultivation are manifold, yet they all share a singular purpose: to absorb the vital essence of heaven and earth and store it within the qi sea. Each cultivator possesses a unique spiritual root. Thus the essence they absorb varies accordingly. For instance, as one with a golden spiritual root, I naturally draw in golden spiritual energy. The so-called techniques are merely the methods of absorbing this essence. He patted the book of Pure Yuan Gong and continued. This Pure Yuan Gong is no different. However, since it is named Pure Yuan, it is designed to purify the vital essence of heaven and earth. Consequently, it records the methods for absorbing the 5 elemental energies: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Shifeng was taken aback and said, then wouldn't that be even better? Chongqing replied, what advantage is there in that? Although it contains methods for absorbing 5 types of energy, do you think one can absorb them all simultaneously? Moreover, the 5 elements are mutually restraining. If you were to absorb both water and fire energies at the same time, they would conflict within your body. If fortune favors you, they might simply cancel each other out. If not, you could very well fall into madness. Additionally, if you possess a golden spiritual root, you cannot absorb energies of other attributes at all. Shifeng inquired. Then why does this Pure Yuan Gong document methods for absorbing 5 different types of energy? Isn't that utterly useless? Chongqing responded, not entirely without merit. The greatest benefit of this technique is that it is accessible to everyone, regardless of your spiritual root. You can find a corresponding method within. Hence, every inner sect disciple receives a copy upon entering. However, the speed at which this technique absorbs and transforms the essence of heaven and earth is rather mediocre, and thus very few choose to cultivate it. Shifeng was perplexed. What does it mean to absorb and transform the essence of heaven and earth? Chongqing explained, in the realm of cultivation, we often refer to 3 aspects: the body of merit, the technique of merit, and the utility of merit. Shifeng was instantly bewildered. Chongqing continued. The body of merit refers to your physical constitution and spiritual root. The technique of merit is the method of absorbing and transforming the essence of heaven and earth, while the utility of merit pertains to your combat abilities against others. Shifeng nodded in understanding. Chongqing elaborated. The Pure Yuan Gong is indeed a technique of merit, a method for absorbing the essence of heaven and earth and storing it in the dantian, thereby transforming it into one's own spiritual power. When evaluating the grade of a technique, one considers the speed of absorption and transformation of the essence. The greater the absorption, the faster the transformation, the higher the grade. Some superior techniques are exponentially more effective than inferior ones. Our Taiji sect has been established for thousands of years, and over this time, the masters of the sect, along with those gathered from external sources, have created more than 100 techniques, including several of superior grade. Shifeng couldn't help but ask, since there are so many superior techniques, why doesn't everyone practice those instead of the inferior ones? Chongqing laughed heartily. Ah, how naive you are. While superior techniques do absorb and transform spiritual energy more swiftly, the difficulty and risks associated with them are significantly greater. Moreover, most superior techniques require one to be at the foundation establishment stage or even the golden core stage to practice. Newly initiated Qi disciples can hardly manage that. They must begin with inferior techniques and gradually work their way up. Shifeng remarked, if the Pure Yuan Gong is indeed an inferior technique, why did you say it is also not one? Chongqing replied, the reason is quite simple. In terms of utility, the Pure Yuan Gong is undoubtedly an inferior technique. Yet it was personally created by the founding ancestor of our sect. It is said that the revered founder established the Taiji sect with bare hands. In its nascent stages, he accepted numerous disciples at the Qi refinement stage. However, lacking a suitable cultivation method, and with the founder already possessing profound mastery, his techniques were not appropriate for novice practitioners. Furthermore, the innate roots of the disciples varied greatly. Consequently, the founder devised the Pure Yuan technique, which encompasses 5 types of spiritual roots, thus allowing everyone to cultivate. Shifeng suddenly understood. He realized that since this technique was personally created by the founder for the entry-level disciples, it must be passed down through generations. Indeed, every inner disciple is required to receive a copy. Shifeng nodded in understanding. He then recognized the importance of this technique, and Longqing cautioned him to be vigilant. As it was a gift from the founder, he must not lose it, nor should he divulge it to outsiders. Otherwise, if the elder members of the sect were to learn of it, he would surely face repercussions. As their conversation continued, night fell, and Shifeng felt a pang of hunger. He inquired, Senior brother, where shall we dine this evening? Longqing paused momentarily, and then recalled, as cultivators, we are not bound by the needs of mortals. Going days without food is commonplace. When hunger strikes, we simply consume some spirit-replenishing pills. I had forgotten to help you procure some today. Fortunately, I have a vial here. Take it and consume one pill, which will sustain you for 4 to 5 days. Do not hesitate. We inner disciples can obtain these from the service hall at any time, completely free of charge. After hearing this, Shifeng expressed his gratitude and accepted the small vial. Longqing then said, "Well, the night is advancing. You have toiled throughout the day. It is best that you rest now. There are no demonic beasts or poisonous creatures on this mountain, so you may sleep soundly." With that, he took his leave. Once Longqing departed, Shifeng settled down and surveyed his surroundings. Though the walls were bare, he felt immense satisfaction. After all, at just under 14 years of age and having roamed for a year, he was grateful to have a place to call home. Shifeng poured out a spirit-replenishing pill from the vial. The pill was the size of a broad bean, with a faint yellow hue and an odorless scent. Upon placing it in his mouth, he found it somewhat bland, akin to consuming cotton, making it difficult to swallow. Remembering that there was a mountain spring not far from his dwelling, he ventured out to find it and drank some spring water. Once the pill settled in his stomach, he felt a sudden fullness and even let out a burp. Returning to his room, he found it completely dark. As he searched for a lamp or candle, he discovered none and, resigned, decided to sleep in his clothes. In the middle of the night, he awoke to the chill, realizing that there were no blankets. He could only wrap himself in the blue robe issued by the sect. Strangely, although the robe was thin, it significantly alleviated the cold. Shifeng removed his tattered cotton coat and donned the blue robe, and surprisingly, he fell into a deep slumber until dawn. The next morning, Shifeng awoke with nothing to occupy his time. He opened the Pure Yuan technique, which was densely filled with minuscule characters detailing the intricacies of cultivation, emphasizing the need for focus, forgetfulness, and stillness. It spoke of qi flowing outward and the spirit also extending outward, of returning the spirit to its source and the qi likewise returning, how to harness fire and the postnatal breath, and how to manipulate fire through inhalation and exhalation. Shifeng found himself utterly bewildered. At that moment, he heard Longqing's voice from outside, "Seventh junior disciple, have you risen?" Shifeng hurriedly set aside the text and replied, "Good morning, senior brother." Chongqing entered, and, upon seeing Shifeng studying the Pure Yuan technique, chuckled and inquired, "How is it? Have you made any progress in your understanding?" Shifeng replied, "Brother, please don't jest. I am completely baffled." Chongqing laughed heartily. "Do not be anxious. The Pure Yuan technique is not difficult to comprehend. In due time, I shall explain it to you. In our Taiji sect, it is customary for senior brothers to teach the foundational techniques to new disciples. So you may seek my guidance in the future." Shifeng, taken aback, said, "But I lack a spiritual root. How can I cultivate this technique?" Chongqing responded, "Who says that one without a spiritual root cannot cultivate? You may not be able to absorb and transform spiritual energy, but practicing this technique can still prolong your life and enhance your well-being. It is certainly worthwhile to engage in such practice." Shifeng asked, "I often hear you speak of spiritual roots. What exactly are they?" Chongqing explained, "A spiritual root refers to one's innate constitution. There are various types of spiritual roots, broadly categorized by the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Whether a person possesses a spiritual root is determined by fate and is unrelated to wealth or stature. Among the countless beings in this world, those endowed with spiritual roots are exceedingly rare." Shifeng remarked, "You mentioned yesterday that those with spiritual roots can absorb and transform spiritual energy, while those without cannot." Chongqing affirmed, "Indeed, the world is saturated with primordial energy, though its density varies by location. Even in mundane realms, there exists primordial energy. Ordinary people inhale it with every breath. Yet those without spiritual roots cannot extract it for their own use." Shifeng inquired, "So, a metal spiritual root means one can naturally absorb metal spiritual energy?" Chongqing confirmed, "Precisely. Individuals with metal spiritual roots can absorb metal energy through their techniques, storing it in their dantian. This energy does not dissipate but gradually accumulates, transforming into their own magical power. Conversely, those without spiritual roots find that any energy they absorb quickly vanishes." Shifeng asked, "If that is the case, why do you still teach me to cultivate the Pure Yuan technique?" Chongqing replied, "Though your dantian cannot store true essence, by drawing in the primordial energy of heaven and earth, you can strengthen your skin and bones, promoting health and longevity. This is indeed a beneficial endeavor." Shifeng nodded in understanding. Chongqing's enthusiasm reignited. He continued, "In fact, spiritual roots are not only classified by the 5 elements, but also range from 1 to 9 tiers. A first-tier spiritual root is merely slightly stronger than an ordinary person, rendering them nearly devoid of connection to the Tao. Some minor sects may accept second-tier spiritual root disciples. But in our Taiji sect, inner disciples must possess at least a third-tier spiritual root. However, as one ascends in tier, the rarity and value of such roots increase significantly. Shifeng asked, "What tier is your spiritual root, brother?" Chongqing, beaming with pride, replied, "I possess a 6th-tier metal spiritual root, ranking among the top 100 disciples in the Qi refinement stage." His smile faltered as he sighed. "Yet, we have an elder in our sect who possesses the extraordinary 9th-tier ice root." Shifeng exclaimed, "A 9th-tier ice root?" Chongqing affirmed, "Indeed, such talent is rarely seen, even throughout the entire Great Yin Kingdom." Shifeng inquired, "How does one determine the tier of their spiritual root?" Chongqing explained, "It is quite simple. It can be measured using the spirit testing plate you encountered yesterday. The number of glowing green stones indicates the tier of one's spiritual root." Shifeng recalled pressing his hand against it, yet not a single stone had illuminated. Shifeng inquired whether anyone could possess 2 types of spiritual roots simultaneously. Chongqing replied affirmatively, stating that such individuals are referred to as possessing dual spiritual roots, a rarity indeed. However, dual spiritual roots are further classified into various categories, including the dual-born and dual-opposed roots. The dual-born roots refer to 2 types of roots that nurture one another, such as the gold-water dual roots, where gold generates water. Those with dual-born roots experience a swifter recovery of their magical powers, making them particularly resilient in prolonged battles. Conversely, the dual-opposed roots consist of 2 types of roots that counteract one another, like the water-fire roots, where water extinguishes fire. Practitioners of dual-opposed roots face considerable challenges in their cultivation, yet upon achieving success, their abilities are remarkably formidable. Should one encounter an adversary with dual-opposed roots, it would be wise to flee at once. Shifeng remarked that it seemed individuals with dual spiritual roots were indeed superior to those with a single root. Chongqing countered this notion, suggesting that it is not necessarily the case. In the world, quality often surpasses quantity. And due to the simultaneous absorption of 2 types of spiritual energy, those with dual roots may struggle to master both, thus not always outperforming their single root counterparts. Furthermore, dual roots come in numerous varieties. Even among gold-water roots, one must consider the respective tiers of each. For instance, if one possesses a 6th-tier gold root and a 1st-tier water root, it would be more prudent to focus solely on cultivating gold-related techniques. Shifeng further inquired about the existence of 3 spiritual roots. Chongqing explained that, theoretically, 3, 4, or even all spiritual roots could exist. However, individuals with a single root are already exceedingly rare, and those with dual roots are even less common. The probability of encountering someone with all spiritual roots would likely be minuscule, perhaps only appearing once in a million years. Shifeng then asked if the 9th-tier spiritual root was indeed the highest, or if there were roots that surpassed it. Chongqing mentioned the legendary 10th-tier heavenly root, which is said to absorb true essence at twice the speed of a 9th-tier root. The 9th-tier root is already considered extraordinary, while the 10th tier is revered as transcendent. However, he himself had yet to hear of it. Shifeng expressed his astonishment at the depth of knowledge surrounding spiritual roots. Chongqing affirmed this, remarking that spiritual roots form the foundation of cultivation. He suggested that if Shifeng was interested, he could explore the scriptures in the scripture pavilion. He recalled that 300 years prior, an esteemed elder had composed a comprehensive treatise on spiritual roots, addressing numerous intricate matters. For instance, with dual roots, one must consider the tiers of each type, whether to cultivate both simultaneously, which technique to practice first, how to alternate between techniques, and how to prevent backlash from the cultivation process. As they conversed, they proceeded to the Deacon Hall to collect some food-restricting pills, during which Chongqing also acquired 5 low-grade spirit stones for Shifeng. Inner disciples are entitled to receive 5 spirit stones monthly, which are small, colorful, and translucent, roughly the size of a fingertip. Chongqing elaborated that spirit stones, known for their crystalline appearance, are also referred to as crystal stones. They are categorized according to the 5 elements, containing a certain amount of spiritual energy, and serve as the currency within the cultivation realm. Moreover, beyond their monetary value, the spiritual energy within these stones can be directly absorbed, and they are indispensable for array formations, alchemy, and artifact crafting. Chapter 16. The Outer 4 Halls. Shifeng inquired, "Since there are inferior spirit stones, might there also be superior ones?" Chongqing responded, "Indeed, there are. A single mid-grade spirit stone can be exchanged for 100 inferior ones, while a superior spirit stone can be traded for 100 mid-grade stones. Moreover, there exist exceptional spirit stones, yet we are unlikely to encounter them." Shifeng asked, "What is the reason for this?" Chongqing explained, "The higher the grade of the spirit stone, the more potent the spiritual energy contained within. These advanced spirit stones have broader applications. Certain large formations and superior magical artifacts require high-grade spirit stones for their activation. Even for simple replenishment of spiritual energy, one might restore it with a mid-grade spirit stone, while you would need 100 inferior stones, resulting in a considerably slower recovery. In a confrontation, if one recovers swiftly and the other languishes, what do you think the outcome would be? Shifeng nodded repeatedly, tucking away 5 spirit stones securely. Changqing added, I initially intended for you to receive a storage bag, but it requires spiritual energy to activate, which you cannot utilize. Shifeng then asked, Senior brother, could you enlighten me about the general situation of our sect and the rules I should observe? Changqing replied, Of course. Our Taiji sect has been established for thousands of years and is one of the 5 orthodox sects of the Dian Kingdom. The Taiji sect is divided into the inner 5 sects and the outer 4 halls. Aside from our Iron Sword Peak, the inner 5 sects also include the Daequi Peak, the Huiyan Peak, the Finshan Mountain, and the Yintai Ridge. Geographically, Huiyan Peak is the highest, while Yintai Mountain is the lowest. However, in terms of power, the situation is reversed. Yintai Mountain is led by the sect master and has the largest number of disciples, while Huiyan Peak, predominantly female, has the fewest disciples. Shifeng inquired, What distinguishes the inner 5 sects? Changqing explained, The inner 5 sects are categorized according to the 5 elements. Our Iron Sword Peak primarily practices metal-based techniques, while Huiyan Peak focuses on ice techniques, situated at the northernmost point, where the cold is most intense. Finshan Peak lies to the south, featuring a millennium-old volcanic valley ideal for fire-based cultivation. Daequi Peak is located slightly further from the sect, on the eastern side of the Shirgu mountain range, specializing in wood-based techniques. Pointing to a plateau-like peak ahead, Changqing remarked, that is Yintai Ridge, centrally located, predominantly practicing earth-based techniques, in addition to the inner 5 sects. There are also the outer 4 halls, collectively known as the outer sect. Among the 3,000 disciples of our Taiji sect, 80% belong to the outer sect. Shifeng expressed surprise. How is it that there are more people in the outer sect than in the inner sect? Changqing chuckled. Aside from the 5 sects and 4 halls, the Taiji sect also oversees 7 prominent families, along with numerous minor families and affiliated sects, all of which count as part of the outer sect. Hence, their numbers naturally exceed those of the inner sect, but the true elite of our sect are the disciples of the inner sect. Shifeng remarked, I understand the affiliated sects. But what about these families? Changqing elaborated, the families actually originated from the inner sect. Some disciples, upon reaching a certain level of cultivation, feel disheartened by their prospects for advancement and cannot endure the hardships of mountain training. Although our practitioners enjoy lifespans far exceeding those of ordinary people, there will inevitably come a day when they must pass away. These individuals yearn to return to the mundane world while their lifespans allow, to marry, bear children, and enjoy some earthly pleasures. Initially, major sects prohibited such actions, but later, they began to advocate and even encourage them. Shifeng listened with intrigue, asking, What was the reasoning behind the initial prohibition? Changqing replied, The reasons for the initial disallowance are quite understandable. Firstly, it is a fundamental principle that cultivators refrain from interacting with the mundane world. After all, cultivators possess extraordinary powers and abilities that could disrupt the very fabric of society if they were to immerse themselves in it. Secondly, most inner disciples have mastered advanced techniques that are closely guarded secrets of their sect. Should these secrets be divulged upon leaving the mountain, it would lead to dire consequences. Shifeng nodded and inquired, Then why was it encouraged later? Changqing replied, The reason is quite simple. Individuals with spiritual roots are exceedingly rare, a mere 1 in 10,000. The higher echelons of the sect lack the resources to test every individual in the mundane world. It is said that some minor sects have ceased to exist due to their inability to attract disciples, leading to the severance of their lineage. Eventually, it was discovered that although spiritual roots are intangible, they are closely linked to one's constitution. Cultivators with spiritual roots have a significantly higher probability of producing offspring with similar roots. However, as cultivators ascend in their levels of mastery, the likelihood of their descendants inheriting such roots diminishes. Consequently, major sects began to encourage their disciples to marry and bear children, with some even instituting rules that mandated those who had not established a foundation by the age of 50 to return to the mundane world. I see, Shifeng responded. Changqing continued, However, once they descend from the mountain, the sect remains concerned about the dissemination of their techniques. Therefore, these individuals must not fully integrate with the mundane populace. They remain under the sect's jurisdiction, aiding in the extraction of mineral veins and the cultivation of spiritual herbs. In return, should they encounter peril. The sect will extend its support. As these individuals expand their families, they give rise to various clans, some of which are immensely powerful and cannot be overlooked. Each year, the sect assesses and recruits disciples from these clans, and I myself hail from a modest family. As they walked, Shifeng asked, "What should I pay attention to within the sect, senior brother?" Chongqing replied, "I will provide you with a copy of the sect's regulations shortly for your perusal. The most crucial rule is to never betray your master or ancestral teachings. Such actions are utterly unforgivable." Shifeng nodded. "What should I be doing in the meantime? I feel as though I am at loose ends." Chongqing paused and scratched his head. "This question indeed stumps me, junior brother. Ideally, we inner disciples should focus on cultivation, meditating, and refining our energies. We can also undertake certain sect tasks to earn spirit stones for alchemy and crafting suitable spiritual instruments. However, since you lack spiritual roots, such pursuits may not be necessary for you." Shifeng inquired, "Did you not say I could practice the pure yuan technique?" Chongqing explained, "Your practice of the pure yuan technique is merely to strengthen your physique, which is different from our approach. We qi refinement disciples absorb and cultivate yuan qi, which accumulates in the dantian and eventually forms a spiritual ring. Upon reaching 9 rings, or the 9th level of qi refinement, one can attempt to establish a foundation and solidify the dantian. You, however, are focused solely on physical enhancement and need not spend your days in meditation. What should I do then?" Shifeng asked. Chongqing contemplated for a long moment and said, "Junior brother, if you are willing to lower your stance, you might consider seeking a position in the outer sect." Shifeng chuckled ruefully. "Senior brother, what dignity do I have left?" Chongqing countered, "That sentiment is misguided. Among the 3,000 disciples of the Taiji sect, there are only 600 inner disciples, each meticulously selected. Those without spiritual roots or inferior qualifications cannot enter the inner sect. You are an exception. You are the sole inner disciple of the Taiji sect without spiritual roots." In a moment of bemusement, Shifeng listened as Chongqing explained that those without spiritual roots, or with exceptionally poor ones, could only belong to the outer sect. Regardless of their background or age, individuals from the outer sect must respectfully address inner sect disciples as senior brother. The disparity in treatment between the two is indeed monumental. You will understand this in due time, junior brother. Otherwise, why would Dao Chong, the ancestral master, need to personally plead for your acceptance into the inner sect?" Shifeng replied, "As I possess no spiritual roots, I would merely squander my time in the inner sect. It would be more beneficial for me to undertake some tasks in the outer sect. Might I request your permission, senior brother?" Chongqing responded, "Coincidentally, this matter was precisely discussed by our master today. If you wish to remain in the inner sect, you may do so. But if you find it dull and desire to work in the outer sect, that is also permissible. Nonetheless, even if you go to the outer sect, your status will still be that of an inner sect disciple." Shifeng expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, master and senior brother. What tasks will you arrange for me in the outer sect?" Chongqing replied, "That depends on your preference. The outer sect comprises 4 main halls with a variety of tasks available. It is up to you to determine your future intentions." Shifeng inquired, "Oh, what do you mean by that?" Chongqing elucidated. "The largest hall in the outer sect is the steward hall, which primarily manages various mundane affairs of the sect, such as guarding the gates, welcoming guests, and distributing items. Additionally, it oversees the miscellaneous tasks of affiliated families. If you wish to eventually leave the mountain and establish your own sect, it would be prudent to associate with the steward hall and cultivate friendships for future support." Upon hearing this, Shifeng shook his head repeatedly. Chongqing continued, "I shall not accompany you to the mechanism hall, which is responsible for managing all teleportation arrays and the restrictions of various sections. Although they do study certain formations, our Tai Chi sect is not particularly adept at mechanism formations, and this hall has the fewest members in the outer sect." Shifeng asked, "What of the remaining 2 halls?" Chongqing replied, "The second hall is the alchemy hall, where herbs are cultivated and elixirs are refined. The saying goes, those near the water tower receive the moon first. Disciples of the alchemy hall are never short of elixirs, which can enhance vitality, cure ailments, and prolong life. Regardless of whether you are a cultivator, consuming these elixirs brings great benefits. Even if you choose not to partake, you can exchange them for spirit stones or other magical artifacts with fellow disciples." Shifeng's interest was piqued, and he asked, "Senior brother, can the alchemy hall produce poisons?" Chongqing was taken aback. "What need do you have for poison?" Shifeng replied, "I seek vengeance." Chongqing shook his head repeatedly. "Junior brother, your thoughts are rather naive. While concocting poison is not a difficult task, most poisons are utterly ineffective against cultivators. Even if you possessed a potent poison, what would it matter? Would you simply mix it into someone's tea and beg them to drink it?" Gritting his teeth, Feng retorted. The people of the demon puppet sect slaughtered my entire family and destroyed my village. Naturally, I must eradicate them all, Chongqing remarked. You will find this sentiment amusing in time. The demon puppet sect is a massive faction with thousands of members, rivaling our Tai Chi sect in power. They could easily annihilate you with but a breath. Feng fell silent, and Chongqing continued. The final outer hall is the artifact refining hall, where various spiritual artifacts and treasures are crafted. Feng inquired, do these spiritual artifacts also require magical power to operate? Chongqing affirmed, indeed. However, some first and second tier artifacts can be activated simply by installing spirit stones, thus not requiring the user to possess magical power themselves. Feng rejoiced, remembering that back in his hometown, he had crafted pottery and fashioned bows and arrows with remarkable skill, earning him a stellar reputation in his village. At present, I shall proceed to the refining hall. You must consider well, Chongqing cautioned, for the refining hall is known to be the most arduous and unseemly place, seldom frequented by anyone. I am not of noble birth, Feng replied, and I fear not the toil. Very well, Chongqing responded. I shall inform master of your intention, and he shall decide. Let us return now. The two made their way back to Yuxiu Peak, where Chongqing duly conveyed the sect's regulations and imparted to Feng some fundamental knowledge of cultivation, how to identify meridians, circulate energy, breathe, and absorb essence, among other teachings. For the next 3 days, Chongqing dedicated each morning to instructing Feng for half a day, meticulously explaining the meaning of the Chun Yuan Gong. However, it is a custom within the Taiji sect that neither masters nor senior brothers delve into interpretations while transmitting techniques. They merely explain the literal meanings, leaving the understanding to the practitioner's own insights. Should a disciple fail to grasp the concepts and persist in questioning, the instructor might provide clarification, yet only as personal interpretation, which the disciple is under no obligation to accept. The Chun Yuan Gong contains records on how to absorb the 5 elemental energies, beginning with the chapter on refining metals. Feng, possessing considerable comprehension, grasped the essence over the 3 days of instruction, yet when he sat in meditation to cultivate on his own, he could not perceive even a trace of metal energy entering his body. He remained patient, diligently practicing each day. On the 4th day, however, Chongqing arrived only at noon and announced, by chance, Master has emerged from seclusion today. I informed him of your desire to join the refining hall, and he has given his approval, urging you to apply yourself diligently. Feng expressed his gratitude. Thank you, I shall obey. Chongqing continued, there is no time today. I will accompany you to the refining hall tomorrow. For now, let us continue our discussion of the Chun Yuan Gong. The following morning, 2 disciples clad in green robes, one tall and the other short, descended the mountain path of Yuxiu and utilized the teleportation array at the foot of the mountain to reach the Hall of Affairs. From there, they teleported to the base of the burning sky peak, then traversed approximately 10 miles of mountain trail to arrive at the sword-casting valley, where the refining hall is located. The valley sprawled widely, surrounded by crimson cliffs, devoid of any vegetation. The structures within were rather rudimentary, with several gray-clad disciples bustling in and out, engaged in ceaseless activity. Upon entering, Chongqing called out, "Is Manager Luo present?" A robust man emerged in response to the voice, towering and broad, with a thick beard. Upon recognizing Chongqing, he promptly bowed and said, "Ah, it is senior brother Chongqing. Luo-san pays his respects. Are you here to forge a magical artifact?" Chongqing waved his hand, signaling to enter and converse. Luo-san promptly ushered them into a room and instructed a disciple to serve 2 cups of spiritual tea. "This is the manager of the refining hall, Luo-san," Chongqing introduced to Feng. Feng quickly acknowledged, "I have met brother Luo." The man replied, "Little brother, do not be formal. Just call me Luo-san, for I am also an outer sect disciple." Chongqing continued, "Manager Luo, please do not stand on ceremony. This is my master's newly accepted 7th disciple, Feng. He possesses no spiritual root, and master has tasked him with learning some skills here at the refining hall, after which he will serve under you." The news of a new inner sect disciple at the Iron Sword Peak, who lacks a spiritual root, had already spread throughout the sect, becoming quite the curiosity. Luo-san had heard of this and assured, "Rest assured, senior brother Chongqing, I shall take good care of Feng here." Chongqing nodded and summoned Feng, imparting a few instructions before gracefully departing. Once he had left, Luo-san cleared his throat and said, "Shixiang Feng, please do not address me in such a manner. I am but an ordinary mortal without spiritual roots, merely an ordinary disciple in the artifact refining hall. I humbly seek your guidance." Chapter 17. The disciple of artifact refining Luo-san, being a straightforward individual, responded, "Very well. Henceforth I shall address you by your name." As an inner sect disciple, I cannot bear the title of Shixiang. Simply call me Luo-san. Shifeng hurriedly replied, how can that be? Then refer to me as Luo Guanshi, Luo-san suggested. Agreed. Shifeng nodded. Luo-san inquired, Shifeng, have you had any prior experience with the art of artifact refining? Shifeng shook his head. I am merely a mortal, having ascended the mountain for just 6 or 7 days, and I know nothing. That is of no consequence. All new disciples start in such a manner. Although you are not yet 14, your physique is robust, and your stature is commendable, making you quite suitable for our artifact refining hall. As he spoke, he called out, go fetch Old Gua. Soon after, a gray-bearded elder in his 50s entered. Luo-san introduced, this is our new disciple, Shifeng. Old Gua, please guide him. Old Gua nodded and took Shifeng away. They traversed several doorways until they reached an open area where around 10 disciples were busily engaged. Old Gua, with a hoarse voice, instructed, as a newcomer, you shall begin with material identification. Here lie the refining materials sent from various regions of the sect. Come over here. He approached a large pile of black-red soil and explained, this is the most commonly used iron essence in artifact refining. Iron essence is fundamentally different from mundane iron. It must be infused with Earth's spiritual energy for over a century to form. This iron essence often coexists with sulfur copper powder, resulting in its black-red hue, which must be removed and purified to obtain the essence. As they walked, he pointed to a seemingly ordinary log, saying, this is the purple cedar from Mantu Mountain in Bingzhou. The wood is as hard as iron. However, we seek not the cedar itself, but rather the purple-winged insect residing within it. This insect is not inherently purple. It acquires that hue from the tree sap after dwelling within the cedar for an extended period, making it difficult to identify. Obtaining 3 or 2 purple-winged insects from a 5-foot-long log is indeed commendable. Old Gua demonstrated a profound knowledge of various materials. Continuing his discourse on items such as K-Xian grass, black rhinoceros horn, Jiogujing copper, and red stone, some being botanical, others the bones and hides of magical beasts, and some inexplicable substances. Shifeng found it challenging to remember all the details. Finally, Old Gua, with a blank expression, stated, as a novice disciple, regardless of your illustrious background, once you enter the sect, you are merely an ordinary disciple. Begin with material identification. For the next month, materials will be delivered from various places. You will be responsible for transporting and categorizing them alongside others. For the month's labor, you shall receive 2 spirit stones. However, should you make a mistake and I discover it, 1 spirit stone will be deducted. If the deductions are insufficient, I shall have your esteemed family send spirit stones to compensate. He evidently was unaware of Shifeng's status as an inner sect disciple. For the ensuing month, Shifeng spent his days in the artifact refining hall, assisting with the transportation and identification of materials, working diligently until dusk before returning to Yushio Peak to rest. In the evening, Changqing would occasionally come to explain the pure yuan skill to him. After a month, despite having familiarized himself with numerous materials, Shifeng found himself penalized 5 spirit stones. By the end of the month, not only did he forfeit the 2 spirit stones he was owed, but he also ended up giving 3 stones to Old Gua. Upon hearing this, Changqing chuckled and offered to intervene on Shifeng's behalf, but Shifeng declined, acknowledging his own mistake and expressing that spirit stones held little value for him. When Old Gua later learned of Shifeng's status as an inner disciple, he hurriedly attempted to return the spirit stones, but Shifeng adamantly refused. In the second month, Shifeng made considerable progress, only misidentifying a single material, ultimately earning 1 spirit stone as a reward. Over the course of 2 months, Changqing completed his teachings of the pure yuan skill. As he himself was reaching a critical juncture in his own cultivation, his visits to Shifeng became increasingly infrequent. Finding the daily commute between the Sword-Casting Valley and Yushio Peak rather bothersome, Shifeng proposed residing permanently at the Sword-Casting Valley. Changqing, indifferent to the suggestion, agreed. The Sword-Casting Valley boasted numerous dwellings, as the work in the artifact refining hall was arduous and unclean, leading to a scarcity of willing disciples. Many had been forcibly assigned there, and those with connections had long since transferred to other branches. In the dead of night, within a wooden cabin adjacent to the Sword-Casting Valley, Shifeng sat cross-legged, his arms crossed over his shoulders, eyes gently closed, alternating his breaths through his nostrils. Having immersed himself in the pure yuan skill for over 2 months, he diligently practiced and finally grasped a hint of its essence. At this moment, as he operated the melting gold technique, he sensed a subtle thread of energy from the heavens and earth entering his body. He concentrated, attempting to store this thread in his sea of qi. Unfortunately, as Changqing had indicated, without spiritual roots, one's constitution repelled spiritual energy. Regardless of how much thread was stored in the dantian, it dissipated gradually within the span of a tea's brewing time. However, despite his inability to convert spiritual energy for his own use, the inhalation and subsequent dispersal of it did indeed fortify his physical form and significantly uplift his spirit. Moreover, due to Shurfeng's innate ability to multitask, he worked during the day while half of his consciousness rested, and he practiced the pure yuan skill at night without feeling overwhelmed. As long as he managed to sleep for an hour before dawn, he would awaken invigorated. 2 months later, Shurfeng had become proficient in material identification and worked diligently in transporting materials, earning Old Gua's satisfaction. Consequently, he was introduced to the second step of artifact refinement, how to decompose and refine materials. Given the significant variations in the decomposition and refinement processes of each material, it was no surprise that 7 or 8 out of 10 disciples in the artifact refining hall were engaged in this task. Old Gua led Shurfeng to the workshop dedicated to decomposing and refining iron essence, the primary raw material for artifact crafting, thus necessitating a larger workforce. The refinement of iron essence was far from simple. First, the ore had to be melted to evaporate the sulfur and copper powder mixed within. This initial step required melting and cooling 3 times. Situated near the Burning Heaven Peak, the sword-casting valley housed a geothermic furnace, which was of high quality. Second only to that of the Burning Heaven Peak itself, the temperature of the geothermic furnace was significantly higher than that of mundane fires. As Shurfeng stepped inside, he immediately felt parched and drenched in sweat. After enduring the oppressive heat for half an hour, he could no longer withstand it. Emerging to drink half a bucket of water, still feeling dizzy and disoriented. The process of melting iron ore is merely the initial step. The subsequent task involves forging the molten iron repeatedly while it is still red hot. Iron ore is categorized into different grades. For instance, transforming 1 pound of iron ore into 9 ounces yields first-grade iron, while 8 ounces corresponds to second-grade iron. Naturally, achieving the finest 9th-grade iron, which amounts to merely 1 ounce, is an arduous endeavor. Each time the iron is hammered, its density increases, making further enhancement increasingly difficult. Moreover, once cooled after the first hammering, the iron must be returned to the furnace for remelting before it can be forged again. The refining hall mandates that disciples submit at least 10 pieces of iron of 5th grade or higher each month, with a reward of 5 spirit stones. Of course, if one can present higher quality iron, the rewards will correspondingly increase. For instance, submitting 9th grade iron can yield up to 20 spirit stones for a single piece. Due to the labor-intensive nature of refining iron, the disciples often work in groups. Shurfeng has been paired with 4 others, the eldest among whom is an 18 or 19-year-old youth, noticeably more well-dressed than the others, exhibiting an arrogant demeanor while contributing the least effort and voicing the most complaints. The other 3 are only slightly older than Shurfeng, who has been there for just a couple of days, and they merely nod at one another. Over time, familiarity gradually develops. One day, Shurfeng discreetly inquired of a chubby disciple, "Hey, little fatty, what is the background of Gu Mingxi?" The chubby disciple whispered back, "He is a direct descendant of the Gu family, one of the 7 great clans." His family had high hopes for him. Last year, he came to the mountain to participate in the sect's assessment, but to everyone's surprise, he was found to possess only a first-grade spiritual root, rendering him unable to enter the inner sect. Proud by nature, he was inconsolable after the assessment. Ultimately, he could only join our outer sect. He initially refused to come to the refining hall, but the Gu family is renowned for their craftsmanship, and the old master insisted he follow in the family's footsteps. Thus he is perpetually grumbling. Shurfeng remarked, "I find it rather peculiar that he seems unaffected in the furnace room, despite lacking a spiritual root. Shouldn't he, therefore, be devoid of any magical power? Hey, can we possibly compare ourselves to such a wealthy young master?" Little fatty scoffed, "Did you see that jade pendant he wears? It's called the Cold Moon True Jade Pendant, a superior spiritual artifact that can ward off heat and chill the wearer. With such a treasure to protect him, he can remain in the furnace all day without issue." Shurfeng sighed inwardly, realizing that the world of cultivation mirrors that of the mundane, with distinctions of wealth and status. He further inquired, "Given the abundant fire spiritual energy in the furnace, why do we not use it to cultivate fire-related techniques?" Little fatty paused. "The Burning Heaven Peak possesses even higher-grade fire. Why would inner disciples come here to practice? Coming from a fallen clan, he may be young, but he has been exposed to much more than Shurfeng." He continued, "As for us outer disciples, the sect hasn't imparted any techniques to us. Even if some clan disciples possess fire-related techniques, we are here to work. If you were to sit around meditating, you would surely receive a harsh whipping from Chief Steward Luo." Upon hearing this, Shurfeng fell silent. In his heart, He had already resolved that as an inner disciple, he possessed a manual of pure yuan technique, which detailed methods of absorbing the 5 elemental true essence. Fortunately, he had the ability to multitask, allowing him to work while simultaneously honing his skills without much concern. On that day, upon returning to his abode, Shifeng retrieved the pure yuan skill and turned to the yin-yang formula, meticulously contemplating its principles. This technique had been previously elucidated by Chongqing, and after dedicating an entire night to it, Shifeng began to grasp its essence. The following day, he melted iron ore in the earth fire furnace and secretly initiated the yin-yang formula. Indeed, wisps of heat surrounded him, seeping into his body with each breath, significantly alleviating the warmth. However, the fire spirit energy, once it entered his dantian, dissipated almost immediately. Previously, Shifeng had attempted to absorb gold spirit energy using the melting gold technique, and though it could not be retained in his dantian, it lingered for at least the duration of a tea session. In contrast, this fire spirit energy could not endure even a single breath, suggesting that his body's fire attribute was inferior to that of the gold attribute. Nonetheless, Shifeng was quite content. He had employed the pure yuan skill primarily to withstand the heat, rather than for cultivation. With this method, he could remain in the earth fire furnace for half a day, and after a brief respite, he could endure for another considerable duration. The others were inevitably astonished, and upon inquiring discreetly, they discovered that this seemingly unremarkable youth was indeed an inner sect disciple, surely possessing protective artifacts bestowed by his elders. Consequently, Gu Mingxi's gaze towards Shifeng grew tinged with envy, while Xiaopang's turned more reverent. As time passed, the others learned that Shifeng, like them, was devoid of spirit roots and had been admitted to the inner sect as an exception. Their initial respect began to wane, however. As this inner sect adept displayed no airs of superiority, he gradually melded seamlessly with the group. With the aid of the yin-yang formula and his ability to multitask, Shifeng's speed in refining iron ore accelerated remarkably, yielding 30 pounds of 5th-grade iron essence within the first month. Since childhood, Shifeng had been resolutely stubborn in his endeavors, and by the second month, he was no longer content with 5th-grade iron essence, instead aspiring to refine higher-grade iron essence. The higher the grade of iron essence, the more time it required. Observing Shifeng hammering a 10-pound block of iron essence down to 5 pounds, which was already classified as 5th grade, he chose not to submit it. Instead, he continued hammering away, reducing it to 4 pounds, then 3, and astonishingly, even 2 pounds. The other 4 disciples in his group were left dumbfounded. A month had already passed, and since Shifeng had not submitted any iron essence, he had received no reward. Xiaopang could not contain himself, exclaiming, "Shifeng, what are you doing?" Shifeng smiled and replied, "I am attempting to refine a piece of 9th-grade iron essence." Gu Mingxi mumbled under his breath, "What madness!" Ultimately, after nearly a month, Shifeng indeed succeeded in refining a piece of 9th-grade iron essence, earning great praise from Steward Luo, who publicly commended him. After Steward Luo departed, Gu Mingxi muttered to himself, "In a month, one could easily refine 30 pieces of 5th-grade iron essence, yielding 15 spirit stones. That would amount to 30 stones in 2 months. Instead, it took 2 months to obtain a single piece of 9th-grade iron essence, earning only 20 stones. What a foolish decision." However, what left Gu Mingxi utterly perplexed was that Shifeng, seemingly daft, continued refining 9th-grade iron essence. This time, he achieved it in just 1 month, acquiring 20 spirit stones, while the other disciples managed only 2 or 3 dozen pieces of 5th-grade iron essence, at most earning 15 spirit stones. As for Gu Mingxi, who had always been idle, he could not even refine 10 pieces of 5th-grade iron essence. In the refining hall, the established rule dictates that anyone who submits less than 10 units of 5th-grade iron essence, regardless of whether they have refined 9 units, shall receive no compensation. Gu Mingxi, hailing from a wealthy family, is not particularly concerned about the 5 crystals. However, his consistent failure to meet the monthly quota has inevitably led to reprimands from Chief Steward Luo, causing him considerable embarrassment. One evening, as Shifeng was meditating in his chamber, he heard a voice outside calling, Sure brother, are you asleep?" It was Gu Mingxi. Shifeng rose and replied, "Is that you, Brother Gu? Please come in." He retrieved a moonstone from the drawer, instantly illuminating the room. When he first arrived, he was a naive lad who, unable to find an oil lamp or candle, would simply sleep when darkness fell. He later discovered that cultivators use moonstones for lighting, which are significantly brighter and much more convenient than candles. Upon entering, Gu Mingxi wore a broad smile. "Sure brother, I wish to ask you for a favor." Shifeng promptly responded, "Brother, please feel free to ask." Gu Mingxi continued, I do not wish to impose, but I genuinely have a request. I am not skilled in metallurgy and consistently fail to provide the required 10 units of iron essence each month. Given your industrious nature, might we strike a deal? If you could help me refine 10 units of 5th grade iron essence, I would offer you 10 spirit stones. Shifeng remarked. 10 units of 5th grade iron essence is merely worth 5 spirit stones. Brother Gu, you are offering too much. Gu Mingxi acknowledged, I am aware of that. Yet I cannot allow you to suffer a loss. If I ask you to refine iron essence, it will take up your time, and with that time, you could earn far more than 5 spirit stones. Brother, could you assist me? Shifeng readily agreed. No problem, Brother Gu. Even if you do not give me spirit stones, we should help each other as brothers. Gu Mingxi was overjoyed. His impression of Shifeng significantly improved. For the next few months, Shifeng remained stationed at the sword-casting valley, scarcely returning to Yushu Mountain. As a year swiftly passed, he had grown significantly taller and gained considerable knowledge about the refining hall. In truth, the refining hall is divided into 2 main branches, refining and crafting. Outer disciples are not part of the core sections. They merely refine materials, while only inner disciples with magical prowess can engage in true crafting. The head of the refining hall, Master Qian Chu, is a formidable golden core cultivator, and under his guidance are 4 foundation establishment disciples and over 30 Qi refining disciples, who are the true artisans of weaponry. Crafting magical artifacts relies fundamentally on the quality of materials, but the key lies in transforming those materials into spiritual instruments. This requires the incorporation of various prohibitive combinations into the materials. Spiritual instruments are classified into 9 grades, with initial grade spiritual instruments capable of containing up to 9 prohibitions. For every additional 9 prohibitions added, the grade of the spiritual instrument is elevated. However, this process is deceptively intricate. Each added prohibition presents significant challenges and may even render the materials worthless. Furthermore, after the prohibitions are applied, the cultivator must meticulously refine the materials with their true essence to achieve the final form of the spiritual instrument. As outer disciples, Shifeng and his peers lacked the magical ability to engage in crafting spiritual instruments. In fact, not only were they unable to craft such instruments, but even the knowledge of how to apply prohibitions was beyond their reach, as the combinations, evolutions, engravings, and integrations with materials are all closely guarded secrets within the sect. What Shifeng and his fellow disciples could do was solely to refine various materials. Certainly, the process of material refinement is far from simple. In the sword-casting valley, there exist numerous refining locations, each tailored to the diverse elemental properties of various materials. For instance, the purple-winged insect thrives exclusively within the essence of the purple silk tree, drawing vitality from its wood spirit. Once severed from this nurturing tree, the insect perishes instantly. Consequently, the extraction of the purple-winged insect necessitates a locale rich in wood spirit energy. The Taiji sect, a venerable institution with a wealth of resources, has established a dedicated wood spirit hall within the sword-casting valley, constructed entirely from millennial-old fragrant wood. This hall is adorned with an immense magical array, embedded with numerous wood spirit stones to invigorate the atmosphere with abundant wood spirit energy. Disciples utilize their magical implements to ascertain the approximate location of the purple-winged insect before meticulously cleaving the purple silk tree with axes and saws, gradually revealing its hiding place, and ultimately extracting the insect. This delicate procedure demands utmost caution, for the insect hardens upon contact with metal, rendering it ineffective. Thus, upon determining its general location, disciples resort to using small knives to gently peel away the bark of the purple silk tree, finally employing a tiny wooden spoon to extract the insect. This meticulousness surpasses even the refinement of iron essence. Moreover, the sword-casting valley boasts various refining sites tailored to other elemental materials, numbering around 15 or 16 in total. With his proficiency in the pure yuan technique and his ability to multitask, Shifeng finds no challenge within any of these locations. For instance, while extracting wood-based materials in the wood spirit hall, he can activate the spring revival technique to counteract the overwhelming wood spirit energy, simultaneously extracting the purple-winged insect. Over the course of a year, Shifeng has refined a considerable quantity of high-quality materials, his unwavering dedication leading to superior outcomes. Manager Luo frequently praises him, often providing personal guidance. Among the refining department, Shifeng excels in skill, and under Luo's tutelage, his expertise continues to flourish. During this time, Shifeng comes to realize that, despite the richness of the elemental energies, he is unable to absorb or transform them, particularly the fire spirit energy, which dissipates almost instantaneously. The wood spirit energy lingers slightly longer within him, akin to the duration of a meal, yet ultimately fades away. The reality of his lack of spiritual roots is indisputable. As Brother Changqing has mentioned, spiritual roots are innate qualities that cannot be altered. It seems that to pursue the path of cultivation, he must await a future reincarnation. Contemplating this matter, Shifeng cannot help but feel a pang of melancholy. However, being young at heart, he gradually sets aside these thoughts. On this day, while Shifeng hammers away at iron essence, he hears Manager Luo calling him from the entrance, prompting him to hastily set down his hammer. Upon stepping outside, he finds Manager Luo conversing with his senior brother Changqing. Manager Luo announces, Shifeng, your senior brother is seeking you. Brother Changqing, please continue your discussion. I have some matters to attend to. He replies with a respectful bow and steps away. Having not seen Shifeng for 2 or 3 months, Changqing notices his growth in stature, his complexion slightly flushed, yet his spirit appears vibrant. After inquiring about Shifeng's recent endeavors, Changqing states, Brother, I am here to inform you that tomorrow marks the day of the sect's minor competition. You must return to Yusho Mountain tonight, for our master will take us to Iron Sword Peak at the hour of Chun. Shifeng responds, the sect's minor competition? Changqing affirms, indeed. It is a contest among all Qi refinement disciples of our Iron Sword Peak branch, allowing our ancestors and elders to assess our cultivation progress. On the path of Shifeng, I am aware that you lack a spiritual root and have not cultivated any techniques or divine powers. However, my master has decreed that, although your participation in the minor competition is not required, your presence is mandatory, a rule that must not be broken. I have already informed Steward Luo that you need not return to the artifact hall for the next few days. That evening, Shifeng returned to his abode on Yusho Mountain. As dawn broke the following day, he hurried to the entrance where Liunzi was in seclusion, where 6 senior brothers and sisters were already waiting. Over the past year, Shifeng had seldom encountered them. Their occasional meetings were merely nods of acknowledgement. At the 3rd hour, the door opened silently, and Liunzi emerged. Since the day he became a disciple, Shifeng had not laid eyes on his master again. The group bowed in greeting to their esteemed teacher. Liunzi cast a glance over the assembly, and upon reaching Shifeng, he chose to ignore him, stating, not bad. It appears you have all been diligent in your studies. Zhang Peijun and Zhou Qing have both reached the 7th layer of Qi refinement, progressing a step since last time. Well done. The two, praised by their master, beamed with excitement. Liunzi continued, today's minor competition will be personally overseen by our venerable ancestor. You must showcase your utmost skills and not bring shame to your master. Without waiting for a response, he summoned a meteor dart, stepped forward, and waved his sleeve, instructing them to follow. The venue for the competition was a platform known as the Sword Testing Stage, located to the east of Iron Sword Peak. Spanning 5 acres, the stage was spacious, adorned with neatly arranged black and white stone slabs forming a grand Taiji diagram. A temporary pavilion had been erected below, featuring 3 rows of tables and chairs, upon which were placed spiritual tea and fruits. At a quarter past the hour, Dao Chong Jinren and a black-clad elder descended from the sky. The disciples bowed in unison, greeting the esteemed Taoist Zhao. The two nodded and took their seats at the head, while other elders of the Foundation Establishment stage followed suit. The inner disciples of the Qi Refinement stage, who were to participate in the competition, lined up on the platform in accordance with their ranks. Shifeng stood at the end of the 5th row on the left, exempt from the contest, making him perhaps the most relaxed among them at that moment. Dao Chong Jinren took a sip of spiritual tea and declared, time flies. It has been 2 years since the last minor competition. Once again, Brother Zhao will preside over the evaluations. After setting down his cup, he nodded to the black-clad elder. The elder rose and said, you all know the rules. But I shall reiterate. All Qi refinement disciples will draw lots to determine their opponents based on their current cultivation levels. A disciple at the 5th level of Qi refinement will face another at the same level. The first round of draws has been completed 3 days prior, and you all know who your opponents are. After the first round, victorious disciples may challenge others of equal rank, while higher-ranked disciples are prohibited from challenging those of lower rank. Conversely, if a lower-ranked disciple feels confident in their abilities, they may challenge their senior, and should they win, a generous reward awaits. The top 3 competitors will each receive 300 spirit stones, with the first-place winner receiving a spiritual artifact and the second-place winner receiving a bottle of recovery pills. The inner disciples receive a mere 60 spirit stones annually, while 300 spirit stones amount to a total of 5 years' worth. As for spiritual artifacts, the cost of a quality one is unfathomable, requiring an immense expenditure of spirit stones. Hence, the disciples are filled with a mixture of excitement and trepidation. A victory would undoubtedly bring both fame and fortune. Yet a defeat, especially at the hands of a junior disciple, would be a source of great embarrassment, leading to severe reprimands from their master upon their return. The elder in black, observing the eager glimmers in the eyes of the disciples as they rubbed their fists in anticipation, nodded in satisfaction. He reiterated the rules of victory and defeat. Stepping outside the circle delineated by the Tai Chi diagram results in a loss. Being rendered incapable of counterattacking for 10 breaths after being struck counts as a loss. Failing to rise after 10 breaths signifies defeat. Voluntarily conceding results in a loss. And exhausting one's spiritual energy without the strength to continue also constitutes a loss. Given that this is a contest, the disciples are urged to demonstrate their true skills. An unintentional harm is permissible. However, under the sect's regulations, it is strictly forbidden to employ underhanded tactics during inter-sect competitions. Should one continue to use force against an opponent who has already lost, not only will they be declared the loser, but they will also face disciplinary action according to sect rules. Do you all comprehend this? The crowd responded in unison, affirming their understanding. The elder in black nodded once more, signaling the commencement of the competition, beginning with the disciples of the third level of Qi refinement. And the first group stepped forward to compete. With a wave of his hand, the others retreated outside the Tai Chi diagram, taking their seats on either side of the stage in accordance with the hierarchy of the sect's elders and juniors. However, murmurs filled the air as they began to discuss amongst themselves. Having been in the sect for a year, Shifeng had gained some understanding of the circumstances surrounding the sect. Since the demise of the revered Dan Yang, the Iron Sword Peak was left with only 2 golden core cultivators, Dao Chong and the elder in black named Zhao Tianhu. Dao Chong had 4 disciples at the foundation establishment stage, while both Dan Yang and Zhao Tianhu each had 3. Beneath these foundation establishment disciples were numerous others, some with as many as 10, while others had only 4 or 5. In total, the Iron Sword Peak boasted 2 golden core and 11 foundation establishment cultivators, alongside over 100 inner disciples at the Qi refinement stage. The disciples varied in stature, age, and gender. Some were elderly with white hair, while others were as young as 12 or 13, even younger than Shifeng. At this moment, only 2 individuals remained on stage. The first pair drawn for the initial bout. They each retreated 3 steps, clasped their fists in greeting, and began to chant incantations to cast their spells, engaging in combat. Shifeng, being entirely unfamiliar with the techniques and mystical powers used, could not discern the intricacies of the contest, yet even an outsider could appreciate the spectacle. He watched as groups of disciples took to the stage, some engaging in fierce battles that were neck and neck, while others concluded swiftly, with one participant being knocked out of the circle almost immediately. Each combatant wielded different mystical powers and artifacts, some brandished swords and spears, others utilized tokens and seals, and some even summoned enormous stones the size of millstones. Notably, the 4th senior brother, Xianghua, wielded a massive wolf-tooth club measuring 2 zhang in length, which danced through the air on its own, occasionally spewing flames from its tip, a truly formidable sight, as he easily triumphed in the first match. As Shifeng observed, a sudden question arose in his mind. Given that the Tai Chi sect is renowned in the Great Yin for its sword cultivation, why was it that none of the disciples utilized flying sword artifacts? He wished to inquire of his senior brothers, but noticing their intense focus on the stage, he refrained from interrupting their concentration. The elder in black, Zhao Tianhu, offers his insights after every competition, addressing any flaws in technique and strategic missteps during the contests. To receive personal guidance from a golden core cultivator is indeed a rare opportunity that often resolves long-standing uncertainties, potentially allowing one to break through their limitations and ascend to a higher level. Consequently, regardless of victory or defeat, the disciples in attendance listen intently, ears perked up. The competition spanned from dawn until dusk, with only a brief intermission of half an hour. By the afternoon's hour of Shun, the contests conclude, and the top 3 contenders are determined, with Chongqing securing a commendable second place, having only been bested by a disciple of the Dao Chong sect who has attained the peak of Qi refinement. Once all disciples have assembled on stage, awaiting the instructions of their master, Dao Chong turns to Li Yunzi and inquires, "Why is one of your esteemed disciples absent from the competition?" Li Yunzi promptly responds, "Master, this disciple is Shifeng. He possesses no spiritual root and has not practiced any techniques." Shifeng, now taller and more presentable than the scruffy little beggar who first arrived at the mountain, momentarily escapes Dao Chong's memory. However, upon hearing Li Yunzi's words, he nods in recognition. Dao Chong then rises to personally bestow rewards upon the top 3 disciples and offers encouragement to all present before declaring the competition officially closed. As the disciples descend from the sword-testing platform, they follow their respective masters, departing in a flurry. Just as Shifeng steps off the platform, he hears a faint whisper, Shifeng, come to the Qiyuan cave tonight at the hour of Z. Do not disclose this to anyone, not even your master. Remember, it is the voice of Dao Chong himself. Startled, Shifeng looks around but sees no sign of Dao Chong. Observing his fellow disciples engrossed in animated discussions about the recent battles, he realizes they have not heard the master's words. Upon returning to Yushio Mountain, Liunzi gathers the 7 disciples to meticulously analyze the day's competition, with each receiving praise or admonishment. After an hour, they disperse. That night, Shifeng chooses to stay at Yushio Mountain rather than returning to the Sword Forging Valley. At the second watch of the night, he quietly rises, descends the mountain path, and uses the teleportation array to return to Iron Sword Peak. Following a narrow trail, he arrives at a secluded valley to the west, the secluded retreat of Dao Chong, a place forbidden to outsiders, eerily silent and devoid of life. The valley is overrun with thorns and brambles, lacking a clear path. Shifeng navigates through the underbrush, fortunate that the moonlight is bright and there are no venomous creatures lurking about. Nearing the third watch, he discovers a small cave at the edge of a cliff on the western side, with an inscription above the entrance that reads, "The winds of myriad sounds begin to stir, the moon across 1,000 mountains suddenly rounds," marking the entrance to Dao Chong's retreat. Just as Shifeng is about to announce his name aloud, a gentle voice beckons from within, "Come in." It is indeed Dao Chong's voice. Eagerly, Shifeng responds and enters the cave, which is surprisingly spacious yet empty, save for Dao Chong seated cross-legged on the western side, with another door faintly visible behind him, suggesting further mysteries within. Not daring to look closely, Shifeng kneels in reverence and proclaims, "Disciple Shifeng greets the master." Dao Chong nods and replies, "Rise and speak." "Yes, master." Shifeng responds, standing up. Dao Chong asked, "Shifeng, have you been initiated for a year now?" Shifeng replied affirmatively. "Where do you currently serve?" Dao Chong inquired. "I am at the Sword Forging Valley, assisting in refining materials for crafting." Dao Chong responded with a thoughtful, "Oh, I see. You are with senior brother Qianqiu. He is indeed quite amiable, though somewhat stubborn." Shifeng nodded in agreement, yet internally mused that he had never even encountered one of Qianqiu's disciples. Dao Chong then asked, "What techniques have you practiced in the sect?" Shifeng replied, "I possess no spiritual roots and have not cultivated any techniques. However, senior brother Changqing taught me the pure Yuan technique, claiming it would strengthen my body." Dao Chong remarked, "Indeed. I can see that your physique is stronger than that of ordinary disciples. It seems you have been diligent in your training." Shifeng thought to himself that his perceived diligence was merely a consequence of spending every day near the earth fire furnace, where one could hardly avoid exertion. He expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you for your praise, ancestor." Dao Chong continued, "I summoned you today specifically regarding your cultivation. Given your robust physique, I believe you are well suited for the path of physical cultivation." Shifeng looked perplexed. "Physical cultivation?" Dao Chong explained, "Physical cultivation involves refining one's muscles and bones with spiritual energy. It is an external path, in stark contrast to internal cultivation." Noticing Shifeng's continued confusion, Dao Chong elaborated, "Internal cultivation focuses on storing spiritual energy within the Dantian, transforming it into one's own magical power, whereas physical cultivation hones the body, bones, and skin using spiritual energy. A practitioner of physical cultivation, when reaching profound levels, can possess the strength of dragons and elephants, often surpassing ordinary chi refiners. Moreover, physical cultivation greatly aids in overcoming the bottlenecks of internal cultivation, as having a strong physique is undeniably beneficial." Shifeng scratched his head and queried, "If that is the case, why do not more people pursue physical cultivation? I see that my seniors primarily focus on internal cultivation." Dao Chong chuckled and remarked, "Your question is quite amusing. While physical cultivation is indeed commendable, human strength has its limits. It also consumes time to absorb spiritual energy. When meditating for a day, the amount of essence acquired is finite. One must choose between enhancing magical power or honing the physical form. Furthermore, the requirements for physical cultivation are more demanding, necessitating not only spiritual roots, but also a formidable body. Thus, among humanity, physical cultivators are far fewer than internal cultivators. In contrast, the demon and beast races have many body refiners." Shifeng finally began to comprehend. Dao Chong added, "However, there are indeed many outer disciples who tread the path of physical cultivation. Unfortunately, our Tai Chi sect is primarily focused on internal cultivation, and we lack any true methods for physical cultivation. The few techniques we have were gathered from outside and are not particularly sophisticated." I possess a volume of physical cultivation techniques, which I shall pass on to you. Shifeng quickly knelt to express his gratitude. Dao Chong chuckled. Do not be too hasty in your thanks. Let me finish speaking first. Whether you accept this volume may depend on our conversation. The reason I considered passing it to you is rather significant. This method is actually nameless and was discovered over a century ago during my travels in a foreign land with junior brother Danyang. We stumbled upon an unnamed cave where a formidable beast resided, and Danyang sustained serious injuries while protecting me, although he is generally calm. Recalling the past stirred a sense of nostalgia within him. Dao Chong continued. Upon further inspection, we realized that this method was indeed a technique for physical cultivation, rendered utterly useless to us. Additionally, it is not only nameless but also incomplete, missing the latter half of its magical practices. In any comprehensive scripture, one typically encounters methods of cultivation followed by the application of the cultivated powers. This particular text, however, is incomplete. In other words, one may practice without any understanding of how to harness the skills. A flicker of disappointment crossed Shifeng's eyes as Dao Chong remarked, "Hee. This is not even the worst part. Furthermore, this technique fails to elucidate how to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth." Shifeng nearly leaped in frustration. A scripture that neither instructs on the practice nor the application leaves little of value. Dao Chong seemed to perceive his confusion and explained. This technique merely discusses how to guide the absorbed elemental energy and how to refine one's body. I have examined this method closely, and it appears quite profound. Are you willing to learn? Shifeng thought to himself, if I do not learn this, what else can I pursue? He nodded and replied, disciple is willing. Good. However, there is one matter I must inform you of. The origins of this technique are obscure. You must not disclose this to others. Should this be a secret of some sect, and you possess their manuscript without being able to explain its origins, it may lead to dire consequences. And I would not be able to save you then. Dao Chong continued, extending his hand to point, whereupon a beam of radiant light enveloped Shifeng's forehead. He felt a thin scripture enter his mind. Without pausing to examine it, Shifeng bowed to Dao Chong and hurriedly departed. Upon returning to his dwelling, he eagerly perused the scripture, which indeed bore no title. It lacked instructions on absorbing elemental energy at the beginning and offered no guidance on its application at the end. The entire text was dedicated to the refinement of the physical body. Shifeng, unfamiliar with body cultivation techniques, could only comprehend a fraction of the content. He was not inclined to ponder deeply over it. The following dawn, he sought out his senior brother, Chongqing, and inquired, Senior brother, do you possess knowledge of body cultivation methods? Chongqing responded, Body cultivation? Why do you ask this? Shifeng explained, I have heard that those without spiritual roots can also refine their bodies, so I wish to give it a try. Chongqing replied, I do not know much about body cultivation. Even among external disciples, those without spiritual roots seldom engage in body refinement. Shifeng queried, why is that? If they cannot cultivate internally, why do they not pursue the path of body cultivation? Chongqing elaborated, body cultivation primarily strengthens the physique and increases strength. However, in terms of power, it may not even compare to a low-grade spiritual weapon. External disciples are often descendants of noble families, and even if their resources are limited, they can still procure a few spiritual weapons. Why then would they bother with the arduous path of body cultivation? Not only is it challenging, but without spiritual roots, one cannot establish a foundation or cultivate elixirs, nor can they extend their lifespan. It is merely a waste of effort. Shifeng chuckled wryly, Senior brother, you know I come from humble beginnings. With little else to occupy my time, it would not hurt to practice a bit. Chongqing sighed. That does hold some merit. However, I too lack expertise in body cultivation. Technically speaking, practicing pure Yuan Gong can be considered a form of body refinement. But it is merely a cleansing of the body with elemental energy, not authentic body cultivation. If you wish to master true body refinement techniques, it would be better to visit the scripture repository. However, I advise you not to harbor excessive hopes, even if it exists there. It is likely to be mere commonplace material. Shifeng asked, the scripture repository? Am I permitted to go? Chongqing replied, internal disciples can access it. Why would you not be allowed? The scripture repository is situated on Yintai Ridge, a location that serves as the seat for a faction of the Tai Chi sect, surrounded by the other 4 sects and centrally located. As its name implies, the ridge resembles a square, inked stone, though the elevation is modest. It boasts the largest area among the surrounding peaks. The scripture pavilion is situated on the western side of Yintai Ridge, serving as a crucial focal point of the protective formation. While it may appear solitary, it is, in fact, fortified with considerable vigilance. Externally, the scripture pavilion is unremarkable, a 6-story tower that bears signs of wear, lacking imposing guards at its entrance, save for a long-faced man seated there, eyes closed in meditation. As Shifeng approached, he noticed the man clad in a blue robe, clearly an inner sect disciple. He clasped his fists and inquired, "Brother, may I ask if this is the scripture pavilion?" The man opened his eyes and coldly replied, "Where is your token?" Shifeng quickly produced his insignia and handed it over. The man took it, briefly scanning it with his consciousness. The token bore an image of a young man in a blue robe, with thick brows and large eyes, tanned skin, matching the individual before him. He tossed the token back, saying, "You may enter." Gratefully, Shifeng responded, "Thank you, brother. May I inquire about the rules of the scripture pavilion?" The long-faced man, with impatience, replied, "The rules are written inside. Read them yourself." Being an inner sect disciple, he considered cultivation his primary concern, yet was begrudgingly assigned to guard the scripture pavilion for a year, a duty that left him in a foul mood. Shifeng remained silent as he entered the tower. Indeed, upon entry, he found a stone tablet detailing the rules of the scripture pavilion. The pavilion consists of 5 levels. The first and second floors are entirely free for any inner sect disciple to browse at will, while the third floor charges 3 spirit stones per hour, the fourth 6 stones, and the fifth 10 stones. Stepping onto the first floor, which is hexagonal and constructed of stone walls lined with shelves, Shifeng was taken aback by the numerous jade slips on display. Attempting to pick one up and press it to his forehead, he felt only the coolness of the jade, unable to glean any information. It became evident that these slips required magical energy to unlock their contents. After walking around twice, he found himself at a loss for a solution. Fortunately, each slip's content was summarized on the stone wall beneath it. Upon thorough examination, he discovered that the first floor contained rather superficial materials, travelogues, curious tales from the realm of cultivation, and introductions to various sects, all lacking significant value. The first floor was also devoid of any visitors. Ascending to the second floor, Shifeng encountered a middle-aged Taoist seated at the stairway entrance, his complexion somewhat darkened. With his eyes still closed, he remained undisturbed by Shifeng's arrival. The second floor had a sparse presence of 3 or 4 disciples, each engrossed in studying their jade slips. As Shifeng circled the area, he reviewed the summaries of the slips, noting that the quality of the text here surpassed that of the first floor. Among them were handwritten notes from sect elders and various introductions to spiritual herbs and exotic beasts. Notably, he found 2 physical cultivation techniques, Iron Skin Technique and Azure Dragon Sutra, which, by their names, seemed rather unremarkable, reminiscent of the flashy tricks employed by street vendors selling potent tonics. However, Shifeng was pleasantly surprised to discover a wealth of literature on weapon forging on this floor. Having spent a year in the forging hall, he recognized the considerable value of these texts, which were carelessly displayed. Upon reflection, Shifeng comprehended that the Taiji sect was an inner cultivation sword school, placing little emphasis on external techniques. Consequently, the texts on artifact refinement were merely housed on the first and second floors, while the foundational inner cultivation methods were conspicuously absent from the lower 2 levels. In his heart, Shifeng discreetly earmarked a few volumes. However, lacking the requisite spiritual power, he was unable to activate his consciousness to read the jade slips. After some contemplation, he reluctantly approached the black-faced Taoist stationed at the staircase and inquired, "Brother, might I ask if it is possible to have the jade slips on the second floor copied?" The black-faced Taoist remained with his eyes shut, coldly responding, "Yes. Copying is free. Just bring your own jade slips." Yet, Shifeng's next statement caused the Taoist to immediately open his eyes. "Could I trouble you to assist me in copying these slips? I happened to forget to bring my own today." The Taoist, momentarily bewildered, questioned whether he had misheard. Was he expected to waste time copying for someone who had forgotten their own slips? However, Shifeng's subsequent words elicited a broad smile from him. Shifeng produced a small pouch, revealing 10 crystal stones, exclaiming, "I would appreciate your assistance, brother." In truth, most inner disciples were not affluent. Although the sect allocated 5 crystal stones monthly, this was scarcely sufficient for their expenses. Firstly, inner disciples were dedicated to their advancement, with the elixirs enhancing their cultivation being exorbitantly priced. Secondly, they needed to cultivate their supernatural abilities, which consumed significant amounts of magical energy. While this could be replenished through meditation, the process was too slow, wasting valuable training time. Consequently, restorative elixirs were indispensable. Thirdly, there were costs associated with spiritual weapons. A suitable spiritual weapon could significantly enhance a practitioner's power, yet the prices, especially for higher quality ones, were often beyond the means of inner disciples. In the sect's minor competitions, the reward for first place was merely a low-grade spiritual weapon, which had led to fierce competition among over 100 disciples. Thus, Most inner disciples could only procure a single protective spiritual tool, which lacked any engraved prohibitions. Naturally, the material quality also dictated the price, which could be considerable if the materials were exceptional. Chapter 20. Initial understanding of methods. Although Shurfeng was relatively unknown, he was indeed well off among the inner disciples. Firstly, he received a fixed allocation of 5 crystal stones each month from the sect, and by not engaging in cultivation, purchasing elixirs, or spiritual tools, he incurred no expenses, accumulating a steady total of 60 crystal stones annually. Secondly, he earned a salary from the Artifact Refinement Hall, given his exceptional skills, which netted him an additional 20 to 30 crystal stones monthly. Thirdly, he also worked for Gu Mingxi, and in fact, he had more than one such client. Through Gu Mingxi's recommendations, 3 or 4 other affluent heirs from similar backgrounds sought Shurfeng's craftsmanship. Consequently, over the course of a year, Shurfeng's crystal stone reserves had swelled to 500 or 600. He presented 10 crystal stones, anxious that the black-faced Taoist might refuse, and he was prepared to increase his offer if necessary. However, the Taoist's previously stern demeanor had transformed into a radiant smile. "Brother, why be so formal? Such a trivial matter I would have gladly assisted you with regardless." As he spoke, he swiftly accepted the crystal stones, glancing around before tucking them away. For cultivators, jade slips were akin to the paper and ink of an imperial academy, costing hardly anything at all. 10 crystal stones could easily procure hundreds of jade slips. Shurfeng initially selected 5 jade slips, but upon hearing the tone of the dark-faced Taoist, he chose 3 additional ones and brought them along. The dark-faced Taoist, without uttering a word, swiftly copied the slips and then inquired if there were more. Shurfeng replied, "There are none. Thank you, senior brother. I shall take my leave." The dark-faced Taoist escorted him to the staircase, saying, "Take care, junior brother. Do visit often. If you forget to bring your jade slips, feel free to seek me out. My Dao name is Lu Zhan." Holding the jade slips, Shurfeng first sought out Chongqing, requesting his senior brother to imprint the contents of the slips into his consciousness. Chongqing glanced over the material, which comprised 2 rudimentary body refinement techniques and 5 treatises on artifact crafting, nodded, and channeled his spiritual energy to inscribe the contents into Shurfeng's sea of consciousness. Upon returning to the sword forging valley, Shurfeng began to contemplate the 2 body refinement techniques. To his disappointment, he found them to be exceedingly superficial. The iron skin technique merely involved the cultivation of golden spiritual energy to harden the skin to a state akin to iron. The name of the Azure Dragon technique was impressive, yet it turned out to be merely the application of wood spiritual energy to refine the skin, even inferior to the iron skin technique. In just 3 days, Shurfeng fully comprehended both texts. Subsequently, Shurfeng delved into the enigmatic unnamed technique. Indeed, this technique proved to be profoundly intricate. Despite having the foundation of the previous 2 methods, Shurfeng's understanding progressed sluggishly, with certain concepts remaining utterly inscrutable. Sighing, he resolved to consult his senior brother Chongqing regarding the terms he found perplexing. Chongqing, upon hearing his queries, shared whatever knowledge he possessed but admitted, "As for body refinement techniques, I too am a novice. You might consider inquiring with manager Luo. He is also a body cultivator and quite adept in his practice." Shurfeng was taken aback to discover that Luo San was also a body cultivator, and upon further inquiry, he found their backgrounds strikingly similar. Luo San, like Shurfeng, hailed from humble beginnings, originally a blacksmith of considerable skill and renown. During his travels in the mortal realm, the eminent Qian Chu, a master of the Artifact Hall, recognized his talent and, despite Luo San lacking spiritual roots, welcomed him into the Taiji sect and the Outer Sect Artifact Hall. Although Luo San entered the realm of cultivation, he faced challenges without the backing of a prestigious family. Understanding that strength was paramount in the cultivation world and lacking protective treasures, he undertook the body refinement technique for self-preservation. Without delay, Shurfeng turned back to seek Luo San. Their relationship had always been amicable, and when Shurfeng inquired about body cultivation techniques, Luo San initially appeared taken aback, but quickly grasped the situation. Recognizing their shared plight as cultivators without spiritual roots from impoverished backgrounds, and given Luo San's generous disposition, he answered all of Shurfeng's questions without reservation. However, Luo San did not practice the iron skin technique or the Azure Dragon technique. His method was acquired through a trade with an elder of the sect, which he could not disclose to Shurfeng. With Luo San's assistance, Shurfeng's understanding of the unnamed technique gradually accelerated, and he finally comprehended approximately 80 to 90% of the first layer. This unnamed technique, as Dao Chong had indicated, was indeed profound, standing in stark contrast to conventional body refinement techniques. Typically, body refinement techniques involve absorbing spiritual energy to temper the physique, with the type of spiritual energy varying among methods. For instance, the iron skin technique harnesses golden spiritual energy, while the azure dragon technique draws upon with spiritual energy. And the technique practiced by Luo Sand involves the absorption of fire spiritual energy. After absorbing the spiritual essence, an internal cultivator stores it in the dantian, while a physical cultivator utilizes this essence to refine their body. Generally, the process begins externally, strengthening the skin, muscles, and bones sequentially, ultimately resulting in an extraordinarily powerful physique, capable of immense strength in every movement. However, the unnamed technique is infinitely more complex than conventional body refining methods. It consists of 5 tiers, each divided into 5 stages, totaling 25 stages. For instance, in the first tier, there are 5 stages: gold skin, wood bone, water blood, fire tendon, and earth muscle. This requires one to first absorb gold essence to refine the skin, then use wood essence to strengthen the bones, and water essence to purify the blood. Any mistake, such as accidentally channeling the gold essence meant for the skin into the bones, would render all previous efforts futile. Upon meeting all the requirements of the 5 stages, one may form the first tier. The second tier comprises water skin, fire bone, wood blood, earth tendon, and gold muscle, following the principle of the 5 elements generating one another. Thus, gold skin generates water skin, and wood bone generates fire bone. Precision is paramount, as any misstep could lead to disaster. The third, fourth, and fifth tiers similarly employ different essences to refine the body, culminating in the skin, bones, blood, and tendons, each embodying the quintessence of the 5 elements, which are then unified through a seal. After contemplating this, Shurfeng was left astounded, pondering whether this technique was a mere deception. Could such a convoluted method truly be mastered within a century of life? Was it perhaps a frivolous creation meant to amuse? Nevertheless, the esteemed Dao Chong, a senior practitioner, had spoken highly of this unnamed technique, declaring its profound origins, which left Shurfeng unable to dismiss its validity. After some reflection, he decided to practice it regardless. However, before commencing his training, he faced another dilemma: the method for absorbing the world's vital energy, which the unnamed body refining technique did not specify. Shurfeng reasoned that since no specific method was given, any technique capable of absorbing the world's energy would suffice. Typically, body refining techniques focus on absorbing a singular attribute of energy, yet this unnamed technique required the absorption of the 5 elemental energies. Coincidentally, Shurfeng recalled a foundational technique, the Pure Yuan technique, which detailed methods for inhaling and exhaling the 5 elemental energies. Nonetheless, he quickly dismissed it, as his senior brother, Chongqing, had mentioned that the Pure Yuan technique was rather rudimentary, with a slow absorption rate, and was deemed unworthy of practice by novice disciples. With an abundance of crystals at his disposal, he resolved to seek out superior techniques in the scripture vault. With newfound enthusiasm, Shurfeng filled his pockets with crystals and made his way to the scripture vault. There, the dark-faced Taoist, Lu Zhen, was still on the 2nd floor overseeing the area. Upon seeing Shurfeng, he greeted him warmly. However, after hearing Shurfeng's request, Lu Zhen could only smile ruefully, explaining that while there were indeed many techniques on the 3rd floor, entry required a senior's command, and only one could be copied at a time. He inquired if Shurfeng possessed such a command. Shurfeng was taken aback. It was impossible for him to seek out Lu Yunzi for a command, leaving him filled with frustration as he departed in disappointment, with Lu Zhen equally disheartened as he escorted him to the door. In truth, Shurfeng had misconstrued the situation. It was not that the sect was parsimonious, but rather that the selection of a cultivation technique was a matter of utmost gravity. The choice of which method a Qi refinement disciple should practice is determined by the master, taking into account various factors such as the disciple's spiritual root, constitution, comprehension, and temperament. Arbitrarily switching techniques is a grave taboo and requires the master's consent. Upon returning to the sword forging valley, Shurfeng, with no other recourse, resumed his practice of the Pure Yuan technique, absorbing the celestial essence of heaven and earth to cultivate this unnamed body refinement method. As the sun rose and set, nearly half a year slipped by unnoticed. Shurfeng remained almost exclusively within the sword forging valley, diligently practicing the unnamed body refinement technique while also delving into the art of crafting. Given his current pace of refining materials, he devoted merely half a day to fulfill the sect's tasks, leaving ample time for personal cultivation. When considering how to cultivate, the foremost aspect to contemplate is the environment. Although Shurfeng possessed residences in both Yushio Peak and Sword Forging Valley, he dismissed these options for a simple reason: the density of spiritual energy. Every cultivator understands that one must seek out locations rich in pure spiritual essence for effective cultivation. While the Taiji sect is established upon a spiritual ley line, the distribution of spiritual energy within the sect varies significantly. The most abundant spiritual veins have long been claimed by the higher-ups, while the next tier has been seized by foundation-building disciples, followed by inner sect chi refinement disciples, leaving the outer sect disciples with scant choices. However, for Shifeng, there were indeed promising locations available, rivaling the quality of the secluded chambers of the sect's golden core ancestors. These included places like the Earth Fire Furnace and the Wood Spirit Hall. The Sword Forging Valley's unique environments were designed to refine materials, yet Shifeng adeptly multitasked. He could extract purple-winged insects in the Wood Spirit Hall while simultaneously absorbing its rich with spiritual energy to bolster the first level of the unnamed body refinement technique. As a mere outer sect disciple, the amount of spiritual energy he could absorb was limited, thus preventing any noticeable fluctuations in the spiritual essence. Consequently, he was able to practice his techniques while working, unbeknownst to those around him. Over time, rumors began to circulate within the sect about an outer sect disciple who, due to his impoverished background, toiled relentlessly to earn crystals, often sleeping in the refining room. This tale was recounted by some elders as a motivational story to admonish lazy disciples. 3 months passed, and Shifeng's cultivation of the unnamed body refinement technique progressed remarkably well. This success could be attributed to his robust physique, his ability to multitask, and the highly concentrated spiritual energy in the refining room. After several months, he achieved minor successes in the golden skin, wood bone, water blood, and earth flesh stages, significantly strengthening his muscles and bones. When he attempted to circulate spiritual energy, his skin emitted a faint yellow luster, and when pricked with a sharp blade, only a subtle white mark remained. Shifeng was filled with joy, yet he simultaneously felt a pang of frustration regarding the fire muscle stage, which he found impossible to cultivate. He had previously discerned that his internal fire attribute was the weakest. Despite his efforts to absorb fire spiritual energy in the earth fire furnace, it dissipated almost instantly when stored in his dantian. To his dismay, this same inefficacy persisted when attempting to refine his muscles and bones. The initial level of the nameless body refining technique requires the completion of 5 gates to conclude successfully. After countless attempts, Shifeng ultimately relinquished his efforts. Fortunately, his intention was not solely to attain a specific level, rather, he sought to strengthen his physique and enhance his capabilities. Consequently, after numerous fruitless trials, Shifeng ceased frequenting the earth fire furnace and redirected his focus towards the relentless honing of the 4 gates: golden skin, wooden bones, water blood, and earth flesh. One day, while refining ice jade powder in the water condensation palace, a disciple suddenly conveyed a message stating that Chief Steward Luo requested his presence. Upon arriving at the forging room, where Luo-san was situated along with 3 other disciples, Shifeng found the chief steward engaged in conversation. Upon noticing Shifeng's entrance, Luo addressed him. "Shifeng, set aside your current task. For the next month, you shall undertake no work, as a significant responsibility awaits you for." A robust middle-aged man among the 3 disciples inquired, "Chief Steward, what is this important task? Please do not keep us in suspense, for we are all assembled." Luo replied, "Do not ask questions. Follow me to meet the Master Jinren, who will enlighten you." "What? Master Qian Chu has summoned us?" In the past 2 years at the Sword Forging Valley, the name of Master Qian Chu resonated with Shifeng like thunder. He was an elder of the Burning Heaven Peak, deeply passionate about the art of forging. Initially, the Tai Chi sect did not have a dedicated forging hall. It was merely a subsidiary of the Servant Hall, managing the mineral resources dispatched from various regions under the sect's jurisdiction. However, Qian Chu, consumed by his research in forging, faced considerable reproach from the leadership of Burning Heaven Peak. One day, unexpectedly, he crafted a magical artifact, which sent ripples throughout the entire sect. It is known that magical artifacts are classified into 9 grades. Only those of the 4th grade and above are deemed magical treasures, while those of the 1st to 3rd grades are merely referred to as spiritual weapons, although a 4th grade magical treasure and a 3rd grade spiritual weapon differ by a single grade. They are worlds apart in capability. Magical treasures can recognize their master by blood and can transform at will, possessing powers and applications far superior to those of 3rd grade spiritual weapons. That night, the sect's upper echelons convened to deliberate, ultimately deciding to establish a dedicated forging hall. With Qian Chu appointed as its head, he was directly elevated to the Council of Elders, where he would participate in deliberating significant sect affairs. The middle-aged man exclaimed, "The master has summoned us? What has transpired?" Luo, with a firm demeanor, replied, Do not question me. Simply follow my lead. He then rose and guided the four towards the back valley of the sword-forging valley, constructed around the natural earth fire, the further they ventured. The closer they approached the fire's core, causing the air temperature to rise dramatically. The four were unaware of the situation unfolding and anxiously pondered whether they had committed any errors that warranted a personal reprimand from the master. Anxiety filled their hearts, causing beads of sweat to form. Shifeng had never been to the back valley and dared not glance around, keeping his head bowed in step with Luo-san. After traversing until they reached a colossal stone hall in the back valley, Luo halted and announced loudly, "Disciple Luo-san requests an audience with Master Jinren." A resonant voice from within commanded, "Enter." As the hall doors swung open, Shifeng and the others stepped inside, where they beheld an elderly figure seated at the center. He was short and stout, with a round face, a shiny bald head devoid of hair, yet his beard was lush and unkempt, resembling a hedgehog. He donned a tattered Taoist robe. The group hurriedly knelt, offering their respects to Master Jinren. Master Qianchu waved his hand, saying, "Rise and speak." There is no need for formalities. His tone was surprisingly amicable. Upon rising and standing upright, Shifeng realized that two other individuals were present in the hall, seated beneath the esteemed Qianchu Jinren. One was an elderly scholar clad in a robe, his complexion as pale as jade, while the other was a robust man in his 30s or 40s, with a formidable appearance and a posture as straight as an arrow. Qianchu Jinren surveyed the assembly and inquired, "Luo-san, are these the four individuals?" To which Luo-san replied, "Indeed. They are the four most skilled artisans in the refining hall at present." With a smile, Qianchu remarked, "How could you forget yourself? Surely your skills surpass theirs." Just as Luo-san was about to respond, Qianchu waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Never mind, I was merely jesting. You are burdened with too many trivial matters to attend to. It shall be just these four." The four remained perplexed, yet it seemed they were not to be punished, which put them somewhat at ease. Qianchu continued, "I have summoned you today to assign a significant task, which must remain confidential. Should any of you divulge this information, rest assured, even if I do not seek retribution, there are others far more formidable who will." This revelation instilled a sense of trepidation among them. "Fear not," Qianchu reassured, "for in the coming month, you shall assist me with this endeavor. It is not an insurmountable task. Our esteemed elder Feng Xianzi encountered a formidable adversary last month, resulting in her precious Hanlu sword being shattered into 2 pieces. She has implored me to aid in its restoration. This sword is bound by 30 layers of prohibitions, and I cannot guarantee its complete restoration. I can merely strive to assist, given the immense resources required for the restoration. I have enlisted Luo-san to gather a few exceptionally skilled disciples to assist me. Do you comprehend?" The four exhaled in relief, responding in unison, "We shall follow the instructions of the esteemed Jinren." Qianchu instructed, "You four are to refine the various materials I require, while the 2 of you shall assist in engraving the prohibitions." The latter part was directed at the 2 scholars, who bowed in acknowledgement. Qianchu, slightly displeased, remarked, "Do not be so formal. Although this may delay your cultivation for a time, upon completion, I shall reward each of you with 5,000 spirit stones, which should compensate for the inconvenience." The 2 scholars quickly responded, "We dare not. We shall obey your commands without hesitation." "Very well," Qianchu concluded, "you may all depart. Return here tomorrow at the hour of the dragon to report to me. I shall further examine the Hanlu sword tonight." The following day, the 4 arrived punctually at the sword-forging valley, assisting Qianchu in refining the various materials necessary for the restoration of the artifact. Although the Hanlu sword primarily consisted of water-based materials, the 30 prohibitions required an extensive array of over 100 components, which left Shifeng inwardly astonished. Having perused numerous texts on artifact refinement over the past 2 years, Shifeng understood that this craft is profoundly intricate. Refining materials is merely the foundational skill. The true essence lies in the crafting of prohibitions. The creation of prohibitions also begins with materials, as different prohibitions necessitate distinct components. The initial step involves sketching various symbols, followed by engraving these symbols onto the materials. Finally, through various techniques, the symbols are activated and integrated into the spiritual artifact, thus forming a prohibition. The resplendent and intricate patterns adorning the spiritual artifact are, in fact, manifestations of these prohibitions. The materials and combinations of formations are indeed countless, each serving a myriad of functions. Some formations augment the weight of a spiritual artifact, bestowing upon it the might of a mountain with a single strike. Others lighten the artifact, rendering it as agile as a butterfly. Some enhance the flight speed of the artifact, while others imbue it with the powers of thunder, flames, and various other forces. Shifeng spent his days in the back valley, coming and going with the others. Observing Qian Chu and his two disciples as they crafted various formations, which greatly broadened his horizons and enriched his knowledge, he felt quite satisfied with the task at hand. However, Qian Chu was far from pleased with him. Upon their first encounter, Qian Chu noted that although Shifeng's physique was unremarkable, he was merely a youth of 15 or 16 years. With such tender years and only 3 to 4 years of experience in material refinement, how could he possibly shoulder such a heavy responsibility? The following 2 days confirmed Qian Chu's apprehensions, as the other 3 completed their assigned refining tasks, while Shifeng submitted nothing. After 2 days of restraint, Qian Chu could no longer contain his frustration. Just then, Shifeng presented the entire list of materials, astonishingly, all of which met the highest purity standards. Qian Chu was elated, for it was well known that the strength and power of the same artifact could soar dramatically when crafted from superior materials. Furthermore, Qian Chu was further astounded by the fact that, although Shifeng's pace was not swift, every material he refined was of at least high quality or superior, and his meticulousness left no room for criticism. For instance, the list specified approximately 4 inches, requiring 5 pieces of 6th-grade water mirror platinum stone. Shifeng not only provided water mirror platinum stones of the 9th grade, but also cut them to precisely 4 inches in size. Qian Chu had stipulated the 4-inch requirement considering the arduous task faced by outer disciples in refining materials. Achieving an exact 4 inches could be time-consuming, thus suggesting a rough approximation would suffice, with Qian Chu himself prepared to refine them further. Yet, Shifeng's submissions eliminated this step, as he measured with precision, yielding exact 4-inch pieces without a trace of error. Moreover, according to Qian Chu's list, he required 10 pairs of fire-sucking insects, each over 100 years old, with 4 stingers. The other 3 disciples inevitably submitted a few insects that were less than a century old, barely reaching 90 years. In contrast, Shifeng's fire-sucking insects not only surpassed the century mark, but also underwent thorough observation and testing to confirm their quality. The insects submitted by others, while appearing to have 4 stingers, often had some completely blocked or underdeveloped. As fire-sucking insects thrive on fire, their stingers are invaluable refining materials. Any stinger that does not meet the specifications is utterly useless. Thus, over the course of more than 10 days, Qian Chu's perception of Shifeng transformed significantly. The restoration of the Hanlu sword progressed steadily. Although the repair of spiritual artifacts is not as time-consuming as their creation, it can often prove more challenging than the crafting of new treasures. The cold dew sword lay severed into 2 fragments, yet the inherent qualities of its material remained intact. Master Qian Chu meticulously analyzed the characteristics of the artifact's composition before proceeding to decipher the original restrictions inscribed upon the cold dew sword, meticulously documenting and sealing them. Following this, he intended to restore the blade using suitable materials, ensuring that the 4 or 5 restrictions implicated in the fracture would be re-engraved with precision. However, the restoration of an artifact is not merely a matter of rejoining materials and recasting the damaged restrictions. Each restriction within the artifact is interdependent. Though only 4 or 5 restrictions are involved at the fracture, any deviation in their engraved positions or sequence could render the remaining 20 or so restrictions entirely ineffective, thereby nullifying the artifact's capabilities. It is said that this cold dew sword was forged by an alien race from the northern cold continent and was acquired by Fairy Feng at a significant price during an auction. Among its restrictions, 2 had eluded even a master craftsman like Qian Chu. He had spent several days contemplating their intricacies, believing he had grasped their essence before calling upon assistance. Yet, unforeseen complications arose during the process. The engraved restrictions often failed to function or could not activate others, necessitating their erasure and re-engraving. Naturally, the expenses for the materials accumulated rapidly, causing Master Shifeng quiet distress. Shifeng frequently observed Qian Chu pacing back and forth within the chamber, deep in thought, tugging at his hair in frustration. He mused to himself, no wonder this venerable master is bald. He must have pulled out his own hair in exasperation. On the 33rd day, after relentless deliberation with his 2 disciples, Qian Chu finally succeeded in engraving all restrictions accurately. On that day, Shifeng and the others stood by attentively, while Qian Chu sat cross-legged at the center, a small purple cauldron before him. To the naked eye, it appeared unremarkable, and Shifeng and the others felt no heat in the air. With a tranquil demeanor, Qian Chu chanted incantations directed at the cauldron. After 2 hours, the cauldron began to tremble, ultimately shaking violently. Qian Chu rose, positioning himself according to the 8 trigrams, his expression grave. An hour later, beads of sweat dotted his bald forehead as the purple cauldron spun incessantly. A glimmer of joy flickered in his eyes before he unleashed a long whistle. Casting an incantation upon the cauldron, the lid flew off, and a small white sword shot forth. At the moment the lid opened, Sherfong felt the air suddenly heat up as a fiery tongue burst from within the cauldron. Hastily, he invoked the solar flame technique to mitigate the heat. The white sword hovered in midair, and with a clear ringing sound, it transformed into a 4-foot-long blade, flawless and radiant, its surface shimmering with myriad colors. The flames emerging from the purple cauldron seemed drawn to the sword, being absorbed into it. After absorbing the flames, the sword emanated a wave of chilling air, transforming the previously stifling atmosphere into a refreshing coolness, imbued with a hint of coldness. Qianchu erupted into joyous laughter, exclaiming, "Success! Success!" With a gesture, he reduced the cold dew sword back to its smaller form, vanishing it into his sleeve. The disciples rejoiced, advancing to offer their congratulations. Clearly in high spirits, Qianchu waved his hand, declaring, "You all put forth tremendous effort this time. Each of you shall receive a reward of 500 crystal stones. Additionally, you may select any one item from the materials in the previous refining chamber as further recompense." The disciples, overwhelmed with joy, expressed their gratitude profusely. The esteemed Taoist Qianchu collected the small purple cauldron, dismantled the auxiliary formation, and took several hearty sips of tea. He then instructed the scholarly elder to pay a visit to Fairy Feng, requesting her presence for the appraisal of the magical artifact. Once he had completed his instructions, he turned to the four, asking, "Have you selected your materials? Present your choices." The four, having made their silent decisions, noted that the other three had chosen the three most valuable materials. When it was Stone Feng's turn, he bowed deeply and said, "Disciple desires no treasures, but humbly requests that the venerable master bestow upon me a tale of the ash from the cauldron over this past month." The smile on Qianchu's face abruptly froze. What did you say?" Chapter 22. The Iron Jiao Bao. Stone Feng felt a wave of unease wash over him as he murmured, "Disciple was merely hoping for some of the ash." Qianchu remained silent for a moment before saying, "You may all leave." The other three bowed respectfully and exited, casting sympathetic glances at Stone Feng as they departed. Once they were alone, Qianchu inquired, "Stone Feng, pray tell, why do you seek the ash from the refining furnace?" Perceiving the neutrality in Qianchu's tone, devoid of emotion, Stone Feng steeled himself and replied, "Disciple has heard that Yinhan stone is an exceptional material for crafting cold attribute treasures. However, it is mixed with a portion of soulwood powder, which must be refined before it can be used." Qianchu abruptly interjected, "Do you know how to remove the impurities of the soulwood powder from the Yinhan stone?" Stone Feng responded, "The refining of Yinhan stone requires either inner family true fire or the fire of a millennium to melt. Yinhan stone is the embodiment of utmost coldness. Why would one use fire to refine it?" Qianchu asked. Stone Feng explained, "This is indeed a peculiar matter. No matter how fiercely it is burned in the flames, its cold nature remains unaltered, while the soulwood powder mixed within can be melted away by fire. Hence, one can extract pure Yinhan stone." Qianchu continued, "So, the ash you seek is this soulwood powder?" "Precisely," Stone Feng confirmed. Qianchu then queried, "Are you aware of the uses of soulwood powder?" Stone Feng replied, "Disciple has heard that soulwood powder is generally of little use. However, when subjected to the flames of a millennium, it becomes white and fine like sand. Born within the Yinhan stone, it is impervious to ice and, after enduring the fires of a millennium, it also withstands flames. Thus, it is immune to both water and fire. If mixed during the crafting of artifacts, it can enhance the resilience of spiritual tools against fire and ice, making it an excellent material for refinement. The ash in the master's furnace should indeed be soulwood powder, although it has not been burned for a millennium. The local fire is quite fierce, and having been tempered by the master's inner true fire, its quality must be high." Qianchu stroked his beard thoughtfully and asked, "From where did you acquire this knowledge?" Stone Feng replied, "Disciple happened upon a certain tome that recorded the properties of soulwood powder, noting that after a millennium of fire, it can withstand both water and flame, also referred to as the ash of 1,000 fires, making it a commendable material for crafting." Qianchu inquired further, "What is the title of the tome you perused?" Stone Feng responded, "It is a work titled Fanglu Night Talks by a man named Qiu Pingzi." Qianchu expressed surprise. "The Fanglu Night Talks is quite an obscure text. You, at such a young age, have read it." Qiu Pingzi is known for his eccentric nature, yet he is indeed a knowledgeable figure in the realm of artifact crafting. "You speak true. The soulwood powder, after being burned in fierce flames for many years, becomes the ash of 1,000 fires, an exceedingly precious material for crafting. Were it not for the value of this substance, I would not take on this task for mere tens of thousands of crystal stones. Shifeng hurriedly said, Disciple is unaware of the preciousness of this item. Please, master. Grant me another material. Qianchu Daoist replied with a scoff. Am I the kind of person who does not keep my word? However, 1 or 2 is excessive. This furnace contains at most 2 tails of embers. I shall give you 5 coins. Shifeng promptly knelt down, expressing his gratitude for the master's generous gift. Qianchu Jinren continued, Let me test you further. Tell me, the shell of the deluzi is incredibly hard, while the flesh within is exceedingly fragile. How many methods do you know to separate the shell of the deluzi? Shifeng pondered and replied, Disciple knows only 6 methods. The ice cooling and heat exploding separation technique. The pure yang knife cutting method. The 7 poison water immersion and corrosion technique. The 6 wood and 3 fire swelling and cracking method. The black-eyed rat's raw consumption and digestion method. And perhaps a polishing method using black gold salt iron sand, though I am not very confident about the last one. Qianchu's eyes sparkled with delight. In truth, there are 9 methods for separating the deluzi's shell. The other 3 require magical powers to assist. So it is no surprise you are unaware. The 6 methods you mentioned are indeed correct. Most people only know the first 3. Your ability to name 6 has greatly exceeded my expectations. It seems you are truly a promising talent for refining tools. Shifeng, I happen to need an apprentice. Why not serve as my furnace attendant? Shifeng was somewhat taken aback. Master, do you not have many disciples under your guidance? Qianchu Jinren sighed. They are all wholeheartedly committed to their cultivation, not focusing on this aspect. I do not force them. As an outer disciple, you need not cultivate. What say you? Do you not wish to? Shifeng quickly replied. Disciple would naturally be overjoyed. Qianchu laughed heartily. Very well, then it is settled. From that day forth, Shifeng followed closely beside Qianchu Jinren, a master of tool refinement with profound knowledge. Naturally, Shifeng humbly sought guidance, and Qianchu, whose mind was brimming with wisdom yet lacking an audience, found Shifeng's inquiries to be a delightful itch to scratch, thus sharing his knowledge freely. Additionally, Qianchu Jinren's collection of various refining texts far surpassed that of the scripture repository, and Shifeng spent his leisure time studying these texts in the inner chamber, much to the delight of Lu Zhan. However, with Qianchu Jinren's discerning eye, the texts he collected were sometimes too esoteric, and Shifeng felt hesitant to burden him with constant explanations. Therefore, at times, Shifeng would also visit the scripture repository, for he had Qianchu Jinren's token, allowing him easy access to the 3rd and 4th levels. Moreover, when Shifeng's inquiries became too numerous and Qianchu lacked the time to explain, he would take out a notebook, suggesting Shifeng peruse it himself. This notebook was Qianchu's personal record, where he noted down insights gained during his refining endeavors or questions that arose in his mind. Upon examining it, Shifeng discovered it filled with scribbles, lacking coherence, with fragments of information scattered throughout. While struggling to comprehend, he assisted Qianchu Jinren in rewriting and organizing the notes, which pleased Qianchu greatly, leading him to entrust the notebook to Shifeng for safekeeping. One day, while browsing the scripture repository, Shifeng came across a slender volume titled 13 Spirit Artifacts, which detailed the refining methods for 13 types of inferior spirit artifacts. However, Shifeng found himself uninterested in the sword and blade artifacts, as he possessed no magical power to wield them, nor did he have any martial skills. Such weapons were of no use to him. However, when he turned to one of the spiritual artifacts, his eyes brightened at the sight of the iron serpent bow. This bow was not overly complicated to forge and possessed merely 3 restrictions, classifying it as a lower-grade spiritual weapon. The key feature of this bow was that it could be equipped with a golden spirit stone for activation, allowing even those without magical power to wield it. It served as a ranged weapon with considerable might. According to the text, it could pierce through stone and trees from 300 paces away. While Shifeng might not excel in other skills, he was an exceptional archer, having hunted since childhood. After spending considerable time with Taoist Qianchu, he had long harbored the desire to forge a spiritual weapon of his own, making the iron serpent bow the perfect choice. After meticulously copying the jade slip, Shifeng returned to his dwelling to study it in detail. The materials required for the iron serpent bow were not overly complex. The bow body was crafted from high-quality iron mixed with a small amount of red copper, and the arrow materials were even simpler, consisting merely of a century-old iron fur. The arrowheads had no stringent requirements, only needing to be fashioned from sharp metal into fong-like points, and the arrow fletchings could be made from either fine feathers or those of the common pheasant. The bow's 3 restrictions were designed to enhance wind, accuracy, and power, augmenting range, precision, and strength, which were rather common features. The only particular material required for the iron serpent bow was the bowstring. which needed to be crafted from the spinal tendons of a crocodile over 100 years old. However, Shifeng reasoned that this only influenced the bow's power, and he could easily substitute it with tendons from other beasts. After careful consideration, he began to prepare the materials. Iron was readily available, and he could procure as much as needed. First, he fashioned the mold for the iron serpent bow according to the diagram, pouring the iron to create the bow's body. In this process, he also mixed in 5 coins of Qian Ho as embers obtained from Taoist Qian Chu. He was not overly concerned about wasting this precious material, as the embers would not melt in fire, and if necessary, he could remelt the bow body to extract them once more. Once the bow body was complete, Shifeng commenced the intricate task of engraving the restrictions. The crafting of these restrictions was exceedingly complex. He first had to draw the runes on the bow body, then prepare the various materials necessary for the restrictions to fill the patterns of the runes, and finally integrate the restrictions into the bow body. Naturally, the effectiveness of the restrictions would require testing. If they proved ineffective, he would need to remove the materials and start anew. This being Shifeng's first crafted spiritual weapon, he approached the task with utmost caution, ensuring that each step was executed with precision and each material was of the highest quality. After 3 full months of labor, he finally completed the iron serpent bow. As he caressed his first creation, the bow measured 3 feet in length, resembling a serpentine dragon, its surface a deep, inky black. The dragon's mouth, slightly ajar, was perfectly shaped to accommodate a crystal stone, and the bow's body was adorned with intricate patterns, sequentially engraving the 3 restrictions: wind guidance, accuracy maintenance, and power enhancement. Additionally, he crafted over a dozen arrows, selecting materials that surpassed those in the original diagram. The arrow shafts were made from red jade wood, the arrowheads from a blend of iron and dark gold, and the fletchings crafted from feathers of the ancient Yu mountain eagle. Shifeng attempted to insert a golden spirit stone, and the bow's runes shimmered faintly. Drawing the bow and knocking an arrow at 500 paces, he released the arrow, which pierced through a stone the size of a grinding wheel by over 3 inches. Its power was exponentially greater than the arrows he had previously used for hunting on Mount Tsang. Shifeng felt both elated and regretful. The bow's might slightly exceeded the records, not only due to his superior choice of materials, but, more importantly, his enhanced strength from practicing the unnamed body refinement technique, which had significantly increased his physical prowess. The greatest regret of this bow lies in its string. The iron jiao bow is named not for its resemblance to the jiao, but because its bowstring is crafted from the sinews of the jiao crocodile. Unfortunately, the material has eluded Shifeng, who has resorted to using tiger sinew as a substitute. Although this tiger is not an ordinary one, but rather a type of demon tiger, it still pales in comparison to the sinew of the jiao crocodile. As spring gives way to autumn, it has now been 3 years since Shifeng entered the sect. During this time, he has diligently followed Master Qianchu in his crafting endeavors while also practicing the nameless techniques. Master Qianchu has placed great trust in Shifeng, entrusting him with the creation of some preliminary talismans. In recent weeks, Shifeng has sensed an unusual increase in activity within the sect. Tasks have surged, and Master Qianchu, overwhelmed, has summoned 4 of his own disciples for assistance. These 4, deeply engrossed in their own cultivation, were reluctant to be pulled away for crafting, and they viewed Shifeng as merely an underling, directing him with little regard for his own tasks, leaving him in a state of chaos. One day, after finally managing to secure a rare day of rest, Shifeng was deeply asleep in his room. Just as he was enjoying a peaceful slumber, a voice called out, "Shifeng, Shifeng, are you awake?" Recognizing the voice as belonging to Gu Mingxi, he rose to open the door, revealing not only Gu Mingxi, but also a tall young man who bore a resemblance to Gu Mingxi, though he was slender and exuded a refined elegance. Clad in a blue robe, he clearly presented himself as an inner sect disciple. Shifeng welcomed them inside and poured 2 cups of tea. Gu Mingxi, having grown quite familiar with Shifeng, gestured for him to sit and introduced his cousin, Gu Mingqing, who was merely a month older than him and had entered the sect alongside him. However, Gu Mingqing had since achieved greater accomplishments. Now a notable disciple from the Daequi Peak, having attained the 8th level of Qi refinement over the past 4 years. Upon observing Shifeng's tall stature, Gu Mingqing felt a twinge of disappointment at his unkempt appearance, yet he concealed his feelings and smiled, saying, "Shouty, don't mind his exaggerations. I am hardly a remarkable disciple. There are countless in the sect far superior to me." Shifeng simply chuckled, unsure of how to respond. Gu Mingxi interjected, "Let us not just engage in pleasantries. We have matters to discuss. Shifeng, I brought my cousin today because he requires assistance in repairing a spiritual weapon." Taken aback, Shifeng had initially assumed they sought his help in crafting materials, but was surprised to hear it was for the restoration of a spiritual weapon. Repair a spiritual weapon? He inquired. Why not consult the elders in the inner hall? The inner hall consisted of Master Qianshu and his disciples, all possessing spiritual roots and capable of channeling true essence, making them the true artisans of crafting. In contrast, the outer hall comprised outer sect disciples, who were primarily responsible for material refinement, though Shifeng was an exception. Gu Mingxi chuckled. The people in the inner hall are quite busy, and seeking their help requires connections. Moreover, their fees are exorbitantly high. Gu Mingxing sighed and said, to be frank, over the years, I have been fortunate to receive the favor of my esteemed master, and through diligent efforts in fulfilling the sect's tasks, I had accumulated a savings of 4,000 to 5,000 spirit stones. However, as the time drew near, I decided to take a risk and purchased several bottles of elixirs to enhance my cultivation, which depleted my savings entirely. 3 days ago, while hunting the variegated poison butterfly with a few fellow disciples, I was injured by that creature, damaging my spiritual artifact. I inquired with a genuine disciple of artifact refinement, and to my dismay, the cost of repair is 2,000 spirit stones. I truly have no other choice but to trouble you, Brother Sure. As he mentioned the genuine disciple of artifact refinement, he felt he had slightly offended the other party and was about to express his apologies. But he found Shifeng utterly unconcerned, who replied, I see. May I first examine your spiritual artifact? I dare not claim absolute certainty. Gu Mingxing replied, of course. I would not presume to insist. With that, he waved his hand, producing an item from his storage bag and placing it on the table. Shifeng focused his gaze, observing a 1-foot circumference of a silver disc inscribed with the 8 trigrams. Each direction of the trigrams bore a 2-inch-long golden flying knife. Shifeng exclaimed, this is the mother and son 8 trigram knife. Seeing the other party correctly identify the artifact, Gu Mingxing felt a surge of confidence and affirmed, indeed, that is it. Shifeng picked up the silver disc for closer inspection. Though the mother and son 8 trigram knife was a lower-grade spiritual artifact, it held considerable renown, featuring 7 restrictions. When wielded, as long as one grasped the mother disc and channeled their spiritual energy, the 8 sun knives would fly forth to attack. After their discharge, the sun knives would return to the mother disc. More impressively, as the 8 knives were positioned at different trigram positions, their flight trajectories varied, making them exceedingly difficult to defend against. Shifeng meticulously traced the runes on the trigrams and finally nodded, stating, all 8 knives are in proper condition. However, there is an issue with the mother disc. Gu Mingxing's spirit lifted as he responded, indeed, I was hiding behind a tree, manipulating the flying knives, when suddenly a poison butterfly surged from behind and attacked me. I had no choice but to block with the mother disc, but the butterfly sprayed a cloud of toxic gas onto it. Shifeng remarked, among the 7 restrictions, 6 remain intact. It is merely the gathering spirit restriction that has been corroded by the poison gas. Once this gathering spirit restriction fails, the sun knives can still be launched, but they will be unable to return and their flight paths will be lost, resulting in a straight trajectory. Gu Mingxing joyfully exclaimed, Brother Shi's observations are impeccable. It appears that Ming Xi's words hold true. Although you are still young, your skills are remarkably advanced. Gu Mingxi interjected, when have I ever deceived you? And do not merely sing praises. Brother Shi should not labor without compensation. Gu Mingxing chuckled, that is certainly true. He then retrieved a small pouch, stating, here are 500 spirit stones, which is my last bit of wealth. If this is insufficient, I can write an IOU and settle the remaining amount later. Shifeng replied, Brother Gu need not be so modest. Spirit stones are easily arranged. Allow me to examine it more closely. Restoring such a precious artifact can indeed be a bit troublesome. Gu Mingxing reassured him, no worries, Brother Shi, please take your time. I wonder if a month will suffice. He was not overly concerned about the artifact being irreparably damaged. If necessary, he could always request the inner hall's artifact refiners to forge a new one, although that would entail a greater expenditure of spirit stones. Shifeng remained completely engrossed in examining the intricate runes on the silver disc of the 8 trigrams, momentarily oblivious to Gu Mingxing's words. Gu Mingxing felt a tinge of embarrassment and mused to himself, indeed, it is rather challenging for an outer disciple to restore such a precious artifact in merely a month. He then smiled and proposed, a month seems a bit rushed. Would 3 months be more feasible? Internally, he had already resolved that if Shifeng claimed that 3 months was also unattainable, he would concoct an excuse to forego the restoration. For once that date had passed, the urgency of mending the spirit tool would dissipate. Shifeng remained silent, and Gu Mingxing felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. Yet he refrained from pressing further. After a considerable pause, Shifeng exhaled, set down the silver plate, and remarked, Brother Gu, I must admit I was somewhat distracted earlier. This silver plate should be manageable for me to restore, and it won't require the full 500 spirit stones. I estimate around 200 spirit stones for materials. Please deposit 200 spirit stones here, and I shall adjust the remainder accordingly. As for the time frame, you may collect it in 3 days. Ah, what? 3 days? Then, I am immensely grateful, Brother Shifeng. 3 days later, Shifeng presented the repaired Bagua silver plate to Gu Mingqing, stating, I have fulfilled my promise. The spirit tool is restored. He then produced a small pouch, relieved that everything had gone smoothly, and that the materials had only cost 150 spirit stones. Here is the remaining 50 spirit stones. I entrust them to you, brother. Gu Mingqing was overjoyed, taking the silver plate and channeling his spiritual energy into it. The 8 blades danced gracefully, as if they were extensions of his own limbs, proving the restoration was indeed complete. Gu Mingqing jubilantly exclaimed, Haha, how about that? I told you, Brother Shifeng's craftsmanship is among the finest in our refiner's hall. Expressing his gratitude, he retrieved a pouch of spirit stones and said, Brother, here are 300 spirit stones. Including those 50, this is a token of my appreciation, please accept it. Shifeng waved his hand dismissively, saying, It's merely a small effort. There is no need for such expenditure, brother. However, Gu Mingqing insisted, ultimately persuading Shifeng to accept 200 spirit stones. With joy radiating from him, Gu Mingqing declared, Brother Shifeng, your skills are remarkable, and your camaraderie is commendable. Do not hesitate to seek my assistance in the future. Following this event, Gu Mingqing continued to refer several disciples to Shifeng for spirit tool restorations, resulting in a modest financial gain for Shifeng. One day, while Shifeng was engrossed in his work, a message arrived from Yushu Mountain, summoning him to meet his master, Li Yunzi. Not daring to delay, Shifeng hastily returned to Yushu Mountain. After his body refinement, he moved with the grace of a swallow, effortlessly traversing mountains and valleys. As he journeyed, he observed figures soaring through the sky atop their spirit vessels. Amidst the ethereal clouds and mist, Shifeng understood that ordinary qi refining disciples could not fly on spirit vessels. Only those who had successfully established a foundation possessed such abilities. Although he had seen foundation-building cultivators flying on spirit vessels before, he had never encountered so many in one day. He wondered, could something significant be occurring? This time, Li Yunzi's meeting with the disciples was not held in his chamber, but rather on a vast stone platform named Xingxiang, located on the southern side of Yushu Mountain. The platform was flanked by steep cliffs, and at its base flowed a mountain spring, bubbling melodiously and renowned for its delightful taste. Honored as the second spring of the Taiji sect, ideal for brewing tea. At that moment, Li Yunzi was personally preparing tea, while the disciples were seated in a circle around him. As of now, Shifeng was no longer the most junior disciple. A year prior, when the Taiji sect had begun accepting disciples, Li Yunzi had taken on a female disciple who ranked 8th, thus elevating Shifeng to the status of senior brother. However, Shifeng had never met this junior sister and only knew that upon her entry into the sect, Li Yunzi had instructed her to enter closed-door cultivation. Shifeng assumed she was a stern individual, akin to his second senior brother, Zhang Yuanxing, a fervent practitioner. To his surprise, upon their first encounter today, she turned out to be merely a girl of 15 or 16, with a delicate countenance, who greeted him sweetly, saying, Seventh senior brother, I am Xiang Jun. As she spoke, her pitch-black eyes sparkled with vivacity. This was the second time in 3 years that Shifeng had seen Li Yunzi. Aware that he was not favored by his master, he sat quietly to the side, refraining from uttering a word. Li Yunzi served each disciple a cup of tea and stated, The reason I have gathered you here today should be clear to all of you. The disciples responded in unison. Shifeng thought to himself, what is it? I have no idea. Naturally, he did not dare to voice his inquiry, but remained silently seated. After taking a sip of tea, Li Yunzi continued, the sect's grand competition, held once every 6 years, is approaching. Aside from Xiang Jun, who has only been in the sect for a year, the rest of you have participated in the last competition, so I shall not elaborate on the rules. Xiang Jun interjected anxiously, what rules? I am not aware. Li Yunzi raised an eyebrow. Did your senior brother not explain it to you? Xiang Jun replied, My senior brother speaks in such a convoluted manner, I couldn't comprehend it. Laughter erupted among the group, leaving Chongqing feeling quite embarrassed. Li Yunzi explained, The grand competition occurs every 6 years and is the most significant event of our Tai Chi sect, where disciples from the 5 sects gather to engage in battles and contests. The sect master and elders personally evaluate and assess the participants. The rewards for this competition are exceedingly generous, including elixirs and spiritual artifacts, and even profound techniques are often given as prizes. Those who successfully pass 2 rounds will gain the opportunity to participate in trials, where numerous rare treasures may be found. He raised a finger. As practitioners of the mystical arts, while talent and diligence are essential, what is even more critical is opportunity. When the chance arises, acquiring a miraculous item can lead to an immediate elevation in one's cultivation. Xiang Jun exclaimed with delight. With so many benefits, the grand competition must be incredibly challenging. Lu Yunzi nodded in agreement. Indeed, the competition is far more intense than our internal contests. All participants will exert their utmost effort. There are instances where severe injuries, or even fatalities, may occur. He continued, in recent days, disciples from various sects have been diligently enhancing their strength. My resources are limited, and I have little to offer you. But today, if you have any doubts or requests, I shall do my utmost to assist you. The disciples, who rarely had the chance to see Lu Yunzi, felt overjoyed at receiving direct instruction from their master. Consequently, they engaged in lively discussion, voicing their questions about techniques or the proper use of artifacts. Some boldly requested spiritual artifacts outright. Lu Yunzi displayed remarkable patience, addressing each inquiry in detail, and even granted 2 spiritual artifacts as rewards. After discussing matters for 2 hours, Lu Yunzi declared, "That will be all for today. I must return to cultivate a spiritual artifact in preparation for the competition." Xiang Jun asked curiously, "What? Master, you will also participate in the competition?" Lu Yunzi affirmed. "Of course, even foundation-building cultivators must take part. Have you not noticed the foundation-building practitioners returning to the mountain in droves these past few days?" Xiang Jun realized, saying, "No wonder there have been so many people flying overhead. It has been quite dizzying." Laughter resounded among the group. Lu Yunzi remarked, "My dear girl, you possess exceptional talent and intelligence, yet you lack determination. Just look at your 7th senior brother. His composure is remarkable." Xiangjuan turned her head to glance at Shifeng, who sat motionless like a statue, and chuckled softly. Lu Yunzi sighed. "All right, everyone disperse and return to your studies." The disciples bowed and took their leave. After a few steps, Lu Yunzi suddenly called out, "Chongqing." Chongqing quickly turned and followed. Lu Yunzi continued, "Your junior brothers and sisters are still inexperienced, so I do not have high hopes for them in this competition. You have already reached the peak of the 9th level of qi refinement. Do you feel confident about this upcoming contest?" Chongqing forced a smile. "Master, with your words, I must admit I feel a bit anxious. If I were to falter, I would tarnish your reputation." Lu Yunzi replied, "Humph, in terms of magical prowess, few qi refinement disciples surpass you. However, their backgrounds are strong, and the Iron Sword Peak cannot compete with them in terms of magical artifacts." Chongqing stated, "I dare not hope for the top 10. Even the top 20 may depend on luck." Lu Yunzi sighed. Being among the top 20 would be commendable. Just then, a sound akin to a dragon's roar echoed from the heavens, reverberating throughout the valley. In Chapter 24, titled 9 Spirit Ice Body, Shifeng and the others had not wandered far. Upon hearing the sound, they quickly looked up, only to see 2 radiant beams of light, one purple and one white, streaking across the western sky. As they soared overhead, it became evident that they were 2 enormous swords, each a yard in length. The white sword, smooth as jade, shimmered with flecks of black light, upon which stood a young woman clad in white, appearing to be around 18 or 19 years of age. She was tall, with skin as flawless as cream, her features were picturesque, and her garments fluttered like those of a celestial maiden. Beside her, on the purple sword, stood a young man, approximately 25 or 26 years old, tall and slender, with bright, clear features. Despite the fierce mountain winds, neither his garments nor his hair stirred in the breeze. The 2 flew side by side on their swords, captivating all below. Lu Yunzi and Chongqing gazed intently. Chongqing sighed. "Qin Bing is truly like a figure from a painting." Lu Yunzi coldly replied, "That is Master Qin Bing. You have forgotten to show your respect." Chongqing responded, "Yes, Master. However, Master Qin Bing and I entered the sect together. In just over a decade, she has already become a senior in the foundation establishment stage, while I remain stuck at the 9th level of qi refinement. It is quite disheartening." Lu Yunzi remarked, "She practices diligently in seclusion every day, while you merely watch the swan from your position as a toad. Naturally, you cannot compare." Chongqing defended himself. "Master, that is unjust. I have also been diligent in my training, but she possesses the rare 9 spirit ice body, where a single day of her practice equates to 10 days of mine. How can I possibly compete?" Lu Yunzi was silent for a moment before saying, "Indeed, her aptitude is extraordinary. Returning Swallow Peak has struck gold. Furthermore, her unique talent, combined with the sect's supreme skill, the cold ice 7 Mysteries Sword, indicates that within a century, returning Swallow Peak may produce another Golden Core Grandmaster." Noticing Lu Yunzi's melancholic tone, Chongqing quickly offered encouragement, "Master, You are also the foremost foundation establishment practitioner of Iron Sword Peak, a perfect match with Master Qinbing. Lu Yunzi shot him a glare. Nonsense. On Changqing Dao. The disciples spoke with conviction, asserting that Master Qinbing's innate talent was unparalleled, only rivaled by their own master among those of the foundation establishment stage. Moreover, she possessed a water-based cultivation physique, while master, you are of the gold-based physique. Indeed, gold nourishes water, making for an exquisite dual cultivation partnership. Lu Yunzi interjected vehemently, dismissing the notion as mere nonsense, exclaiming that the idea of master serving as her furnace was preposterous. I have no interest in gazing upon an ice beauty daily. Changqing Dao conceded. Indeed, while Master Qin is beautiful, her temperament is far too frigid. She pales in comparison to Master Qin Yun of the Burning Sky Peak, who is both alluring and vivacious, her spirit ablaze. Lu Yunzi retorted, you impertinent wretch. Master Mieching of the Burning Sky Peak is notorious for her temper. She is as formidable as she is fragrant, and who would dare to lay hands on her disciples? Changqing Dao reminded him, Master Mieching is, after all, your master-s elder. Have you forgotten to show due respect? The two continued their banter as they walked away. With less than 3 months remaining until the sect's grand competition, the entire Taiji sect was bustling with activity. Shifeng, too, found himself caught up in the fervor. Though his concerns did not pertain to the competition, which held little relevance for him, nor was he occupied with repairing spiritual artifacts. Rather, he was focused on perfecting his Iron Dragon bow. This bow was exceptional in every aspect, yet he had yet to procure the caiman spine tendons required for its string. A source of persistent vexation for him. Having spent 3 to 4 years in the artifact refining hall, his understanding had grown considerably. Initially, he was astounded by the vast array of materials in the refining chamber. But he had come to realize that while the quantity of materials in the outer hall was substantial, they lacked any truly rare items. This was to be expected. Heavenly materials and earthly treasures were inherently scarce. Their yield could not compare to the thousands of pounds of iron ore. Furthermore, even if rare materials existed, they were strictly controlled by the sect's upper echelons, not left for the outer disciples to handle freely. Shifeng had encountered numerous rare refining materials with Master Qianchu. Materials that were not available to the outside world, yet he felt too embarrassed to request any from him. Now, with the sect competition fast approaching, Shifeng was singularly focused on assembling his Iron Dragon bow. Unable to find what he needed in the artifact refining hall, he had another avenue to explore. To the left of the Taiji sect's entrance, adjacent to the duty hall, lay a narrow valley that had, for reasons unknown, become a trading ground for the disciples to exchange items. Over time, it had evolved into a marketplace, which the sect permitted, merely assigning disciples to patrol and strictly prohibiting the exchange of cultivation techniques. Shifeng had visited this Changgu Valley marketplace a few times before, but typically, it was not very crowded, and he seldom encountered anything of value. However, with the impending competition, disciples from various sects had returned to the mountain gate, and it was likely to be far more bustling than usual, perhaps yielding some fruitful discoveries. Thus, Shifeng gathered his savings and made his way to the Changgu Valley marketplace. Indeed, upon arrival, he found the marketplace teeming with activity, tenfold more lively than usual. Numerous disciples sat along the mountain walls, laying out their goods on mats before them, often accompanied by a sign indicating what they sought in exchange. Many could be heard shouting, "Come, come, behold these exquisite refining crystals. They will significantly enhance the power of your earth-based treasures. The ancestral 9-flower 6-dew pills immediately restore magical energy." My younger brother, having risked his return home, faced the wrath of our father, which compelled him to put forth a high price for a fire attribute magical artifact of at least 6 prohibitions. The atmosphere resembled a bustling marketplace, with voices rising and falling in excitement. As Shifeng navigated through the crowd, he leisurely observed the various items on display, realizing that the disciples were primarily focused on the upcoming sect competition. Consequently, most exchanges revolved around items that could enhance strength, such as elixirs, magical artifacts, and talismans, with little emphasis on refining materials, as there was no time to craft new artifacts before the competition, rendering such materials of little utility. From the front of the valley to its rear, Shifeng found no one selling crocodile spine tendons. Though slightly disappointed, he remained undeterred. From that day forth, he diligently worked in the sword forging valley each morning and punctually visited the Changgu market at noon. As fortune would have it, on the 7th day, while traversing the valley, he suddenly spotted a stall that gleamed with promise. Above his left hand lay a display of about 10 items, prominently featuring a bundle of white, slightly yellowed tendons. Shifeng approached with deliberate nonchalance and picked up the bundle. His extensive knowledge of artifact forging allowed him to discern instantly that these were indeed crocodile spine tendons from a mature crocodile, approximately 200 years old. Elated, yet maintaining a calm demeanor, he inquired about the price. The stall owner, wearing a large bamboo hat that obscured his face, showed no signs of recognition. Shifeng was unfazed. It was common in Chang'u market for individuals to employ spells, talismans, or treasures to conceal their identities. After all, one must guard their wealth, especially before a significant competition, to avoid revealing one's trump cards to potential rivals. The stall owner coldly stated that the 200-year crocodile spine tendons could be exchanged for a vial of spirit medicine that would enhance cultivation at the 7th level of qi refining. Shifeng shook his head, indicating he did not possess such spirit medicine, and inquired if he could exchange for spirit stones instead. The stall owner pondered for a moment. Spirit medicines were indeed rare, and he was reluctant to part with his refining materials at this time. He then declared, "Very well, 3,000 spirit stones, no haggling." His straightforwardness was refreshing. Though Shifeng found the price somewhat steep, he readily agreed. Just as he was about to retrieve the crystal stones from his pocket, a loud voice erupted from behind. "Oh, is that indeed crocodile spine tendons? Huh, I want that." The voice boomed like thunder, startling Shifeng. Turning around, he saw a burly man standing behind him, towering at 9 feet, with broad shoulders and a barrel-like waist. His muscular arms were bare, and his hair, an inch long, covered his entire head, accompanied by stubble that resembled steel needles. Shifeng, sensing the man's fierce demeanor, felt no fear and slowly stood up. "This item is mine," he asserted. The short-haired giant scoffed. "You, an outer sect disciple, dare to contest with me over this?" Believing Shifeng to be just an outer disciple clad in a simple gray tunic and devoid of any apparent power, the man underestimated him. Shifeng then produced his identification plate, smiling as he declared, "I am also an inner sect disciple. Why should I not be allowed to purchase this?" The short-haired man paused, his expression momentarily awkward. By this time, a gathering crowd had formed, intrigued by the commotion. "Isn't that senior brother Gao from the Burning Heaven Peak? What is happening? It seems there is a dispute over something valuable. Who is that young man?" The newcomer appeared quite unfamiliar. Could it be a case of disguise? Presumably. He was a recently accepted disciple, still yet to cultivate any spiritual power. How audacious to dare contend with the seasoned master for an item without possessing any spiritual strength. The short-haired man seemed to be seething with embarrassment and anger. "Did you purchase this item?" he demanded. "If you haven't secured it, why should I refrain from making an offer? I bid 3,500 spirit stones." Shifeng inwardly regretted not having settled the payment earlier. The situation had escalated to a point of no return. He was unconcerned about the spirit stones at this juncture. "I was the first to express interest in this item, and your domineering behavior is quite intolerable. I shall offer 4,000 spirit stones." The short-haired man clenched his fist, declaring, "Hai has always been this way. I shall raise my bid to 5,000 spirit stones." He increased the offer by 1,000 stones, causing a collective gasp among the onlookers. 5,000 spirit stones were sufficient to procure a commendable spiritual artifact, yet the value of the crocodile spine hardly warranted such a price. Some shrewd observers were secretly contemplating the potential hidden significance of this spine. A few were already weighing the possibility of entering the fray for the crocodile spine. At this moment, Shifeng found himself in quite the predicament. His total collection of spirit stones amounted to barely 5,000. Any further bidding would necessitate borrowing from his senior brother. The crocodile spine was worth approximately 2,500 spirit stones, and artificially inflating its price seemed exceedingly disadvantageous. However, such an opportunity was rare. Should he miss out this time, the chances of acquiring it again in the future were uncertain. As Shifeng hesitated, a figure parted the crowd of spectators and approached, exclaiming, "What a delightful coincidence to encounter both of you here. Greetings, Brother Gao. Greetings, Brother Shi." The newcomer was Gu Mingqing, who greeted them with a fist clasp. Shifeng responded promptly, "Greetings, Brother Gu." The short-haired man coldly remarked, "What? Is this lad your junior disciple from Daichuan Peak?" Gu Mingqing replied, "Brother Shi is from Taijian Peak, yet he is indeed a close friend of mine. It seems you two are at odds over a trivial matter. Allow me to mediate." The short-haired man's expression softened slightly, as he held some regard for Gu Mingqing. "It is no significant issue. I merely wish to procure this crocodile spine. If you could persuade this lad to concede, I shall not make it difficult for him." Gu Mingqing smiled. "Brother Gao, I observe that this crocodile spine is 4 to 5 feet in length. If it suffices, why not share it equally between you? That would surely bring joy to both parties." The short-haired man replied, "That won't suffice. My red dragon whip requires this item for further refinement. My whip is about 10 feet long, and I find this crocodile spine rather short." Gu Mingqing countered, "Refinement? The competition is only 3 months away. How could that be feasible? Moreover, Brother Gao, if you wish to refine your artifact, you should truly consider yielding this item to Brother Shi. You see, he is one of the most skilled artifact craftsmen in our sect. The short-haired man, seeing Shi Feng was merely 17 or 18 years old, was unwilling to believe this and simply shook his head. Gu Mingchen continued, Brother Gao, if you grant this item to Brother Shi, I shall compensate you with 1,000 spirit stones. You can easily seek out other beast materials to enhance your artifact. Upon hearing Gu Mingchen's insistence on persuading him to yield, the short-haired man could not contain his anger, exclaiming, Gu Mingchen, are you conspiring with this lad against me? Humph. This crocodile spine is not for sale under any circumstances. As the conversation reached this point, Gu Mingchen felt a surge of irritation. This man named Gao Tuo, although somewhat renowned at Burning Heaven Peak, was merely at the 7th level of Qi refinement, a rank below his own. In the realm of cultivation, strength commanded respect. Typically, those of greater power would expect the weaker to acquiesce. Yet Gao Tuo, ever audacious, showed no regard for his authority. Gu Mingchen could no longer restrain himself and was on the verge of an outburst. Chapter 25, Wulong Valley. Before he could unleash his wrath, another voice interjected. Are you two squabbling here, assuming I have perished? When did I ever state I would sell this item to you? The speaker was the vendor beneath the bamboo hat, who showed no deference to either Gu Mingchen or Gao Tuo, clearly a person of significant standing. Shi Feng, taken aback, exclaimed, did you not just quote a price? The vendor replied, what was said then is irrelevant now. Do not presume I am raising the price because of your dispute. To be frank, this is merely a common crocodile spine, devoid of any extraordinary value. I do not care why you are fighting over it. Its original worth is merely 3,000 spirit stones. Your bickering leads others to believe I possess a treasure, and who knows, I might be ambushed on my way home. Shi Feng inquired, then what do you suggest we do? The vendor responded, I will not accept spirit stones for this item. If anyone possesses a medicinal herb that can enhance Qi refinement at the 7th level, present a vial, and I will make an immediate exchange. Gao Tuo, being at the same level of Qi refinement, would naturally be reluctant to part with such a valuable herb, coldly stating, I do not have that. Shi Feng similarly shook his head. Upon hearing this, the onlookers dispersed, each shaking their heads. Medicinal herbs that could enhance one's cultivation were treasures, particularly at such a critical juncture. Consuming even a single vial could significantly elevate one's standing in the sect's competition, making it improbable for anyone to trade a mere crafting material for them. The vendor beneath the bamboo hat sighed, if there are no herbs, does anyone possess a demon crystal from an ironback rhinoceros? I would gladly exchange for that. Ironback rhinoceros? Are you speaking nonsense? Gao Tuo retorted. The vendor scoffed. Aside from these two items, I will not entertain any other offers. Do not mention spirit stones again. After saying this, he turned away, disregarding any further pleas from Shi Feng. Though Gao Tuo was seething with anger, he dared not resort to outright theft within the marketplace of Changgu. After a moment of hesitation, he chose to leave. On the journey back to the sect, Shi Feng walked alongside Gu Mingchen and asked, Senior Brother Gu, what manner of beast is the ironback rhinoceros? Gu Mingchen replied, the ironback rhinoceros is not particularly formidable. Its demon crystal is a common ingredient in alchemy. Shi Feng asked, why then did Senior Brother Gao react with such astonishment? Is this item exceedingly rare? Gu Mingchen explained, the ironback rhinoceros is not difficult to find. There are some around Green Peak. However, capturing one is quite a challenge. Upon hearing that they were nearby, Shi Feng's spirits lifted. Oh, what could be so challenging? Gu Mingchen queried. Shitty, lacking any combat prowess, do you intend to hunt the beast? Could it be that you wish to ask your senior brother for assistance? That, however, may be difficult. Shi Feng did indeed harbor the desire for his senior brother's aid. Gu Mingchen shook his head repeatedly and remarked, under ordinary circumstances, it would not even require senior brother Chongqing's intervention. I could easily gather a few friends to assist junior brother Shi in capturing an iron-backed rhinoceros. However, the current situation is rather inconvenient. Shi Feng inquired, is it because the grand competition is approaching and everyone is too preoccupied? Gu Mingchen replied, it is not solely due to the impending competition. Junior brother Shi, are you aware of the location where the iron-backed rhinoceros roams? That place is known as Wulong Valley, situated within our Daequi Peak territory. Few venture into Wulong Valley due to the dense miasma that resides within. This miasma, of unknown origin, can corrode the magical powers of cultivators, making it quite formidable. During this season, the miasma is at its thickest. Even foundation-building cultivators are reluctant to enter, let alone us Qi-refining disciples. Upon hearing this, Shi Feng pondered silently, refraining from further conversation. With the grand competition looming, Everyone was focused on enhancing their magical prowess. To pursue a material at the risk of corroding another's power, or even diminishing their cultivation, was a selfish request that Shifeng found difficult to voice, whether to Gu Mingqing or senior brother Changqing. Upon returning to the sword forging valley, Shifeng contemplated the matter repeatedly. It was inappropriate to summon his senior brothers, and asking the master seemed out of the question. Should he perhaps seek the assistance of the esteemed Qianchu Zhenren? No, a dignified master would surely not intervene for such a trivial matter. As he mulled over his options, a sudden thought struck him. Why should he rely on others? Could he not venture forth himself? He was a cultivator with a resilient physique, unfazed by the miasma's corrosive effects. With this realization, he felt a surge of excitement and sat up straight. He left the refining tools valley and first visited the pill hall, seeking a senior brother surnamed Qiu, an inner sect disciple who had previously assisted Shifeng in repairing a magical artifact. Thus they were acquainted. After spending an afternoon conversing with senior brother Qiu, Shifeng learned that while the miasma in Wulong Valley could indeed erode a cultivator's vital energy, its toxicity was not extreme. A regular person exposed to it could be revived with some cooling detoxification pills, which were relatively inexpensive. Senior brother Qiu generously provided Shifeng with a bottle of these pills. Upon returning to the sword forging valley, Shifeng sat in his chamber, deep in contemplation. He meticulously considered his options. With his robust physique and the aid of the iron crawler bow, he could indeed take the risk. Having reached a decision, Shifeng began his preparations. He first visited the disciplinary hall to purchase a map. Wulong Valley lay to the east, not far from Daequi Peak. He could teleport from the disciplinary hall to the foot of Daequi Peak, then traverse a forest to the southwest, followed by a 5 to 6 mile stretch of mountain path to reach Wulong Valley, a total distance of less than 20 miles. After securing the map, Shifeng retrieved the iron crawler bow and meticulously inspected it. He then pulled out the arrows he had crafted, nearly 100 long arrows, and gathered them into a quiver. After some consideration, he decided it was inadequate. Gritting his teeth, he exchanged 1,000 inferior spirit stones for 10 medium-grade golden spirit stones at the disciplinary hall. Placing these medium-grade spirit stones at the mouth of the iron crawler bow significantly enhanced its power. Subsequently, Shifeng sought out a book on demonic beasts in the scripture pavilion, carefully studying the entry on the iron-backed rhinoceros. The creature boasted skin as tough as iron and immense strength, capable of snapping a tree trunk as thick as a human waist with a single charge. Its sole weakness lay in its throat, where the skin was comparatively softer. The iron-backed rhinoceros spends its days submerged in a waterhole within the depths of Wulong Valley, only emerging at night when the miasma thickens to inhale the noxious air and howl at the moon. Thus, hunting the iron-backed rhinoceros must be conducted under the cover of darkness. Shifeng perused various sect introductions and found no particularly formidable beasts in the vicinity from Daequi Peak to Wulong Valley, though common predators such as tigers, wolves, and venomous snakes were certainly present. He then ventured to the market to purchase a vial of night vision potion, which, when applied to the eyelids, grants the user the ability to see in the dark, albeit for a limited duration, as the effects wane once the potion wears off. After acquiring the elixir, Shifeng returned to prepare some compass ropes and grappling hooks, and borrowed a dark iron dagger from Gu Mingxi. Furthermore, he donned a black outfit and hood, and after some contemplation, sought out a bowl of century-old camphor juice from the refining workshop to soak his clothing and shoes. As the pungent aroma of the camphor repels insects and beasts alike, Shifeng dedicated 2 full days to these preparations, culminating on the afternoon of the 3rd day when he deemed everything sufficiently in order. Just before his departure, he recalled an important task and penned a letter, sealing it and entrusting it to the plump boy, instructing him to deliver it to manager Luo the following morning. He anticipated that, if all went smoothly, he would return before dawn. However, in the event of unforeseen circumstances, the letter detailed the entire situation, requesting Luo San to seek out the immortal Qian Chu for assistance in rescuing his life from Wulong Valley. With all preparations complete, Shifeng set forth quietly at dusk, bearing his longbow. The journey began without incident. As an inner sect disciple, he possessed a token that allowed him passage through the teleportation array to the foot of Daequi Peak. Upon exiting, he wrapped his face in the black hood, having planned to travel at twilight, estimating his pace would allow him to reach Wulong Valley just as darkness enveloped the land. However, despite his meticulous calculations, a miscalculation occurred. The text had oversimplified the description of the terrain, merely indicating a forest at the mountain's base. Yet, upon closer inspection, it was not merely a forest, but a thicket of towering trees, each over 10 zhang high, completely obscuring the sky above. Even in daylight, the woods were shrouded in darkness, and now, at dusk, Visibility was utterly non-existent. Pondering his predicament, Shifeng resolutely retrieved the night vision potion and applied it to his eyelids. A refreshing sensation washed over him, and the surroundings gradually came into hazy focus. His black attire had already been soaked in camphor juice. With preparations complete, he ventured cautiously into the ebony expanse of the colossal forest. The silence enveloped him as he focused his hearing, having honed his unnamed body refinement technique. He moved with remarkable agility and possessed keen auditory senses. Shifeng progressed slowly along the narrow path, fully attentive, scanning with his eyes and listening intently. Yet, all that met his gaze were the trunks of immense trees, and the only sounds were the distant chirping of insects. After a meal's worth of time had passed, he gradually steadied himself. As a seasoned hunter, traversing mountain trails at night was second nature to him, and he felt little alarm. Nevertheless, he remained vigilant, immediately crouching low and altering his course at the slightest rustle from the nearby underbrush. After another half-hour of cautious navigation, Shifeng estimated he was nearing the edge of the dense forest and felt a sense of relief wash over him. Suddenly, an inexplicable sense of danger surged within him. He turned sharply, but the inky darkness of the woods revealed nothing amiss. Shifeng stood silently for a moment. Though he perceived nothing, an unsettling sensation crept over him, as if something in the darkness was fixated upon him, causing a cold sweat to bead on the palms of his hands. Gradually, he withdrew his iron crossbow, nocked an arrow, and advanced cautiously, glancing back after every 2 steps. After traversing over 100 paces, he noticed a faint glimmer of light ahead, indicating he had reached the edge of the dense forest. Instead of hastily emerging, Shifeng deliberately slowed his pace, treading lightly and inhaling deeply, until he arrived at the last great tree at the forest's boundary. Suddenly startled, he swiftly concealed himself behind the trunk. Beyond the thicket lay the mountain path, which was now eerily deserted. It was the 8th day of the lunar month, and the crescent moon cast a serene azure glow upon the trail. The surroundings were enveloped in profound silence. After what felt like an eternity, a wolf's head cautiously emerged from a nearby thicket. This wolf was peculiar, possessing 4 eyes. Shifeng had perused countless texts and recognized this creature as the 4-eyed demon wolf, known for its ferocity and cunning, adept at concealing itself. The creature, having caught wind of Shifeng's presence, remained low, awaiting its prey. However, Shifeng's patience surpassed that of the wolf. After a prolonged wait without any sign of movement from the woods, the wolf could no longer restrain itself and ventured forth. Shifeng steadied his breath, drawing his bow to aim at the demon wolf. As the creature emerged from the underbrush, sniffing the air, it gradually transformed into a silvery hue under the moonlight, showcasing its ability to adapt its coloration to its surroundings. With the bowstring taut and aimed at the wolf's abdomen, Shifeng was poised to release the arrow when he sensed a slight disturbance behind him. Thanks to his innate ability to divide his focus, he remained acutely aware of the wolf while detecting the subtle movement behind him. In a moment of urgency, he rolled to the side. The arrow he had intended to shoot now lost to the unknown. Glancing back, he saw another 4-eyed demon wolf lunging towards him. Its first attack missed, but it quickly followed with a second strike. Simultaneously, the initial wolf leapt into the fray. It became apparent that the wolf's earlier antics were merely a ruse to distract Shifeng, allowing its companion to strike. With both wolves now perilously close, there was no time to retrieve his iron crossbow. Instead, Shifeng hurled it at one wolf, drawing forth his dark iron dagger. Yet, the second wolf was already upon him, forcing him to evade with a roll. Suddenly, he found himself tumbling onto the mountain path, the 2 demon wolves in relentless pursuit. Lacking any magical prowess or martial skills, he could only flail his dagger defensively, inwardly lamenting his impending doom. Despite his frantic attempts to evade, the wolves closed in, overpowering him in moments. Their sharp claws and teeth shredded his garments, leaving him with countless wounds. In excruciating pain, Shifeng let out a primal roar and retaliated with a powerful punch, sending one wolf sprawling a yard away with a resounding thud, its anguished howl marking its defeat. Taken aback by his own strength, Shifeng noticed the other wolf retreating several paces, evidently startled by the turn of events. He gazed at his hands, now glimmering with a dark golden hue, and to his astonishment, the wounds on his body began to heal at an observable rate. Could it be the effect of the nameless physical cultivation technique? Chapter 26. The Demon Rhinoceros and the Black Eagle. Another demon wolf paused momentarily, yet it ultimately refused to relinquish the prey it had set its sights on. With a swift motion, it lunged forward once more. Stone Fang raised his left arm to block, but the demon wolf sank its teeth into his arm as if it were biting into a solid stone. In response, Stone Fang's right hand swiftly grasped the wolf's throat, and with a forceful grip, the beast let out a muffled roar before succumbing to its fate. Having never engaged in actual combat before, Stone Feng was taken aback by the formidable power of the nameless body-refining technique. A sigh of relief escaped his lips. It appeared that he would need to diligently practice this mysterious skill in the future. In the woods, Stone Feng retrieved his iron crossbow and the scattered arrows, tidying them up once again. He then took out a compass to ascertain his direction before making his way towards Wulong Valley. The journey was remarkably tranquil, and within a meal's time, he ascended a ridge where he beheld a steep slope. Gazing down the slope, he noticed the mountain walls encircling a low valley, shrouded in a dense mist. Indeed, he had arrived at Wulong Valley. After glancing at the moon, he estimated it was still before the second watch of the night. He retrieved 2 antidote pills from his pocket, placed them under his tongue, and steeled himself as he stepped into the valley. Upon entering, he felt the layers of mist envelop him, clammy and stifling, which was rather uncomfortable. Fortunately, he possessed no magical power. Thus he need not worry about the miasma corroding his abilities. Having previously studied the terrain of Wulong Valley in detail, he was aware of a deep pond located towards the western part of the valley. The iron-backed rhinoceros typically concealed itself in the depths during the day, only emerging at the peak of the miasma's intensity to absorb it. As Stone Feng took out his compass to confirm his direction, he remained still, attuning his ears to the sound of water. Soon, he neared the pond, where the miasma thickened into swirling clouds, limiting visibility to a mere 3 or 4 paces. Approaching the pond's edge, Stone Feng halted, scanning the surroundings until he found a sturdy tree. He gradually climbed it and drew an arrow, patiently awaiting the iron-backed rhinoceros to surface. However, he found himself waiting for over an hour, his legs growing weary and numb. He took out some restorative pills and drank a few sips of water to rejuvenate himself before resuming his vigil from the tree. At the third watch, the miasma in the valley thickened further, coalescing into a dense fog. From above, the entire Wulong Valley appeared akin to a vast silkworm cocoon. Stone Feng felt the landscape ahead becoming increasingly indistinct and hastily retrieved his night vision ointment for another application. Just then, he heard a splashing sound as 2 iron-backed rhinoceroses emerged from the pond. These creatures bore a striking resemblance to ordinary rhinoceroses, save for their deeper black skin. The 2 iron-backed rhinoceroses were evidently still juveniles, roughly the size of young calves. They clambered onto the shore, shaking off droplets of water, inhaling the misty air while playfully nudging one another. From his perch in the tree, Stone Feng quietly readied his iron crossbow, drawing the string taut as he focused on the 2 young beasts. Suddenly, one of the iron-backed rhinoceroses raised its head and emitted a bellow towards the crescent moon above. In that fleeting moment, a flash of cold light streaked through the air, and the creature fell, an arrow embedded in its throat, letting out a final cry before collapsing to the ground. Startled, another iron-backed rhinoceros leaped backward, instinctively arching its body to evade the fallen companion. In that fleeting moment of retreat, an arrow pierced its throat. As both juvenile beasts collapsed, Shifeng descended from the tree with remarkable speed, rushing forward. Drawing a dark iron dagger from his cloak, he swiftly severed the head of one beast. The demon crystal lay within the severed head, and it was evident that there was no time to extract it. Thus, he opted to take the entire head instead, not daring to linger. Shifeng grasped the beast's head and turned to leave. Just as he took 2 steps, he suddenly felt a constriction around him and fell to the ground with a thud, bound tightly by a whip-like cord that had ensnared him like a dumpling. At that moment, a maniacal laugh echoed, expressing gratitude. A figure emerged from the mist, snatching the beast's head from Shifeng's grasp. It was the short-haired man, Gao Tao, who had driven up the price at the market the previous day. It was unclear what treasure he possessed that allowed him to disregard the miasma. He had been lurking behind a large tree, silently observing Shifeng's success, before launching a swift and treacherous attack to seize the prize. Shifeng exclaimed, "It's you." Gao Tuo laughed heartily. "Indeed, it is I, your esteemed Gao." He took the beast's head and casually stored it in his pouch. With a flick of his hand, the cord binding Shifeng sprang forth like a serpent, retreating into Gao Tuo's sleeve. In a flash, Gao Tuo vanished into the mist. Enraged, Shifeng gritted his teeth. Yet knowing he lacked the agility or sorcery to pursue, he resigned himself to misfortune. Fortunately, there remained another juvenile beast. If he could secure the demon crystal before Gao Tuo, he might still acquire the crocodile spine. Shifeng drew his dagger, prepared to turn and sever the head of the other rhinoceros, when he suddenly heard a low growl resonating from the mist. Alarmed, he quickly dashed to the side, embracing a large tree, and clambered up with haste. At that moment, the mist stirred violently, revealing a massive iron-backed rhinoceros, its eyes glimmering like brass. Upon spotting the carcasses of the two juvenile beasts on the shore, the adult beast let out a series of roars and approached, sniffing the air. Suddenly, its four iron hooves thundered as it charged in a particular direction. From the mist, Gaotuo's voice boomed, "You foolish creature, seeking death." The wind howled as man and beast clashed in fierce combat. Realizing the adult beast had been provoked, Shifeng's mind raced. Although another juvenile carcass remained, it was evident that the adult possessed a keen sense of smell. Gaotuo had concealed the beast's head in his pouch, yet the creature had detected it. If Shifeng descended to retrieve the head, he would surely alert the adult beast. Moreover, should the adult continue to roar, it might summon its companions, leaving Shifeng in a perilous situation. It was wiser to take advantage of Gaotuo's distraction and make a hasty escape. Resolving to flee, Shifeng descended the tree quietly and hurried towards the valley's mouth, all the while casting furtive glances at the tumultuous battle unfolding in the mist. The mist churned as man and beast fought fiercely. Gaotuo wielded a massive iron cudgel, standing 8 feet tall, a formidable figure. Yet he was dwarfed by the adult iron-backed rhinoceros. Though the iron rod danced like the wind, it proved ineffective against the demon rhinoceros. Enraged, the creature charged with its dark horn, thrusting and kicking, forcing Gaotuo to retreat repeatedly. As he found himself cornered against the valley wall, anxiety gripped his heart. Uttering a few incantations, a serpentine whip sprang from his sleeve, ensnaring the demon rhinoceros's limbs, causing it to crash to the ground. Elated, Gaotuo raised his rod to strike the beast's forehead. However, before he could bring it down, the demon rhinoceros let out a furious roar, breaking free from the whip and barreling towards him. The Crimson Dragon Whip was indeed a fine spiritual weapon. When unleashed in battle, it often secured unexpected victories. Just moments before, Shifeng had fallen victim to its prowess, suffering a severe fall and losing his beast head to Gaotuo. Yet the demon rhinoceros was no ordinary opponent. Its physical strength far surpassed that of any cultivator. Despite the whip binding its limbs, the massive creature exerted its full might, shattering the prized weapon in two. Witnessing his treasured artifact's destruction filled Gaotuo with shock and pain. In that fleeting moment of distraction, the demon rhinoceros lunged forward. In a panic, he raised his arm to shield himself, but with a resounding crash, he was struck as if by a boulder, sending him flying and causing blood to spray into the air. The demon rhinoceros, relentless, brought its enormous hooves crashing down, intent on trampling Gaotuo to death. Just then, a flash of cold light appeared, and the beast let out a pained bellow as an arrow pierced its left eye, blood streaming forth. Agonized, it reared on its front hooves, just as a second arrow soared toward its throat. This timely intervention came from Shifeng, who had reached the valley entrance and could not bear to see Gaotuo meet such a grim fate. His first arrow had struck true, blinding the demon rhinoceros in its left eye. Yet, his second arrow sought too much glory, aimed to pierce the beast's throat. Unbeknownst to him, the fully grown demon rhinoceros had gained a modicum of intelligence, its form agile. Despite the excruciating pain in its left eye, it managed to lower its head just in time. The arrow veered away from its throat, hitting the softer flesh of its neck instead. Though painful, it was not fatal. Shifeng inwardly lamented, quickly knocking another long arrow, aiming for the creature's right eye, but it was too late. The demon rhinoceros, now enraged, charged with fury, its hooves striking the ground. Shifeng, realizing the beast's incredible speed, hastily dodged aside and released an arrow, which flew wide of the mark. With blood gushing from its eye, the demon rhinoceros descended into a frenzied state, relentlessly charging at Shifeng. He inwardly cursed his fate. The creature's horn was its most formidable weapon, sharp and heavy. Should it make contact, he feared he would be fatally skewered, rolling on the ground to evade the onslaught. He loosed arrows in haste, but the urgency left him no time to aim properly, and the demon rhinoceros moved like the wind. Though he shot dozens of arrows, many struck true, they failed to hit vital areas, only serving to further incite the beast's rage. As he rummaged through his quiver, he estimated that only a handful of arrows remained. Once they were exhausted, he would be left with only his dagger to confront the beast, a certain path to doom. At that critical moment, he heard Gaotuo's voice calling out, "Sure, come to me." Prompted by the urgency, Shifeng quickly released another arrow and sprinted towards Gaotuo. Gaotuo was violently struck by the demon rhinoceros, suffering several broken ribs, and leaned against the stone wall, unable to move. At that moment, he held a talisman in his hand, reciting incantations. Shifeng ran ahead, with the demon rhinoceros closely pursuing him. Once Gaotuo completed his incantation, he suddenly shouted, "Get back!" Hearing him clearly, Shifeng hurriedly rolled to the side. A chilling breeze swept past his head, followed by a loud explosion. The previously misty valley suddenly ignited with flames as a massive fireball soared over Shattering, striking the demon rhinoceros behind him. The demon rhinoceros, with its tough hide, was not afraid of blades, but feared fire. With a painful roar from the impact of the fireball, Gao Tuo's talisman emitted a series of brilliant flashes, launching 5 more fireballs in succession before disappearing in a flicker of light. Shattering exclaimed in delight, "The chain fire spirit talisman. This is a precious item among talismans. Worth a fortune." The demon rhinoceros, having fought for a long time and exhausted its strength, was further weakened by the dozen arrows Shattering had shot, especially the first arrow which had struck its left eye, penetrating deep into its skull. Now, being hit by the 6 fireballs, it collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. At that moment, Shattering felt his limbs weaken as he approached Gao Tuo, saying, "Senior brother Gao, your fireball technique is truly remarkable." Despite his severe injuries, Gao Tuo couldn't help but laugh heartily. "Of course, this is my master's teaching." However, his smile suddenly froze, as if he had seen a ghost. Shattering quickly turned to look, and it felt as though a bucket of icy water had been poured over him. The fireballs had pushed aside the surrounding mist, revealing a clearer view. Within the thin mist, he saw that a dozen ironback rhinoceroses had appeared, fanning out to block both Shattering and Gao Tuo against the cliff wall. Among these ironback rhinoceroses, some were even larger than the previous demon rhinoceros. Shattering hastily reached out to touch the stone wall, which was steep and straight, made slippery by the mist that enveloped the valley year-round, rendering it impossible to climb. He then gazed up at the sky. The previous fireballs had burned away a large hole in the white mist above, allowing a faint glimpse of the sky outside the valley. The moon had vanished, but the stars filled the sky, suggesting it was around 4 in the morning. Still far from dawn. His plea for help had likely not yet reached Qian Chuzhenren, as little Fatty was still fast asleep. Shattering anxiously asked, "Senior brother Gao, how many of those talismans do you have left?" Gao Tuo replied with a bitter smile, "Such a precious item is scarce. This was the only one." Despair filled Sherfeng's eyes as he drew his dagger, channeling all his strength into his unnamed technique, declaring, "If I must die here today, I will take as many as I can with me." Gao Tuo lamented, "Who would have thought that after a lifetime of hard cultivation, I would meet my end here?" As the demon rhinoceroses gradually closed in, both men felt a deep sense of despair. Suddenly, a long cry echoed through the sky, startling Shattering into looking up. Yet he saw nothing. The stars that had been partially visible were now abruptly obscured by dark clouds. The surrounding demon rhinoceroses stirred at the sound, and as the cry diminished, they abruptly turned and fled, abandoning Gao Tuo and Shattering. Shattering exclaimed, "What is happening?" Before he could finish speaking, a fierce wind surged, sweeping away the mist within a Tenjong radius, and a giant eagle descended from the sky. This eagle was cloaked in black feathers, devoid of any other color, and with its wings spread wide. It measured 3 to 4 zhang across, resembling a massive black mountain. As the black eagle swooped down, its sharp talons seized the previously wounded adult demon rhinoceros, whose skin was as tough as iron and impervious to blades. Yet, the black eagle's claws penetrated effortlessly through the demon's abdomen. The rhinoceros, still clinging to life, emitted a mournful cry, but with a single strike from the black eagle, it let out a final, prolonged wail and perished instantly. The black eagle, its eyes sparkling with ferocity, turned its gaze towards Shattering and Gao Tuo, who pressed against the stone wall, frozen in shock and too terrified to even breathe. It was evident that this black eagle was an exceptionally formidable beast, far beyond the capabilities of mere chi refinement disciples like themselves. Chapter 27. The wager. Having caught the demon rhinoceros, the black eagle seemed satisfied with its meal, casting a cursory glance at the two before flapping its mighty wings and soaring into the sky with the heavy carcass. In the blink of an eye, it vanished into the clouds. Shattering and Gao Tuo exchanged glances. If they did not flee now, when would they? They shared a singular thought. They must escape while the black eagle was preoccupied with its prize. Gao Tuo, with fractured ribs, limped painfully. Observing this, Shattering turned back and hoisted him onto his back, sprinting with all his might out of the Wulong Valley. They ran for 5 or 6 miles before coming to a trembling halt, still reeling from the encounter. Shattering set Gao Tuo down, and Gao Tuo retrieved a medicinal pill from his storage pouch, swallowing it swiftly. Noting that dawn had yet to break, they conferred briefly, having narrowly evaded death. They felt no courage to venture into the dense forest under the cover of night. Thus, they sought refuge in a tall tree, climbing up to rest. After about an hour, Gao Tuo's injuries had begun to heal considerably. By this time, the sky had brightened, the morning light gently illuminating their surroundings, while the valley echoed with the songs of birds. Dew clung to the leaves, and the air was refreshingly crisp, having escaped a perilous fate. Everything around them seemed remarkably beautiful and delightful. Descending from the great tree, they traversed the dense forest until they reached the fork at the foot of the burning sky peak. Gao Tuo produced the head of the juvenile demon beast from his storage pouch, stating, "Please accept this, Shishiti." Shifeng paused. "Brother Gao." "You," Gao Tuo interjected. "Though I may be audacious, I am not so shameless as to claim what is rightfully yours. You hunted this beast, and you saved my life. How could I possibly have the gall to keep it for myself?" Shifeng replied, "Brother, you are too modest. You saved me as well. Had it not been for your talisman, I would have perished beneath the hooves of that demon rhinoceros." Gao Tuo chuckled. "That cannot compare. You saved me first. If you had exited the valley directly, you would not have encountered such peril. Besides, my crimson dragon whip is broken, and I have no immediate use for the crocodile spine." As Shifeng prepared to decline once more, Gao Tuo pressed the beast's head into his hands. "Enough, Shishiti. Do not be so courteous." Shifeng had no choice but to accept it, murmuring his thanks. Gao Tuo waved his hand dismissively. "This is nothing. I still owe you a life. I shall repay you when the opportunity arises. My injuries are severe. I must return to recuperate. Farewell." With a respectful bow, he stepped into the teleportation array and vanished from sight. Shifeng made his way back to the sword forging valley, first retrieving the letter of distress from Xiaopeng before returning to his abode. He extracted the beast's head and, with a sharp blade, cleaved it open, revealing a small, pebble-sized crystal from within the cranial cavity. This was the demon crystal of the iron-backed rhinoceros, also known as a demon core. This crystal was a manifestation of the essence of the demon beast, possessing a multitude of uses. It could be utilized in medicine, alchemy, and crafting, among other applications. Shifeng washed away the bloodstains with clear water. This was his first acquired demon crystal. The iron-backed rhinoceros was merely a first-tier demon beast, and its crystal was not particularly rare. Nonetheless, Shifeng was overwhelmed with joy, continuously caressing it in his palm. The crystal gleamed a pale yellow, its surface exceptionally smooth, radiating vibrant spiritual energy accompanied by waves of demonic aura. After admiring it for a while, he stowed it away and promptly made his way to the Changgu Fangsha market. Upon seeing Shifeng produce the iron-backed rhinoceros demon crystal, the man in the bamboo had immediately exchanged it for the crocodile spine sinew without a word. Shifeng was ecstatic. Upon returning, he sought out 4 additional auxiliary materials, including the black sparrow's golden thread, and began the painstaking process of reforging the iron crocodile bow. It took nearly 10 days to successfully remanufacture the bowstring. When Shifeng tested the newly forged iron bow, he was astonished to discover its power had more than doubled. This was hardly surprising, as the bow's range and strength primarily depended on the quality of the bowstring. Shifeng's meticulous selection of materials naturally resulted in a spiritual artifact far superior to the original design. After a brief experiment, he found that within 500 paces, it could pierce stone as if it were rotting. Had he possessed such a potent bow and arrow during his time in the Wulong Valley, even a mature demon rhinoceros would likely have been pierced through with a single shot. Shifeng could hardly contain his delight, though he felt a twinge of regret that the dozens of long arrows he had crafted were nearly exhausted in Wulong Valley. He was not in a rush to produce more arrows. Firstly, there was no urgent need, and secondly, with the grand competition approaching, he found it difficult to spare time from the numerous inner sect disciples seeking to repair their spiritual artifacts. During this period, Shifeng also visited the burning sky peak to check on Gao Tuo. Though Gao Tuo's injuries had healed, he had still sustained damage to his vitality. The two had developed a mutual understanding. Shifeng offered to help repair Gao Tuo's red dragon whip, and Gao Tuo, now aware of Shifeng's exceptional skills, entrusted the artifact to him without hesitation. After carefully inspecting it, Shifeng discovered that, while the repair was not overly complex, one of the restrictions required the infusion of fresh blood from a red-skinned monster, which needed to be soaked 9 times, a task impossible to accomplish in such a short time. In the blink of an eye, only 7 days remained until the grand competition, and disciples from various sects were eagerly making their final preparations. Among the inner sect disciples, only Shifeng remained indifferent to the impending event. One day, in a small square chamber within the Taiji sect, a tall, red-faced Taoist was reporting to his companions. Recently, disciples had reported sightings of wind-winged black eagles near the sect. "Have you heard about this, junior brother?" A black-bearded Taoist bowed and replied, "Indeed, brother, it is true." The red-faced Taoist continued, "The wind-winged black eagle is a notorious ferocious bird in the demon realm. It is said to master both wind and fire techniques. With a single flap of its wings, it can traverse vast distances in an instant and unleash blazing flames that can incinerate everything in their path. Even the most formidable practitioners of the nascent soul stage cannot withstand it. The presence of such a fierce creature within the bounds of our Taiji sect spells trouble. The black-bearded Taoist reassured him, "Do not worry, brother. After this beast appeared, I ventured to investigate and discovered that there are both a male and female black eagle. Though they are indeed wind-winged black eagles, their cultivation is still shallow, comparable to foundational stage practitioners." Another man with a square face interjected, "Typically, wind-winged black eagles, due to their mastery of fire techniques, are found primarily in the southern volcanic wilderness. It is rare for us to encounter them here. Moreover, even among the wind-winged black eagles, those that reach the nascent soul stage are likely few and far between." The black-bearded Taoist nodded. "At that time, I observed from a distance that these two black eagles were merely second-tier demonic birds, equivalent to the foundation establishment stage of human cultivators. And thus I deemed it unnecessary to intervene." The middle-aged man remarked, "How dare they cause trouble at the Taiji sect with such meager abilities? Master, allow me to take care of these two demonic birds." The red-faced Taoist snorted, "You, having ascended to the golden core stage, still possess such a rash temperament. If it were merely these two second-tier demonic birds, would I have called upon you for a discussion? Do you even know where the nearest Black Eagle tribe resides?" After receiving a reprimand, the middle-aged man immediately lowered his head and replied, "Disciple, I do not know." The red-faced Taoist continued, "It is the Fengming Mountain tribe. You may not be aware, but the Black Eagle tribe was once among the most prominent families of the Fengming Mountain tribe, renowned and formidable. Although they have declined in recent years, their strength remains formidable, at least on par with our Taiji sect." The black-bearded Taoist inquired, "Then, Master, should we send someone to Fengming Mountain to inquire further?" The red-faced Taoist pondered for a moment, but ultimately shook his head, "Forget it for now. The demonic tribes and our human race are ostensibly allies, yet there are undercurrents. When our Taiji sect established itself in the Shirgu mountain range, the demonic tribes harbored considerable dissatisfaction. It is worth noting that our sect occupies the northern half of the region, particularly around the verdant peaks, where the forests are dense, and spiritual energy is abundant, an enticing sight for the demonic tribes." The black-bearded Taoist asserted, "Our Taiji sect has been established in the Shirgu mountain range for thousands of years. It is unreasonable for the demonic tribes to covet our territory. Moreover, we are not a beast-taming sect and have not engaged in large-scale slaughter of their kind. Surely, the demonic tribes cannot seek vengeance for that." The red-faced Taoist agreed. "Indeed, if they were to seek retribution, merely sending two second-tier demonic birds would not suffice." The black-bearded Taoist and the middle-aged man both chuckled. The red-faced Taoist continued, "What I mean is, the area around the verdant peaks is rich in food. And these two black eagles have yet to transform and gain wisdom. They may merely be pursuing sustenance. If these two black eagles belong to the Fengming Mountain tribe and have not harmed our disciples, we ought not to take severe measures against them." The black-bearded Taoist and the middle-aged man nodded in agreement. The red-faced Taoist proposed, "How about this, Xianming? You arrange for two disciples to closely monitor the black eagles. If, in a few days, they have not departed, we shall take action to drive them away. Currently, with the sect's grand competition approaching, it is best for the others to concentrate their efforts on this important matter." Meanwhile, atop Yushio Mountain, Liunzi emerged, stretched lazily, and settled into the central chair. In a good mood, he glanced around and nodded, "During my seclusion, it seems you all have not been idle. Yuanqing has surprisingly broken through to the 7th layer of qi refinement, and Xiangying, your golden finger return technique appears to have made some progress. If luck is on your side in the sect's grand competition, you may well achieve commendable rankings." The disciples responded in unison, "Thank you for the praise, Master." Liunzi chuckled softly. "However, I observe that your expenditures over this period have not been insignificant. Yuanqing, you need not elaborate. Reaching the 7th layer of qi refinement typically requires at least 6 months of effort. Surely you have procured some elixirs. Xiangjuan, that spiritual weapon of yours looks quite new. Did you purchase it recently?" Xiangjuan stuck out her tongue. "Master, your eyes are as sharp as ever." Liunzi surveyed the group and suddenly recalled, "Oh, by the way, where is your 7th junior brother? Is he still in the artifact refining hall?" Chongqing Road. The junior brother is still in the artifact refining hall, seeking to please the master. It is said that the 7th junior brother possesses considerable talent in artifact refining and has now been accepted as a furnace disciple by Master Qianchu. Lu Yunzi curled his lip, remarking that he was merely a servant tending the fire, yet you speak of it with such enthusiasm. Chongqing immediately felt embarrassed, and laughter erupted among the crowd. Lu Yunzi inquired, "Surely he will not participate in the sect competition?" Chongqing replied, Master Daochong originally said that the seventh junior brother should not take part, but the sect leader insisted that all inner disciples must compete, as it has been the rule for many years and cannot be easily altered. He also reassured the ancestor not to worry, as all sect disciples know that the seventh junior brother lacks spiritual roots and does not possess any techniques, so he will not be put in a difficult position. Moreover, the sect competition strictly forbids any harm among fellow disciples. Lu Yunzi's expression darkened momentarily. While that may be true, I am not concerned about anyone harming my disciple. However, if a mere mortal like Shifeng enters the arena and is defeated in a single move, what glory is there for me? The other disciples fell silent. Lu Yunzi scratched his head and continued, in the sect competition, there are only 1,000 chi-refining disciples. After a round of duels, only 500 will remain. According to the sect's long-standing rules, those who pass 2 rounds will receive a reward of 1,000 spirit stones, along with a vial of rejuvenation elixir. Truly, the one who draws the lot against my foolish disciple has struck gold. Chongqing, who drew the lot against Shifeng. Chongqing responded, the first round's lot was announced yesterday. The 7th junior brother is matched against Sister Lingyun from the returning Goose Peak. She is at the 6th level of chi refining and would typically struggle to pass the second round. It seems she has truly benefited from this match. Lu Yunzi's eyes gleamed. Indeed, the drawing for the sect competition does not differentiate between sects, so fellow disciples may end up facing one another. It appears you regret not drawing Shifeng in the first round. Chongqing hurriedly replied, the disciple did not think that way. Lu Yunzi said, a man should be open and honest. If you have thought it, then own it. Chongqing stammered. We are not suggesting we wish to gain an easy victory in the first round, but rather we are concerned for the master's reputation. It would be better to feign a fierce battle with the 7th junior brother, allowing him to hold on a bit longer to prevent others from embarrassing him. Lu Yunzi glared at him, exclaiming, your reasoning is truly repugnant. Shifeng is the only inner disciple without spiritual roots, a rare oddity. The entire sect is aware of it. You would feign a fierce struggle, only to make a joke of him for all to see the next day. He knows no techniques or spells. Everyone knows that. If he loses, and what is there to be proud of for the victor? Having received a reprimand, Chongqing could only helplessly say, yes, the disciples do find it regrettable. It would be better to benefit our own rather than others. Previously, this matter caused quite a stir among the disciples of the sect. I heard that some even sought to bribe the elder responsible for the drawing to place the 7th junior brother in the same group as him. Lu Yunzi felt a surge of anger at this revelation. So Shifeng has become a coveted pawn. By the way, you chi-refining disciples have always been prone to gambling. Once the draw is announced, you all rush to bet on who will win and who will lose. What are the odds for Shifeng's chances of winning or losing? Chongqing chuckled, since the 7th junior brother doesn't know any techniques. Who would bet on him to win? The odds for winning or losing are simply unbettable. However, there are indeed many bets on how long the 7th junior brother can last. Lu Yunzi responded, so they are betting on which move he will lose. Is that it? Chongqing Dao, it is evident that defeat is inevitable, a swift loss that is certain to occur at the very first breath. Typically, one would say 3 breaths signify a loss, which coincidentally aligns with the time it takes for Lingyun to unleash an ice projectile. There are those who wager that Shitty Chi, robust in physique, could withstand a single ice projectile, positing that 2 would be necessary to displace him from the arena. Others speculate that Shitty Chi, being nimble, might evade an initial ice projectile, or perhaps Lingyun would opt for ice arrows instead, extending the time to 10 breaths. As he continued to prattle on, Lu Yunzi's countenance turned crimson, and he bellowed, silence. You mock my disciple in such a manner, and you, as the senior brother, find it amusing? Chongqing immediately refrained from further comment. Lu Yunzi surveyed the gathered disciples and declared, you rascals, I assume you have all placed your bets? Speak. Chongqing mumbled, indeed. I was merely momentarily tempted. However, I wager 50 spirit stones that Shitty can endure for 10 breaths. Lu Yunzi retorted, unthinkable. How can my disciple be so belittled? With a swift motion at his waist, he produced a pouch of spirit stones and proclaimed, Yuan Qing. Here are 200 spirit stones for you to wager that Shifeng will triumph in the first round. Zhang Yuanqing, startled, responded, Master, temper your anger. These spirit stones are hard-earned. Why waste them? Lu Yunzi huffed, the stones matter little, my dignity matters greatly. Publicly declare my wager that I, Lu Yunzi, bet on my disciple's victory. Zhang Yuanqing promptly accepted the spirit stones. It became apparent to the onlookers that Lu Yunzi was willing to part with 200 spirit stones to convey to the sect that, despite Shifeng lacking magical prowess, he remains a cherished disciple of Lu Yunzi. Others in the sect should not dare to humiliate him lightly, otherwise, Lu Yunzi would not stand for it. The profound protectiveness of a mentor moved the hearts of the disciples. The room fell into a serene silence, with no one daring to speak. Liunzi rose, sighed, and said, Chongqing, additionally, assist me in placing a wager of 300 spirit stones on Shifeng losing within 3 breaths, and ensure it remains undisclosed that I placed this bet. Chapter 28. The sect's grand competition. As the melodious chimes resonated a total of 81 times, on the morning of the 10th day of the 9th month, the long-awaited grand competition of the sect commenced. The venue for this grand event was set at the Caoxiantai on Yantai Ridge, directly facing the majestic main hall at the heart of the Taiji sect. Caoxiantai sprawls extensively, capable of accommodating 10,000 spectators. The ground, originally paved with a blend of white jade and blue stone, had been polished to a mirror-like sheen. To prepare for the competition, 8 magical arrays had been activated to safeguard against potential damage to the ground during the conflicts among foundational-level practitioners. From an aerial perspective, Caoxiantai was divided into 8 vast areas according to the principles of the 8 trigrams, allowing for simultaneous contests to unfold. At this moment, Caoxiantai was teeming with people, arranged according to the positions of the 5 sects and 4 halls, with everyone bearing a solemn expression. Shifeng stood among the crowd, positioned behind Zhou Qing and before Xiangjun. Although he had no objections to participating in the grand competition despite lacking magical abilities, he was not particularly seeking accolades or rewards. He resigned himself to the possibility of being bound like a dumpling, just as he had been during the previous event at Wulong Valley. He had initially anticipated that the contest would commence in the morning, yet the day was dedicated to honoring the birthday of the revered ancestor, Taiji Jinren, with a grand ancestral ceremony preceding the competitions. At this moment, the Caoxiantai is not only crowded with the inner disciples of the 5 sects, but also filled with outer disciples from the 4 outer halls, all of whom have gathered here, aside from their duties of patrolling and guarding. The 7 prominent families under the Taiji sect, along with various smaller sects, have also sent representatives to attend. The Caoxiantai is shrouded in a sea of black robes, with the number of attendees likely reaching several thousand. Among them, the inner disciples don unified azure robes, while the outer disciples wear black. Although there are no specific attire requirements for the other foundation-building cultivators, Golden Core ancestors, and members from affiliated sects, it is natural for them to dress solemnly for the ancestral ceremony. The Taiji sect boasts a total of 16 Golden Core ancestors, the largest contingent being from the Yantai Ridge, which has 5 members. After the demise of the Danyang Daoist from the Iron Sword Peak, only Dao Chong and Zhao Tianhu remain. Both the Burning Sky Peak and the overlapping Green Peak have 3 Golden Core ancestors each, while the returning Goose Peak has 2. In total, there are 15 Golden Core cultivators among the 5 inner sects, while the outer 4 halls, with the exception of the refining hall led by the true Man Xianxu, are presided over by foundation-building cultivators. The 4 outer halls are essentially subordinate branches of the sect leader's faction, with the refining hall being distinct due to the presence of true Man Xianxu. Originally, the Taiji sect's elder council comprised 5 members, consisting of the leaders of the 5 inner sections. Later, True Man Xianxu from the refining hall was added, making a total of 6. However, Master Xian Yi believed that having an even number for significant matters would hinder decision-making. Thus he decided to elect 1 additional member, resulting in another Golden Core cultivator, Xian Ming from Yantai Ridge, joining the council. Moreover, it is said that the Taiji sect has a Yuanying ancestor, though none of the disciples have ever laid eyes upon this venerable figure. A Yuanying cultivator possesses immense power, having transcended the earthly realm, capable of manifesting an external body and traversing vast distances. Some disciples, having practiced for 150 to 60 years, have never seen this Yuanying ancestor, not even on this momentous day of the ancestral ceremony. At present, the first row of the crowd is occupied by the 7 elders, the second row by the other Golden Core ancestors, and the third row by the foundation-building cultivators from various sections. Below them are the inner disciples, followed by the outer disciples, arranged in the order of their initiation, while the members of prominent families and affiliated sects stand at the esteemed positions on either side. This is the first time Shifeng encounters the leader of the Taiji sect. He observes a tall man with a radiant complexion, appearing to be in his 50s. However, this is certainly not his true age. For any cultivator, once they have successfully established their foundation and stabilized their dantian, their vitality can preserve their youthful appearance. Yet, this does not imply that Master Xian Yi became a foundation-building cultivator at the age of 50. Rather, once one has passed the foundation stage, they can choose to maintain their youthful looks or allow their appearance to naturally evolve with the passage of time. Nevertheless, even if a cultivator allows their appearance to age, due to their longevity far exceeding that of ordinary humans, their aging process is significantly slower. In the realm of cultivation, determining a cultivator's true age based on appearance is feasible for chi refining disciples, but becomes increasingly difficult for those above the foundation building stage. Some female cultivators, valuing their beauty, choose to preserve their appearance upon reaching foundation building, remaining as enchanting figures even in their twilight years, while others, holding significant positions, permit their looks to evolve with time, transforming into venerable elders. At this moment, Master Xian Yi stood at the center, his voice resonating like a great bell as he recited the ancestral offerings aloud. The elegy chronicled the merits of the founding patriarch and successive sect leaders, beseeching the protection of the ancestral masters over the Tai Chi sect. This solemn reading lasted for over an hour before he departed from the grand hall to perform the ancestral rites, a task that consumed the entirety of the morning. As afternoon descended, the competition commenced, specifically among the inner disciples. Thus, the Chaoxian terrace was left solely with the inner sect members, as the guests who had observed in the morning had already taken their leave. Prior to the contest, Master Xian Ming proclaimed the rules, standing tall with a half-foot-long, lustrous black beard. The regulations of the sect's grand competition bore similarities to those of the minor competitions, yet there were notable distinctions. The contest unfolded in several rounds, with over 1,000 inner disciples drawn at random to face one another. In the first round, half would be eliminated. The second round would involve a new draw, resulting in another half being cast out. This cycle continued until the ultimate champion emerged. However, this format evidently harbored vulnerabilities. A disciple of second strength could face the strongest in the initial round, leading to their immediate disqualification, which would be a significant loss for the second strongest. Consequently, in addition to the elimination rounds, there were 3 opportunities for challenges. The first challenge was permitted after the second round, as those who advanced were eligible to enter the trial grounds. Thus, any eliminated disciple could challenge those victorious in the first 2 rounds, ensuring that only those with remarkable abilities would proceed to the trials. The second challenge occurred after the 6th round, allowing anyone eliminated post-3rd round to challenge earlier victors. This was prompted by the fact that the top 20 disciples received additional rewards, granting them a month of cultivation in the spirit cleansing pool, where the verdant waters were said to scorch the skin like fire during immersion, yet significantly enhance physical strength if one persevered. The third challenge, known as the Champion's Challenge, allowed any of the top 10 disciples who felt aggrieved to contest the champion once the victor was determined. Master Xian Ming meticulously recited the rules, noting that the combat restrictions in this grand contest were considerably more lenient than in the minor competitions. Even unintentional harm resulting in death would not violate sect regulations, prompting the disciples to exercise utmost caution. Rivalries often brewed among disciples, some even harboring deep-seated animosities. Should one resort to underhanded tactics or solicit a senior brother to deliberately challenge another, the consequences could be dire, leading to severe injuries or even death. On the afternoon of the first day, aside from Chongqing, who had a match, the other 7 disciples under Lu Yunzi had no contests. Shifeng wandered about, observing. Each of the 8 competition arenas was overseen by a foundation establishment period cultivator acting as a judge. Unlike the minor competitions, these judges simply determined victory or defeat without providing commentary or analysis. The arenas were uniform in size, each a Tinjiang square Tai Chi diagram. Being forced out of the circle resulted in an automatic loss, apart from voluntary forfeits or being pushed out, even if one sustained grave injuries and fell incapacitated. The judges could not declare a loss on their behalf. 8 matches were simultaneously underway. Although the first round comprised over 500 contests, the proceedings were remarkably swift. Some disciples at the Chi refinement stages 1 and 2, unfortunate in their luck, found themselves pitted against seniors at stages 8 and 9, promptly conceding upon taking the stage, leading to a quick transition to the next group. In one venue, not a single strike was exchanged, within the span of a mere tea time. 5 or 6 matches had already concluded. Of course, there were also arenas where 2 equally matched disciples found themselves locked in a relentless struggle. As Shifeng meandered about, he remained utterly oblivious to the intricacies of the techniques and spells. His curiosity was primarily piqued by the various magical artifacts in use. After a circuitous exploration, he encountered a plethora of peculiar and fascinating items, expanding his horizons significantly. An hour later, Shifeng returned to the Sun competition arena, the venue for the Chongqing contest, which was set to commence imminently. Upon entering, he recalled that Chongqing had been his mentor during his initiation, and despite his senior's penchant for verbosity, his warmth and humor fostered a close bond between them. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Yuanqing and several other senior brothers arrived, and at last, it was time for Chongqing to take the stage. Chongqing's opponent was a disciple from the Yintai Ridge sect, which boasted the largest number of disciples, comprising half of the entire sect. Consequently, the majority of the onlookers had gathered to cheer for this particular disciple. The man, in his 30s, bore a sallow complexion and a stern demeanor. In response, Chongqing cast aside his usual playful expression, adopting a serious countenance. The two exchanged formal greetings, and the presiding Foundation establishment cultivator, adhering to protocol, inquired if either party wished to concede. Upon receiving no response, he gestured, signaling the commencement of the match. The sallow-faced man, a disciple at the 8th layer of Qi refinement, recognized Chongqing as the esteemed disciple of the Iron Sword Peak, who had attained the 9th layer, and thus refrained from underestimating him. He promptly affixed a talisman to himself, which summoned a shimmering aura of yellow spiritual energy, forming a luminous shield around him. Whispers among the crowd identified it as a soil shield talisman, an indication of his serious investment in this encounter. Just as he fortified his defenses, Chongqing sprang into action, conjuring an iron pen whose tip resembled a spear, thrusting it forward with determination. After a moment's hesitation, the sallow-faced man resolved to confront the attack head-on. With a resounding thud, the energies clashed, scattering sparks, yet he managed to maintain his footing, albeit with the radiance of his shield dimmed. Realizing the precariousness of his situation, he waved his right hand, summoning forth a lizard-like beast the size of a grinding stone from his storage bag. The beast scuttled forward, and with a swift flick of its long tongue, it aimed to ensnare Chongqing. However, Chongqing had already cast a lightness technique upon himself and, with a nimble leap, soared into the air, redirecting his iron pen towards his opponent. The sallow-faced man, now fully aware of the gravity of the situation, refrained from accepting the attack directly, instead drawing forth a flying dagger, reciting incantations as it spiraled to intercept the iron pen. Within moments, he had unleashed his shield, magical beast, and artifacts, while Chongqing remained steadfast with only his iron pen, relying on the significant advantage of his superior spiritual power as he launched a barrage of thrusts. The sallow-faced man's initial defensive stance proved detrimental. Being grounded and reliant on his soil shield technique, he lacked the ability to ascend. Though he possessed a beast companion, it too was earthbound, merely gazing in awe at the unfolding spectacle. The sallow-faced man cycled through 3 or 4 different artifacts, yet none could withstand the relentless assault of Chongqing's iron pen. At last, with a resounding crash, several magical artifacts clattered to the ground. The iron pen struck the shield of the yellow-faced man, and as time passed, the surface of the earth shield dulled considerably. When struck again by the iron pen, the yellow-faced man staggered, retreating 10 steps, ultimately exiting the Tai Chi circle. The Foundation establishing cultivator officiating the match, with an impassive expression, promptly declared that the disciple of Iron Sword Peak, Chongqing, had emerged victorious. As Chongqing landed on the ground, he clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, "Thank you for the match." His fellow disciples, including Shifeng, erupted in cheers, praising their senior brother's prowess. However, the disciples from Yintai Ridge wore expressions of disdain. The yellow-faced man's complexion turned pale, yet there remained subsequent challenges ahead. With a fist salute, he acknowledged his defeat, muttering that there was nothing more to say, and turned to leave. That evening, the disciples returned to Yuxiu Mountain to celebrate Chongqing's triumph. After the victory banquet concluded and the disciples dispersed, Chongqing pulled Shifeng aside, advising him to employ a strategy of evasion for the following day, insisting that he must endure until the 10th breath. In response to his senior brother's counsel, Shifeng nodded repeatedly, though he was perplexed as to why it was imperative to last until the 10th breath. The next morning, Shifeng was assigned to the Kuan competition arena, originally slated to compete in the 5th group. Logically, he should have been called to the stage that morning. However, the two opponents in the second round were evenly matched, and after an hour of fierce combat, neither could claim victory. Exhausted, they sat on the ground to consume medicinal pills before resuming their duel. Ultimately, one managed to procure slightly more pills and secured victory. Due to the excessive delay caused by this pair, Shifeng's match was postponed until the afternoon. In the morning's contests, only Zhang Yuanqing, the second disciple under Lu Yunzi, achieved success, while others like Xiangjuan, Xianghua, and Zhou Qing faced defeat, causing Lu Yunzi's expression to darken. The disciples present dared not utter a word in his presence. In the afternoon's third match, the Foundation establishing cultivator officiating called out, Disciple Shifeng of Iron Sword Peak versus Disciple Lingyun of Returning Goose Peak. Shifeng, who had been waiting at the side, slowly entered the Tai Chi circle. Opposite him stood a young woman, around 20 years of age, with a fair and delicate visage, though the slight upturn at her brows and lips suggested a character of harshness and severity. Shifeng greeted her politely. Greetings, senior sister. He felt a twinge of confusion. He lacked spiritual energy, so what spectacle could there be in merely stepping up to the stage? Why was there such a throng of onlookers? His fellow disciples were understandable. But what drew the attention of the others? Surely not to witness him. Perhaps they were intrigued by the woman before him, though she possessed some beauty. It was hardly of a captivating nature. Lingyun, however, did not return his greeting. Instead, with a furrowed brow, she said, "You have no spiritual energy. There is no point in competing. Just concede." Shifeng shook his head. Initially, he had intended to bow and concede immediately. Yet his senior brother's repeated admonitions from the previous day lingered in his mind. He must endure for 10 breaths, and failing to do so would bring disgrace to their master. Seeing Shifeng's unwillingness to concede, Lingyun's expression hardened, clearly irritated by his defiance. With a flick of her hand, an ice projectile was launched toward him. Gasps erupted from the crowd below. They realized she was employing an ice projectile. Surely, he wouldn't last 3 breaths. The speed of a cultivator's spell was swift, and the ice projectile was upon Shifeng in an instant, a wave of chilling air rushing toward him. As Shifeng concentrated his mind, in a moment of haste, he rolled to the left and narrowly evaded the incoming projectile. The crowd erupted in applause, though it was mingled with a chorus of curses. Lingyun, taken aback by the unexpected evasion of his spell, let out a cold snicker and launched another ice projectile. However, Shifeng effortlessly dodged it once more. Lingyun, feeling his pride wounded, thought to himself, "This brat must die." With a flurry of hand movements, he unleashed a barrage of ice projectiles that fell like hailstones. Having already activated the unknown body refinement technique, Shifeng's agility was remarkable, and enhanced further by the technique, he became increasingly nimble. Despite Lingyun's aggressive demeanor, the speed of the ice projectiles was not insurmountable. As he dashed through the arena, the incoming projectiles failed to even graze the hem of his garment. The onlookers fixated on Shifeng's movements, and some began to count silently, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, until they reached 10. In Chongqing's eyes, excitement grew. He had wagered on Shifeng to withstand 10 breaths. To him, Lingyun was no longer merely throwing ice projectiles, but rather casting gemstones toward him. With each passing moment, Shifeng's confidence swelled. Unbeknownst to him, he had drawn the iron serpent bow from his back. The seconds ticked away, and those who had placed bets began to curse in frustration. "Damn it, I thought he would lose in 3 breaths. Who knew this kid was slipperier than an eel? Look at those ice projectiles, they're as slow as a snail. Even an 80-year-old woman could evade them." Upon hearing this, Lingyun's fury boiled over. He possessed 3 spiritual artifacts in his storage pouch, including a prized possession he had intended to use for the second round. In a fit of rage, he raised his hand, unleashing a chilling white light that soared into the air. It formed a glaring circular ring, emanating an eerie coldness, and as it ascended, it buzzed ominously, creating 7 identical rings in its wake. Gasps filled the crowd. The Thousand Shadows Ice Ring. This artifact was renowned on the returning Goose Peak. The Thousand Shadows Ice Ring was a first-grade, 9th-tier artifact, essentially classed as a mid-tier spiritual artifact. While it could originally conjure 9 identical rings, Lingyun's insufficient magical power allowed him to activate only 7. The true potency of the Thousand Shadows Ice Ring lay not in the rings themselves, but in the frigid energy they wielded against foes. As the 7 identical rings descended, they presented an illusion of indistinguishability. Moreover, should one attempt to defend with an artifact, it risked being frozen. And employing a shield would inevitably result in both the shield and its bearer being encased in ice. The sole strategy against such an artifact was to evade it at all costs, though the question remained, how long could one evade the relentless onslaught of the 7 ice rings? Realizing the gravity of the situation as the crowd gasped, Shifeng understood he faced a formidable artifact. He quickly rolled to the ground, drawing 2 feathers and, without a moment's hesitation, loosed them one after the other. The first arrow was aimed at Lingyun, for one must strike the rider before the steed. As long as the artifact's wielder evaded, its control would falter, thereby diminishing its potency. The second arrow, however, was aimed at the Thousand Shadow Ring. This ring transformed into 7 identical ice rings, which even the most accomplished disciples at the 9th level of Qi refinement could not distinguish. Yet, Shifeng, hailing from the artifact refining hall, had mastered the art of crafting to a considerable degree. Having followed the esteemed Qian Chu for a long time, he had extensively researched not only inferior spiritual artifacts, but also high-grade ones with over 20 restrictions. Although Shifeng lacked magical prowess and could not sense the varying spiritual energies of the 7 ice rings, his keen eyesight allowed him to discern the true form of the magical artifact and comprehend the intricate structure of the 9 restrictions at a glance. Despite having released 2 arrows in quick succession, their speed was so remarkable that they seemed to be fired simultaneously. A series of sharp sounds echoed, followed by a profound silence enveloping the arena. Everyone, including the Foundation establishing referee, gazed in astonishment, frozen in disbelief. Ling Yun had dismissed Shi Feng entirely. Even upon seeing him armed with a bow and arrow, she remained unconcerned, lacking even a protective ice armor. With a swift whoosh, the arrow struck her shoulder, eliciting a pain scream. The iron serpent bow had undergone several modifications by Shi Feng, utilizing exceptionally fine materials. Once he channeled his technique, his strength surged dramatically. The force of that arrow propelled Ling Yun several meters away, sending her tumbling outside the Tai Chi circle. Shi Feng's second arrow struck the true form of the Thousand Shadow Ring, precisely targeting the weakest connection among the 9 restrictions. With a resounding clang, the jade artifact, lacking the hardness to withstand Shi Feng's obsidian arrowhead, shattered, creating a noticeable crack. Instantly, the 7 shadow rings dissipated, crashing to the ground and breaking into 2 halves. The onlookers, initially believing that Ling Yun would swiftly conclude the battle with the Thousand Shadow Ring, were utterly astounded when the outcome reversed. It was Ling Yun who was sent flying, and her renowned artifact was destroyed by her opponent. The unexpected result left the crowd dumbfounded, including the Foundation establishing referee, who took a moment to regain his composure before declaring Shi Feng of Iron Sword Peak the victor. In a brief period, news of the unpowered disciple from Iron Sword Peak defeating the Qi Refinement 6th level disciple Ling Yun and shattering her 9-imprint spiritual artifact spread like wildfire throughout the inner sect. Initially met with skepticism, the other disciples repeatedly inquired for details, marveling at the strength of his physique and the speed of his arrows. While some expressed astonishment, many others were filled with disappointment and anger. They had all wagered on how quickly Shi Feng would lose, never anticipating his victory, resulting in significant losses for them. These disgruntled disciples gathered to hurl insults, speculate wildly, and ultimately seethe with rage. Their conclusion was that Ling Yun had deliberately thrown the match. Their reasoning was that, as a mere 6th-level Qi refinement practitioner, she could not possibly progress to the second round. Even if she managed to advance, she would surely be defeated in subsequent challenges. They believed her to be cunning, opting to forfeit intentionally, thereby allowing her to profit immensely, potentially earning thousands or even tens of thousands of crystal stones. A fortune for a Qi refinement disciple. As for the Thousand Shadows ring, it must undoubtedly be a counterfeit. Otherwise, how could it be so easily shattered? The disciples, pondering this further, inquired and discovered that aside from Li Yunzi, who publicly supported his disciple Shi Feng to win, there were also anonymous bets placed on Shi Feng's victory in this match. This revelation left the disciples with no doubts, and in their fury, they surged towards the cold water cliff of the returning Wild Goose Peak to confront Ling Yun. Having lost the match, damaged her magical artifact, and sustained injuries, Ling Yun was already filled with shame and anger. Consequently, the reproaches from the crowd turned her face pale with rage. Despite her eloquence, the disciples remained unconvinced, demanding the return of the crystal stone. Amidst the commotion, a cold voice interjected, asking, "What are you all doing here?" As the words were spoken, a young woman, approximately 18 or 19 years of age, descended from the sky. Her bright eyes and radiant smile were captivating, yet an air of frigidness surrounded her. This newcomer was none other than Qin Bing, the master of Ling Yun and a rare ice spirit practitioner of the Taiji sect. Qin Bing, with her exceptional aerial prowess, appeared silently before the gathered disciples, leaving them stunned. One bolder disciple bent low with a forced smile, stating, "Respected Master Ant, we heard that junior sister Ling Yun was injured, so we came to check on her. We wouldn't dare interrupt your cultivation, so we shall take our leave." With that, he hastily retreated, and the remaining disciples bowed their heads in respect, too intimidated to even glance at Qin Bing, scattering like birds. Upon noticing Ling Yun's red-rimmed eyes and the injury on her shoulder, Qin Bing asked, "What happened?" Ling Yun hurriedly knelt and replied, "Master, I lost the match today." Qin Bing responded coolly, "So you lost." Ling Yun understood that her master, who was even 2 years younger than herself and devoted solely to her cultivation, was typically as unyielding as ice. Though she rarely spoke to her 3 disciples, she still harbored deep affection for them, evidenced by her granting the Thousand Shadows ring before the contest. Thus, with tears streaming down her face, Ling Yun recounted the events of the match. While she dared not fabricate the general circumstances, knowing that many were present as witnesses, she did alter some details. She claimed that Shi Feng had used a hidden arrow to ambush her, forcing her out of the circle, and that the adjudicator had ruled her the loser. Yet, Shifeng was relentless, ultimately shattering the Thousand Shadows ring. As she concluded her account, Lingyun presented the broken artifact to her master. Although there were no explicit rules against attacking an opponent's magical artifact during the sect competition, given that combat is unpredictable and clashes of artifacts are inevitable, there existed an unspoken understanding that one should not recklessly destroy the opponent's item. After all, for a Qi refinement disciple, a single magical artifact could represent years of accumulation, and its destruction could lead to financial ruin, often resulting in deep-seated enmity between the parties involved. Thus, during the competition, those capable of securing a direct victory typically refrained from targeting the opponent's artifact. To claim victory and then insist on annihilating the opponent's artifact was, indeed, an egregious act. In truth, while Shifeng had loosed 2 arrows in succession, the interval was so brief it was nearly negligible. Moreover, at the moment Shifeng shot the Thousand Shadows ring, Lingyun had not been eliminated. Shifeng's arrows had been aimed at both the opponent and in defense against the opponent's treasure, which was beyond reproach. Everyone present, including the foundational cultivator who officiated the match, found nothing amiss with Shifeng's actions. However, Lingyun clung tenaciously to the notion that his defeat preceded the destruction of the spirit ring, firmly believing that Shifeng, after his victory, sought to obliterate the Qianying ring as a means of humiliating him. As he listened, a flicker of fury gradually ignited within Qin Bingbing's icy gaze. Chapter 30. My mother also surnames Qin. Meanwhile, at Yuxiu Peak, in the modest meditation chamber of Liyunzi, a group of disciples gathered around their master, animatedly recounting the events of the afternoon's competition. Liyunzi listened in astonishment. He had not inquired about Shifeng over the past 3 to 4 years, unaware that his 7th disciple had cultivated such remarkable prowess. He nodded repeatedly, relishing 3 pieces of joyous news. First, that his disciple had triumphed in the contest, bringing honor to their sect. Second, that despite his lack of formal instruction, the disciple had persevered without complaint, achieving success in physical cultivation and honing his archery skills. And third, that Shifeng exhibited such innate talent in crafting, having personally forged a spiritual weapon. Shifeng, allow me to see your bow, he requested. Shifeng promptly presented the iron serpent bow, which Liyunzi examined with keen interest. Excellent. Though this iron bow possesses merely a 3-fold restriction, its material is of high quality and the craftsmanship meticulous. Its power rivals that of a 6 or even 7-fold restricted magical artifact. It was already commendable for an ordinary disciple to possess a 5-fold restricted artifact. Upon hearing that this bow was equivalent to a 7-seal magical artifact, Xiang Jun exclaimed in surprise, "What a splendid artifact! 7th senior brother, why not gift it to me? After all, Master has never been willing to bestow a fine artifact upon me." Liyunzi retorted, "You, young lady, fail to apply yourself and yet expect rewards from your master. Humph. Should your cultivation improve, I would not hesitate to grant you a magical artifact. However, this bow is beyond your capabilities. It demands considerable physical strength, which you lack. Moreover, do you even know how to shoot an arrow?" Nearby, Changqing chimed in, eager to please the master. There's yet another cause for celebration. Liyunzi responded with curiosity, and Changqing produced a large pouch from his storage bag. "Master, you wagered on 7th junior brother's victory. This is your earnings in spirit stones." Liyunzi was taken aback. "Such a sum. It must be around 5 or 6,000, yes?" Changqing replied, somewhat disheartened. "Everyone else bet on 7th junior brother's defeat. Only you wagered on his victory. Hence your substantial gain. Master, this also contains the fruits of the disciple's labor." He gazed at Liyunzi with hopeful anticipation, but the master simply ignored him, snatching the pouch of spirit stones. "A wager must be honored. No need for your sentimentalities." Hearing that his master had disregarded the opinions of others and placed a bet on his certain victory warmed Shifeng's heart. Changqing continued, "However, master, you are not the one who profited the most. Another individual also bet on junior brother's triumph, wagering 1,000 spirit stones and earning over 10,000 crystals." Liyunzi inquired with curiosity, "Is that so? Someone else, like me, has the foresight to recognize talent. Who might it be?" "Oh, Shifeng, could it be you?" Shifeng quickly shook his head. "It was not me, master." Changqing clarified, "It was an intersect disciple from Finshin Peak named Gao Ta. His cultivation is decent, but unfortunately, he sustained injuries during a recent outing. To add to his misfortune, he drew Lu Suifeng from Yintai Ridge in the first round and was eliminated immediately. These 2 circumstances combined rendered Gao Ta quite unfortunate. Yet, who could have predicted that his gamble would yield such remarkable returns?" Liyunzi pondered. What audacity did this Gao Ta possess to wager on Shifeng's victory? Shifeng remarked that Gao Ta was a friend of his disciple, and they had ventured together on several occasions to hunt demonic beasts. Perhaps he had wagered on his disciple's archery skills, believing he would prevail. Liu Yunzi nodded in understanding. After exchanging a few more words, as dusk approached, Liu Yunzi decided to enter a meditative state and instructed everyone to disperse. Once the disciples had left, Shifeng intended to return to the sword forging valley, for the second round of competition would only commence after the first round concluded completely. Thus, there would be no contests for Shifeng the following day, and he planned to finish a few tasks at the valley. Chongqing accompanied Shifeng, engaging him in conversation. Knowing that Shifeng possessed commendable skills in weapon forging and was contemplating requesting him to craft a magical artifact. As they conversed, they made their way down the mountain path. With autumn's chills setting in and fallen yellow leaves scattered across the stone steps by the wind, suddenly, a fierce gust of wind swept through, and a figure descended from the sky, blocking their path. Upon seeing her, Chongqing hurriedly bowed, saying, "Disciple pays respects to the esteemed Shirshu." Shifeng beheld a young woman before him, her beauty akin to that of a celestial being, seemingly only a year or two older than himself. However, her ability to fly on a spirit vessel indicated she was a foundational elder, prompting him to bow respectfully as well. Although he had seen Qin Bing from afar once, the memory had faded. Qin Bing coldly inquired, "Are you disciples of Liu Yunzi from Yushu Mountain?" Chongqing replied, "Yes, I am Chongqing." Shifeng followed suit, stating, "I am Shifeng." Qin Bing's pupils narrowed as she recognized him. "You are Shifeng?" Chongqing, aware that Qin Bing was Ling Yun's master, silently lamented the situation. Shifeng, confused, respectfully confirmed, "Yes. I am the seventh disciple under my esteemed master, Shifeng." After a moment of silence, Qin Bing commanded, "Take me to see your master." Shifeng responded, "I must inform you, Shirshu, that my master has just entered meditation and instructed not to be disturbed." Chongqing inwardly cursed. Qin Bing, with an angry laugh, retorted, "Indeed impressive. No wonder you dare to bully my disciple. It seems you do not even regard me with respect." Shifeng, perplexed, replied, "Shirshu, I have not shown you any disrespect." Qin Bing responded, "You are truly eloquent. I do not concern myself with your injury to my disciple. Victories and defeats in competition are inconsequential. However, after your victory, how dare you destroy the artifact I personally bestowed upon my disciple?" As she spoke, she flung the severed Qian Yuan to the ground, fearing Shifeng would further provoke her. Chongqing quickly interjected, "Shirshu, please calm your anger. The Qian Yuan was accidentally damaged by my junior brother. It was not intentional, I assure you." Qin Bing, who had been cultivating her qi and temper, realized her anger was uncalled for, especially in a dispute with two qi refinement disciples, which did not reflect her dignity. She turned and stated, "Have Liu Yunzi speak with me regarding this matter." Shifeng hastily asked, "May I inquire your name, Shirshu, so I can report back to my master?" It was the first time Qin Bing had encountered someone on the mountain who did not recognize her. She coldly replied, "Just tell him that Qin Shimi from Huiyan Peak sends her regards to Liu Yunzi Shixiao." Upon hearing her surname, Shifeng felt a sudden sense of kinship and smiled. "So, Shirshu's surname is also Qin?" As Qin Bing prepared to take flight, she found his question strange and retorted, "What do you mean? Aren't you surnamed Shir? Are you trying to deny it now?" Shifeng clarified, "No, my mother's surname is also Qin." A surge of blood rushed to Qin Bing's heart, reddening her pale face. She was on the verge of exploding with anger, but ultimately restrained herself. With a flash of white light, she departed. After Qin Bing departed, Chongqing sighed and grumbled, lamenting that Shifeng was uncommunicative. With no other option, the two could only turn back to rouse the meditating Liu Yunzi. Upon hearing their words, Liu Yunzi remained silent. Chongqing, in a state of urgency, exclaimed, "Master, the seventh junior brother did not intentionally damage her magical artifact after winning. It must be that Ling Yun is lying. There were over 100 disciples present as witnesses. If you doubt our words, you may summon the referee, Uncle Yi, to adjudicate the matter." Liu Yunzi replied calmly, "Such words need not be spoken by you. Shifeng's temperament is such that he would not be unreasonable. However, summoning Yishidi would only exacerbate the situation. Why create enmity between Iron Sword Peak and Returning Goose Peak over a trivial matter? It is merely a first-tier spiritual artifact. I can certainly provide compensation. You should take Shifeng to apologize to her. As she is an elder, she will not truly make things difficult for you." Chongqing felt a twinge of injustice, thinking it unfair that they should have to compensate for her faults with a ninth-tier spiritual artifact, which would cost several thousand crystal stones. Shifeng interjected, "The Qianing ring is merely broken. There is no grave injury. I can repair it myself without burdening master." Liu Yunzi expressed surprise, "You can mend it?" Shifeng nodded. "I examined it during the journey. I happen to have the materials for its core." Though there are 9 restrictions, only 2 are damaged. And they are all identical transformation restrictions. I am confident I can restore it within a day or 2. Lu Yunzi said with delight. Very well, attempt the repair. If it fails, come seek me. That evening, Shifeng returned to the sword-casting valley with the fractured Qianing ring. He had already completed the first round of competitions, and the second round would only commence after the completion of all 500 matches in the first round, meaning he had no contest the following day. He began to repair the Qianing ring that night. Although he felt somewhat reluctant, he did not wish to impose a financial burden on his master. Given Shifeng's skill, the restoration of the Qianing ring posed no significant challenge. It merely required some time to adjust the connections of the 9 restrictions. By noon the next day, he had successfully completed the task. Eagerly, Shifeng returned to see Lu Yunzi, who tested the artifact and found it fully restored. He was greatly pleased and instructed Chongqing to accompany Shifeng to Coldwater Cliff to offer their apologies to Qinbing. The returning Goose Peak towered into the clouds, with verdant trees at its base, and the ascent grew increasingly frigid. Halfway up the mountain, they were greeted by a landscape of pristine white snow. Coldwater Cliff lay on the northern peak of returning Goose Peak, still some distance from the main summit. Although it was not blanketed in snow, the biting cold was palpable. On the western side of this cliff was a peculiar spring, its water flowing with an extraordinary chill. Yet it never froze. Ice cubes thrown into the water would dissolve rapidly, even faster than in boiling water. Regardless of how many ice cubes were cast into it, the spring would remain unfrozen, though the chill intensified. Qinbing practiced the cold ice Seven Mysterious Sword, one of the 3 supreme skills of the Taiji sect. This profound technique was typically accessible only to cultivators at the core formation stage, yet Qinbing, with her 9-spirit ice body, was the perfect candidate for mastering this art. After establishing her foundation, she was entrusted with this revered sect's ultimate skill. The frigid spring at Coldwater Cliff is immensely beneficial for cultivating the particular divine art, which is why this location was graciously bestowed upon Qinbing by the esteemed Master Jingsu of returning Geese Peak as a place for her cultivation. On the southern face of the cliff lies an open area where 7 or 8 houses encircle a courtyard, serving as Qinbing's abode and training ground. As Chongqing and Shifeng approached Coldwater Cliff, they were greeted by the melodious sound of tinkling music carried by the mountain breeze, a truly delightful melody. What is that sound? Inquired Shifeng. It is the sound of the Guqin, replied Chongqing. Our esteemed Master Qin, true to her name, is as cold as ice. She seldom interacts with others, and aside from her practice, her sole pastime is playing the Guqin. It is said that her skills are exceptionally refined. Shifeng shook his head. Guqin skills? I do not comprehend. Chongqing chuckled. Fear not. She shall not test us on the Guqin. You need not flatter her by claiming to appreciate her playing. Such forced compliments may only provoke her disdain. Moreover, Master Qin plays solely for herself, rarely performing for others. When we enter to pay our respects, she will not volunteer to play for us. As they spoke, they arrived at the entrance, coincidentally encountering Ling Yun on duty. Ling Yun, assuming the two had come to contest yesterday's events, immediately paled. Chongqing hastily clasped his fists in a respectful greeting, explaining that they were sent by their master to seek Master Qin's forgiveness. Ling Yun, feeling compelled to report, walked alongside them, pondering that if confronted, he would steadfastly refuse to alter his stance. Upon hearing Ling Yun's report, Qinbing paused her playing and replied with a curt, "Let them in." Chongqing and Shifeng entered, bowing deeply in reverence. Indeed, the table was bare, and the Guqin had been put away. Disciple Chongqing and Shifeng pay their respects to Master Qin. We come, under our Master's orders, to seek your forgiveness. This incident arose from my junior's impulsiveness, which led to the damage of junior sister Ling Yun's magical artifact. Our master has severely punished Shifeng and has sent us to the mountain to face you. As Chongqing spoke, he turned to glare at Shifeng, 7th junior brother. Do you not yet express your apologies to Master Qin and senior sister Ling Yun? Shifeng, feeling helpless, said, Master Qin, senior sister Ling Yun, I was unaware of proper etiquette and inadvertently offended you both. I humbly ask for your forgiveness. Qinbing initially braced herself for conflict, but upon hearing their repeated apologies, found it difficult to be wrathful as an elder. With a huff, she said, Rise. Thank you, Master, replied Chongqing, producing the 1,000 shadow ring. This treasure has been restored to its former glory, and I present it back to you. Restored? Qinbing raised an eyebrow in surprise. With a flick of her finger, the ring flew into her delicate hand, and as she infused it with her spiritual energy, 9 ethereal rings immediately manifested. Nodding, she remarked, It is commendable that Brother Lu Yunzi had it repaired overnight. Chongqing responded, In truth, Master, it was Shifeng who repaired this artifact with his own hands. Qin Bing glanced at Shifeng. You possess skills in artifact forging? Chongqing interjected, due to his lack of spiritual roots. Shifeng has been learning the art of forging from Master Qianqiu, and his skills are surprisingly proficient. Qin Bing replied, that is indeed commendable. Her demeanor remained aloof, a reflection of her chilly nature and the cultivation methods she practiced, which rendered her taciturn. However, Chongqing, having spent many years as a lone cultivator, was adept at conversation and quickly added, my junior brother may lack spiritual roots and be distant from the Tao, but he has delved into body cultivation and possesses a rudimentary understanding of forging. He cannot compare to your disciples, who are all exceptionally talented youths. Master Qin, your extraordinary abilities are nothing short of astonishing, rendering you the foremost among the foundational practitioners of our Tai Chi sect. Moreover, your kindness towards others has garnered the admiration of over 1,000 inner disciples. When we speak of you, Master Qin, it is with both reverence and deep respect. Even my master has repeatedly praised you, urging us to learn from you whenever possible. Although Qin Bing possesses a significantly higher level of cultivation, he is still a decade younger than Chongqing and is unable to withstand such flattering words. His demeanor softened further, and he remarked, you are indeed honest and sincere. Very well, let us put yesterday's events behind us. I harbor no resentment towards you. You may descend the mountain now. Chongqing quickly expressed his gratitude and urged Shifeng to leave, who also intended to depart. However, upon hearing Qin Bing mention the events of the previous day, Shifeng hesitated and said, Master Qin, I have one matter to report. Qin Bing, taken aback, inquired, what is it? Shifeng, somewhat dazed, responded, my mother's surname is indeed Qin. A flicker of cold light flashed in Qin Bing's eyes as he could no longer contain his irritation. What a smooth-talking charlatan. With a wave of his hand, Shifeng felt a tremendous force surge towards him, causing him to lose his balance and tumble onto the hard stone ground. Once they exited the cold water cliff, Chongqing could no longer hold back his laughter, which grew increasingly boisterous, eventually bringing him to tears. Shifeng, rubbing his sore neck, retorted, brother, what is so amusing? Chongqing pointed at Shifeng, exclaiming, today, Master Qin described me as honest and sincere, while you received the label of a smooth talker. If our master were to hear this, he would surely laugh until he burst. Shifeng, somewhat annoyed, replied, while the master may not be in stitches, it seems your belly is already at risk of bursting from laughter. Chapter 31. The might of physical cultivation on the fourth day of the grand competition. The first round of matches concluded. That evening, the draw was redone, and the following morning, Shifeng awaited his turn. His opponent was a short and thin man of unremarkable appearance, possessing a cultivation level of the 6th stage of Qi refinement. This individual, evidently aware of Shifeng's confrontation with Lingyun, refrained from attacking immediately. Instead, he cast several protective barriers around himself while muttering incantations. Suddenly, a demonic wolf sprang from his bag, baring its fangs and charging at Shifeng. Seeing the beast, Shifeng did not reach for his bow. Instead, he employed a nameless technique and raised his arm to block the attack. The man was overjoyed, believing the wolf would sink its teeth into Shifeng's arm, prompting gasps of shock from the onlookers. However, rather than Shifeng being wounded, the wolf yelped and was flung away. While Shifeng's arm bore only a few tooth marks on his sleeve, with not a single drop of blood to be seen, the man quickly communicated with his beast, realizing it was unharmed, and urgently recited another spell to compel it to attack again. Yet, the demonic wolf merely wagged its tail and circled around, unwilling to engage. In desperation, the short man muttered incantations, and from his bag emerged an 8-foot-tall mountain ape. Upon its arrival, it pounded its chest and let out 2 mighty roars before swinging a powerful slap towards Shifeng. Shifeng sidestepped the attack, countering with a punch of his own. The impact resonated, causing Shifeng to stagger back 3 steps, while the mountain ape lost its balance and plopped onto the ground. The spectators gasped in astonishment, marveling at the impressive strength of this young man. The diminutive man finally grew impatient, muttering to himself as a massive python, nearly 10 feet long, emerged from his storage pouch. At that moment, Shifeng noticed the distinctiveness of the man's pouch. While most were gray fabric, his was a vibrant green leather. Shifeng recognized it as a specialized beast pouch designed for living creatures, indicating that this fellow was indeed an eccentric, dedicated to the collection and training of magical beasts. As the python coiled menacingly towards him, Shifeng leapt lightly, but the serpent swiftly ensnared his body. He instinctively grasped the creature just below its head, preventing its venomous fangs from reaching him. The python, known not for its fangs but rather its strength, tightened its grip, producing a series of ominous hisses. A flash of golden light flickered across Shifeng's face as he exhaled forcefully and shouted, resulting in a resounding crack as the python's body was abruptly severed in two. He nonchalantly discarded half of the serpent's head to the ground. At this point, the diminutive man was utterly taken aback. He had always relied on his magical beasts to secure victory, lacking any formidable powers of his own aside from a few defensive spells. Witnessing Shifeng's physical prowess, far surpassing that of his creatures, he realized that even with 4 or 5 more beasts at his disposal, he could not possibly contend with Shifeng. The collection of these beasts had not been an easy task, and losing even a few to Shifeng would be a significant loss. Finding himself in a situation with no hope for victory, he recognized that despite his protective shield, its power would wane with time, leaving him vulnerable to Shifeng's arrows. True to his straightforward nature, the diminutive man quickly conceded defeat. On the 6th day of the sect competition, the first 2 rounds had concluded, yet the top 250 disciples had not truly been determined. The upcoming challenge round would allow any eliminated disciples to challenge those in the top ranks. A successful challenge would grant them a place among the top 250. However, each eliminated disciple was permitted only one opportunity to challenge. At that moment, a stone tablet at the ascending immortal platform shimmered with spiritual light, displaying the names of the current top 250 disciples. Those who had lost in the first 2 rounds closely scrutinized the tablet, contemplating whether to challenge and whom to face. After all, the opportunity to challenge was singular. A poor choice could lead to a permanent place outside the top ranks. Interestingly, among the top 250, several were fortunate individuals, some possessing only the 5th level of chi refining, who had encountered a 1st-level disciple in the first round, leading to an unintentional concession. In the second round, they fortuitously faced a 3rd-level disciple and emerged victorious. Such individuals were in high demand as potential challengers. The challenge rounds were simultaneously conducted across 8 arenas. One by one, those who had advanced by mere luck were eliminated. By afternoon, the majority of the top 250 disciples were proficiently at the 7th level of chi refining or higher. As the day progressed, fewer challengers dared to approach. Curiously, Shifeng remained on the platform without a single challenge directed towards him. Upon reflection, it was not surprising. After 2 rounds of competition, everyone recognized his formidable strength. His victory over Ling Yun was far from a mere fluke. This formidable figure, skilled in physical prowess, had effortlessly torn apart the massive python and demonstrated remarkable archery skills, shattering Ling Yun's 9th-tier spiritual artifact with a single arrow, a feat few among the gathered could claim. Indeed, not only the eliminated disciples, but even those who had entered the top 250 secretly prayed, may the upcoming draw spare them from this peculiar opponent. Despite the adversary's formidable strength, they calculated all their tactics and found themselves lacking confidence in achieving victory. On the 6th day, the first round of challenges concluded, leading directly to the lottery match. Unfortunately for Shifeng, fate dealt him a cruel hand, as he drew the lot of Lu Suifeng, the foremost disciple of the Lianxi sect from the Dueling Peak, who had secured 5th place in the previous grand competition, boasting immense power. Observing the slender, tall figure before him, resembling a bamboo pole, Shifeng noted the youth's somewhat wooden demeanor, which was in stark contrast to the elegant name of Lu Suifeng. Shifeng, having never placed much importance on victory or defeat, felt no fear in facing his opponent. The two exchanged a courteous bow, and the contest commenced. Lu Suifeng stood at the pinnacle of the 9th level of Lianxi, just a step away from Foundation establishment. With a mere flick of his wrist, a palm-sized wooden shield soared forth, circling around him and enveloping his entire form in defense. He then raised his hand again, summoning a massive, dark wooden beam that plummeted from the sky. The speed at which he cast his spells was unparalleled compared to previous opponents. Recognizing the weight of the giant beam, Shifeng dared not confront it directly. He took off like the wind, evading the opponent's weapon, and swiftly drew an arrow from his quiver, shooting it forth with a whoosh. Lu Suifeng did not flinch. The wooden shield at his side automatically intercepted the arrow, deflecting it with a resounding thud as it fell to the ground. Since the iron jiao bow had been reforged, it was the first time Shifeng had failed to penetrate his opponent's defenses, leaving him astonished. This unassuming wooden shield was evidently an extraordinary artifact. While pondering this, he evaded the descending wooden beam, simultaneously unleashing a flurry of arrows at Lu Suifeng. One remained stationary while the other dashed around the arena, resulting in a stalemate. In the midst of the contest, Shifeng stole a glance at the giant wooden artifact, noting that its restrictions were merely at the 8th level, inferior in rank to the ice ring of Ling Yun. Yet, it was evidently tailored to counter his abilities, although the beam exhibited no peculiar transformations. Its dense material and massive size rendered it impervious to 1 or 2 arrows. Shifeng resolved to focus his efforts on Lu Suifeng. His arrows flew faster and faster, glinting with cold light as they reached their target. Lu Suifeng, continuously urging his wooden shield, was clearly unprepared for the swiftness of Shifeng's projectiles, and his defenses grew increasingly strained. In the end, even when he pushed his technique to the utmost limits, he could barely fend off the arrows, his magical energy depleting rapidly, and the brilliance of the wooden shield began to fade. Shifeng, caught up in the thrill of shooting, suddenly found his quiver empty. Despite having forged over 100 arrows, the battle at Wulong Valley had consumed most of them, leaving him with only 3 or 4. After a flurry of rapid shots, he had exhausted his supply. Devoid of arrows, he found himself at a loss for how to contend with his opponent, forced to evade the oncoming wooden beam. Just as he contemplated using an unnamed technique to withstand Lu Suifeng's assault, he heard Lu Suifeng swiftly utter an incomprehensible incantation. Suddenly, a multitude of thorny vines erupted from the ground, ensnaring him. As Shifeng attempted to muster his strength to break free, the thorns, as if animated, hurled him away. When he regained his footing, the cold voice of the Foundation establishment judge rang out, declaring, "Disciple of Dueling Peak, Lu Suifeng is the victor." As Shifeng gazed down at his feet, he realized he had stepped out of the Tai Chi circle, thus inexplicably losing this battle. On the summit of Yuxiu Mountain, a sense of disappointment washed over him. Both he and Zhang Qingyuan had failed to progress to the 3rd round, while only Chongqing advanced smoothly to the next stage. However, Lu Yunzi did not express any reproach. He inquired whether they wished to continue challenging themselves for a better ranking, stating that the decision was entirely theirs, as they had already secured their qualification for the trials, and the sect would provide rewards. Zhang Yuanqing immediately declared his intention to continue challenging, while Shifeng, hearing that the choice was his to make, promptly opted out, feeling that the trials bore no significance to him, and he did not intend to participate further. The grand tournament of the sect continued, with the contest for the Qi refining stage concluding on the 10th day. Chongqing managed to secure a place within the top 20, yet did not reach the top 10. The following 5 days were designated for the Foundation establishment stage competitors, with Qi refining disciples prohibited from spectating. Shifeng learned that his master, Lu Yunzi, ultimately chose to forego participation due to seclusion, and thus he paid little attention to the proceedings. After a duration of 15 days, the grandest sect competition of the Tai Chi Gate came to a close. On the day the tournament concluded, Shifeng was summoned by Lu Yunzi. Finding no other disciples present in the chamber, Lu Yunzi remarked, "Shifeng, you have been under my tutelage for 3 years. Although we are bound as master and disciple, I have largely allowed you to act independently. Reflecting on this today, I feel a twinge of guilt." Shifeng quickly bowed, expressing, "Master, your acceptance of me is a kindness as profound as a mountain, and I have always been deeply grateful." Lu Yunzi chuckled softly and replied, "Your acceptance was the intention of the Grandmaster and the esteemed Dan Yang, and has little to do with me. I have neither imparted to you any profound techniques nor bestowed upon you any treasured artifacts. So how can we speak of such great kindness? However, you have brought honor to me, and I have reaped benefits as well. Thanks to your triumph over Lingyun, I have gained 5,000 crystal stones, of which I shall grant you half." With that, he tossed a bag of crystal stones before Shifeng. Hearing Lu Yunzi's gentle tone, Shifeng relaxed considerably and smiled, saying, "Master, these crystal stones are your earnings. How can they be returned to me? I do not require them for cultivation and lack for nothing." Lu Yunzi responded with an "O," noting that Chongqing had mentioned Shifeng assisting others in repairing spiritual tools, which suggested he was quite well off. Shifeng chuckled, "How can my modest means compare to yours, master? However, if my senior brothers find themselves in need, I could certainly lend them 2 or 3,000 crystal stones without difficulty." Chapter 32, Water Copper Stone and Boomerang. Lu Yunzi remarked, "I never expected that among my disciples you would be the most affluent. Nevertheless, this is a gift from me to you, do accept it." Shifeng could only express his gratitude and accepted the bag of crystal stones. Lu Yunzi then inquired, "What is the name of the body cultivation technique you practice?" Shifeng hesitated momentarily, although he did not wish to deceive Lu Yunzi. Dao Chong had instructed him that the origins of the unnamed body refinement method were unknown and that he was forbidden from disclosing it to anyone. Thus, he replied, "It is a technique I discovered in the scripture pavilion, known as the Vajra Sutra. The Vajra Sutra is a body refinement method recorded on the 3rd level of the scripture pavilion, unique to the Tai Chi Gate, with no one else practicing it. Once cultivated to a minor success, it grants a golden sheen to the skin, rendering the practitioner impervious to blades and arrows, bearing a striking resemblance to this unnamed technique." Lu Yunzi, evidently unfamiliar with body refinement arts, nodded and said, "The name suggests it may be a Buddhist practice. Among us Taoists, body cultivation is rare. This technique, too, seems to have been acquired from an unknown source by our sect's predecessors. Is that archery technique a manifestation of the Vajrasutra's powers? In truth, the nameless body refining technique contains no records of any divine abilities. Archery is merely a skill that Shifeng acquired from his childhood hunting experiences." Unable to provide an explanation, he naturally nodded in agreement with Lu Yunzi's assertion. Lu Yunzi then retrieved a jade box from his storage pouch and handed it to Shifeng, saying, "You have brought honor to your master this time, so I bestow upon you this piece of water copper stone. I have observed that the iron bow you crafted is quite commendable. See if this water copper stone is of any use to you. If not, feel free to sell it. This water copper is indeed a valuable material for refining. Do not accept anything less than 5,000 spirit stones for it." Shifeng was overjoyed. This water copper was an exquisite material. Iron essence, due to its hardness, requires the incorporation of a flexible metal, and copper essence is an excellent choice. However, copper essence is far rarer, and water copper, sourced from the deep sea, is pliable and considerably lighter than regular copper essence. Although the fusion process is much more challenging than that of standard copper, Shifeng expressed his gratitude repeatedly as he eagerly accepted the copper essence. Noticing that Shifeng merely held the jade box without storing it away, Lu Yunzi remembered that Shifeng was not a chi refining practitioner and lacked the magical power to activate a storage pouch. Thus, he produced another item, a 3-foot-long belt adorned with a tiger's head. "Shifeng," he cautioned, "wealth should not be flaunted. You possess quite a few spirit stones and materials. Carrying them openly invites unforeseen calamities. This belt I acquired decades ago during my travels in the West from a local refining pavilion, where customs differ vastly from those in our central sky continent and are filled with peculiarities." As Shifeng accepted the belt, he observed that it appeared to be made of leather, with both the buckle and the ends crafted from iron. The buckle depicted a black tiger's head with 4 sharp fangs, while the end resembled a tiger's claw, perfectly interlocking. Lu Yunzi explained, "This is a storage belt commonly used by certain body refining sects in that region. To activate it, you must place a soil spirit stone in the recess of the buckle. It possesses approximately 10 square spaces within, allowing for the storage of numerous items. I found it intriguing and purchased one on a whim. The advantage of this storage belt is that it requires no magical power. Simply placing a spirit stone activates it, allowing for effortless storage and retrieval of items, regardless of their weight, making it exceedingly convenient." As he spoke, he elaborated on the usage of the tiger-headed belt. Following his instructions, Shifeng first donned the belt around his waist and placed a soil spirit stone into the tiger's mouth. A golden light emanated from the belt, only to fade away, leaving it looking like an ordinary waist belt. Shifeng then took a bag of crystal stones, recited the incantation, and suddenly, the bag vanished from his hand. Upon scanning with his consciousness, he discovered that the bag of crystals was securely housed within the belt's small space. With a shift of his intention and another incantation, the bag reappeared in his grasp. Shifeng had long been troubled by the absence of a storage pouch. This 3-ring tiger belt, with its 10 square spaces, was more than sufficient to accommodate all his belongings. He joyfully expressed his gratitude to his master. Lu Yunzi replied, "What is this compared to a generous gift? You must remember that this storage belt cannot hold living creatures, and unlike the storage pouches used by cultivators, it cannot be set with restrictions. If someone were to snatch the belt from you, your possessions would naturally fall into their hands. Moreover, while this storage belt disregards the weight of items, it is of lower grade. Excessively heavy items might cause the storage space to collapse." Shifeng nodded in understanding. Lu Yunzi chuckled softly, stating, "Moreover, my disciple, I wish to impart to you a remarkable technique." Shirha was momentarily taken aback, pondering how a disciple devoid of spiritual roots and energy could possibly practice any technique. Lu Yunzi replied, "What you said earlier holds some truth, yet the latter part is mistaken. Your innate constitution lacks spiritual roots. But this does not imply that your body is devoid of power. Those with spiritual roots can channel the energy of heaven and earth into their dantian, which represents inner cultivation. However, practitioners of body refinement similarly draw upon the energy of the universe, honing their skin, muscles, and bones, which represents outer cultivation. You have engaged in body refinement for 3 years. Although your dantian may lack magical power, your muscles and bones harbor spiritual energy. Otherwise, how could you, relying solely on brute strength, shatter 1,000 shadow rings with a single arrow?" Shifeng suddenly realized that after practicing the nameless body refinement technique, he had merely attributed his significant increase in strength to sheer might. previously capable of shooting an arrow 100 paces. He could now easily reach 300 to 500 paces, only now understanding that his body contains spiritual energy. Lu Yunzi sighed, saying, however, for those who practice body refinement, the spiritual energy resides solely within the muscles and bones. As both physical strength and spiritual energy are consumed simultaneously, one cannot cultivate further, thereby hindering the enhancement of one's lifespan, ultimately rendering them inferior to those who engage in inner cultivation. With that, he flipped his hand, revealing a jade slip, which he lightly tapped, causing it to emit a radiant light that entered Shifeng's mind. Shifeng's consciousness swept over it, revealing a slender tome. Lu Yunzi explained, this technique is called the boomerang, a golden affinity technique. Originally, it encompassed a complete set of cultivation methods. But I believe you need not practice those due to your lack of spiritual roots. You may directly learn the technique. Shifeng murmured, boomerang? Is it some form of concealed weapon? Lu Yunzi nodded before unexpectedly asking, Shifeng, do you understand why you were defeated by Lu Suifeng from Daequi Peak in the third round? Taken aback by the sudden inquiry, Shifeng pondered briefly before responding. Senior brother Lu possesses profound magical abilities, and the thorn technique is both unpredictable and elusive. I was no match for him. Lu Yunzi countered, that is not the case. The reason for your loss is quite simple. You ran out of arrows. Shifeng scratched his head, feeling somewhat bewildered. Lu Yunzi continued, I secretly observed that match. Although Lu Suifeng ranks among the top 10 disciples in the Qi refinement stage, he may not necessarily have triumphed over you. Your body refinement technique is solid, and your iron bow and arrows possess formidable power. Had you possessed countless arrows at your disposal, Lu Suifeng would not have had the opportunity to utilize his thorn technique. Furthermore, while his wooden shield offered decent defense, it had already lost much of its efficacy. Had you shot him a dozen more arrows, his shield would have shattered. Without that protection, how could he evade your arrows, swift as lightning? Shifeng considered this reasoning and nodded in agreement. Lu Yunzi remarked, the boomerang technique was passed down to me by Master Danyang, yet I have had little time to cultivate it. This boomerang is based on the golden affinity techniques of Iron Sword Peak, requiring the essence of the 5 metals, refined with internal true fire to create a 3-inch long dart, intended for use as a concealed weapon in combat. Shifeng blinked, confused by the terms golden affinity techniques and internal true fire, which he felt were beyond his capabilities. Lu Yunzi chided, you, my boy, may appear dull, yet your attention to detail is keen. Why cling so rigidly to definitions? Is not your bow and arrow a form of concealed weapon? What difference does it make if it is 3 inches long or a foot long? The most distinctive feature of this boomerang lies in its remarkable abilities. It can deftly spin through the air, change direction, and automatically return. Mastering this skill means that the arrows you shoot will be effortlessly retrieved, granting you an endless supply of feathered projectiles. Shifeng's eyes sparkled with delight as he exclaimed, that is simply splendid. I am deeply grateful, Master. Upon returning to the Sword Forging Valley, Shifeng remained exhilarated. Not only did he receive the crystal from Lu Yunzi today, but the other items, the tiger head belt, water copper stone, and the boomerang technique, were immensely beneficial. He first practiced the use of the tiger head belt repeatedly before attempting to store his iron flood dragon bow and other items. Over the past 3 years, Shifeng had amassed a considerable collection of refining materials, both ordinary and rare, which had hitherto been scattered across the floor of his room. Now, he meticulously organized and stored them in the belt, resulting in a significantly tidier living space. Next, he took out the water copper stone and examined it closely. The stone featured 7 copper-hued water patterns. While it was not of the highest grade with 9 patterns, its quality was still exceedingly high. This stone was one of the most precious refining materials in Shifeng's possession, its value comparable to 1,000 embers of fire. He placed the water copper stone in a jade box, carefully stowing it away in the belt. Only then did Shifeng delve into the boomerang technique. Discovering that Lu Yunzi had recorded only the method of using the boomerang, with no martial arts instructions included. After perusing the text throughout the night, Shifeng grasped only a fraction of the technique, yet he kept Lu Yunzi's advice firmly in mind. One must be adaptable and not rigidly adhere to established doctrines. Unbeknownst to him, this wisdom would profoundly influence his future cultivation. The ancient texts state that for a 3-inch diameter, a force reaching 7 zhong requires 3 powers on the left, 6 on the right, and 1 behind, with the boomerang slightly shifting half a foot to achieve a diagonal trajectory, striking the enemy within 7 zhong. This description pertains to darts, while Shifeng was utilizing arrows, necessitating a series of adjustments based on the length of his arrows. Over the following month, Shifeng devoted himself daily to the study of the boomerang technique, meticulously correcting its application to his arrows. Each statement required practical experimentation to validate its accuracy, and he ultimately renamed it the returning arrow. While contemplating the technique, Shifeng was also preparing for a more significant endeavor, the reforging of his arrows. The Iron Flood Dragon Bow was the first spiritual weapon he had forged himself. But at that time, he lacked confidence and only selected a 3-seal magical tool for practice. Now, with his growing experience from repairing spiritual weapons for others and bolstered by Lu Yunzi's gift of the water copper stone, his confidence soared. He recalled a particular 9-fold restricted bow, the cloud-piercing bow, mentioned in the refining texts compiled by Qian Shuzhenren, which required water copper stone as one of its materials. The cloud-piercing bow is a wind attribute spiritual weapon renowned for its swift speed and long range. Among the 9 seals that must be inscribed for enhance the bow's speed. Though these seals are quite complex, Shifeng felt they would not pose a challenge for him. He promptly spent 4,000 spiritual stones to acquire additional materials and began the crafting of the cloud-piercing bow. Though his pace was not swift, his work was exceedingly meticulous. It took him over 20 days to finally complete the bow. Upon testing it, Shifeng found that not only did it possess a range significantly greater than that of the Iron Flood Dragon Bow, but it also surpassed it in the speed of drawing and releasing arrows. With an uncontrollable sense of joy, Shifeng presented the bow to Master Qian Chu, who praised it profusely. Although merely a low-grade spirit weapon of the 9 seals, the bow's power far surpassed that of an ordinary mid-grade spirit weapon. You, my boy, are a promising talent in the art of crafting. He advised that if Shifeng were to sell this bow, he should not accept less than 20,000 spirit stones. Shifeng mused to himself that the materials alone, including the remnants of Qianhua and water copper stone, were worth no less than 20,000 crystals. Thus, he would never part with it for such a meager sum. After the cloud-piercing bow was forged, Shifeng began to practice using the spinning arrow technique. Over the course of 2 to 3 months, he gradually became more adept. With each release, the arrows flew either straight as a line, or veered off at an angle, or curved like a rainbow, their residual energy enabling them to return after being shot. One day, an idea struck him. If he could concentrate on 2 tasks simultaneously, why not control 2 arrows at once? Intrigued, he immediately set to experimenting. Initially, it was quite challenging. The 2 arrows either followed the same trajectory or exhibited uneven force, falling to the ground halfway through their flight. However, with relentless practice, his proficiency improved, and he eventually mastered the ability to shoot both arrows with precision, though their combined strength was slightly less than that of a single arrow. Chapter 33. Encounter with the Black Eagle. During this period, Shifeng was not always secluded in the Sword Forging Valley. Following the Grand Sect competition, he had transitioned from an obscure disciple to one of some renown, attracting many visitors. These individuals sought Shifeng for 2 primary reasons. The majority came to have their spirit weapons repaired and reinforced, resulting in considerable earnings for him. Others, primarily senior disciples like Gu Mingyue and Gao Tuo, invited him to join them on sect missions. Initially, Shifeng had no knowledge of spells and was largely ignored. Yet, having witnessed the might of his archery, they sought him out, knowing that many sect missions involved dealing with monstrous beasts. Qi cultivators were often wary of direct confrontation with such creatures, preferring to eliminate them from a distance, making Shifeng's archery a significant asset. Eager to assist, Shifeng agreed to participate, not only due to his camaraderie with Gu Mingyue and Gao Tuo, but also because he needed to gather materials for crafting and further hone his archery skills. Thus, over the past 4 to 5 months, Shifeng undertook numerous sect missions alongside others, collecting a wealth of valuable materials. His storage space was soon overflowing, prompting him to reorganize it twice, removing some of the more ordinary materials to make room. Of course, during these missions, he refrained from exerting his full strength or employing techniques such as the spinning arrow or dual control, preferring to keep a low profile and conceal some of his capabilities. Nevertheless, his archery prowess consistently astonished his companions. Even minor beasts fell to a single arrow, while larger creatures were severely injured after just a few shots. On one occasion, Shifeng, along with Gao Tuo and 2 others, ventured into the Wulong Valley during the day, successfully hunting 2 adult ironback rhinos, avenging a previous grievance. In regard to the spiraling arrow, Shifeng made further improvements. This was prompted by an incident during a sect mission alongside his fellow disciples, where he wished to keep the spiraling arrow concealed. Consequently, they resorted to directly using conventional arrows to eliminate the demonic beasts. The arrows, embedded in the flesh of the beasts, could not be retrieved. Following this experience, Shifeng realized that while the retrieval of arrows could conserve spirit stones, it also presented vulnerabilities in combat. After all, The time required for arrows to spiral back meant that much time was wasted before he could release another shot. After much contemplation, Shifeng resolved to forge a substantial number of arrows, yet he did not abandon the spiraling arrow technique. Even without the ability to retrieve the arrows, the elusive trajectory of the spiraling arrows remained an astute advantage, making them difficult to counter. As Shifeng undertook more sect missions, his reputation grew significantly. To everyone's astonishment, Lu Suifeng, who ranked 4th in the recent sect competition and was on the brink of establishing his foundation, sought Shifeng's assistance for a mission. Lu Suifeng, a top-tier disciple among the Qi refinement students, had previously bested Shifeng in their encounters and possessed no particular magical prowess. Thus, it was perplexing that he would turn to Shifeng for help. Lu Suifeng merely smiled and said nothing in response. However, as 5 to 6 months passed, the invitations for Shifeng to join in hunting demonic beasts began to dwindle. This was not due to any misstep on Shifeng's part, but rather because the trial grounds were set to open in just 6 months. Lu Suifeng, Gu Mingyue, and others were all preparing for the trial journey. Gu Mingyue had inquired if Shifeng intended to participate, and although he had initially contemplated seeking out some refining materials, he learned that the trial grounds were abundant with spiritual herbs and elixirs, yet lacked the ores and spirit crystals necessary for crafting. Consequently, he dismissed the idea. Especially considering the numerous dangers associated with the trial journey, he deemed it unwise to take unnecessary risks. Despite the absence of companions, Shifeng had grown quite familiar with the surrounding mountain ranges, making it feasible for him to venture out alone to hunt demonic beasts. Nevertheless, he was acutely aware that the Shirgu mountain range spanned thousands of miles, with the Tai Chi sect occupying just a small corner of it. Thus, he limited his excursions to within 200 to 300 miles of his vicinity. One day, around the midnight hour when the moon hung high and luminous, 2 figures stood atop a peak approximately 300 miles west of the Tai Chi sect. One was a woman clad in snow-white robes, Qin Bing from the returning Goose Peak. The other was a young man, handsome and spirited, the same youth who had soared through the skies with Qin Bing on that fateful day. At that moment, the young man expressed a hint of frustration, saying, "Junior Sister Qin, we have waited here for 3 days without a trace of this beast. Do you think it may have already departed?" Qin Bing maintained her icy demeanor, replying, "Let us wait one more day. If the black-winged eagle does not appear, we shall return to the sect." The young man countered, "If we return empty-handed, we risk incurring the master's ire. The master places great importance on this matter, otherwise, he would not have dispatched us nor bestowed upon us the precious shadow-shaping pearl for our use." Qin Bing responded, "The wind-winged black eagle is indeed a rare breed among demonic beasts, known for its swift evasion techniques. It is understandable that we cannot track it. Perhaps it is merely passing through this area and has not harmed any disciples of the Tai Chi sect. Should we encounter it, we can simply drive it away." The young man shook his head and remarked, "Junior sister, you are still too soft-hearted. This pair of windwing black eagles has been lurking near our Tai Chi sect for nearly a year. They are not merely passing through. Master Xianming once deduced that these black eagles might be nesting here, which is even more troubling. If we allow them to breed, I fear that in 100 years, this place will no longer belong to our Tai Chi sect." Qin Bing fell silent for a moment, seemingly in agreement with the young man's assertion. After a brief pause, she inquired, "If that is the case, why don't our elders take action to eliminate these 2 beasts themselves?" The young man responded, "These 2 black eagles are only at the foundation establishment level. They are not worthy of their direct intervention. The reason for choosing you, junior sister, to confront them is that the windwing black eagles are adept in fire-type techniques, and your cultivation method happens to be their nemesis. Furthermore, I believe there is an underlying purpose. Both of us ranked among the top 3 in this competition and are the leading figures for this trial journey. Perhaps the elders wish for us to hone our skills in preparation for the impending challenges." Qin Bing, lacking the shrewdness of the young man in matters of human relations, nodded in agreement, acknowledging, "What you say is indeed true, senior brother. I feel quite embarrassed." The young man chuckled, replying, "Your words are flattering, junior sister. Your talent is exceedingly rare, a once-in-a-millennium gift. Your future achievements will far surpass mine. It is I who should feel embarrassed." Qin Bing, rarely smiling, replied, "Senior brother Wei, you are also a prodigious cultivator. Moreover, you are already at the pinnacle of the mid-foundation establishment stage, surpassing me by a margin." Senior brother Wei shook his head, stating, "In terms of current cultivation, I am slightly ahead, but you have only cultivated for 10 years while I have devoted over 30. In the future, I will find it impossible to catch up. Even now, if we were to compare techniques, you would certainly not be inferior to me." Qin Bing smiled but remained silent. Suddenly, senior brother Wei adopted a serious demeanor and said, "However, junior sister, Although you possess extraordinary talent, I must advise you on one crucial matter. Seeing his solemn expression, Qin Bing quickly urged, "Please, senior brother, go ahead." Senior brother Wei continued, "Though your innate gifts are remarkable, do not rely on them alone. Remember that the icebound Seven Mysteries sword you are cultivating is one of the 3 supreme techniques of our Taiji sect. From its first to the 7th transformation, it is said that over 1,000 years ago, our sect's master Haoyan cultivated this technique to the 7th level, slaying powerful beings at the nascent soul stage with its formidable power. However, as the technique progresses, it becomes increasingly challenging. A moment's carelessness may lead to backlash or even demonic deviation." Qin Bing nodded solemnly. Senior brother Wei added, "The greatest difficulty in mastering the icebound Seven Mysteries sword lies not in the technique itself, but in the cultivation of one's heart. One must possess immense resolve, sever distracting thoughts, and maintain unwavering focus to achieve greatness. Although your exterior is as cold as ice, your temperament is still rather restless. I have heard that recently, due to a loss in a competition involving your disciples, you sought out 2 Qi refinement disciples to vent your frustrations, which is quite inappropriate. Earlier, you even mentioned that if there were no pressing matters, you would simply drive those 2 black eagles away. Alas, your benevolence may not be appreciated by those 2 demonic creatures." Qin Bing lowered her head, acknowledging, "Senior brother, you are right. Master Jingxiu has repeatedly emphasized that one must maintain a tranquil heart, free of distractions, to break through the icebound Seven Mysteries sword. However, she is merely a 20-year-old girl. Achieving such composure is no easy feat." Senior brother Wei concluded. "In any case, now that you have pledged to master to cultivate the icebound Seven Mysteries sword, you must persevere and not waver midway." Qin Bing responded with a soft, "Understood." Wei, the senior brother, remarked that the principles of being human and cultivating skills are akin. Once one has recognized the merits of an individual, one should not easily alter their conviction. His words left Qin Bing somewhat bewildered, wondering about their true meaning. Sensing her confusion, Wei abruptly shifted the topic, saying, "Junior sister Qin, if we were to face the windowing black eagles, each tackling one, and you find yourself in a position of advantage while I am in peril, what would you do?" Without hesitation, Qin Bing replied, "I would certainly do my utmost to assist you, senior brother." Wei shook his head and said, "You are mistaken. Remember, the objective of our endeavor is to eradicate these 2 demon birds. To achieve this goal, one must act without hesitation. You should not attempt to save me. Your focus should be on vanquishing the demon bird you are engaged with. Although I may not prevail, I can still self-destruct my magical artifact, inflicting severe damage upon the other demon bird. In that event, it shall no longer be your adversary, allowing you to claim the ultimate victory." Qin Bing, moved by his words, felt a stirring within her. Just as Wei was about to elaborate further, the orb he held in his right hand began to shimmer with ethereal light. "Senior brother, something is happening," Qin Bing exclaimed. The previously murky orb gradually became as clear as a mirror, revealing an image of 2 black eagles soaring gracefully. "It seems they are preparing to return to their nest. What do you suggest we do, senior brother?" Qin Bing asked. Wei pondered for a moment before replying. "We have previously scouted their nest and found nothing unusual, nor did we see any young black eagles. It would be prudent to wait. These black eagles possess night vision, and attacking them at night would not be to our advantage. Let us wait until dawn. The black eagles will rest for a couple of hours before daybreak, which would be the perfect time to strike." Qin Bing nodded in agreement. The 2 were positioned on a high cliff directly opposite the black eagle's nest, giving them a vantage point for observation. They held their breath, suppressing their magical fluctuations, hiding behind a large rock, their eyes fixated on the orb's display as they awaited the black eagle's arrival. As the 2 black eagles spread their wings, they hardly flapped them. Yet in the blink of an eye, they had soared 3 to 5 miles away, their speed truly remarkable. The 2 plotted that even if they exerted themselves to fly at full speed, they would likely struggle to catch up. Under the moonlight, the night sky appeared washed clean, and the 2 black eagles emitted clear, resonant calls as they flew past the high cliff where Qin Bing and her companion were concealed, heading straight for the dense forest below. Just as Wei was about to emerge from their hiding place, his expression suddenly changed. They heard a tempestuous wind rising, accompanied by the cacophony of countless birds shrieking. From the depths of the forest below, a horde of large eagles burst forth, charging towards the 2 black eagles. From their vantage point atop the cliff, Qin Bing and Wei observed that this group of large eagles numbered around 20 or 30, their massive forms adorned with vibrant plumage. Wei quietly communicated with Qin Bing, saying, "This situation is dire. Let us observe and see how it unfolds." Qin Bing responded in kind, agreed. Upon spotting the colorful eagles, The black eagles let out mournful cries and dove directly into the midst of the colorful eagles, claws and beaks striking fiercely. In an instant, 2 or 3 colorful eagles were pierced through the abdomen, plummeting lifelessly from the sky. The colorful eagles, undeterred, flapped their wings vigorously and surged forward, surrounding the 2 black eagles. In that moment, the sky was filled with chaotic winds, and feathers drifted like snow. Wei, filled with joy, remarked, "It appears we have 2 rival factions of demon birds. Let them engage in their battle while we reap the rewards." Qin Bing gazed for a long time and remarked that the individual strength of these colorful sculptures was inferior to that of the 2 black eagles. Their advantage lay solely in numbers. If the black eagles chose to flee, they would not be able to hinder them. Wei Shixiang suggested that if they attempted to escape, Shimi should block their path. After a prolonged battle, they would undoubtedly be no match for her. He would then deal with the other colorful sculptures, as allowing them to dominate this territory would necessitate their eradication. This provided an opportune moment to eliminate them all at once. Qin Bing agreed. The 2 black eagles clearly surpassed the colorful sculptures in prowess, and before long, 2 to 3 dozen colorful sculptures had descended, leaving only 4 or 5 in disarray as they fled north, pursued by the black eagles. Qin Bing inquired whether they should take action. Wei Shixiao, observing intently, firmly replied, "No, let us wait a moment longer." Chapter 34. The mysterious youth. The black eagles pursued relentlessly, and after a few ascents and descents, they found themselves behind the colorful sculptures. Just then, the dense forest suddenly erupted, and more than 10 larger colorful sculptures roared forth, surrounding the 2 black eagles. Wei Shixiang praised, "What a clever strategy." The 2 black eagles, caught off guard, were immediately besieged and sustained numerous injuries. They screeched loudly and fought back fiercely. This battle was even more intense than the previous one, as these new colorful sculptures were evidently much stronger than their predecessors. Feathers were torn from the black eagles in a flurry. One of the black eagles chirped, seemingly calling for its companion to retreat. Yet the other black eagle remained resolute and unwilling to back down. At this moment, 3 or 4 of the colorful sculptures had perished, while the 2 black eagles were severely wounded and less agile than before. The remaining 7 or 8 colorful sculptures roared defiantly, growing bolder with each skirmish. The smaller black eagle could no longer suppress its chirps, while the larger one appeared reluctant, but eventually, they both spread their wings and shot through the encirclement like arrows released from a bow. Just then, a flash of pure white sword light appeared, cleaving toward the larger black eagle. The black eagle, naturally agile in the air, flapped its wings and soared several yards high, narrowly evading the strike. However, the sword light, having missed its target, emitted a chilling aura. The fire wind wings of the black eagle, based on fire's spiritual energy, were suddenly jolted by the cold, causing its wings to slow. At this moment, a figure in white appeared, standing on a flying sword, blocking the black eagle's path. Simultaneously, Wei Shixiang soared on his sword, intercepting the pursuing colorful sculptures, and a chaotic melee ensued, as communication between humans and beasts was impossible. Qin Bing clasped her hands before her, raising her index and pinky fingers, chanting incantations. From the star sword beneath her feet, 3 white sword shadows soared forth, darting through the air like startled dragons, slicing toward the 2 black eagles. This was the ice-cold 7 Mysteries sword technique, which Qin Bing had cultivated to the 3rd level, enabling her to manifest 3 sword lights. The 2 black eagles, already grievously injured and further discomforted by the chilling aura, had no desire to linger in combat. They focused all their energy on breaking through the sword lights and fleeing. However, while Qin Bing's evasion technique may not have matched that of the 2 black eagles, her flying sword was undeniably swift. Coupled with the oppressive cold surrounding them, the black eagles found their speed significantly hampered, rendering them unable to escape the relentless pursuit of the flying swords. The smaller black eagle, unable to evade in time, was struck by a sword energy to its left wing, causing it to flap laboriously. The enormous black eagle, seemingly consumed by rage, chose not to flee. With a fierce screech, its formidable talons lunged viciously towards Qin Bing's head. Qin Bing deftly evaded, while simultaneously manipulating her flying sword to strike at the 2 black eagles. Unbeknownst to her, Qin Bing's sword energy had been gradually intensifying, enveloping her in a thick mist of white, which began to coalesce into a gigantic ice cocoon. As the eagle's claws approached, the resistance grew stronger, and the chill intensified, just 5 or 6 feet from Qin Bing's head. The eagle sensed its talons becoming numb from the cold, its wings on the brink of freezing. With a startled cry, it soared skyward, abandoning its attack on Qin Bing and hastily retreating westward. Qin Bing's expression remained impassive as she pursued on her sword. In her haste, She glanced at Brother Wei, who, though not entirely in command, faced no immediate danger. With his profound magical power, he could undoubtedly prevail against the group of colorful eagles given time. Upon Qin Bing's departure, Brother Wei contemplated whether to eliminate the 7 colorful eagles before rejoining his sister. However, concern for Qin Bing's safety prompted him to seal a spell, redirecting his purple sword to follow her westward, with the 7 colorful eagles trailing behind. As Qin Bing relentlessly pursued the 2 black eagles, she found herself astonished at the piercing sharpness of her icy sword energy. A mere strike would surely prove fatal to an ordinary qi refining disciple, and even foundation-building cultivators would hesitate to confront her blade. In the kingdom of Yin, the ice fairy was regarded with trepidation. Yet these 2 black eagles had endured 3 or 4 of her strikes and appeared unfazed. In truth, the black eagles had long since exhausted their strength. Despite their formidable nature, they were no match for the human race. Moreover, being fire-type beasts, they were less susceptible to water, for fire also overcomes water. The 2 black eagles, devoid of fighting spirit, merely continued their frantic flight. Seeing that she was unable to close the distance, Qin Bing gritted her teeth and shattered a spirit talisman. In an instant, her figure flashed and intercepted the 2 black eagles. This was a teleportation talisman, a technique only available to golden core stage cultivators, while foundation-building practitioners could only rely on such talismans to execute it. Upon her arrival, 3 sword shadows erupted from her icy cocoon, considerably thicker than before, their luminous blades ensnaring the black eagles. Realizing escape was futile, the 2 black eagles could only muster a counterattack. At that moment, Brother Wei and the 7 colorful eagles arrived in succession. Observing that Qin Bing had unleashed her trump card, Brother Wei recognized that while its power had amplified, the consumption of magical energy had also surged. His mind raced through 3 potential strategies. First, he could unleash his ultimate technique to swiftly eliminate the 7 colorful eagles and then reunite with his sister to vanquish the 2 black eagles. Second, he and his sister could retreat hastily, allowing the black and colorful eagles to clash once more and then strike back. Or third, he could immediately join forces with his sister to confront the 2 black eagles together. Weighing his options, he concluded that the first 2 strategies were precarious. He might not succeed in swiftly dispatching the 7 colorful eagles, and retreating now might prevent the eagles from engaging in further conflict, as these cunning beasts possessed a degree of intelligence and would not easily fall for the same trick again. The third option seemed most favorable. After uniting with his sister, the black and colorful eagles would inevitably clash, allowing him to reap the benefits. With this thought, he shouted, "Sister, I come to assist you," as he stepped onto his purple sword, preparing to take flight. Just then, the moonlight abruptly darkened, and a fierce wind howled with a piercing shriek. Brother Wei exclaimed in alarm, "Not good. A vibrant eagle has soared from the distant skies, its form far grander than any previously witnessed. With its expansive wings unfurled, it obscures half the moon, emanating an overwhelming aura of spiritual pressure akin to that of a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator." Brother Wei urgently calls out, "Junior sister, we must flee." 2 sword lights, 1 purple and 1 white, dart forth like lightning. The colossal eagle hovers above, seemingly endowed with intelligence. Its eyes flicker before it emits a cacophony of caws. Instantly, 7 smaller eagles dive towards the 2 dark eagles. The giant eagle then flaps its wings and descends upon Qin Bing and her companion. Realizing the peril, Brother Wei swiftly retrieves a jade talisman and crushes it, releasing a wisp of azure smoke, a signal for urgent assistance from their sect. The enormous eagle descends rapidly, suddenly opening its beak to unleash a flash of lightning, dispersing the smoke of the talisman. Brother Wei is taken aback. Lightning attribute. "Junior sister, quickly seek refuge in the forest. We cannot contend with it." Generally, when comparing beings of the same tier, the strength of demonic beasts far surpasses that of humans, as their physical prowess and innate abilities are formidable. This avian demon is at the late stage of foundation establishment, while Brother Wei is at the mid-stage, and Qin Bing at the initial stage. Despite Qin Bing's exceptional abilities, surpassing many mid-stage cultivators, both she and Brother Wei are already drained of considerable spiritual energy, making it perilous to confront the late-stage eagle. Hearing this, Qin Bing swiftly redirects her sword, sending 2 beams of light towards the dense forest below. Simultaneously, she unleashes a cold beam aimed at the giant eagle's abdomen. The eagle, wary of Qin Bing's sword energy, flaps its wings, illuminating the night sky with a brilliant flash, shredding her attack to pieces. As Qin Bing and her companion near the forest, the eagle's speed outstrips theirs. A fierce wind approaches, less than 10 paces away, accompanied by 2 thick bolts of lightning targeting them. Unable to evade, they channel their sword energies to counter the lightning. A tremendous clash ensues, scattering sword energy and lightning. Though they remain unharmed, their faces pale significantly. Brother Wei hastily consumes a pill and says, "We shall launch a counterattack and then split up." Once more, the purple and white sword energies surge forth. After their flash, the two figures dart away in opposite directions. The colossal eagle, seemingly contemplating, flaps its wings and pursues Qin Bing directly. At this moment, Qin Bing has reached the edge of the forest, pondering whether to plunge into the woods or descend further into the valley. Just as she hesitates, the eagle closes in. A flicker of defiance ignites in her eyes. She does not flee. With a flourish of her hands, three sword shadows dart towards the eagle, her body enveloped in a protective icy aura, rendering her less fearful of the eagle's lightning. Brother Wei, having flown some distance, glances back in shock at Qin Bing's audacity to engage head-on. With her spiritual energy swirling, three beams of white light dance around her, clashing fiercely with the eagle, resulting in a momentary stalemate. Just then, two mournful cries pierce the air as two dark eagles plummet to the ground, having succumbed to the onslaught of 7 colorful eagles. Their lifeless bodies cascade into the valley below. Although 3 of the 7 colorful eagles have fallen, the remaining 4 heed the call of their giant counterpart and charge towards Qin Bing. Already at a disadvantage against the colossal eagle, Qin Bing, driven solely by courage, is now faced with the additional threat of 4 more eagles, plunging her into a state of alarm. Wei Shixiang's rescue arrived too late, and he could only shout, "Qin Shimmy, quickly take cover in the dense forest." Qin Bing's form plummeted rapidly, pursued closely by 5 colorful eagles, merely 2 or 3 zhang away. At that moment, a feathered arrow suddenly shot out from the thick woods, swift as lightning, striking one of the colorful eagles in its left eye and exiting through the right, causing it to plummet lifelessly to the ground. Emerging from the thicket was a young man, bow in hand, who swiftly unleashed 2 arrows, each finding its mark on 2 more colorful eagles. One was shot through the neck, meeting an instant demise, while the other, reacting more swiftly, evaded a fatal blow but sustained a grievous injury to its right wing, rendering it incapable of flight. This young man was none other than Shifeng, who had been waiting in these woods for a demon bear that night. Unexpectedly, he did not encounter the bear, but stumbled upon a flock of demon birds chasing after his fellow disciple, Qin Bing, who shared the same surname as his mother. Although Qin Shishu was not particularly amicable towards him, he felt compelled to lend assistance in this dire moment. At first, Qin Bing did not recognize Shifeng and urged him, "Hide quickly. These demon birds are beyond our strength to combat." "Ah, is that you?" Shifeng replied, "Yes." "Qin Shishu, what manner of creature is this?" As he spoke, he released a flurry of arrows. However, the colorful eagles, now prepared, evaded his shots with ease. The largest among them flapped its wings, sending his arrows spiraling away into the unknown. Realizing the formidable nature of these demon birds, Shifeng exclaimed in dismay. If Qin Bing herself was struggling, it was reckless for him to expose himself. He hastily retreated into the woods. At that point, Shifeng had already felled 3 of the 4 pursuing eagles with his arrows. Though these eagles were not weak, their strength had waned after a prolonged battle, while Shifeng's archery remained elusive and precise. With 3 down, the remaining eagle, injured in its right wing, was swiftly dispatched by Wei Shixiang's sword. Seeing its kin fall one by one, the giant eagle's eyes glinted with cold fury as it abandoned its pursuit of Qin Bing and charged directly at Shifeng. Terrified, Shifeng fled into the forest, running for his life. In his youthful bravado, he had underestimated the beast. He believed his archery prowess was exceptional among his peers, unaware that this eagle was a formidable opponent, closer to the Foundation establishment stage, a level far beyond his own capabilities as a mere disciple. As he ran, the sound of a fierce wind filled his ears, the trees of the forest uprooted by the eagle's powerful wings, branches and debris flying in a terrifying display. Shifeng, in his panic, lost his way and dared not look back. He activated his nameless technique, desperately fleeing. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed as a log, thick as a millstone, struck his back. Pain surged through his chest, and he coughed up fresh blood. In a desperate attempt to escape, he found himself at the edge of a cliff, having been propelled into the air by the force of the blow, tumbling toward the valley below. This cliff was not a sheer drop, but rather a sloped incline. As Shifeng rolled down, he struggled to maintain his footing, the path littered with exposed rocks and wooden stumps. He was unaware of the many blows he sustained during his descent, and by the time he reached the valley floor, despite his mastery of physical cultivation, he felt pain coursing through his body, and darkness enveloped his vision. The colossal eagle, filled with unrelenting fury, possessed keen eyesight that could pierce through distances. Even at 100 paces, it discerned Sherfing's precarious fall beside a stream in the valley, oblivious to his fate. In an instant, it spread its vast wings and swooped down from the peak, its talons poised to seize Sherfong, its claws, sharp enough to rend even the iron-backed rhinoceros. Would surely spell doom for him. With a piercing cry, the eagle descended, closing the distance to within 3 paces of Sherfong, when suddenly, a fleeting white figure emerged, interposing itself between the giant eagle and the fallen youth. The figure revealed a young man in white, who extended his right hand, unleashing a torrent of white energy that surged toward the eagle. Before the white energy could make contact, the eagle emitted a startled shriek, flapping its wings in a frenzy as if gripped by an overwhelming fear, and shot skyward like an arrow, vanishing from sight in moments. Sherfong glimpsed the youth's retreating silhouette, and was about to muster the strength to express his gratitude when he saw the white figure transform into a stream of white mist, swiftly entering his body. Sherfong was paralyzed with horror. At that moment, 2 sword shadows descended from the sky. Qin Bing and Brother Wei had just arrived. They had not witnessed the appearance of the young man in white. They only saw the eagle suddenly take flight, leaving them bewildered. Though Sherfong lay on the ground still alive, he was grievously wounded, bloodied from countless lacerations. Upon hearing Qin Bing's earlier remark, Brother Wei deduced that this individual was also a disciple of the Taiji sect, yet sensed the young man's lack of martial prowess, suspecting him to be merely an outer disciple. As his thoughts turned, a cold glint flickered in his eyes, and he brandished his sword towards Sherfong. Chapter 35. The young eagle and the old fox. Qin Bing was startled, caught off guard, and unable to think clearly. She unleashed a gust of sword energy that deflected Brother Wei's long sword, exclaiming, "Brother Wei, what are you doing?" Wei Yunfei's expression darkened, for he found the young man suspicious, appearing suddenly at the sect's periphery in the dead of night alongside a monstrous bird. Qin Bing hastily clarified, No, Brother Wei. You misunderstand. I know him. He is not an infiltrator but a disciple of our sect." "That may not be the case," Wei Yunfei replied sternly. "In the past, the demonic sect has sent agents to infiltrate our Taiji sect. Such individuals hide themselves deeply, often working diligently to accumulate merit, and as their status rises, so does the threat they pose. Consider today's events. You, a distinguished foundational cultivator, were saved by a junior. It is inevitable that your state of mind may falter. Remember, since your foundation establishment, you have never faced defeat. If this individual were to consider himself your benefactor, how would you reconcile that? Merely an outer disciple, he concluded dismissively. Qin Bing found Wei Yunfei's words utterly absurd, yet her temperament disinclined her to engage in debate. This individual is a disciple under Lu Yunzi, and is indeed an inner disciple, not an outer one. Moreover, he has saved my life today. If I were to harm him, my state of mind would be further unsettled. Upon hearing the name Lu Yunzi, Wei's demeanor softened. Very well then. This person is grievously injured. You may provide him some elixirs. Saving him once can be considered a debt repaid. Qin Bing thought to herself. How can that be considered a mere debt repaid? She refrained from voicing her disagreement and retrieved a pill from her storage pouch, calling out, "I believe your surname is Sher, correct?" Sherfong, struggling, replied, "I am Sherfong." As he spoke, his mouth opened naturally. Qin Bing deftly flicked her fingers, and the elixir landed in Sherfing's mouth. As Sherfong swallowed the small pill, he felt it dissolve instantly, a refreshing chill cascading down his throat and into his abdomen. Remarkably, his injured bones and internal organs began to heal gradually. His unnamed cultivation technique possessed remarkable efficacy in healing external wounds. And with the combination of internal and external recovery, he felt a warm sensation enveloping his entire body as his vital energy gradually calmed. Qin Bing inquired, "Are you Sherfong? How are you feeling now?" Slowly, Sherfong rose to his feet, bowed respectfully, and replied, "I pay my respects to both uncles. I am feeling much better, thank you." He was keenly aware of Wei Shixiang's earlier intent to kill him, yet he chose to feign ignorance. "Thanks to you tonight." Qin Bing continued, "You will need a few more days to recuperate. Let us return to the sect together." Before Sherfong could respond, Wei Shixiang interjected, "No, Junior Sister Qin, we cannot return to the sect just yet. That giant eagle has flown off into the unknown, posing a far greater threat than the previous black eagle. We must pursue it and investigate, or how shall we report to the sect leader?" Qin Bing nodded, acknowledging his reasoning. "However, if we take Shishiji with us, he might not keep up with our sword flight technique. Leaving him here poses a risk, for this desolate wilderness is fraught with danger from lurking beasts." Wei Shixiang countered. "With the disturbance caused by that giant eagle, other beasts will surely flee from its presence. Moreover, dawn is approaching. Any danger can be managed until then, and he can return to the mountain once daylight breaks. We must not waste any more time. Our priorities lie elsewhere. Qin Bing agreed, retrieving a talisman from her robe and gently letting it float down before Shifeng. This is an ice arrow talisman. Should you encounter formidable beasts, shatter it to ensure your safety. Do not rush to return. Find a tall tree to conceal yourself until morning. As she spoke, she mounted her sword and ascended into the air, quickly following Wei Shixiao. Once Shifeng stood alone, he realized the two had vanished from sight. He then retrieved several vials of medicine to apply to his wounds. Despite his serious injuries, with Qin Bing's elixir and his unnamed technique, he felt significantly better in a short time. At that moment, he recalled the scene of the white mist surging into his body and hurriedly checked himself, yet found nothing unusual. Who was that young man in white? How could he have repelled the giant eagle with a single move? Filled with questions, Shifeng scanned his surroundings but discovered no one. Undeterred, he searched through the thickets, calling softly, "Predecessor?" The vast, empty forest offered no reply. After searching for a time with no success, Shifeng, feeling helpless, glanced at the sky. Dawn was nearing. He was not afraid of any beasts lurking nearby. His only concern was the giant eagle. If it were to return, he would stand no chance against it. Resolutely, he abandoned the search for the young man in white and set his sights on the direction of the sect. After walking for a while, he suddenly spotted a long, colorful feather on the ground, a remnant from the earlier battle among the eagles. Shifeng's heart soared with joy. This was an eagle's plume, excellent material for forging. If he were to use it for his arrows, their potency would undoubtedly increase significantly. Thus, he delayed his return to the sect, instead wandering the mountains in search of more feathers. To his delight, he found quite a number. As he continued on his way, he suddenly came across two dark shapes ahead. Shifeng's excitement surged. He had struck gold. It was the carcasses of the two black eagles, lying there like two massive, shadowy boulders. As Shifeng approached, contemplating the means by which to pluck the feathers from the two black eagles, he was suddenly interrupted by a series of soft chirps. Emerging from beneath the wing of one black eagle was a small head, revealing a fledgling eagle. This young bird was scarcely larger than a chicken, seemingly oblivious to the surrounding turmoil, calling out in confusion as if questioning why its parents were neglecting it. Hearing the mournful cries of the fledgling stirred something deep within Shifeng's heart, evoking memories of his own childhood. He recalled the day, at the tender age of 4, when the villagers had carried his father's lifeless body from the mountains, and he had cried out, pushing against his father, imploring him for answers. A pang of sorrow washed over him, and he rubbed his eyes to quell the rising emotions. Gently, he reached out and cradled the fledgling, which was less than a month old and still unsteady on its feet. Shifeng tenderly stroked the top of the fledgling's head, unfastened his clothing, and nestled the bird inside. He glanced back at the two deceased black eagles, recalling how one had inadvertently saved his life in the Wulong Valley. A gentleman must repay his debts. Thus, he decided against plucking their feathers. He considered burying their remains, yet the sheer size of the bodies rendered him powerless. And even if he succeeded, the mountain was rife with beasts that would soon unearth and devour them. With a resigned shake of his head, he turned away. Upon returning to his residence in the Sword Forging Valley, the fledgling continued to chirp incessantly. As a hunter born of the mountains, Shifeng recognized its hunger. Coincidentally, he had hunted 2 deer the previous day that remained unprocessed. He promptly severed a leg from one deer, slicing it into thin strips to feed the fledgling, which, once satiated, ceased its cries. He then gathered some dry grass and worn cloth, fashioning a cozy nest in the corner for the young eagle. After ensuring the fledgling was settled, Shifeng felt the weight of exhaustion and promptly succumbed to sleep. He awoke in the afternoon, feeling significantly improved. Sitting in his abode, he was again drawn to the peculiar incident involving the white mist. He distinctly remembered the mist entering his body, yet upon thorough examination, he found no signs of abnormality. He meticulously inspected the contents of his tiger-headed belt, discovering nothing unusual, and even stripped bare to examine his flesh, but still found nothing amiss. Confounded, he pondered the situation, questioning whether it was merely a trick of his mind due to his injuries. Yet, he had seen clearly. Moreover, had it not been for that elder in white, the giant eagle would surely have claimed his life. As he mulled over the perplexing matter, a chilling voice pierced the silence, declaring, "If you seek out Lu Yunzi, I shall kill your master." Startled, Shifeng leaped to his feet, searching for the source of the voice. The room was empty, and when he flung open the door, he found no one outside either. His quest for tranquility had led him to a secluded location, the Sword Forging Valley situated within a volcanic crater where the red earth offered no refuge for vegetation. With no hiding place nearby, Shifeng scanned his surroundings. Concluding that the voice could not have emanated from outside, he returned to the room, rummaging beneath the bed and around the table. Suddenly, a voice exclaimed, "Fool, stop searching. Your grandfather resides within you." Shifeng froze, stammering, "What? You're inside my body." He abruptly realized something peculiar. The voice was crystal clear in his ears. Yet the room echoed with silence. The voice continued, "Indeed, do not waste your efforts. You lack the strength to find me." Shifeng inquired, "Who are you? Why are you in my body?" The voice struck a familiar chord, yet he could not recall where he had heard it before. The voice replied, "Do not concern yourself with who I am. I am merely a transient guest in your body, and I shall eventually depart from this wretched vessel." The more he listened, the more the voice resonated with his memory. In a flash of realization, he exclaimed, You are that four-tailed fox spirit." He recalled the event from when he was 13, when the Taoist Danyang had summoned him to the Hongfa Temple on Deerhead Peak, where he had witnessed the four-tailed fox ensnared by the Seven Treasures Pagoda. The voice now echoed in his memory. The voice chuckled, "Not bad, young one. I am indeed your grandfather." "Who?" As Shifeng reflected on that moment, he gasped, "Elder, weren't you killed by that blood puppet? Are you a ghost?" A chill washed over him at the thought. The fox spirit scoffed, "Ghost? Nonsense. My physical form was destroyed, but I happened to fall at your feet. My essence separated from my body, and I could only seek refuge within your consciousness." Shifeng, bewildered, asked, "What does it mean to have one's essence separated from the body?" The fox spirit explained, "Essence is simply essence. It differs from the physical body, yet must be anchored in it. Regardless of whether human or beast, once the physical body perishes, the essence will also dissipate within 3 breaths. However, if the essence separates within this time frame, it can inhabit another suitable body." The more Shifeng listened, the more anger and fear surged within him. "Are you suggesting that this is body snatching?" He recalled that some powerful cultivators could invade another's consciousness at the moment of death, forcibly erasing the original mind to claim the body as their own, a practice loathed by all in the cultivation world. It was considered better to self-destruct than to be subjected to such an indignity. The fox spirit huffed, "If I were to seize your body, do you think you would still be alive?" Relieved, Shifeng asked, "Then why are you residing within me?" The fox spirit replied, "The separation of essence lasts but 3 breaths. In that urgent moment, I had no time to search for alternatives. Among those present, 2 were golden core cultivators. And you are merely a mundane being. Should I not enter your body, where else could I go?" Shifeng then recalled the sensation of a chill entering his body when the fox's corpse had fallen beside him, a fleeting surprise that he had soon forgotten. Now, he understood that it was, in fact, the fox's essence that had entered him at that moment. The fox spirit continued, "However, do not be alarmed, my young friend. Grandpa, who is merely borrowing your consciousness residence temporarily and will not cause you any harm. TSK, you are quite the oddity yourself, possessing 2 consciousness residences by nature. Grandpa is only residing in one of them, so it hardly occupies much of your space." Stone Phone was momentarily at a loss for words and after a while asked, "What exactly is this consciousness residence that the esteemed elder speaks of?" The fox spirit replied, "The consciousness residence is your mind. The stronger it is, the more powerful your mental will becomes, bringing numerous benefits. It aids in breaking through bottlenecks, and your control over magical power and its potency will also be enhanced. But do not concern yourself with such matters. You possess no magical power. Moreover, although you can multitask with your innate dual consciousness residences, your spiritual strength leaves much to be desired." Stone Phone inquired, "Mental will? Is that an intangible entity?" The fox spirit responded, "Not quite. You may not hear words, yet you can clearly understand what I am saying because Grandpa who is communicating with your consciousness. Very well. I shall divulge this information to you to spare you from incessantly talking to yourself, which might lead others to believe you've lost your mind. Do not speak. Close your eyes, relax your mind, and imagine yourself in a dream. Silently contemplate something, and I shall naturally hear you." Following the fox spirit's instructions, Stone Phone sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and focused his spirit. Gradually, he sank into a meditative state and, in a hazy vision, discerned a small orb of white light, which became increasingly distinct. Within the white light sat a young man in his 20s. Previously, Stone Phone had only seen the figure from behind. Now, facing him, he realized that he was an exceptionally handsome man, with a face as round as the full moon and elegantly arched brows. Although he had previously encountered Senior Brother Wei, who was also quite handsome, he paled in comparison to the individual before him. Stone Phone mused, "So, the esteemed elder is so youthful." The fox spirit scoffed, "Your grandpa, who has lived for over 1,200 years, far exceeding the age of your great-great-grandfather." Stone Phone exclaimed in astonishment, "You are indeed 1,200 years old." Chapter 36. Exchange the fox spirit explained. Our demon race has a lifespan significantly longer than that of your human race. My clan, the Tianhu, initially transforms from a gray fox after 500 years, then to a green fox after another 500 years, to a white fox after yet another 500, and finally into a black fox after another 500, ultimately ascending to the celestial realm as a yuan fox. As a white fox, being 1200 years old is quite normal. Stonefeng replied, I see. But I am curious as to why Elder who has resided in his disciple's consciousness residence for so many years. The white fox retorted, Umph. You are still unable to set your mind at ease. To speak frankly, if I had the opportunity, I would have directly taken over your body. Your Taiji sect has grievances against me, and I have no reason to show kindness. The white fox had once been pursued by Dan Yangzi and later had his physical form destroyed by an elder of the demon puppet sect, making the Taiji sect his enemy. The white fox continued, however, even if I wish to take over your body, it is not feasible. Stonefeng asked, May I inquire why that is? The white fox explained, I am a demon, and you are a human. The laws of heaven and earth differ. Our demon race cannot possess your human race, nor can your human race possess us. It is simply how it is. Stonefeng inquired, What is the distinction between humans and demons? The white fox responded, There is indeed a significant difference, an immense difference. In this world, there are primarily three races, humans, demons, and devils, each fundamentally distinct. The human race possesses the weakest physical form, yet they awaken their intelligence at birth, making them the most cunning and resourceful. Our demon clan possesses unparalleled physical strength, and from birth, we are capable of independently inhaling the essence of heaven and earth, endowed with innate abilities. Regrettably, our clan is marked by a lack of intelligence. Even those who reach the pinnacle of cultivation remain unable to awaken their consciousness. What of the demon race? Inquired Shifeng. The demon race boasts formidable physical prowess and awakens their intellect early, making them the most powerful among the three races. By the way, the demon race can seize control of both human and demon bodies. You, my young friend, are fortunate. Had your grandfather been of the demon race, you would have perished long ago. Shifeng remarked, if the demon race is indeed so powerful, they would have long since dominated. However, as far as I know, in our great Yin kingdom, the demon race and we are evenly matched, with no clear victor. The white fox scoffed. Firstly, within the borders of Yin kingdom, it is the demon cultivators, not the demon race. They are still of the human lineage, merely practitioners of demon techniques. Secondly, although the demon race is strong, they face immense challenges in reproducing, resulting in their small numbers. Furthermore, their advancement is exceedingly difficult, and thus their overall strength does not absolutely surpass that of the human and demon clans. Moreover, the classifications of human, demon, and demon races are merely broad divisions. In truth, there are countless tribes in this world, some of which cannot be distinctly categorized as either human or demon. Shifeng expressed gratitude. Thank you, esteemed elder, for imparting this knowledge. May I inquire what your plans are henceforth? Will you linger here with me? The white fox replied. Why would your grandfather desire to remain in this dismal place? Alas, spending my days here is quite vexing. Watching you, a foolish lad, practice alchemy and archery is dreadfully dull. Oh, and witnessing you tease the beautiful auntie, only to be thrown back in a spectacular tumble, is quite amusing. Shifeng's face flushed slightly. I would never dare to tease her. It was merely a misunderstanding. Since you find it tedious here, why not depart? The white fox stated. I wish to leave, but where can I find a beastly body suitable for possession? Shifeng responded. Finding a beastly body should not be difficult. The white fox laughed coldly. You underestimate the complexity of possession. If it were that simple, chaos would reign supreme in this world. Possession begins with a clash of souls. You must relinquish your own body and penetrate the consciousness of another. If you are in good health, why would you abandon your own flesh? Moreover, penetrating another's consciousness is no trivial matter. A mere protective barrier can thwart your efforts. Additionally, our demon clan can only possess our own kind, and the soul must rely on a living body. A decaying corpse is of no use to me. The most challenging aspect, however, is that we can only possess beings of the same kind. Bringing me a tiger, wolf, or foul snake is utterly useless. Shifeng suggested. As for the demon fox, I could easily capture a few. The white fox replied. After possession, while the consciousness remains my own, the cultivation level is that of the host. Although I can regain my strength through practice, the extent of my achievements depends greatly on the innate talents of the body I possess. There are no formidable foxes near your Tai Chi sect. Even if they are demon foxes, they are merely at the first or second level of Qi refinement. After possession, I would have to worry about being devoured by tigers or wolves. Moreover, my celestial fox lineage is renowned for its immense spiritual power. Ranking among the elite in the demon realm, these ordinary demon foxes cannot possibly sustain my essence. Should I possess one, I fear the host body would immediately shatter and perish. Sherfone proposed, if that is the case, with your esteemed prowess, why not seek a slightly weaker demon fox from the celestial fox clan for possession? The white fox remarked, this is precisely what I yearn to accomplish. Unfortunately, the Tianhu clan is thousands of miles away, and my spirit cannot depart from your corporeal form. Otherwise, I would have returned long ago. Sherfone inquired, if it is indeed thousands of miles away, how did you, esteemed elder, manage to arrive here? The white fox glared, that is of no concern to you. Sherfone recalled another matter and said, Elder, you previously mentioned that the spirit cannot separate from the body, yet last night, did you not emerge and drive away that colorful eagle? The white fox replied, what I manifested last night was merely a fragment of my spirit. Although that colorful eagle was in the late stages of foundation establishment, it is still far from being a match for my esteemed self. Moreover, as a top-tier entity of the demon race, we naturally exude an aura of dominance that compels lesser beings to flee at the mere sight of me. As he spoke, he remembered something and added angrily, due to last night's incident, my spirit has weakened further. Take care of yourself, you rascal, and do not burden me with worry. Sherfone chuckled, indeed, should I meet with any misfortune, it would be you, esteemed elder, who would suffer the consequences. The white fox retorted coldly, you seem quite pleased with yourself. Do you think I am merely your bodyguard? Let me tell you, because your spiritual energy is feeble, my spirit dissipates rapidly here. I can hardly intervene more than a few times. If I were to vanish one day, you would undoubtedly be sliced into pieces. Humph, rescuing you only hastens my demise. I might as well take you down with me. Sherfone replied, since fate is inevitable, I shall not fret over it. Is there anything else you wish to convey, esteemed elder? If not, I shall retire for the night. The white fox, suppressing his anger, said, even if I had refrained from intervening last night, I had intended to have a detailed conversation with you. I wish to propose a transaction. Sherfone, intrigued, asked, a transaction? Do you seek my assistance in hunting a Tianhu? The white fox snickered, if you possess such capability, it would be commendable. Let us dispense with pleasantries. I wish to exchange a skill of mine for one of yours. Sherfone expressed his astonishment, a skill? The white fox confirmed, indeed, I seek your unnamed body refining technique. Sherfing's interest was piqued. Elder, do you know what this technique entails? The white fox replied bluntly, I do not. However, I am certain that it is not a technique of the human race, but rather one belonging to my demon kin. Sherfone was taken aback. A technique of the demon race? The white fox questioned, do you doubt me? After some contemplation, Sherfone responded, I recall you mentioning that your demon race possesses inherently strong bodies. Do you still require body refinement? The white fox appeared slightly surprised. You are quite perceptive. Indeed, I have stated such, but the demon race pursues the transformation to awaken intelligence, which is a goal that all demons strive for. As for transformation, it refers to the ability to assume the appearance of your human race, such as my current form. Sherfone remarked, esteemed elder, your current appearance is quite admirable, though perhaps a touch too striking. The white fox replied, do you think this transformation is of my own doing? We of the Tianhu clan are born thus, after transformation. We are all handsome or beautiful, surpassing your kind in looks. Sherfone agreed, indeed. However, since your demon race possesses resilient bodies and innate abilities, why would you wish to take on the form of our human race? The white fox remarked that the demon clan, lacking the ability to transform, could only utilize the innate talents of their physical forms, rendering them incapable of employing magical artifacts. Once transformed, however, they could forge and wield various magical treasures, thereby vastly expanding their array of abilities. Thus, transformation was undoubtedly advantageous. Moreover, after taking on a human form, one could revert to their original state at will, achieving a harmonious balance. Sherfone inquired how the elder was certain that this tome belonged to the demon clan's teachings. The white fox replied, the answer is quite simple. Does this technique not lack any reference to absorbing the essence of the heavens and earth? Sherfone acknowledged this fact. The white fox continued, precisely. Your revered ancestor, the Taoist Dechong, believed this to be a fragmentary text, but that is not the case. Our demon clan possesses an innate ability to absorb the essence of the world, thus there is no need for documentation on how to do so. Sherfing's understanding dawned. I see. The white fox elaborated. As for why the demon clan also practices body refinement, I have already explained this. After transforming into human form, their innate abilities remain, and they can craft and utilize various magical artifacts, significantly enhancing their strength compared to their pre-transformation state. The only drawback is that their physical bodies may weaken. This technique you possess is a creation of a powerful demon, specifically designed for the cultivation of the physical body after transformation. I have only glimpsed a portion of it within your consciousness. Its profundity is extraordinary, and its creator is certainly no ordinary individual. You are fortunate. For this technique is tailored for the transformed state, which is the human form, thus you are able to practice it. Shurfeng remarked. Since you have resided within my consciousness for 3 to 4 years, and I have diligently practiced this technique without interruption, you should have become quite familiar with it by now, correct? The white fox replied, you are quite the anomaly, possessing 2 realms of consciousness. I inhabit one of them, while I cannot access the other. When you practice the technique, you alternate between these realms, which is why I have only seen fragments intermittently and have not comprehended the entirety of the text. Shurfeng then posed a question. I have a doubt. When the ancestor Dao Chong imparted this nameless technique to me, he mentioned that it was merely a fragment, lacking the earlier principles of absorbing spiritual energy and the subsequent transformations of abilities. You just stated that this technique is of demon origin and does not lack the earlier principles, as the demon clan can inherently absorb the essence of the heavens and earth. Therefore, I wish to inquire whether this technique is complete and whether the subsequent transformations are concealed within it. The white fox firmly stated, no, this technique is indeed a fragment. The later transformations are not included. Shurfeng countered, this technique is for body refinement, yet you are but a wisp of spirit now. What use would it serve you? The white fox responded, I, Hu Yi, have a natural inclination to collect various texts. Furthermore, should I ever be able to reconstruct my physical form after successfully transforming, why should I not be able to utilize it? Shurfeng felt a stir of interest and asked, Elder, do you have any texts in your collection that can alter one's innate constitution and produce a spiritual root? Chapter 37. The Art of Divine Mysticism. The white fox chuckled coldly and said, Young one, abandon that notion. Such techniques do not exist in this world. Have you considered that your statement is entirely self-contradictory? All techniques and abilities are founded upon the existence of a spiritual root. One must possess a spiritual root before being able to practice any technique or ability. To suggest that one could cultivate techniques to subsequently develop a spiritual root is to invert the natural order. Disappointment settled in Shurfeng's heart as he inquired, then what does the elder wish to exchange with me? Since the esteemed elder has proclaimed the unnamed body refinement technique to be profoundly mystical, you would not dare to deceive me with some worthless trinkets, would you? The white fox retorted, Humph, you are quite astute, my young friend. Rest assured, I who have always engaged in fair dealings. What I am about to bestow upon you is a secret technique of my celestial fox clan, known as the Divine Spirit Technique. The Divine Spirit Technique? Indeed, this method is of great significance, ranking among the pinnacle of secret arts within my celestial fox lineage. The Divine Spirit Technique is not merely a skill or a power. It is specifically designed to cultivate one's mental faculties. As your mental prowess strengthens, the benefits are manifold. Your energy will surpass that of ordinary individuals, your focus will sharpen, enhancing your efficiency, and your ability to cultivate skills and powers will accelerate. Furthermore, your mastery over spells and their potency will increase. And it is said that those with formidable mental strength possess a greater chance of overcoming formidable obstacles when faced with limitations. What do you think? This secret technique is not something I, who, would casually present to you. As he extolled its virtues, Shurfeng felt a tinge of disappointment. Since the elder is indeed a venerable figure, why not directly impart some formidable powers to me? This mental strength is intangible and seemingly lacks practical utility. The white fox, exasperated, replied, Fool, your lack of vision is astonishing. I would gladly keep the Divine Spirit Technique to myself and simply offer you a few spells to appease you. Unfortunately, the majority of the techniques I possess are tailored for the demon race, which you would be incapable of practicing. Moreover, lacking a spiritual root, you would be unable to cultivate any significant powers. Only this Divine Spirit Technique, which focuses on mental strength, does not concern the physical body or meridians, making it feasible for you to learn. Shurfeng responded, If I cannot practice anything else, then let it be the Divine Spirit Technique. The white fox shook its head in frustration and said, Very well, recite that unnamed technique from beginning to end in my presence. I will copy the Divine Spirit Technique into your consciousness. Following the elder's instructions, Shurfeng recited the technique aloud. As the white fox listened intently, it pondered before exclaiming in delight, Truly extraordinary. One must wonder what kind of formidable being could craft such an art. To give it to you would indeed be a waste. Upon finishing, the elder waved its hand, and a beam of white light entered Shurfeng's mind. Instantly, he felt as though a slender tome had materialized in his consciousness. The white fox remarked, This technique was originally inscribed in the script of the demon race, but I have translated it for you. Take your time to study it and practice diligently. I, who, am going to sleep now, so do not disturb me. With that, the white figure gradually faded from sight. As Shurfeng perused the divine spirit technique, he found that its length was modest, detailing various methods of meditation to enhance mental strength without delving into any powers or skills. After a while, he finished reading and, deep in thought, could not resist asking, Elder Hu, I recall you mentioning that the demon race possesses strong physiques, but weak consciousness. Some beasts never attain sentience. How then do you possess this technique dedicated to the cultivation of consciousness? The lazy voice of the white fox responded, Do not refer to yourself as my disciple. I am not your master. Sharing my secret technique is merely a fair exchange. However, I can answer your query. There are always exceptions. While it is said that your human race has weak bodies, certain clans like the Stone Giants and the Tallwood clan possess physical strength comparable to our demon race. Yet their consciousness is notably weaker. Similarly, there are exceptions within the demon race. For instance, our Celestial Fox clan may have weak bodies, but we are innately gifted with strong consciousness and can attain sentience in a mere 1 to 200 years. The cunning nature of foxes has always been a well-known fact. Shurfeng recalled the fierce battle at Deer Head Peak, where the corporeal form of the white fox was effortlessly destroyed by the blood puppet. Yet the illusions conjured by the white fox managed to ensnare even the astute Dan Yang. Contemplating the art of illusion, Shurfeng couldn't help but feel intrigued and inquired, Master Hu, I wonder if mastering this divine art would enable one to perform illusions? The white fox scoffed. The art of illusion is an innate divine ability of my heavenly fox clan. If you desire to learn it, you must be reborn into our clan in your next life. Disappointment washed over Shurfeng as he retorted, Then why would Master Hu want me to learn this trivial skill? The white fox, unable to contain itself, burst into laughter. Your feeble consciousness is dragging my spirit down. And for me to survive longer, you must strengthen yours. Shurfeng, filled with indignation, realized that the white fox's motive was purely self-serving, seeking to preserve its own life while demanding a remarkable technique from him. The white fox, quite pleased with itself, replied, Young man, the transaction is settled. You can't renege on the deal. Besides, this divine art is immensely beneficial for you. So quit acting as if you were being cheated. Filled with resentment, Shurfeng declared, Do not revel in your triumph. You may hide within my consciousness, but I can summon my ancestors to unearth you. The white fox, equally irate, responded, You are a fool. If you dare to do so, I shall self-destruct my spirit, and with your meager cultivation, you would be obliterated numerous times over. The two faced each other with fierce determination, locked in a standoff for a moment, until the white fox softened its tone, saying, Master Hu has merely taken refuge in your territory and has never harmed you. In fact, I have saved you once. You should reflect on your conscience and not repay kindness with enmity. Shurfeng fell silent, conceding to the situation. At that moment, a chirping sound resonated from within the room. Shurfeng and the white fox had conversed for an entire afternoon, and as dusk approached, the young eagle was once again famished. Shurfeng procured some deer meat, sliced it finely, and fed it to the young eagle. However, this time, the eagle did not cease its incessant cries. Puzzled, Shurfeng offered the young eagle some water, attempting to soothe it, yet the eagle continued its relentless squawking. At a loss, Shurfeng was suddenly interrupted by the white fox. Indeed, there is some truth to this. Shurfeng, place it down and keep your distance. It will naturally quiet down. Following the advice, Shurfeng set the young eagle down and moved back a few paces, and indeed, the eagle ceased its cries. Intrigued, Shurfeng asked, What is happening? Does it disdain me? The white fox explained, It does not dislike you. Rather, it is displeased with me. Truly, it is the guardian of the avian emperor. Shurfeng questioned, Guardian of the avian emperor? The white fox elaborated, The avian emperor is the heavenly phoenix, the sovereign among avian beasts. Shurfeng's curiosity piqued. Do true dragons and heavenly phoenixes truly exist in this world? The white fox disdainfully replied, Of course they exist. But you will never have the fortune to encounter one. Even I have never beheld their true forms. True dragons and heavenly phoenixes are the rulers of the demon realm, exceedingly rare, and often ascend to the celestial realm. Shurfeng then inquired, What about the guardian of the avian emperor? The white fox explained, This wind-winged black eagle is one of the 4 guardian avian beasts under the heavenly phoenix. It possesses a fiery temperament, fierce and combative, and its innate ability is to discern various demon entities. I am a demon beast, and it is an avian beast. Sensing my presence, it naturally feels displeased. However, it is still quite small, and its powers are limited, so keeping a distance negates its ability to sense me. Shurfeng remarked. Isn't the wind-winged black eagle known for its fire-breathing ability? The white fox, exasperated, retorted, "You are half-witted. A fiery temperament does not imply it can breathe fire. The wind-winged black eagle is a spirit-rooted demon bird. You witnessed it last night. When has it ever breathed fire?" Shifeng joyfully remarked that being able to recognize various types of demons is quite remarkable. In the future, I shall take it along for hunting demons, as it would indeed be a great asset. The white fox chuckled, saying that this black eagle is still small, but once it grows, it might very well devour you in a single bite. Shifeng, alarmed, asked what should be done. The white fox replied that it is simple. Once you drop blood to recognize the master, it shall be bound to you. Shifeng inquired about the process of recognizing a master through blood. The white fox scoffed, noting that normally one must provide something in exchange to ask Hu Yi for information. But this method is so simple that he would teach it for free just this once. Recognizing a master through blood involves merging a drop of your essence blood with the spirit of the young eagle, thereby making you its master. It will heed only your commands for life. Even if you ordered it to slay its own parents, it would do so without hesitation. Furthermore, this method can only be performed once. Even if your familiar is taken by another, it cannot be used by anyone else. So what do you say? Would you like me to teach you how to recognize a master through blood? Shifeng glanced at the young eagle, pondered for a moment, and shook his head, stating that he would rather not. He had taken it in out of pity for its unfortunate parents who had perished, and he simply wished to treat it well. It would naturally consider him a friend. Even if one day it grew and flew away, it would not matter. He had nothing to lose. The white fox fell silent for a moment before finally saying that he admired Shifeng as conscience. In truth, the demon clan despises the human race for treating them as mere pets, enslaving them for life through blood recognition. Your earlier words resonate with my preferences. Therefore, I shall reward you with an item. This method of spiritual communication, which you may use to converse with this little creature that is yet to awaken its intellect. However, its awareness is too feeble to engage in direct dialogue like you and I can. Shifeng was overjoyed and expressed his gratitude, then recalled another matter. Master Hu, you mentioned that there are no cultivation methods that can produce a spirit root. Given your vast knowledge, might you know of any other means to grant a spirit root to one who lacks it? The white fox retorted, warning him not to be greedy and overreach. There are indeed methods, but first, you will not be able to accomplish them, and second, even if you could, I would not divulge them. If you wish to make a deal with Hu Yi, you must offer something of value. Hearing that there was a method sent Shifeng into a frenzy of excitement. He had been at the Taiji sect for quite some time, initially distracted, but after a prolonged period, he had grown envious of the magical techniques of the cultivators. He yearned for a spirit root, to achieve supernatural powers, and to avenge the heinous murders of his mother and sister. He boldly declared that regardless of the difficulties, he wished to give it a try. The white fox scoffed, stating that if he were to gain a spirit root, it would also benefit him, perhaps allowing him the chance to reshape his body. However, mentioning it was akin to speaking in vain, if he did not say it. He could continue to live alongside Shifeng for another 100 years. If he did speak, and it could not be accomplished, he might be killed by tomorrow. Shifeng resolutely urged, "Please, Master Hu, enlighten me. I fear no hardship." The white fox rolled his eyes and said, "Did I say I would tell you? Bring something to exchange." Shifeng asked, "What does Master Hu desire for the exchange?" The white fox remarked, "I am but a wisp of spirit. What use could any spirit stone or magical artifact serve me? My greatest passion lies in the collection of ancient tomes. Bring me some texts that pique my interest, and we may strike a bargain." Shifeng responded, "Did we not previously exchange an unnamed technique?" The white fox interjected, "Let us not revisit that matter. That technique has already been traded for my divine dark arts." Shifeng continued, "What other text would satisfy your discerning eye, Master Hu?" The white fox replied, "Do not even consider presenting the trifles from your scripture repository. They must be at least foundational methods suitable for the nascent soul stage." Shifeng gasped in surprise. "Nascent soul techniques? Where could I possibly procure such a thing?" With a glint in his eye, the white fox suggested, "While you may lack such resources, you could seek alternatives. I could offer guidance. Did you not rescue your beautiful martial aunt yesterday? Her mastery of the cold ice Seven Mysteries sword would suffice as a nascent soul method. I have a modicum of interest in it. You could leverage this favor to request it, and I would gladly reveal to you the secrets of cultivating a spiritual root." Shifeng chuckled wryly. "Is that not absurd? To approach Qin Bing for the technique of the cold ice Seven Mysteries sword would surely invite her wrath. This unnamed body refinement technique was imparted privately by Dao Chong, lacking any lineage or origin. Furthermore, the white fox had already perused much of it, being a technique of the demon race. Exchanging it with the white fox seemed inconsequential. However, the cold ice Seven Mysteries sword was a revered skill of the sect. Not only would Qin Bing never part with it, but even if she did, would he dare to exchange a sex treasure with a demon? Surely, he knew the meaning of danger. Seeing Shifeng's reluctance, the white fox did not press him further. Yet regardless of Shifeng's entreaties, the white fox remained resolute. In the following 2 months, Shifeng devoted himself to nurturing the young eagle while delving into the divine dark arts. The young eagle's muscles grew robust, allowing it to stand steadily. Its downy feathers had shed, replaced by a fine coat of plumage, and its appetite had significantly increased, prompting Shifeng to hunt a beast or two for sustenance every few days. Employing the communication technique taught by the white fox, Shifeng attempted to converse with the young eagle. However, its youth rendered it too naive, only relaying simple messages of hunger, thirst, fatigue, and sleep. The young eagle was adorned with glossy black feathers on its back and neck, with a single white stripe beneath its belly, prompting Shifeng to affectionately name it Little Black. It seemed to grasp that he was calling for it. As for his comprehension and practice of the divine dark arts, progress was swift. Whenever the subject of cultivation arose, the white fox displayed great enthusiasm, providing detailed guidance and instructing Shifeng on how to observe his own spiritual consciousness. 2 months later, Shifeng felt a marked increase in his vitality. With focused meditation, he sensed that his 2 realms of spiritual consciousness had indeed become distinct, each enveloped in a misty white aura roughly the size of his palm. After 2 months of diligent practice, the realms had noticeably expanded, and the density of the white mist had thickened. The white fox's assertions proved true. The benefits of a strengthened consciousness were substantial. Shifeng's comprehension during the forging process had improved significantly, and the success rate of crafting prohibitions had risen. Master Qian Chu praised him highly, yet lamented the unfortunate reality. Shifeng possessed remarkable talent for forging and was diligent and earnest, making him the ideal heir to the craft. Alas, he lacked a spiritual root. In the realm of artifact refinement, the deeper one delves, the greater the demand for inner cultivation. The crafting of certain treasures necessitates the use of genuine inner fire. While some prohibitions, due to their intricate and vast nature, require the infusion of one's own essence during the integration with the artifact itself to ensure absolute precision. Yet, Shifeng finds himself incapable of achieving such feats and must rely on the power of formations to complete the integration of prohibitions. This external force is inherently unpredictable, making it challenging to control its intensity and urgency. Moreover, even the simplest tasks, such as material refinement and inscribing prohibitions, can vary drastically depending on one's capabilities. Shifeng remains preoccupied with the matter of spiritual roots, inquiring several times with Baihu, who steadfastly refuses to divulge any information. Eventually, whenever Shifeng mentions the term spiritual root, Baihu feigns ignorance and ignores him altogether. Since the sect's grand competition, Master Lu Yunzi has notably altered his demeanor toward Shifeng, frequently inviting him to join the disciples during teachings and privately summoning him on several occasions to inquire about his circumstances. Sometimes, he even entrusts Shifeng with the collection of materials or the repair of spiritual artifacts. This afternoon, Lu Yunzi called upon Shifeng once more, instructing him to assist in the repair of a spiritual artifact. As he was about to leave, Shifeng could not contain his curiosity and asked, "Master, is there a way for those without spiritual roots to acquire them?" Lu Yunzi cast a glance at him and replied, "If such a method existed, then every mortal could step into the path of cultivation, and cultivators would not be so scarce." Unwilling to accept this, Shifeng countered, "Surely there must be exceptions. Is there truly no method at all?" Lu Yunzi pondered for a moment before slowly shaking his head. Disheartened, Shifeng took his leave, stepping out of the door with a sigh, contemplating whether he should seek out Master Dao Chong. However, Master Dao Chong is often in seclusion, making it difficult for him to gain an audience. After a moment's hesitation, he shook his head, dismissing the thought, and began his descent down the mountain. Yet, after walking less than 100 paces, he heard Lu Yunzi call out, "Shifeng, return." He hurried back inside and bowed, asking, "Master, is there anything else you require?" Lu Yunzi instructed him to sit, and Shifeng complied, gazing attentively at him. Lu Yunzi remained silent for a time, stroking his beard in contemplation. After a lengthy pause, he sighed and asked, "Do you truly wish to know how to alter one's innate constitution?" Shifeng's heart leaped with joy, and he prostrated himself, stating, "If it can lead to the emergence of spiritual roots, I am willing to attempt even the most arduous of methods." Lu Yunzi cautioned, "What I speak of is the alteration of one's innate constitution, but I cannot guarantee that it will result in the emergence of spiritual roots." Shifeng replied, "Even if the odds are slim, it is worth a try." Lu Yunzi continued, "As your master, I see your genuine intent toward the path. Very well, I shall reveal this to you. Let us see if you possess the fortune for it. In truth, altering one's innate constitution is remarkably simple. Although it cannot be achieved through techniques, the world is replete with numerous innate spiritual herbs with miraculous effects. Among them are certain herbs that, when consumed, can indeed transform one's innate constitution and even allow those without spiritual roots to develop them. Spiritual herbs? Shifeng was taken aback, never expecting the solution to be so uncomplicated. If that is the case, then why did Master hesitate for so long before sharing this with him? And why was that old fox so reticent? Lu Yunzi seemed to sense his confusion and remarked, "Do you believe this method to be straightforward?" "Ah, you are mistaken." Shifeng implored, "Please enlighten me, Master." Lu Yunzi spoke, "Firstly, the innate spiritual herbs are not alchemical pills forged through postnatal processes, but rather the ethereal flowers and grasses born of heaven and earth. Among them, those capable of altering one's constitution are exceedingly precious and rare. It is uncertain whether our Taiji sect possesses any. Even if we do, it is improbable that they would be bestowed upon you." Shifeng cautiously inquired how one might acquire such spiritual herbs. Lu Yunzi shook his head, explaining, "These herbs, imbued with formidable spiritual energy, can indeed cleanse the marrow and enhance one's physicality. They are invaluable. Even the venerable masters of the Golden Core stage covet them, if they existed. Would they be given to you?" Shifeng nodded in understanding. Lu Yunzi continued, "Such innate spiritual treasures are encounters to be sought, yet rarely found. Bear in mind, these herbs aid cultivators in breaking through bottlenecks. Consider this. If the same innate spiritual grass were consumed by a Golden Core cultivator, it might lead to the emergence of a Yuan-Ing ancestor within our Taiji sect. Yet if consumed by you, it is uncertain if it would even yield a spiritual root. Perhaps you would only become a mere chi refining disciple with a trifling 3 spiritual roots. Ponder this. If such an innate spiritual herb truly existed, would it be granted to you?" Shifeng stood momentarily stunned. Lu Yunzi remarked, "Moreover, these types of spiritual herbs are nearly impossible to procure with spirit stones. Even if one could, the cost might well exceed 100,000 spirit stones. By the time you gather such wealth, your life may have already reached its end. And even if you possessed billions of spirit stones, you would still be at a loss as to where to purchase them. The only instance I have heard of such a thing was from the lay family fortress of the 5 righteous sects in our great Yin kingdom. A disciple, favored by the sect leader and lacking a spiritual root, was gifted a Tungyun flower by the ancestor of the lay family, which indeed resulted in the emergence of a spiritual root. Shifeng, do you consider yourself to possess such a background?" Shifeng smiled bitterly and shook his head. Lu Yunzi concluded, "Well, I have made the situation abundantly clear. Do you still cling to this matter?" Shifeng resolutely replied, "I am aware of my lack of background and resources. Yet I remain willing to traverse mountains and rivers in search of spiritual herbs, hoping to truly enter the realm of cultivation within my lifetime." Lu Yunzi regarded Shifeng with a glimmer of appreciation, stating, "Your ambition brings me great joy. Cultivation is indeed a defiance of fate. Without a measure of determination and tenacity, one cannot hope to achieve greatness." After a pause, he added, "There is no need to wander blindly. I know the whereabouts of such celestial herbs, and there is more than one location. However, the challenges are formidable. Are you brave enough to attempt it?" Shifeng, filled with joy, bowed deeply, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Master. I am willing to try." Lu Yunzi replied, "Both locations for the spiritual herbs are within the same realm, known as the Trial Grounds, the Qianhu Cave Heaven." "The Trial Grounds?" Shifeng queried. "Indeed, it is the Trial Grounds that are set to open in 2 months. Having progressed through the first 2 rounds of the sect competition, you are qualified to enter the trials." Shifeng was elated. He had not originally intended to participate in any trials, but now, hearing Lu Yunzi's words, he felt compelled to seize this opportunity. Lu Yunzi asked, "What do you know about the Trial Grounds?" Feeling a bit embarrassed, Shifeng admitted, "I know nothing at all, Master." Lu Yunzi continued, "Then allow me to elaborate, so you may decide whether to partake. The Trial Grounds are situated in the southwestern region of Taiji sect, bordering the Jinan Mountain, spanning hundreds of miles, with numerous lakes within, hence the name Qianhu Cave Heaven." Shifeng felt a twinge of confusion. The disciples of Jinan Mountain accompanied the senior brother on an official errand, and he had passed through the area once or twice. The land appeared parched and desolate, devoid of abundant lakes. Lu Yunzi chuckled, explaining that one could not see them because the trial ground was not merely a piece of land, but rather a treasure of a cave heaven. Shifeng exclaimed in astonishment, "A treasure encompassing hundreds of miles?" Lu Yunzi replied, "Partly correct, but not entirely so. When an extraordinary being reaches an astonishing level of cultivation, they can refine entire mountains and rivers into a space akin to that of Shumi. This trial ground is located at a sealed site within the valley of Jinan Mountain. Every 7 years, the sealing power, influenced by the celestial bodies, weakens significantly. This phenomenon was first discovered by my Taiji sect, which united its strength to break the seal and enter. The Thousand Lakes cave heaven is vast, with spiritual energy far denser than the outside world. Having been sealed for an extended period, it has birthed many ancient spiritual flowers and herbs, much to the delight of the ancestors of my Taiji sect. However, this bliss was short-lived. Upon learning of it, the other 4 sects sought to partake in its bounty. Consequently, the 5 sects clashed fiercely until an agreement was reached 400 to 500 years ago, allowing them to enter together and designate this place as a trial ground for their disciples. Due to the extensive passage of time, the spatial collapse within the cave heaven is quite severe. The 5 sects jointly decided to prohibit any cultivators above the golden core stage from entering, as combat among golden core practitioners could disturb the primordial energies of heaven and earth, risking the destruction of the entire cave heaven. The primary objective of the disciples from the 5 sects is to gather spiritual flowers and herbs. However, after centuries of foraging, the resources have significantly diminished, and innate spiritual medicines are exceedingly rare. Moreover, the cave is teeming with demonic beasts, and with no restrictions on combat among the disciples. Encounters of beastly predation and internecine strife for treasures are commonplace. As a mere body cultivator devoid of magical power, your chances of survival within are perilously slim. You must contemplate this carefully. Shifeng gritted his teeth and replied, "If I cannot awaken my spiritual root, I shall merely become a pile of bones in a few decades. I am willing to take the risk." Lu Yunzi, sensing his determination, continued, "There are 2 locations for innate spiritual medicines. One, you need not pursue, is the inner den of the cold flood dragon, which is near the golden core stage. Even I would not stand a chance against it. If you were to venture there, you would not even be enough to satisfy its appetite. The other location may hold your fortune. There exists a Tianyu grass, which I fortuitously discovered during my second visit to the cave heaven." Shifeng inquired, "Master, you have also ventured into this trial ground. If you discovered this spiritual herb, why did you not take it at that time?" Chapter 39, Departure Indeed. I have visited the Thousand Lakes cave heaven, and not just once. The Tianyu grass was discovered during my second expedition, growing an inch every 100 years, reaching maturity at 7 inches. When I first visited, the Tianyu grass had not yet matured, which is why I did not collect it. 14 years ago, when I entered, it had just reached 6 inches. Shifeng responded, "Given that it only grows an inch every century, and 14 years have passed, it should still be unripe. Should it not?" Lu Yunzi shook his head, "Not at all. The spiritual energy within the cave far exceeds that of the outside world, allowing the celestial herb to grow at a much faster rate. When I first encountered the Tianyu grass, it was merely 4 inches, having grown 2 inches in a century." With a sigh, he remarked that he had originally intended to gather the heavenly rain grass on his next visit. Hence, he had chosen not to participate in the sect's grand competition this time. If not, he would have gladly accompanied me. Upon reflection, Shifeng realized that his master had indeed planned to take part in the sect's contest, but ultimately chose to forego it for the sake of the heavenly rain grass. According to the rules of the competition, only those foundation establishment cultivators who placed in the top 3 could lead the group into the trial grounds. His master spoke lightly of the matter, saying that otherwise, he would accompany me, which implied that should he enter the competition, he would undoubtedly secure a place among the top 3. Although his master typically kept a low profile and was not well known among foundation establishment cultivators, Shifeng was astonished to discover the depth of his master's prowess. His desire for the heavenly rain grass was not merely to enhance his physique, but rather to break through his current bottleneck. Feeling deeply moved, he knelt in gratitude, realizing that his master was willing to sacrifice the opportunity to pursue the golden core for the sake of his disciple. The disciple could hardly repay such profound kindness. Lu Yunzi chuckled, saying that opportunities to pursue the golden core were plentiful for him, but as for me, suddenly, he inquired with curiosity, "How did you know I intended to pursue the golden core? I haven't mentioned this to anyone." Shifeng paused for a moment and recounted his earlier deductions. Lu Yunzi sighed, "You clever boy, your intelligence is subtle yet keen. It seems you possess the highest comprehension among my disciples. I hope this time you can fulfill your aspirations." He then meticulously detailed the specific location of the heavenly rain grass and shared various precautions with Shifeng. Finally, he retrieved 2 dark, walnut-sized iron projectiles from his storage pouch and said solemnly, "Shifeng, devoid of any spiritual power, you cannot utilize the magical artifacts or talismans I grant you. These 2 thunderbolts were acquired by me in my youth. They contain formidable lightning power. I later sealed some of my spiritual energy within them. Simply crush the shell and throw them to unleash their might, which is sufficient to match the full strength of a mid-foundation establishment cultivator. Take them for your protection. Ecstatic, Shifeng accepted them and expressed his gratitude before departing. As soon as he stepped outside, he heard the furious roar of the white fox in his mind. You reckless fool. Do you have a death wish? This is a rare opportunity. Master Hu, I must at least give it a try. Try? You possess not a shred of spiritual power. To pit yourself against a group of foundation establishment cultivators with nothing but a pitiful bow and arrow is tantamount to courting death. The location of the heavenly rain grass was exceedingly remote. His master had visited several times, and the area remained undiscovered. Perhaps this time would be different. And he need not confront others directly. Though his archery skills might not impress foundation establishment cultivators, many Qi refinement disciples would not necessarily be his match. Besides, I have you, an expert, to assist me. When have I ever claimed to help you? Master Hu, should I manifest a spiritual root, there exists a glimmer of hope for you to return to the Heavenly Fox clan. I, Shifeng, vow to exert every effort in my lifetime to assist you in reconstructing your physical form. Otherwise, I shall not meet a good end. Master Hu, please, grant me your aid. I foresee nothing but misfortune for you on this journey. Master Hu should focus on preparing for relocation. Upon returning to the Sword Forging Valley, Shifeng immediately began his preparations. With less than 2 months remaining until the trial grounds opened, other disciples had long since begun their preparations, while he had only just hastily resolved to participate, leaving him with an overwhelming amount of tasks to attend to. The first matter at hand pertains to the map. According to regulations, all disciples who register for the trial are entitled to receive a copy of the Thousand Lakes cave map in advance, allowing them to familiarize themselves with the terrain. However, this map merely presents a rough overview, as the vast expanse of the Thousand Lakes cave cannot be entirely surveyed. The map is a composite illustration drawn from the accounts of previous trial participants, compiled by the sect. It is evident that this map is quite rudimentary, as many disciples, for various reasons, cannot fully disclose their findings. For instance, Lu Yunzi concealed information regarding the rainy grass. Lu Yunzi had already informed Shifeng of the precise location of the rainy grass, and had meticulously replicated all the routes he had traversed during his 5 visits to the Thousand Lakes cave for Shifeng's benefit. Shifeng meticulously cross-referenced the sect's map with Lu Yunzi's descriptions to enhance its accuracy. Additionally, feeling that further refinement was necessary, he either visited personally or enlisted the help of friends to consult with senior brothers who had previously entered and exited the Thousand Lakes cave, seeking to learn of its many legends. The second matter involved perusing the archives for relevant information, meticulously documenting the various demon beasts and supernatural abilities that had been encountered within the Thousand Lakes cave, as well as their living habits. The third task was to prepare the accompanying items. Shifeng had previously crafted over 100 arrows, which sufficed for his regular hunts. However, considering the perils of the trial grounds, he deemed this quantity insufficient and set the forge ablaze once more, tirelessly forging additional arrows. He also retrieved all his crystal stones, initially exchanging several for mid-grade wind crystals, essential for the cloud-piercing bow. He typically utilized low-grade crystals for hunting demon beasts, but recognized the necessity of employing the finest for this occasion. The remaining crystals were used to procure medicinal pills and a substantial quantity of low-tier talismans. Although he lacked a dantian, his muscles and bones still contained spiritual energy. Yet, due to the absence of a dantian and sea of energy, the recovery and replenishment of energy within his muscles proved exceedingly challenging, thus necessitating a considerable supply of medicinal pills, including several vials of the valley-breaking pill. As for talismans, lacking magical power rendered him unable to activate offensive talismans. So he opted for auxiliary ones, such as invisibility talismans, earth-shrinking talismans, lightness talismans, and soaring talismans. Eventually, Shifeng decided to sell most of the refining materials he had painstakingly collected and stored within his tiger head belt, reasoning that if he returned alive, he could gather more. If he perished within, those materials would serve no purpose. The white fox, observing his frenzied preparations, could only marvel in astonishment. On the eve of departure, Shifeng entrusted the care of the young eagle to Xiaopeng, stating that if he did not return, the eagle should be released back into the forest once it matured, leaving all his belongings behind for Xiaopeng. Seeing him speak as if preparing for a final farewell, Xiaopeng could not help but shed a few tears. On the 7th day of the 7th month, at the hour of the dragon, in the plaza of the morning immortal platform, 160 Qi refining disciples stood in unison. Originally, over 200 disciples had entered the initial 2 rounds, but participation in the trial was voluntary. Some disciples were grappling with their bottlenecks, while others felt their strength insufficient and were unwilling to take risks. Consequently, the final number of registered participants mirrored that of previous years. In the front row of Qi refining disciples stood 3 foundation establishment cultivators: Wei Yunfei of Yintai Ridge, Qin Bing of returning Wild Goose Peak, and Lai Yangzi of Burning Heaven Peak, with 7 golden core cultivators from the Elder Council positioned in front of them. At the helm of the Tai Chi sect, the esteemed Master Xian Yi first paid homage to the ancestors of generations past. Turning to survey his disciples, he proclaimed, "You are the elite of the Tai Chi sect. This journey bears significant importance. Some among you are seasoned disciples who have previously participated in trials. While many are embarking on this endeavor for the first time, you may have heard whispers of the perils that await in the trials. Allow me to reiterate, centuries ago, the 5 righteous sects united to unseal the trials, not merely to harvest the treasures of the celestial caverns, but more crucially, to temper our disciples. The path of cultivation is fraught with hardships. An insular approach to training, devoid of practical combat experience, is unlikely to yield great achievers. Thus, while the rules governing the trials have not been explicitly stated, it has been tacitly accepted that disciples from various sects may engage in combat. With life and death at stake, the disciples listened intently, silence enveloping the assembly. Master Xian Yi continued, "Among the golden elixir and foundation establishment cultivators of our sect, nearly all have partaken in these trials, some acquiring celestial treasures, others gaining profound insights from life and death encounters, thus breaking through their limitations. Such is the nature of opportunity." Observing the excitement in their eyes, he added, "However, it is also true that many have met their demise within the celestial caverns, including several promising talents favored by our sect. Alas, such is fate. Now that you have resolved to participate, I urge you to exercise caution. I shall not reiterate the various rules of the trials. I trust you are all well aware. This expedition will be entrusted to you, Brother Xianming." The elder with the black beard, positioned at the far right of the council, stepped forward. Glancing at the gathered disciples, he waved his hand decisively. "Let us depart." With a flick of his wrist, he summoned a gourd, which expanded in size against the wind, quickly reaching the dimensions of an acre, resembling a colossal vessel of obsidian. Master Xianming stepped aboard first, beckoning the disciples to follow suit. Once everyone was aboard, he performed a hand gesture, and the gourd ascended slowly into the clouds. Heading southwest, after approximately an hour of flight, they emerged from the Shirgu mountain range. For Shirfeng, this was his first experience of soaring high above. Witnessing the mountains clustering behind him, while a vast plain unfolded ahead, with cities appearing like bowls and rivers resembling ribbons from above. Clearly, Master Xianming had placed a protective enchantment on the gourd. Although they traversed the skies, it felt as though they were at ease in their own homes. Not a single hair stirred by the wind. After an hour and a half, the plains came to an end, revealing a range of mountains ahead. Their hues a desolate gray-yellow, starkly contrasting the lush greenery of Shirgu Mountain. As the gourd approached this area, its speed diminished. Passing over a mountain peak and entering a valley on the left, from afar, a resonant voice called out, "Seven Treasures Gourd?" Once again, it is Brother Xianming leading the way. The voice resonated, causing Shirfeng and the others to feel a vibration in their eardrums. Master Xianming responded with a scoff, "Brother Lei, there is no need to shout so loudly. I am not deaf." As they descended, the disciples discerned a gathering in the valley below, distinctly divided into 2 factions. The group on the left was led by the man who had just spoken, characterized by prominent cheekbones and exuding the aura of a golden elixir cultivator. Behind him stood over 100 disciples, predominantly male, all of imposing stature. The opposing faction was led by a woman in her 30s, striking in appearance yet exuding an air of cold detachment that rendered her unapproachable. Her disciples were few in number, yet strikingly handsome, a sight to behold. Chapter 40. The 5 Sects of the Righteous Path. Xianming scrutinized the Taoist nun before him for quite some time before exclaiming in astonishment, You are Lady Ying, are you not? Why this change in attire?" The nun bowed her head and replied, 5 years ago, I severed my ties to the mundane world and devoted myself to the Tao." Xianming chuckled softly. That explains it." He then turned to the man named Lei, saying, "Brother Lei, you arrived quite early. It seems your sect has sent a considerable number of disciples this time, and they all appear quite promising. It seems you are destined for great harvests." The man named Lei laughed. "With a figure like the ice fairy of your esteemed sect present, how could there be any spoils left for us?" He glanced at the nun, as if attempting to draw her into the conversation, yet Lady Ying remained unresponsive, choosing not to engage. Lei chuckled again, refraining from further comment. Xianming inquired, "Have the representatives from the Beast Mountain Manor and the Suqing Temple not yet arrived?" Lei replied, "Not yet, but they should be here soon." The three golden core cultivators gathered together, gazing up at the sky, casually conversing. Meanwhile, the disciples were seated in three separate groups, meditating quietly, observing their breath and thoughts, refraining from idle chatter. After waiting a while, a colossal centipede, several zhang long, suddenly appeared from the edge of the sky. To their astonishment, it bore 8 wings. Exuding a terrifying aura, Lei sneered, "The Beast Mountain Manor continues to flaunt its prowess. This 8-winged flying centipede must be quite ancient. Having lived for 300 or 400 years, I presume." Xianming nodded in agreement. It was supposed to have reached the end of its lifespan decades ago. I wonder what secret techniques their sect employed. I have heard they have elevated this creature to a higher tier. It seems it still has some time left. As the 8-winged centipede hovered above the valley, it suddenly descended, releasing a foul wind that caused the disciples below to feel a tightness in their chests, sending them into a panic. Xianming waved his sleeve, enveloping the Taiji disciples in a gentle breeze. The man named Lei hurriedly shielded his disciples, exclaiming, "Zhang, what sort of show of force is this?" Amidst a hearty burst of laughter, a tall, slender man leaped off the centipede and said, "Brother Lei, my spirit insect does not harm indiscriminately. It is merely your disciples who lack composure." Furious, Lei retorted, "That beast is already at the false Dan level. Its pressure is not something mere chi-refining disciples can withstand." The tall man's expression darkened. "Brother Lei, your words cross the boundaries of our sect's taboos. The Beast Mountain Manor is renowned for its breeding of spirit beasts and insects, and our disciples have always referred to them as spirit beasts. We dare not speak of them as mere beasts." Lei sneered. "What? Must I adhere to the rules of your Beast Mountain Manor?" Observing the escalating tension, Xianming interjected, "Gentlemen, you are esteemed elders of your sects. Today is not the day for quarrels. Let us not provide the younger generation with an opportunity for mockery." Both Lei and the tall man grunted in displeasure, turning their gazes away from one another. Turning to Xianming, Lei whispered, "Brother Xianming, the Beast Mountain Manor has always been unruly due to their spirit beasts. Our disciples have suffered greatly. Perhaps this time, we should join forces." Xianming smiled. "I have precisely that in mind. Let us ensure that Brother Lei's disciples provide ample support to my Taiji sect." Lei laughed heartily. Indeed. The tall, slender man observed the Xianming Taoist and the elder from the Lei family castle engaged in hushed whispers, merely smirking as he pocketed the centipede and sought to converse with the enchanting fairy Ying of Lingxiao Pavilion, unaware of the discussions among these esteemed golden core practitioners. Shifeng discreetly scrutinized those around him. It was evident that while they all sat amicably together, once they entered the trial grounds, they would become mortal adversaries. He had done his research and understood that Lingxiao Pavilion was renowned for its array of formation talismans. The Lei family castle practiced a diverse array of techniques with formidable artifacts, and the Wanshou Mountain village was famous for rearing mystical beasts and insects. He noticed their disciples adorned in vibrant colors, yet each bore several bulging spirit beast bags at their waists, undoubtedly containing their nurtured spirit pets. The yet-to-appear Su Qingguan was recognized as the most powerful among the 5 sects, also a sword-focusing sect, similar to the Taiji sect. After a brief interval, a colossal sword descended from the heavens, landing in the valley's clearing. A pallid-faced middle-aged Taoist led a throng of disciples down from the sword surface. Standing firmly on the ground, both the Xianming Taoist and the Lei clansmen approached to pay their respects. Shifeng was startled to see that all disciples from Su Qingguan carried long swords on their backs. He had been in the sect long enough to know that the Taiji sect forbade chi-refining disciples from practicing swordsmanship, as although sword cultivation was powerful, it was exceedingly arduous. Insufficient mastery could lead to harm. Only upon reaching the foundation establishment stage could disciples be granted sword cultivation techniques by the sect. Yet, Su Qingguan allowed even its chi-refining disciples to wield swords, and they did not store them in spatial bags, opting instead to carry them openly, suggesting their speed of attack would be swift. Should an opponent unleash a flying sword, one's life would be in peril. The 5 golden core cultivators conferred briefly before each settled into a meditative posture, silently gazing at the sky. After a while, as the sun reached its zenith, the pallid-faced middle-aged Taoist rose and declared, "Fellow Taoists, the time has come. Let us unseal the barrier." The Xianming Taoist stood, quietly relaying a few instructions to Wei Yunfei before striding purposefully to stand behind the middle-aged Taoist. The latter produced a jade tablet, casting a spell that summoned a fierce wind, sending dust and debris swirling through the valley. A plot of land, roughly 10 feet in diameter, slowly rose, its covering of soil and stones blown away by the gust, revealing a massive seal. The Xianming Taoist and the other 4 subsequently retrieved their jade tablets, channeling their energies. In a moment, 5 enormous seals emerged from the ground, radiating brilliant light, intertwining beams coalescing into a sphere of considerable size. The middle-aged Taoist nodded, remarking, "This year is far more auspicious than those past. Fellow Taoists, it is time to send our disciples within." The Xianming Taoist returned to his disciples, stating, "The seal has been lifted. You may enter the trial grounds through the formation. Once you do, I will immediately construct a teleportation array here. Should you encounter danger, shatter the jade talisman, and you will be transported back." He then added in a hushed tone, "Remember, our Taiji sect has formed an alliance with Lingxiao Pavilion. To my knowledge, the Lei family castle and Wanshou Mountain Village have already allied as well. Humph, they still dare to put on a show before me. However, do not forget, even within an alliance, and among fellow disciples, trust should not be given too freely. The only person you can rely on within is yourself." With that, he waved his hand dismissively and moved aside, retrieving array flags from his robe to begin constructing the teleportation formation. Wei Yunfei glanced back at the gathered crowd and remarked, "The matters that require attention have already been addressed by the sect, so I shall refrain from further elaboration. Now, let us commence our journey." With a wave of his hand, he led the disciples toward the luminous orb at the center of the seal. The 5 major sects, with Su Qingguan at the forefront, bore solemn expressions as one by one they approached the orb and vanished from sight. When it was Shifeng's turn, he turned to gaze at the outside world, took a deep breath, and slowly stepped into the orb's embrace. His figure blurred and then disappeared. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away in a cave on Jinan Mountain, 3 Taoists sat cross-legged. At the center was a gaunt old man, his face etched with wrinkles and his hair nearly gone. As the seal was activated, he sighed, opened his eyes, and said, "This cave heaven has indeed been opened." Beside him, a stout Taoist remarked, "The necessary words have been spoken by my junior brother. And in deference to your wishes, we have not disclosed that it was your intent. However, the other 4 sects remain resolute in their decision to breach the seal, and I cannot hinder them." The old Taoist fell silent for a moment. "Perhaps I am being overly suspicious. For centuries ago, after we discovered that entity, there has been little disturbance over the years. Yet the power of the seal grows weaker, which unsettles my spirit." A middle-aged Taoist added, "This seal has existed for no less than 1,000 years, having been activated multiple times. The depletion of spiritual energy is to be expected. Given the magnitude of the seal's power, whatever lies within has likely long since perished." The old Taoist replied, "Let us hope that is the case. However, the intricacies of this seal suggest that what it suppresses may not be benign. I have contemplated opening it to investigate. Yet I fear that such an endeavor may lead to unintended consequences. In truth, if we allow another century to pass without opening the seal, the entire cave heaven will collapse on its own, and whatever resides within will be cast into the chaotic currents of space, unable to cause harm. If our 5 sects cease to activate the seal henceforth, allowing it to decay naturally, that would be the wisest course of action." The stout Taoist scoffed. "With so many spiritual herbs and elixirs within the cave, how could the other 4 sects bear to let it go? They are but short-sighted individuals. Why did you not speak plainly at the time? Surely they would not dare to disregard your words." The old Taoist shook his head. "Why forcefully impose authority? Since it has come to this, let it be. Nevertheless, as Jinan Mountain is in close proximity to Taijumen, I shall send a message to my friend Huang Yan, urging him to remain vigilant." Shifeng felt dizzy, nearly losing his footing. He hastily steadied himself by placing his hand on the ground. Upon stepping through the portal of the seal, he had already activated his nameless technique to stabilize his form. Once he regained his balance, he quickly drew a finely crafted iron dagger and surveyed his surroundings. He had learned that this seal was also a teleportation array, randomly transporting individuals to various locations within the Thousand Lakes cave heaven. With good fortune, one might find themselves beside a rare spiritual herb aged 500 years. With ill fortune, they could be teleported directly into the lair of a ferocious beast. Shifeng's luck was neither particularly good nor bad. He found himself standing beside a small lake, surrounded by towering weeds and shrubs, the area eerily quiet. Looking up at the sky, he noted the overcast grayness. The Thousand Lakes cave heaven is a treasure of Shumi, separated by formations. Though it was noon outside with blinding sunlight, the illumination here was markedly dim, and the sun was nowhere to be seen. Shifeng took a deep breath, feeling the spiritual energy in the air was indeed richer than that of the outside world. Yet regrettably, he lacked spiritual roots and could not absorb it. He first retrieved a magical disc from his belt, a tool previously distributed by the sect, which bore spiritual inscriptions that allowed the disciples of the Taiji sect to detect the presence of fellow members within a 10-mile radius, facilitating gatherings. Upon observing that the disc remained unresponsive, Shifeng realized that no fellow disciples were nearby. His primary objective was to seek the heavenly rain grass, and he had no intention of forming a party. He promptly stored the disc away and extended his consciousness, scanning the surroundings. Aside from the chirping of insects, the area was eerily quiet. Cautiously, Shifeng emerged from the thicket, extracting a map to compare it meticulously with the small lake and the surrounding mountains. Gradually concluding that he was positioned in the southwestern corner of the Thousand Lakes Cave, while the heavenly rain grass resided in a remote cavern in the northwestern corner, a considerable distance apart. As he scrutinized the map, he was suddenly startled by the sound of waves crashing upon the shore, prompting him to quickly conceal himself behind a mound of earth. The lake's waves surged to the banks, parting to reveal two colossal crocodiles emerging from the water. The upper bodies of these creatures bore resemblance to ordinary crocodiles, yet their tails were long and slender, akin to that of a python. Chapter 41. A perilous predicament. Shifeng contemplated. What an astonishing sight. These are dragon crocodiles. Such mythical beasts were exceedingly rare in the outside world. Years ago, he had nearly lost his life in the Wulong Valley over the spine of a 200-year-old dragon crocodile. Now, observing that these two appeared to be 400 or 500 years old, he felt a stirring in his heart. At that moment, the white fox's voice echoed coldly in his mind. This cave abounds with rare beasts and spiritual herbs. If you proceed on a path of slaughter, not only will your life be jeopardized, but time will also be insufficient. Shifeng was taken aback. Master Hu, you finally choose to assist your disciple. The white fox replied, now that you have entered, what other option do I have but to lend a hand? However, my spiritual essence is weak, and I cannot leave my form to aid you in battle. You must hasten towards the northwest. I will cast a spell to conceal your aura, making it difficult for most beasts to detect you. Shifeng's spirit soared. He had been concerned about being besieged by the beasts, and had prepared some scent-masking elixirs. With the white fox's assistance, he felt at ease to continue his journey. Ignoring the frolicking dragon crocodiles, he retrieved 2 movement talismans from his belt and affixed them to his legs, along with an invisibility talisman on his back, orienting himself to head directly north. The movement talismans enabled him to traverse swiftly, while the invisibility talisman rendered him unseen to the naked eye. Although low-level spiritual beasts might still detect him through their spiritual senses, Shifeng relied on the fact that their powers were comparatively weaker, and with the white fox's aid in masking his presence, he felt confident. Although the movement and invisibility talismans proved effective, they had time constraints. A single movement talisman lasted merely 2 hours, while the invisibility talisman was effective for only 1.5 hours. Generally, disciples of Qi refinement possessed only a few thousand spirit stones, most of which were spent on spiritual artifacts and elixirs. Although they might carry a few movement and invisibility talismans, these were typically reserved for emergencies. Shifeng, having amassed considerable wealth and liquidated all his materials, had purchased a substantial quantity of talismans and elixirs without hesitation, readily replacing each one as it was used. The white fox remarked, indeed, having wealth is immensely advantageous. As anticipated, the results were indeed remarkable. Although the journey was fraught with treacherous mountain paths and the constant evasion of malevolent beasts, in the span of a single night, Shifeng managed to traverse a distance of nearly 80 to 90 miles. However, since the seal was broken, the experience of others was not as fortunate. A disciple from the Lei family, upon stepping into the seal, was suddenly overcome with dizziness. In an instant, he found himself suspended above a lake, and before he could comprehend the situation, he plummeted into the water with a splash. Panic-stricken, he hastily retrieved a flight talisman from his storage bag and pressed it to his chest. Just as he was about to activate the talisman and ascend back to the shore, he noticed a straight line of water approaching from his left, concealing an unknown entity beneath its surface. Overwhelmed by terror, he hesitated for a moment, yet ultimately decided to crush the jade talisman. However, his moment of indecision proved to be his undoing. A piercing scream echoed as he was dragged beneath the surface, followed by a gushing spout of crimson emerging from the lake. In a silent valley, a figure gradually materialized, a burly man with a face marred by pockmarks, clad in the attire of the Wan Beast Mountain Manor. Upon revealing himself, he affixed a soaring talisman to his body and summoned a massive cauldron to envelop himself. This individual was evidently seasoned, likely an advanced disciple who had previously navigated the realm of caves and heavens. Noticing the stillness around him, the pockmarked man descended to the ground, beckoned with his hand, and the giant cauldron split in two, transforming into a suit of armor that adorned his form. As he scanned the surroundings, his gaze fell upon a peculiar plant resembling a horseshoe, standing 8 feet tall and nestled within a low thicket to his left. It bore 3 fist-sized, crimson fruits, exuding an enticing fragrance. Initially taken aback, a smile soon spread across his face. It was the coveted Qi Zhu Gua, and it was completely ripe. Oh, what fortune! With this fruit, my chances of successfully establishing my foundation are nearly assured. The remaining 2 fruits can be offered to the sect, securing a handsome reward of tens of thousands of crystal stones. Elated, he remained composed, first extending his spiritual awareness to confirm the absence of demonic beasts or other individuals. He then produced an invisibility talisman, rendering himself unseen, and, still feeling uneasy, released 2 demon apes from his storage bag to guard the vicinity. With preparations complete, he approached the Qi Zhu Gua cautiously. Rather than seizing the fruit directly, he flicked his finger, launching a sharp hook to ensnare the stem and draw it closer. Unexpectedly, just then, a seemingly ordinary morning glory nearby abruptly drooped, its petals unfurling like a long rainbow drinking water, and it ensnared the already invisible pockmarked man within its embrace. The petals connected to a thick stem that contained several feet of accumulated water. The man was caught off guard and fell into the depths of the liquid, which appeared crystal clear. Yet, upon his descent, he let out a single cry before his entire form rapidly dissolved, leaving no trace of his clothing, crystals, magical artifacts, or storage bag. The water remained as clear as ever, and the morning glory continued to bloom defiantly in the wind, while only the 2 demon apes stood bewildered nearby. Meanwhile, Shattering, aided by a white fox, had thus far encountered no peril. Having practiced the art of divine mystery, his mental fortitude was formidable, allowing him to sense movements within a radius of about a mile. Though the Thousand Lakes cave spans several hundred miles, the lakes occupy a staggering 80 to 90% of its expanse. The surface of these waters is a treacherous realm that few would dare to traverse, for one can only speculate about the monstrous creatures lurking beneath. The Qi refinement disciples are unable to fly with their tools, making navigation across the water akin to courting death. Shattering, even less capable than the Qi refinement disciples, harbored no intention of venturing onto the lake. He could only wander through the wild forests and mountains, where underbrush, weeds, and bizarre rocks prevailed, leaving no discernible path. He could only ascertain a general direction and struggle onward. Along the way, upon sensing the presence of more formidable beasts, he would immediately take a detour, likewise avoiding several skirmishes between disciples of the 5 sects, choosing not to engage. Occasionally, he would encounter spiritual herbs and flowers, which he would collect at his leisure. After several days, he found himself within less than 20 miles of the valley that housed the heavenly rain grass. However, a lake lay before him. With a sigh, he had no choice but to navigate northward around the lake. On one particular day, while traversing the mountains, Shattering heard voices ahead, accompanied by bursts of spiritual energy, indicating a conflict was underway. He intended to steer clear, but found himself on a dead end, with a vast lake to his right and a sheer cliff to his left. Resigned, he applied an invisibility talisman and concealed himself behind a rock to observe. In the valley ahead, a disciple from the 10,000 Beast Mountain Villa was evidently engaged in a fierce battle, repelling about 10 wolf-like monsters, 4 or 5 tiger-like beasts, and 2 serpents several feet long, all attacking a man clad in Taoist robes. Shattering noted that the Taoist wielded a dark long sword, likely a disciple of the Void Clear sect. This young Taoist possessed a cultivation level of Qi refinement at the 9th layer, and the sword before him transformed into tendrils of dark energy, preventing the beasts from approaching him. Conversely, the disciple from the 10,000 Beast Mountain Villa had only reached the 8th layer of Qi refinement, yet he was aided by the beasts, choosing to remain on the sidelines rather than engage directly. Not far from the 2 combatants, amidst a low patch of flowers, were several purple blossoms the size of wine cups, which, from a distance, resembled butterflies alighting upon them. Shattering was startled to recognize them as butterfly-patternized flowers. It was no wonder they fought so fiercely. These flowers were extremely rare in the outside world, with some believing them to be extinct. They thrived in areas rich in moisture, resembling butterfly wings. A gentle touch with a gold instrument would transform them into droplets of water, making them an exceptional material for concocting ice jade powder, a spiritual medicine that enhances cultivation, effective for practitioners below the nascent soul stage. Golden Core cultivators regarded such treasures with utmost reverence, which explained the desperate struggle between the 2. In the realm of cultivation, strength dictates actions. Typically, a disciple at the 8th layer of Qi refinement would not dare challenge one at the pinnacle of the 9th layer. However, in the presence of such a coveted treasure, the disciple from the 10,000 Beasts Mountain Villa cast aside all caution. During the fierce clash, one wolf beast was caught off guard, reduced to a bloody pulp by a wave of black sword energy. The young Taoist chuckled coldly, questioning whether his opponent would relent. The disciple from the 10,000 Beasts Mountain Villa, with a sinister laugh, unleashed a massive demon bear from his spirit beast pouch, joining the fray. The young Taoist retorted, "Do you intend to exhaust my spiritual energy? Such foolish delusions." The black sword energy surged even more fiercely than before, as a tiger-like beast struck in the abdomen, let out a deafening roar before collapsing. Shifeng held little interest in the wondrous flower, observing the escalating conflict with uncertainty, contemplating whether to retreat and seek an alternative route. The white fox suddenly exclaimed, "Youngster, do not wander off. You must acquire the butterfly-patterned ice flower at all costs." Shifeng, filled with surprise, queried, "Could it be a spiritual flower that enhances one's innate constitution?" The white fox replied, "Not exactly. However, do you realize that the true treasure of this flower lies not in its petals, but in its rhizome?" Shifeng, lacking knowledge about rare flora and the art of alchemy, shook his head in confusion. The white fox continued, "The rhizome of this flower is ineffective if it is under 500 years old, and anything over 500 years contains deadly poison, often sought after for the creation of toxins. Yet, this toxicity greatly enhances one's spiritual awareness, albeit only in minuscule doses. This butterfly-patterned ice flower has already blossomed into 7 or 8 blooms, indicating it is at least 700 or 800 years old, making its rhizome an extraordinary treasure. Such knowledge is scarce among your human race. It is merely documented in our Heavenly Fox clan's texts." Shifeng felt a surge of excitement within him. Though he had initially harbored some dissatisfaction with the white fox's importation of the spiritual technique, he had come to recognize the immense benefits of cultivating his mental prowess over the past few months. Take this instance, for example. That young Taoist and the disciple of the 10,000 Beasts Mountain Manor were far superior to him in cultivation, yet they could not match his spiritual strength. He could observe and monitor them from a distance, while they were oblivious to his presence. He stealthily withdrew his bow and arrow, fixating his gaze on the two. Contemplating his course of action, the young Taoist, evidently unwilling to engage in a protracted battle, summoned a dark longsword that suddenly radiated a luminous shield. Ascending with his sword, he charged toward the disciple of the 10,000 Beasts Mountain Manor. Shifeng thought to himself, sword control technique? Is this not a power exclusive to Foundation establishment cultivators? If so, I should hasten my escape. The white fox scoffed, this is not true sword control technique. If he possessed such mastery, he would have already dispatched his opponent with his flying sword, rather than grappling with a spirit beast. He is merely channeling his magical energy into the sword to gain lift. That sword is indeed a superior spiritual weapon, for otherwise, he could not execute such maneuvers. The disciple of the 10,000 Beasts Mountain Manor was clearly alarmed and dared not continue the fight, turning to flee. The young Taoist, with his sword like a streak of light, stood in the path as several demonic beasts were pierced by the sword's brilliance, bursting apart in their demise. As the disciple ran frantically, he summoned beasts from his spiritual pouch to defend himself, yet the young Taoist had resolved to eliminate him. In an instant, the air was filled with the cries of the beasts, and blood splattered as demonic snakes, enormous toads, bats, and even scorpions the size of millstones could not withstand the young Taoist's strike. Shifeng mused silently. No wonder the sword cultivators have such a formidable reputation. They truly are overwhelming. He quietly aimed his bow at the young Taoist, realizing that the disciple of the 10,000 Beasts Mountain Manor was clearly outmatched. If the young Taoist emerged victorious, he would surely lose the chance to obtain the spiritual herb. With his aim steady and strength gathered in his arms, he prepared to release the arrow. Suddenly, he perceived something amiss and lowered his bow, pondering, what is happening? How could this be? The disciple of the 10,000 Beasts Mountain Manor was continuously pleading for mercy, but the young Taoist, his expression grim, showed no inclination to listen. At that moment, the disciple reached into his pouch again, only to find it utterly empty. Without the beasts to obstruct him, the black sword surged forward with increased velocity. The disciple instinctively raised his hand to defend, only to hear a piercing scream as his left arm was severed and sent soaring into the air, blood spraying forth. The disciple collapsed to the ground, crying out, "Friend, please show mercy. I am without the strength to fight back." "The spiritual herb is yours," the young Taoist coldly declared. "I shall naturally take the spiritual herb, and your life shall be mine as well." With a flick of his finger, his long sword transformed into a stream of dark energy. The disciple of the Wanshou Mountain Manor rolled desperately, evading the sword's lethal aura. The young Taoist sneered. Yet as he was about to utter further threats, his expression suddenly contorted in horror. The sword clattered to the ground as he grasped his throat in a desperate bid for breath, gasping painfully, yet unable to exhale even a single breath. His visage rapidly darkened, and he collapsed to the earth, convulsing violently. Moments later, with a final kick of his legs, he succumbed without uttering another word. Chapter 42. The battle in all directions. The disciple of Wansho Mountain Manor rose, applying a talisman to his severed arm, which promptly halted the bleeding. He nudged the Taoist's body to confirm his demise, scoffing, "Your flying sword may be formidable, yet it has fallen into my hands." Huh. It was worth expending so many spiritual insects. As he spoke, he removed the young Taoist's storage bag and added, "You have wasted much of my essence. Your blood cannot go to waste." A sinister smile crept across his face as he produced a pouch of spiritual beasts, shaking it to release a swarm of golden-shelled insects, each no larger than a thumb. These creatures descended upon the Taoist's corpse, burrowing into the garments and voraciously tearing at the flesh. Though the Taoist's flesh contained potent toxins, the unknown golden beetles appeared undeterred. In no time, the corpse, swathed in its robe, was unrecognizable, save for the exposed extremities, which revealed ghastly white bones. A quarter of an hour later, the Taoist's body had been nearly consumed by the ravenous insects. The disciple of Wansho Mountain Manor, despite having lost an arm and significantly weakened, feared the lingering threat of nightfall. Ensuring no one was around, he approached the hillside to pluck the butterfly-patterned ice flower. As he reached out, a flash of cold light pierced through his throat with an arrow. Almost immediately, several more arrows struck, transforming his body into a veritable pincushion. Shifeng emerged from behind the rocks, still cloaked in invisibility. Expanding his consciousness, he approached the butterfly-patterned ice flower, only to find the disciple's eyes wide open in death. With a sigh, Shifeng lamented that he had no desire to harm others. However, the disciple of Wansho Mountain Manor was treacherous and vile. Negotiation was impossible. Merely driving him away would invite retribution. Thus, he was left with no choice but to eliminate the threat entirely. Shifeng retrieved his iron sword and uprooted the entire butterfly-patterned ice flower. Afterward, he set about clearing the battlefield, carefully removing all arrows from the fallen disciple to prevent any traces leading back to him. However, this individual was rife with poison, so caution was paramount. Shifeng donned deer-hide gloves and meticulously extracted the arrows, storing them in his belt. Resolved not to use them again. Who could say what toxins they harbored? After securing the arrows, he also took the young Taoist's storage bag from the disciple's waist, placing it in his own belt. The black sword of the young Taoist lay abandoned on the ground, previously, by who had remarked upon its quality. So Shifeng picked it up and added it to his belt. As for the disciple's pouch of spiritual beasts, filled with already blood-bound creatures, he held no interest. Surveying his surroundings and finding that his traces had been erased, Shifeng left the scene undisturbed, leaving the corpses and the signs of their struggle untouched. After traversing over 10 miles, the sky had darkened, and upon observing the dense thicket ahead, Shifeng found it impossible to proceed further, as the terrain was treacherous and uneven. He deemed it unwise to continue his journey through the night, and sought refuge in the embrace of a towering tree, ascending its branches to rest. Even as he attempted to recuperate, he extended a portion of his consciousness and affixed himself with an invisibility talisman. Perched upon a sturdy limb, Shifeng meticulously examined the butterfly-patterned ice flower, plucking 7 or 8 blossoms to place within a jade box. The flower's root was over half a foot in length, resembling ginseng. The white fox remarked, "Indeed, this root can only be consumed in a single bite at most. By employing the spirit meditation technique, your mental prowess can gradually be enhanced. However, due to the root's potent toxicity, you will experience excruciating headaches. This suffering is not to be taken lightly." Shifeng nodded in silence, securing the root, as he had no intention of experimenting with such a perilous technique at that moment. He then produced a flying sword, which bore 21 seals, confirming its status as a superior spiritual artifact. The blade, composed of an unknown material, neither metal nor wood, was too obscure for him to identify. It appeared that he would need to consult the esteemed Qianshu Zhenren upon his return. As for the young Taoist's storage pouch, Shifeng lacked the strength to open it, and thus left it untouched. After organizing his belongings, Shifeng reclined against a branch, closing his eyes to restore his energy. The white fox suddenly spoke. "Shifeng, I noticed your hesitation to shoot that young Taoist. Why did you lower your bow?" Shifeng replied, "I sensed something amiss. The disciple from the Wansho Mountain Villa might be employing deceit, so I chose to pause and observe." The white fox remarked, "Oh, I didn't catch that. What did you discern?" Shifeng continued, "When the disciple fled, he did not escape in a straight line, but rather circled around repeatedly." The white fox speculated, "Perhaps he is reluctant to part with the butterfly-patterned ice flower and aims to exhaust his opponent's strength first." Shifeng concurred, adding, "Moreover, I noticed that the disciple was throwing out beasts to hinder and delay his pursuers, but they were all of a certain kind. The white fox interjected, "Nonsense. He released 5 or 6 types of creatures, not just one." Sherfong clarified, "True, he did unleash various creatures, yet they all shared a common trait. They were poisonous insects. If he wished to summon powerful beasts to effectively delay his adversary, he should have used creatures like the demon tiger or demon bear. It seems the disciple from Wanshou Mountain Villa still has more beasts at his disposal. The scorpions and venomous snakes he threw were undoubtedly intended to release toxins. Notice how the scorpion did not attack with its pincers, but rather expelled a cloud of toxic mist." The white fox pondered, however. The young Taoist initially showed no signs of poisoning. Could the toxin be slow-acting? Sherfong shook his head, asserting, "No, it is acute. I previously perused the sect's texts, which mention that the Suqing Temple is renowned for its sword cultivation, and their alchemical skills are also quite esteemed in the Yin Kingdom. This young Taoist is a cautious individual. I surmise he had an antidote pill in his mouth before engaging in combat with the disciple from Wanshou Mountain Villa, which is why the toxins released by those insects had no effect on him. Furthermore, I have sought numerous classical texts regarding the manner of beasts. Among them, I discovered a passage in an elder's memoir, which detailed that cultivators who raised venomous creatures, in order to prevent backlash from these creatures, would not only draw blood to establish ownership, but would often cast a spell known as the Bloodthirst Curse. This curse dictates that should the recognized creature inflict harm upon its master, the toxin from the creature, upon mingling with the master's blood, would instantaneously morph into a potent and lethal blood poison, resulting in almost certain death for the afflicted. The disciples of the manner of beasts, recognizing their inferiority in strength to the Taoists, feigned retreat, allowing the venomous creatures to unleash a vast cloud of toxic mist. They circled around, causing the mist to accumulate within a central area. In a desperate ploy, one of them sacrificed an arm, causing the master's blood to combine with the surrounding toxic vapors, thus forming the lethal blood poison. Although the Taoists possessed detoxifying elixirs, they proved ineffective against such a virulent toxin, leading to their demise. The white fox, taken aback, sighed, remarking upon the cunning of humankind, marveling at their capacity for such treacherous schemes. "You, my young friend, are truly remarkable. Even I, an ancient fox of over 1,000 years, find myself outmatched by your cleverness." Sherfong chuckled sheepishly in response. The following day, Sherfong resumed his journey northward. Within the cave, due to the array's interference, the light was dimmer than that of the outside world, with shorter days and longer nights. The northwestern section of the cave was engulfed in an exceedingly dense primeval forest. As night fell, Sherfong was compelled to halt for rest. Occasionally, when he extended his consciousness, he could sense distant skirmishes, likely a sign of treasures being contested, yet he opted to take a detour to avoid confrontation. Thus, his path became increasingly convoluted, extending further and further. After 3 more days, he found himself within less than 10 miles of the valley where the celestial rain grass was located. A surge of excitement welled up within him as he beheld the mountains before him, their contours resembling outstretched hands, with a secluded valley nestled in between, precisely as depicted on the map provided by Lu Yunzi. Gazing upwards, he estimated that darkness would soon envelop the land within a couple of hours. Contemplating the necessity of prompt action, he resolved to stealthily enter the valley that night, procure the celestial rain grass, consume it on the spot, and then shatter the jade talisman to exit this Thousand Lakes cave. Upon checking his belt, he noted that fewer than 10 invisibility talismans remained. Without hesitation, he affixed one to himself and hastened toward the valley. As he approached within 2 miles of the valley, a sudden change in expression halted him. What could this be? There were faint fluctuations of magical energy emanating from within the valley. Sherfong stood frozen, pondering whether the celestial rain grass had been discovered. He retrieved his magical disc for inspection, observing 3 flickering lights, indicating that among the combatants, 3 were disciples of the Taiji sect. Should he advance now, or wait until their confrontation concluded? After deliberation, he resolved to assess the situation firsthand. Though he too possessed a sect's magical disc, the presence of the white fox cloaked him from the awareness of the other Taiji disciples. Step by step, he approached the valley's edge, where a row of tall trees concealed him. Peering from behind one of the trees, he confirmed that indeed, a battle was underway within the valley, and there were quite a number of participants. Among the Taiji disciples were 3 individuals. One wielded a silver 8 trigrams magical disc, with 8 flying daggers dancing around him. It was Gu Mingqing. The other 2, he recognized as somewhat familiar faces. Standing shoulder to shoulder with the disciples of the Taiji Gate were 2 individuals, identifiable by their attire as disciples of Lingxiao Pavilion. One was a youth of 17 or 18, handsome yet still bearing the innocence of youth. Remarkably, he possessed the highest cultivation among the five, deftly wielding two gleaming ame daggers that danced in the air. The other was a woman, aged around 23 or 24, who did not directly employ a magical artifact but instead produced a series of formation flags, incessantly inserting them into the ground. Beneath their feet, a colossal luminous circle emerged, radiating a spectrum of 7 colors. Opposing them were merely 3 individuals, one a disciple of the Lei family fort, the other 2 from the Wanshou Mountain Manor. The 2 from Wanshou Mountain unleashed dozens of ferocious beasts, encircling the light formation and launching relentless assaults. The Lei family disciple, towering in stature with an elongated face, appeared relaxed as he extended his hand to flick a flying knife of about a foot in size into the air. The blade moved neither swiftly nor slowly, yet it effortlessly severed the beams of light emitted by the formation, rendering the other disciples' artifacts too intimidated to engage. Stone Foam, unversed in the intricacies of magical artifacts, could not discern the unfolding situation and could only anxiously await the outcome. Amidst the chaos, 3 more beasts were struck by the formation's crimson light, instantly charred and mutilated. Another insect-like beast, resembling a mantis, hastily attempted to evade but was caught off guard as Gu Mingqing's flying knife severed its forelimbs. The Lingxiao Pavilion youth, with a flicker of his ame dagger, swiftly decapitated the mantis creature. One man from Wanshou Mountain, in a state of shock and pain, exclaimed, "Lei brother, why are you so leisurely?" The Lei disciple, named Lei Zhan, scoffed, "What is there to panic about? A few mere children cannot escape my grasp." Another disciple from Wanshou Mountain urged, "Lei brother, you are the premier disciple of the Lei family fort in Qi refinement. We cannot allow the enemy to mock us. Show us your true capabilities." Lei Zhan replied, "Li, my friend, there is no need for flattery. I am merely passing through. It was you two who implored me to take action. Assisting you is already a favor." The Li surnamed disciple, with a glint of cunning in his eyes, replied, "I have spoken out of turn. Very well, should we prevail, my brothers and I shall forego the Qingbai Liuli stone. All I ask for are 2 stalks of deerhorn grass, and naturally, the storage bags of these 5 shall belong to you, Lei brother. However, I would request that the woman be granted to me." With this, he gazed at the alluring figure of the Lingxiao Pavilion woman, his eyes filled with lewd intent. Lei Zhan laughed heartily. "Had you said so earlier, we would have settled it right here. Allow me to demonstrate my prowess." The woman from Lingxiao Pavilion, upon hearing this, flushed crimson with rage, gritting her teeth as a silver light shot forth towards the Li disciple. Lei Zhan's brows furrowed, and with a resounding crack of his bones, he seemed to grow even taller. He then bellowed, and the previously languid flying knife surged forward with the swiftness of lightning, cleaving through the silver light. With a sharp clang, the woman's spirit was jolted, and her artifact fell to the ground, its brilliance fading to reveal its true form, a 4-inch long silver needle, now entirely blackened, as if it had lost all its vitality. The Lingxiao Pavilion woman hastily gestured, but the silver needle showed no signs of response. This needle was her signature technique, a treasured mid-grade spiritual artifact she valued dearly. Who would have thought it could be so easily destroyed in a mere exchange? As she momentarily diverted her attention, the magical array on the ground revealed a flaw. 2 demon wolves leaped into the array, but the young man from Lingxiao Pavilion swiftly pointed with his left hand, summoning a massive fireball that sent the demon wolves hurtling out of the formation. He shouted, "Senior Sister Qing, do not lose your composure. Protect the array." The woman regained her focus and hastily produced an array flag to mend the recent breach. Lei Zhan erupted into maniacal laughter, declaring, "No flawed formation can save you. Witness the might of my Lei family's magic-destroying blade." He directed his gaze skyward, and the small flying knife, initially a mere 4 or 5 inches in length, gradually transformed into a serrated blade of considerable length, shrouded in dark energy. It then descended forcefully, striking the center of the array. A deafening explosion ensued as the 11 array flags set by the Lingxiao Pavilion woman detonated, the entire formation proving incapable of withstanding the onslaught of Lei Zhan's magical weapon. Gu Mingqing and his companions turned pale, discarding caution as they reached for their jade talismans. Lei Zhan had anticipated this, knowing it was too late for them to flee. The colossal flying knife suddenly split in 2, and the 2 brilliant blades of light severed through the air. Gu Mingqing, unable to retrieve his jade talisman in time, could only merge his 8 flying knives in a desperate defense. Meanwhile, 2 disciples from the Taiji sect each produced a green jade fan and a crimson shield, respectively, placing them in front of themselves. At that moment, the young man from Lingxiao Pavilion scoffed, extending his hand as a delicate handkerchief fluttered forth. The handkerchief emitted 5 colors: blue, yellow, green, purple, and red. Lei Zhen's enormous, sharp magical blade struck the gossamer cloth, but was silently rebuffed. Startled, Lei Zhen exclaimed, "The five-color cloud handkerchief. How does this brat possess such a treasure?" He recognized it as a high-grade spiritual artifact, its renown rivaling that of his own magic-destroying flying knife. The young man from Lingshao Pavilion paid no heed, continuously infusing the handkerchief with his magical energy, while senior sister Qing raised her hands, re-establishing a magical array around the handkerchief. Lei Zhen, having boasted excessively earlier, was reluctant to retreat now. With a sinister expression, he taunted, "Let's see how much magical energy you possess to sustain this high-grade artifact's consumption." He was at the peak of the 9th level of Qi refining, whereas the young man was merely an 8th-level disciple. Thus, his magical power was naturally superior. The magic-destroying flying knife transformed into swirling black energy, relentlessly bombarding the handkerchief's array. The battle remained intensely contested, yet it was evident that Lei Zhen's side held the advantage. Meanwhile, Shifeng's mind was engaged in a fierce internal struggle. The entrance to Tianyu Grass was not far behind the combatants. What should he do? Logically, he ought to assist Gu Mingqing and the others, but his strength was limited, and the distance to the battlefield was too great, beyond the range of his long arrows. Even if he dared to approach for a surprise attack, he could at most injure a single opponent. Should Lei Zhen notice him, a single strike would spell his doom. Even if he managed to help Gu Mingqing drive off Lei Zhen and his companions, with 5 people present, he could not brazenly retrieve the Tianyu Grass. The most prudent course of action, he concluded, was to maintain a safe distance, waiting for the conflict to resolve itself. The outcome was beyond his control. With this thought, he crouched down, preparing to leave. Suddenly, the white fox interjected, "Hold on, young one." Shifeng inquired why. The white fox responded, "Isn't the Tianyu Grass located to the left of the valley, beneath that purple acacia tree?" On the path of Shifeng, the presence of grass standing as tall as a person was evident, with the cave entrance cleverly concealed within the verdant undergrowth. "Listen to me," Baihu said. "We must circumvent to the left and wait on the hillside beside the purple locust tree." Shifeng replied, "But that places us too close to them, not to mention others. Lei Zhen will surely detect our presence." Baihu reassured him, "Do not worry, I will exert my utmost efforts. With the illusionary arts of our Tianhu clan, mere Qi refining disciples will not be able to perceive us." Shifeng inquired, "Are you suggesting we slip into the cave while they are engaged in battle?" Baihu responded, "Not at all. While I can cloak your movements, entering the cave will inevitably disturb the grass and alert them. You are not a golden core cultivator capable of instantaneous movement, are you?" Shifeng pressed. "Then what is your intention, Master Hu?" With a smirk, Baihu remarked, "Do you believe there are only those few juniors fighting below? In truth, a formidable beast lies concealed nearby, unbeknownst to them." Shifeng expressed his surprise. "A beast? I had not detected anything of the sort." Baihu explained, "Your spiritual awareness is strong, yet this beast excels in earth evasion, hiding beneath the ground, hence your ignorance. Come now, it will soon emerge." Upon hearing this, Shifeng's spirits lifted, and he cautiously made his way leftward from the valley's edge. Eventually reaching a slope a dozen yards from the purple locust tree, he observed Lei Zhen and the others still embroiled in a fierce conflict, completely oblivious to his presence. "Master Hu, what shall we do next?" Shifeng asked. Baihu observed, "This wolf demon displays remarkable patience. It seems intent on reaping the benefits of their struggle. Let us assist it. Do you see a protruding dead branch 10 steps to the left of the purple locust tree?" Shifeng focused his gaze and indeed spotted a half-foot-long dead branch nestled among a tangle of broken wood and grass, hardly noticeable. "With all your strength, shoot that dead branch with an arrow," Baihu instructed. Following his command, Shifeng drew his bow to its full moon and accurately struck the branch with an arrow. The moment the arrow was released, Lei Zhen sensed it, retreating a yard while shouting, "Who goes there? Who lurks in the shadows?" As his words faded, the ground trembled, and a beast emerged, a creature resembling a wolf demon, albeit smaller than the average. Curiously, this little wolf bore a sharp horn protruding from its nose, measuring 5 or 6 inches. Shifeng, unfamiliar with such a creature, queried, "What manner of beast is this?" Baihu elucidated, "This is known as the rhinoceros hound wolf, a master of earth evasion. It typically dwells underground, feeding on decaying matter. Do not be deceived by its size. It possesses a fierce temperament and is at the foundation establishment stage. Those Qi refining disciples will face a formidable challenge." Shifeng was taken aback, realizing that this earth wolf was indeed a foundation establishment beast. He recalled the black eagle and the massive colorful eagle he had encountered, both of which were foundation establishment beasts, and even Qin Bing had fallen short against them. At that moment, Lei Zhen and his companions also sensed the profound aura of the beast, their faces filled with trepidation. The earth wolf, upon being detected, scanned its surroundings, attempting to identify the source of the arrow that had ambushed it. However, lacking awakened intelligence and possessing limited spiritual awareness, it failed to notice by who and Shifeng. Shaking its head, the wolf suddenly let out a roar and charged towards Lei Jun and the others. A disciple from Wanshou Mountain, surnamed Li, quickly blew a whistle, causing two tiger demons to leap into action, their formidable claws extending 3 inches as they lunged for the wolf's belly. As the earth wolf lowered its head, the sharp horn on its nose sliced through the air, severing the forepaws of a demon tiger in an instant. Another demon tiger's claw clawed at the wolf's abdomen, but instead of inflicting damage, it was hurled 3 yards away by an immense force. The earth wolf plunged into the throng of demonic beasts, its sharp horn wielded like an indomitable blade. In a fleeting moment, serpents were cleaved in two, and a demon bear's head was sent crashing to the ground. The expressions of Lei Jun and his companions shifted dramatically. With gritted teeth, Lei Jun summoned his enchanted blade, sending a wave of dark energy towards the earth wolf. The wolf let out a tremendous roar that reverberated throughout the valley, sending sand and stones flying, as a yellowish cloud, peppered with numerous fist-sized rocks, surged forth to meet the enchanted blade. Lei Jun, taken aback, hastily retracted his blade only to find its edge marred with 2 significant dents, a mix of astonishment and pain washing over him. As he witnessed the wolf preparing to roar again, he could no longer afford to linger and turned to flee. The others, too, dared not resist and scattered in different directions. One disciple from the Taiji sect, in the midst of his flight, exclaimed joyfully, "Brother Gu, Brother Mu, we owe this to the demon beast." Before he could finish, the ground beneath him gave way, and the earth wolf lunged forth, sinking its teeth into his throat. The disciple was brought down, flailing desperately to push the wolf away. The wolf's eyes glinted with bloodlust as its fur bristled, with a powerful shake. It brutally severed the disciple's throat, sending his head flying far away. At that moment, Gu Mingqing and the others cursed their fate for not being able to flee faster, each summoning their flight talismans and spirit movement charms in a frantic escape. Brother Mu, while running, pulled out a jade talisman, crushed it, and in a flash, was teleported out of Qianhu Cave. As the earth wolf pursued Lei Jun and Gu Mingqing, Shifeng had stealthily slipped beneath a purple locust tree, diligently searching through a tangle of grass. Indeed, he discovered a small opening concealed among the foliage, approximately half a person's height. Shifeng felt a twinge of concern. Could this be the den of the earth wolf? It would be disastrous if more wolves resided within. The white fox urged, "We must leave quickly. The commotion caused by the earth wolf is too great and may attract others." Typically, the earth wolf hid underground with no true den. I have probed this area with my spiritual sense, and there are no other demonic beasts present. With resolve, Shifeng crouched and squeezed through the narrow opening. The passage was constricting, nearly ensnaring him, yet the air within was not suffocating, though it was littered with thorns and stones. Activating the unnamed body refinement technique, his skin hardened like steel, rendering him unafraid. After crawling for over 10 zhang, the cavern began to rise, and he could finally stand upright. The cave was not shrouded in darkness. A faint light seeped through. Shifeng scrutinized his surroundings and was astonished to find that he had entered a limestone cavern, its ceiling adorned with sharp stalactites, the sound of dripping water echoing within. It was evident that there was an exit on the opposite side. The cave twisted and turned, revealing several side passages. Shifeng took a moment to survey, noting the absence of Tianyu grass. As Lu Yunzi had mentioned, it was located in one of the side passages without any specific markers. Thus, he began to explore each opening one by one. Just then, a long howl echoed from outside the valley, followed by a series of thunderous sounds. The white fox warned, "This is not good. A powerful figure approaches." Shifeng exclaimed in alarm, "What should we do?" The white fox reassured him, "Do not worry. Those entering Qianhu Cave are not of the Golden Dance stage and will not detect you. I will lend you my full support. You must hurry and search." Chapter 44. Spirit Gathering Stone. Shifeng's eyes scanned the surroundings, observing 7 stone caves from left to right. He promptly entered the first cave, only to find it utterly barren, save for a few stone stalagmites. Quickly retreating, he ventured into the second cave, which was overgrown with some peculiar weeds, none of which resembled the famed Tianyu grass. The third cave contained only a few half-black, half-white liver stones, devoid of any flora. In the fourth cave, several luminous mushrooms emitted a faint white glow, clearly not aged for long. As Shifeng approached the fifth cave, the sounds of battle outside intensified, accompanied by the anguished howls of a ground wolf, indicating it had suffered a severe setback. The white fox urged him to hurry. warning that the individual outside was a formidable expert at the later stages of foundation building. If discovered, his fate would be dire. Shifeng swiftly scanned the cave, finding it empty. Without hesitation, he retreated and dashed into the sixth side cave. Upon entering, his eyes brightened. This cave was merely 10 feet wide, filled with a pile of rubble, atop which swayed a pale blue spirit herb, with leaves as broad as chives. Indeed, the Tianyu grass that Lu Yunzi had mentioned. Elated, Shifeng rushed forward, drew his dagger, and swiftly severed the Tianyu grass at its base, stowing it away. However, the white fox interjected, pointing out that this specimen was only 4 inches long, not the one described by his master. Startled, Shifeng realized he must check the final side cave. He turned and dashed out. Just as he stepped into the 7th cave, a sudden swoosh echoed as the ground wolf burst into the main cavern, a mere dozen steps away from him. At that moment, Shifeng felt a mix of joy and alarm. The 7th cave was the most spacious, stretching over a dozen feet. And in the center, atop a small mound of earth, stood a 6 or 7 inch tall Tianyu grass. His concern grew, however, as the ground wolf had entered as well. Should it attract the attention of the external foundation cultivator, it would spell great trouble. The white fox cautioned him against acting rashly, reminding him that he was no match for the ground wolf. Shifeng was acutely aware of the creature's ferocity, with the Tianyu grass tantalizingly close. He held his breath and pressed against the stone wall, remaining utterly still. Just then, a thunderous crash resonated from outside, the stone wall shaking violently, followed by a maniacal laugh. "Demon, you think you can escape?" A scar-faced man collapsed the entrance of the cave where the grass grew, subsequently entering the larger cavern. Desperation consumed Shifeng as he could not devise a means to drive away the man and beast. The ground wolf, bloodied and battered, spotted the scar-faced man pursuing it and swiftly turned to burrow into the ground. The man sneered, pointing, and the ground instantly hardened to iron. The ground wolf collided headfirst into the earth. Having previously attempted to use its earth escape technique to no avail, it now darted into a side cave. Remarkably, it chose the very cave where Shifeng was hiding. Shifeng felt a chill wash over him as a powerful gust whistled past his ears, followed by a 4-cornered copper coin closely pursuing the ground wolf. The coin's central hole exuded a dark mist, its edges razor-sharp. The ground wolf, already gravely wounded, charged desperately toward the Tianyu grass. Shocked and horrified, Shifeng stood frozen as the creature's front paw approached the Tianyu grass. Suddenly, a piercing whistle erupted from the round hole of a copper coin, and a massive skull emerged, devouring the earth wolf in a single bite. In the blink of an eye, the earth wolf was sucked into the copper coin's hole, which spun rapidly, cleaving the creature in two. The scarred man extended his hand, splitting the wolf's head open and extracting a golden-brown demon crystal, which landed in his palm. The demon crystal from a foundational beast is a rare treasure, with numerous applications, coveted even by golden core cultivators. The scarred man toyed with the earth wolf's demon crystal, nodding in satisfaction before stowing it away in his storage bag. Only then did he raise his gaze to examine the side cave. At this moment, Shifeng was merely a few paces away from the scarred man, cloaked by an invisibility talisman, with the white fox exerting all its magical power to conceal his presence. The scarred man, oblivious to the existence of another in the cave, remained focused on the Tianyu grass. Shifeng silently prayed that the man did not recognize the precious herb and would leave swiftly with the demon crystal. However, the scarred man's gaze lingered on the Tianyu grass, a momentary pause followed by an increasing delight in his eyes. Shifeng's heart sank further. With a maniacal laugh, the scarred man exclaimed, "What a surprise! It is indeed Tianyu grass. It seems that Lei's fortune has truly arrived. This will greatly enhance my prospects of advancing to the golden core." He extended his hand, and the copper coin flew forth, severing the Tianyu grass at its base. As the coin spiraled back to him, he examined the herb with growing joy. Shifeng, consumed by a mix of fear and anger, communicated with the white fox in his mind. "Master Hu, I possess 2 thunderlight pearls bestowed by my master. If I throw them together, can we severely injure this man?" The white fox replied, "This individual is a late-stage foundational cultivator. Your 2 trifling pearls may not even cause him harm. Even if they did, the Tianyu grass would be reduced to ashes." In desperation, Shifeng lamented, "Are we really to let the precious spirit herb slip away like this? Master Hu, did you not once drive away a similarly ranked colorful sculpture?" The white fox cautioned, "Youngster, you misunderstand. I merely frightened that demonic bird. I did not defeat it. As a member of the Tianhu clan, I still bear the weight of the demon realm. However, this man is of the human race, and in my current form, as only a wisp of spirit, I lack the strength to confront him." Shifeng pleaded, "Is there truly no way left?" The white fox replied, if I were in my true form, even a mere foundational cultivator would be easily subdued. Alas, I am powerless in this state. Do not let your anger consume you. My priority is to protect you. Preserving your life is paramount. We can seek spirit herbs and elixirs again in due time. The scarred man, finally satisfied after a prolonged inspection, stored the Tianyu grass in his bag. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened as he noticed Shifeng's slight tremor from excitement. His consciousness swept back and forth across Shifeng's hiding spot, yet he ultimately perceived nothing. Feeling a twinge of unease, the scarred man hastily exited the cave, taking to the skies. Shifeng was furious to the point of wanting to spit blood, yet his skill fell short, leaving him utterly helpless. He cursed himself for not traversing the side caves from right to left. Had he done so, he would have discovered the Tianyu grass in the first cave. After a long sigh of resignation, he could only depart, allowing the cave to return to its former tranquility. After a brief interval, the stillness of the cave was suddenly interrupted by the appearance of Shifeng. He inquired, Master Hu, why have you summoned me back? Is there still Tianyu grass here? The white fox replied, enough with the chatter, young one. Quickly dig down from the position of the Tianyu grass you just found. Although Shifeng was perplexed, he trusted the white fox and promptly took out a dagger, digging down along the roots of the Tianyu grass. The soil was quite loose, making the task relatively easy. After digging to a depth of 4 or 5 feet, he struck something with a resounding clang. It was a stone roughly the size of his thumb. Upon cleaning off the dirt, he recognized it as an ordinary iron ore. The white fox exclaimed, that's the one. Shifeng, bemused, replied, Master Hu, is this stone truly worth the trouble? I could send you hundreds of pounds of it. The white fox scoffed, hundreds of pounds? You certainly have grand aspirations. Do you think this is mere iron ore? Quickly, secure the item, fill in the hole, and let us make haste. Once outside the cave, Shifeng inquired with curiosity, Master Hu, this is not iron ore? Certainly not, replied the white fox. What is it then? This is known as a gathering spirit stone. Its shape is not fixed. It takes on the form of whatever mineral it is attached to. This particular piece is mingled with iron ore, which is why you mistook it for iron ore. Shifeng remarked, a gathering spirit stone? I have never heard of such a material for refining. The white fox explained, this is not a refining material. The value of this treasure far surpasses that of Tianyu grass. If others were to learn that you possessed this treasure, I assure you, you would not survive until dawn. Shifeng asked, does this item possess some extraordinary qualities? The white fox replied, indeed it does. As the name suggests, the gathering spirit stone can concentrate the surrounding spiritual energy. Consider this. Every practitioner seeks a place rich in spiritual energy. With this stone, wherever you may be, the spiritual energy concentration will be twice that of others. Is that not remarkable? Shifeng was taken aback. If this stone truly had such wondrous capabilities, its significance was indeed extraordinary. He then asked, Master Hu, how did you know there would be gathering spirit stones underground? The white fox, brimming with pride, responded, while you may possess cunning, your knowledge pales in comparison to mine. Shifeng acknowledged, indeed, Master Hu, you have lived for over 1,000 years. How could I possibly compare? The white fox continued, I once heard your master mention that the Tianyu grass grows merely an inch over several decades. This piqued my curiosity. Generally, it takes a century for the grass to grow an inch. I initially assumed this was due to the abundant spiritual energy in the cave, but upon arriving here, I found the energy, while significantly denser than outside, was not excessively so. Later, upon encountering the earth wolf, my suspicion deepened. If there was a foundational level wolf here, your master would surely have mentioned it. Did he intend to send you to your doom? Shifeng replied, my master possesses profound powers, perhaps when he visited. The wolf was far away. The white fox countered, not at all. The truth is, when your master came, the wolf had not yet established its foundation. Though lacking in intelligence, the wolf sensed that remaining here would greatly enhance its cultivation, which explains why it was desperately fleeing from that scar-faced man and sought refuge in this side cave. Shifeng nodded repeatedly, understanding the implications. The white fox remarked, furthermore, the mare's liver stone and the luminous grass you discovered in the other 2 caves seem peculiar. These mare's liver stones and luminous grasses, each bearing an age of 300 to 400 years, possess a remarkably thin aura of spiritual energy, appearing as though they have failed to mature. I have long pondered this matter. Just moments ago, it suddenly dawned on me that there must be a gathering spirit stone in this vicinity, siphoning away the surrounding spiritual energy, which has led to the accelerated growth of the celestial rain grass in this cave, while the surrounding spiritual herbs and stones flourish at a sluggish pace. Shifeng responded, I see. Then, dear Hu, possessing such rare treasures would surely invite trouble upon me. The white fox replied, This gathering spirit stone appears unremarkable from the outside, and it is merely a mid-grade gathering spirit stone, absorbing spiritual energy at a rather slow rate, making it difficult to detect. You need not be overly concerned. Shifeng sighed. Though this item is indeed valuable, I lack a spiritual root. No matter how much spiritual energy it absorbs, it holds no benefit for me. If given the choice, I would rather exchange it for celestial rain grass. The white fox retorted angrily. Why do you persist in your complaints? A spiritual root is not guaranteed, even with celestial rain grass. If you are willing, this gathering spirit stone could certainly be exchanged for a handful of celestial rain grass. What is the rush? As they conversed, they exited the cave. Shifeng's sole purpose for this journey was to acquire celestial rain grass. Having missed the opportunity, he found himself uncertain whether to remain in this Thousand Lakes cave heaven any longer. He hesitated, contemplating whether to crush the jade talisman for immediate teleportation, but felt a twinge of reluctance. Perhaps there were other opportunities hidden within this cave? Previously, he had instructed the white fox to shield the magical compass from their companions. But now it seemed unnecessary. Given the dangers within the cave, being with his fellow disciples would provide some measure of safety. He took out the magical compass, only to find it devoid of any light points. After a moment of thought, he randomly chose a direction and set off along the lakeside, distancing himself from the dense forest, traveling day and night for 2 days. On one particular day, he noticed the light points on the compass flickering, indicating a large group of Tai Chi sect disciples ahead. Shifeng lifted his gaze, observing the beach ahead, which was entirely devoid of people. Just as he was engulfed in confusion, he suddenly spotted a massive sword soaring through the sky. Leading the way was a figure clad in white. None other than Qin Bing. Behind her stood a dozen or so disciples, including Gu Mingxing and Lu Suifeng. Upon spotting Shifeng, Qin Bing said nothing. She extended her delicate hand, and Shifeng felt an overwhelming force lifting him off the ground and onto the flying sword. With respect, he greeted, "Greetings, Master Qin." Qin Bing nodded, offering no further words. Shifeng exchanged casual remarks with Gu Mingxing and the others before sitting cross-legged to meditate in silence. Noticing Shifeng's despondent demeanor, Gu Mingxing speculated that his expedition had yielded little reward. In the trials of the cave heaven, the opportunities gained remained each individual's secret, making it inappropriate to pry. Qin Bing guided the sword through the surroundings, seeking out 3 to 5 other Tai Chi sect disciples. Upon seeing her, they all exhaled in relief. In recent days, most had faced numerous dangers, and now, following this formidable master, their lives were finally assured. From the aerial perspective of the cave heaven, one was greeted with a mesmerizing panorama of azure lakes, interspersed with verdant peaks, creating a breathtakingly beautiful scene. The starry sword soared not high, merely hovering 30 to 40 yards above the lake's surface. Occasionally, foolish aquatic demon beasts, oblivious to their peril, leaped from the water, attempting to seize the cultivators upon the flying sword. Qin Bing cast a disinterested glance, waved her sleeve, and a blade of sword energy shot forth from the starry sword, cleaving the demon beasts in twain. On one occasion, a monstrous creature resembling a python suddenly surged from the lake's depths, its slender neck crowned by a head reminiscent of a hunting dog. Soaring over 40 yards high, its maw filled with jagged fangs, intent on swallowing the entire sword whole. With a deft hand gesture, Qin Bing urged the sword to accelerate, gliding past the creature's jaws. In swift succession, 2 glimmers of cold light flashed, and the beast's head was severed, blood gushing from its neck and splattering across the sky, the headless body crashing into the water with a resounding splash, sending waves soaring several yards high. The disciples watched in exhilaration, their voices rising in unison, proclaiming the formidable might of a foundation establishment cultivator, vowing to diligently pursue their cultivation to honor their lives' aspirations. Among them, only Shifeng remained despondent, unable to muster any enthusiasm. Qin Bing cast a casual glance at Shifeng, pondering the peculiar disposition of this young man. After flying for half a day, a flash of silver light darted through the air and landed in Qin Bing's hand. She scanned it with her spiritual sense, her brow furrowing slightly. She halted the starry sword and, after a moment of contemplation, redirected it toward the center of the cave realm. An hour later, she beheld a vast expanse of water beneath her. This was the largest lake at the heart of the cave realm, stretching over 100 miles. The waters here were incredibly deep, teeming with monsters, and no one dared to seek treasures in this perilous domain. Qin Bing exercised greater caution this time, no longer skimming the water's surface, but instead traversing through the clouds above. After flying for a while longer, she spotted a small island, solitary amidst the expansive central lake. A voice called out from the island, "Qin Shimi, you've arrived quite swiftly." It was Wei Yunfei, a senior from Taiji sect, accompanied by a dozen or so disciples of the same sect. Furthermore, the island was unexpectedly home to two other groups, whose attire indicated they were cultivators from Su Qingguan and Ling Xiao Pavilion. Qin Bing descended the starry sword onto the island and first exchanged greetings with Wei Yunfei. He gestured towards a middle-aged Taoist priest from Su Qingguan, stating, "Qin Shimi, this is Taoist Jijin, a renowned figure in Yin country." Qin Bing scanned him with her spiritual sense and discerned that Taoist Jijin had reached the peak of foundation establishment, prompting her to respectfully acknowledge, "Greetings, senior brother. Your cultivation is profound. You are on the verge of advancing to golden core." Taoist Jijin bowed with a smile, stating, "The name of the ice fairy is indeed thunderous. The nine-spirit ice body is truly legendary. You have already achieved the consummate stage of foundation establishment before reaching the age of 20. Your future is boundless. I have been stuck at the late stage of foundation establishment for over 50 years. Breaking through to golden core is no simple feat." He gestured toward the two cultivators from Ling Xiao Pavilion, saying, "I presume that Taoist Lin and his wife, the ice fairy, are already acquainted." The Taiji sect and Ling Xiao Pavilion have always maintained a friendly rapport. Qin Bing indeed recognized the couple in their 30s. Lin Tai and He Ernyang were fellow disciples, skilled in collaboration, both at the mid-stage of foundation establishment. She nodded in acknowledgement, saying, "Greetings, senior brother Lin and Madam Lin." Lin Tai, a man of few words, merely nodded, while his wife, He Ernyang, chattered amiably, "Sister Bing, you've become even more enchanting. Countless talented youths from our 5 sects speak of you and hold you dear in their hearts. Yet it is a pity that you are always accompanied by a bodyguard." As Wei Yunfei offered a faint smile, his thoughts wandered into the unknown. Clearly averse to such discussions, Qin Bing interjected, "Madam Lin, you jest." She then turned to Jijin and remarked, "Just now, Wei Shixiang conveyed a message, stating that Shixiang Jijin has summoned us. I wonder what the matter could be." Jijin Daoist replied, "Do not be anxious, Fairy Hanbing. Now that our 3 factions have arrived, we are only awaiting the presence of Taoist Lei from the Lei family fortress and Taoist Tu from the 10,000 Beasts Manor. Let us wait for their arrival, and then we shall deliberate as 5 families." Qin Bing was taken aback, not anticipating the involvement of individuals from the Lei family fortress and the 10,000 Beasts Manor. Though her demeanor was typically aloof, curiosity stirred within her, yet she chose not to inquire further, nodding and stepping aside. Wei Yunfei discreetly conveyed through sound transmission. This Taoist had previously said nothing, only mentioning a significant endeavor that, upon completion, would yield tremendous benefits for all. Qin Bing acknowledged with a soft mm. The 3 factions lapsed into silence, each assuming a meditative posture, deliberately maintaining a respectful distance from one another. After the passage of a meal's duration, an ominous sound echoed from the horizon, heralding the arrival of 2 dark clouds. Jijin Daoist called out, "Taoist Lei, Taoist Tu. I have awaited your arrival for quite some time." Upon sighting them, Shifeng's heart sank. Taoist Lei was none other than the scarred man who had previously slain the fierce hound and stolen the heaven rain grass. The other, Taoist Tu, was an elderly woman with a shock of white hair. Responding to Jijin's greeting with a cold demeanor, she asserted, "How could this old woman refuse the invitation of the esteemed Jijin Daoist? I am merely curious about the purpose of this gathering." Noticing the presence of individuals from the Taiji sect and Lingxiao Pavilion, she was inwardly alarmed, recognizing that the Shuqing Temple wielded the greatest influence among the 5 sections. Should they ally with the Taiji sect and Lingxiao Pavilion, she and Lei Kuei from the Lei family fortress would surely find themselves at a disadvantage. Thus, while she expressed cordiality, she hesitated to descend from her cloud. The scarred man, Lei Kuei, shared her sentiments, as neither had brought disciples along. Aware that the opposing 5 foundation-building cultivators had their own disciples, making them a formidable force. Should a conflict arise, their side would evidently be outmatched. Jijin, however, did not expose their apprehensions, stating, "Today, I have invited the distinguished individuals of 4 sects to converge, as I wish to collaborate on a grand endeavor. One that promises mutual benefits upon its fruition." Taoist Tu scoffed. What could this grand endeavor be that necessitates the combined efforts of 7 foundation-building cultivators? Jijin replied with a chuckle, "Even if we 7 act in concert, it is not necessarily beyond our capabilities." Lei Kuei's expression shifted. "Are you implying we are to confront that cold flood dragon?" "Indeed," confirmed Jijin Daoist. Lei Kuei retorted incredulously, "Are you jesting, my friend? That cold flood dragon reigns as the tyrant of this celestial cave and is rumored to have reached the core formation stage. How could we mere foundation-building cultivators hope to vanquish a core formation dragon? Do you wish for your life to be forfeit?" Jijin Daoist reassured them, "Fear not, Although this cold flood dragon has attained core formation, it is a mere remnant of events from over a decade ago and has not yet stabilized its path. You and I, both at the pinnacle of late foundation building, alongside the similarly advanced Tu Lauren, and with the combined strength of Fairy Hanbing and Daoist Wei, as well as the partnership of Lin Daoist and his wife, form a formidable force indeed, capable of contending with the cold flood dragon. Tu Lauren shook her head. Even so, it would be difficult for us to preserve our lives, let alone slay this cold flood dragon. Lin Tai from Lingxiao Pavilion, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke. Why does the Daoist wish to slay the dragon? With a bitter tone, Jijin Daoist declared, over a century ago, my mentor, the guardian of the hidden treasure, led a group of foundation-building cultivators into this celestial cave for training, only to tragically lose his life at the claws of that cold flood dragon. I have been consumed by the desire for vengeance ever since. Madame Tu shook her head, expressing indifference. How does your quest for vengeance concern me? I shall not accompany you. As she spoke, she urged her black jade spider to retreat, intending to depart. The Taoist Ji Zhun interjected, hold on, Madame Tuesday. Allow me to finish my words before you leave. Should this endeavor succeed, apart from the inner den of the cold flood dragon, I shall take nothing for myself. All the dragon's leather, flesh, essence, and horn shall belong to my esteemed companions. The other 6 foundational cultivators were immediately stirred. Even Qin Bing's eyes sparkled with intrigue. The flood dragon was a formidable beast of the natural world, though not a true dragon. It still bore the bloodline of the draconic lineage. Its inner den was invaluable, and the dragon's scales, flesh, and horns were treasures beyond compare. Lei Kuei remarked, my friend, you have yet to explain how we shall slay this flood dragon. Ji Zhun flipped his hand, revealing a small mirror in his palm. Upon scanning it with his consciousness, Lei Kuei's expression changed dramatically, and he instinctively retreated a short distance, exclaiming, could it be the Kuan Zhao Moon mirror? Ji Zhun nodded in affirmation. The Kuan Zhao Moon mirror was indeed a genuine treasure, and treasures come in various forms. This particular mirror was a rare artifact inherited through millennia from the Suqing sect. This mirror, also known as the form-fixing reflective mirror, could reveal one's true form when illuminated by its light, slowing their movement and hastening the depletion of their spiritual power, making it quite renowned within the Suqing sect. Jijin stated, I have borrowed this treasure from my master with a resolute heart. I vow to you all, should we unite our efforts, apart from the inner den of the cold flood dragon, all else shall belong to you. Lei Kuei responded, if you have borrowed the reflective mirror, then we must certainly give it a try. However, should we succeed, how shall we distribute the remaining spoils? Jijin replied, naturally. Those who contribute more shall receive a greater share. What say you, my friends? Although Lei Kuei appeared rough and boisterous, he was astute, asking, how do you plan to combat this cold flood dragon? Ji Zhun explained, I will lure the cold flood dragon out and use the reflective mirror to immobilize it. Fellow Daoist Lin and his wife will set up the 9 stars eclipse array beforehand. The reason I did not invite fellow Daoist Han from your esteemed sect, but rather the Lin couple, is that they are far more proficient with this formation. This array perfectly complements my treasure. Once the cold flood dragon is ensnared by the array's mirror light, it will be unable to submerge and its strength will be greatly diminished. Furthermore, the ice fairy wields water-based techniques, while fellow Daoist Wei practices earth-based methods, both of which are unafraid of the cold flood dragon. Fellow Daoist Lei, with your fire-based cultivation, provides a counterbalance to the water element. Coupled with Madame Tu's black jade spider and poison arts, even if the flood dragon is formidable, it will not be our match. Chapter 46. The confrontation with the demon flood dragon. After a brief contemplation, Madame Tu agreed. Very well, I shall accompany you. With her lifespan nearing its end and an urgent need to break through to the golden core stage, her expertise in poison meant that should the cold flood dragon be poisoned, any blood obtained by others would be of no use to them, only to her. Given the dragon's massive form and vast blood supply, her chances of achieving the golden core breakthrough were nearly 70%. This immense temptation led her to nod in agreement without hesitation. Ji Zhun expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Madame Tu, for your assistance. The remaining cultivators fell silent for a moment, then nodded in agreement. After all, they possessed jade talismans, should circumstances turn dire. They could always shatter the talismans to teleport out of the cave realm, which was their greatest assurance. After much deliberation, the group commenced their preparations. Qin Bing could not help but secretly transmit a message to Wei Yunfei. Brother Wei, do you believe in the words of the Jijin Daoist? Wei Yunfei pondered for a moment before responding, avenge my master? I doubt anyone would truly believe that. It is merely unspoken among us. I have heard my master and the sect leader allude to the fact that the ancestor of the Shuqing temple seems reluctant to reopen the Qinhu cave, intending instead to seal it away and allow it to fade into the annals of time. Thus, this trial in the cave may be among the last. The Jijin Taoist, being affiliated with Shuqing temple, certainly understands the intricacies involved. His singular desire for the cold flood dragon's inner core is evident, and there is no need to vocalize it. At this moment, Lin Tai and his wife had already taken out the formation flags. One moved from left to right, while the other moved from right to left, placing a flag every 17 steps at the center of the small island. He Ernyang inquired of the Jijin Taoist, "How do you intend to lure the cold flood dragon into the formation?" Jijin had gathered his disciples and outlined a series of coordinated sword formations. With a smile, he replied, "There is no need for concern. The cold flood dragon lies beneath the waters of this island." At that moment, Lei Kuei and Madame Tu had descended from the clouds onto the island, clearly startled by the revelation. "Right here?" they exclaimed. The Jijin Taoist confirmed, "Indeed, but rest assured. This dragon has been slumbering in the depths of the lake since it advanced to the golden core stage 15 years ago. I shall draw it out, and we must all unite in our efforts." After what felt like the duration of a meal, Lin Tai and his wife completed the arrangement of the flags, meticulously checking each one before announcing, "All Qi refinement disciples, prepare to enter the formation. Do not make any unnecessary noise, nor should you engage in combat. Qing Yun, you and the other 4 brothers will assist us in guarding the flags." "Understood, Uncle Lin," responded a disciple, who was none other than the young man from Lingxiao Pavilion that Shifeng had encountered before. Despite his youth, he possessed remarkable cultivation. Once dozens of Qi refinement disciples entered the formation, Lin Tai performed a series of hand seals, causing the 18 flags to glow with a mystical light. The entire formation was activated, enveloping the disciples in an overwhelming spiritual pressure. He Ernyang remarked, "Brother Jijin, the 9 stars eclipsing the moon formation consumes too much energy. Currently, my husband has only unleashed 20% of its power. When the cold flood dragon appears, we shall fully activate the formation. What do you think?" The Jijin Taoist nodded in agreement. "That is precisely my intention. Since everyone is ready, I shall now draw forth the cold flood dragon." With that, he instructed the disciples from Shuqing temple, "Release the items." 3 disciples rose, shaking their storage bags in unison. 3 dark red objects soared into the air, and with a gesture from the Jijin Taoist, they coalesced into a large sphere, several zhang in diameter, floating in midair. A peculiar aroma wafted through the air, a blend of fishy and fragrant notes. Madame Tu, momentarily taken aback, brightened her gaze and asked, "Taoist friend Jijin, where did you procure such a vast quantity of bird's blood?" The Jijin Taoist replied, "I shall disclose that later, but this matter carries significant implications." Madame Tu responded, "Naturally, I will offer a price that would satisfy you." The Jijin Taoist smiled gently, choosing not to elaborate further. At this moment, all stood within the formation. Lin Tai activated it, a cloud of white vapor rising to obscure their figures. Everyone focused intently on the sky, awaiting the emergence of the cold flood dragon. As Shifeng observed Lei Kuei standing less than 20 paces away, he pondered silently, "Should I reveal that this individual possesses the heavenly rain grass? I fear that even before the cold flood dragon appears, chaos will ensue. Regardless of the outcome, the heavenly rain grass will ultimately elude my grasp. Thus, I shall endure a little longer." After waiting for a while with no sign of movement, Shifeng could not help but ask the white fox, "Master Hu, do you think they can slay this cold flood dragon?" The white fox replied, "In theory. A group of Foundation establishment cultivators attempting to kill a golden core stage demon dragon is akin to courting death. However, if what that young Taoist claims is true, and the cold flood dragon has only recently advanced, the situation becomes less certain. Our demon race, after an advancement, experiences a period of significant vulnerability. The more formidable the entity, the longer the period of weakness. Humph, had it not been for my tribulation during transformation, rendering me weak, how could I have been relentlessly hunted by the Danyang Taoist?" Shifeng inquired, "What treasure does that Taoist possess in his hands?" The white fox responded, "The Kuan Zhao Moon Mirror. I have heard of it. It is a formidable artifact, coupled with the 9 stars eclipse formation. It could indeed contend with the cold flood dragon. As for the victor, that will depend on the dragon's abilities, which is hard to predict. However, if I were in your position, I would advise retrieving the escape talisman first. Heh, a golden core stage demon beast. Even a mere breath from it could turn you to ash." Shifeng remarked, "That is precisely my intention." As he spoke, he produced the talisman, clenching it in his palm while discreetly surveying the surroundings. Among the 10 individuals, 3 or 4 were also secretly grasping their talismans, clearly cautious by nature. After waiting for yet another hour, the surface of the lake remained as tranquil as a mirror, devoid of any ripples. Lei Kuei could no longer contain himself, fellow Taoist. Why is there still no movement? The Jijin Taoist remained steadfast as a mountain, replying, "Do not be anxious, Lei Taoist. With the blood of the dove, the cold flood dragon will undoubtedly arrive. The longer it takes, the more it indicates its deep slumber and weakness, which is not necessarily a bad sign." No sooner had he said this than the lake began to stir, the agitation escalating until towering waves erupted, creating a colossal vortex. From within this whirlpool emerged a gargantuan creature, a dragon with a head as vast as a mountain and a body over 10 paces thick. The disciples, witnessing a true dragon for the first time, were struck with absolute terror, despite their prior preparations. The dragon's body shimmered in a pale blue hue, most of it visible, yet its tail remained submerged. It fixated on the orb of dove blood in the air, its eyes gleaming with greed and intoxication, before opening its massive jaws and swallowing the orb whole. At that moment, a radiant seven-colored light surged from the island, enveloping the dragon. The dragon was taken aback, yet did not hastily retreat into the water. Anger surged within its gaze, and it unleashed a thick column of water, shooting from its mouth towards the seven stars eclipse formation, causing the array to flicker and tremble. Pierre Nyong, astonished by the strength of the weakened golden core demon beast, urged, "Friends, should we not take action? This formation may not withstand for long." The Jijin Taoist commanded, "Lin Taoist, you too must stabilize the formation." With one hand holding the precious mirror and the other wielding a sword, he charged out of the formation, shouting, "Demon, do not be arrogant." As he waved the Kuan Zhao Moon mirror, a milky white light enveloped the head of the cold flood dragon. The dragon shook its head, and yet another massive column of water erupted, but an extraordinary scene unfolded. The jet of water expelled from the mouth of the cold dragon appeared to be obstructed by some unseen force, reaching only 30 feet before descending, failing to even graze the side of the Taoist Jizhan. In the next moment, Jizhan's flying sword, the four corner coins of Lei Kuei, and the sword energies of Qin Bing and Wei Yun struck almost simultaneously. The cold dragon revealed a disdainful expression, showing no intention to evade. Instead, there were several sounds of impact as the flying sword and the magical coins were repelled back, leaving the dragon unscathed. The onlookers were struck with terror at the dragon's formidable resilience. Seeing this, the elder madam too urged her black jade spider forward. The spider opened its mouth and expelled a gleaming silk thread, as thick as a finger, which swiftly ensnared the body of the cold dragon. The spider, with its round green eyes wide open, pulled with all its might. A glimmer of joy appeared on Madame Tu's face. The silk spun by her spirit pet was not only remarkably resilient, impervious to blades and swords, but also laced with potent venom, making it a source of dread for any cultivator of the same rank. Taoist Jijun exclaimed, "What a remarkable technique," and directed another flying sword towards the soft underbelly of the cold dragon. However, the joy on Madame Tu's face gradually faded as the cold dragon, seemingly unfazed by the silk binding it, showed no signs of being poisoned. The scales in the silk's vicinity remained unchanged, betraying no hint of distress. Just as she was taken aback, the cold dragon roared loudly, its massive body surging forth from the water, its four claws flailing as it lunged for the treasured mirror in Jijun's hands, evidently uncomfortable with the artifact restraining its head. Madame Tu, sensing the urgency, continuously called out while casting a spell into the black jade spider. The spider's dark form shimmered with a faint red glow, its strength greatly amplified, allowing it to pull the cold dragon back 2 feet. Enraged, the cold dragon violently struggled, snapping the silk as thick as a finger with ease. In the next instant, its tail flashed with blue light, prompting Jijun to shout, "Friend Tu, dodge." Madame Tu felt an overwhelming sense of impending doom and, without hesitation, executed a swift retreat. With a resounding thud, the black jade spider was struck by the dragon's tail, its form reduced to a pulp, sinking lifelessly into the water. Heartbroken, Madame Tu cried out, and a swarm of flying insects, resembling lice, erupted from her, launching themselves at the cold dragon and biting fiercely. Although the dragon's scales were impervious to weapons and toxins, these peculiar insects managed to leave white marks on its dragon scales. At that moment, the cold dragon continued to spout jets of water, yet each was neutralized by the Kuan Zhao Moon mirror, while the four corner coins of Lei Kuei had grown to the size of wheels, gleaming coldly as they, alongside 3 flying swords, attacked the dragon's underbelly. Despite its lack of sentience, the cold dragon sensed that these adversaries were not to be trifled with, and the 7-colored light emanating from the formation below continuously drained its magical energy. It felt increasingly uncomfortable under the relentless biting of the insects and the assault of the flying swords. Displaying signs of impatience, the cold dragon suddenly opened its massive maw, exhaling a cloud of frigid air. Beware, Ji Zhen warned. This is the cold dragon's innate divine ability. Before his words faded, the temperature plummeted abruptly, and soon snowflakes began to dance in the air, while the surface of the lake transformed into a mirror-like sheet of ice. The swarm of flying insects adhered to the body of the frost serpent, instantly becoming immobilized. The magical artifacts wielded by the crowd struck mere inches from the icy creature, only to be frozen by its chilling aura. Each of these artifacts was a personal treasure, and a wave of cold dread washed over them all. The frost serpent sneered, lifting itself and sweeping towards the crowd with countless massive ice chunks. Faced with such overwhelming force, the onlookers dared not confront it, hastily scattering in a flurry of panic. Friends, let us engage in a battle of attrition, advised Master Ji Zhen. At that moment, Qin Bing's expression hardened. With a swift gesture, the star sword soared into her hand. Pointing the sword's tip, she launched it like a meteor towards the frost serpent. The creature raised its sharp claws, and before the shadow of its attack could reach her, a deluge of ice blocks rained down, enveloping Qin Bing's slender form. Fair maiden, retreat at once. Do not confront it directly, shouted Master Ji Zhen. Ignoring his warning, Qin Bing boldly met the cascading ice orbs. As they collided, she flicked her right hand, causing countless ice fragments to dissipate into wisps of white vapor, which then flowed into the star sword. Instantly, the sword transformed from a mottled black and white into a pure, jade-like white, its speed dramatically accelerating. Like a bolt of lightning, the sword pierced the frost serpent's abdomen, drawing forth a splash of blood. The white fox could not contain its astonishment, exclaiming, "What a splendid technique of melting ice into vapor. This girl's cultivation is truly remarkable. Shifeng, find a way to acquire it. I assure you, there will be rewards." Shifeng rolled his eyes, uninterested in the suggestion. Thunderquill and the others were equally astonished, their gazes toward Qin Bing tinged with newfound wariness. Despite her youth and early stage of foundational cultivation, she displayed such formidable prowess that, given time, she would likely be unmatched among foundational practitioners. The frost serpent, taken aback by being wounded by such a young girl, let out a furious roar, its blue aura intensifying. Qin Bing felt the surrounding air constrict, rendering her nearly immobile. In a moment of desperation, Wei Yunfei hurled his violet sword, its earthen glow aimed at the creature's eyes. The frost serpent swiped with its front claws, sending Qin Bing flying. Though she was struck by the fierce winds, her ice armor mitigated any severe injuries. "It's wounded. Fellow cultivators, activate the array," commanded Master Ji Zhen. The seven-colored radiance surged, and the frost serpent sensed the vitality flowing from its wound intensifying, driving it into a frenzy. Its claws flailed, forcing the crowd to retreat repeatedly. While it ascended above the formation, its tail poised to strike down upon it. With a thunderous crash, the formation shuddered. "Everyone, if this continues, we shall not endure," cried He Ernyang in exasperation. Yet, Master Ji Zhen and the others could not approach the frost serpent. Even Qin Bing, after her surprise attack, had exhausted much of her energy and could only consume several pills to recover. Suddenly, Lady Tu chuckled, reciting an incantation. The previously immobilized flying insects glowed red, flames sprouting half an inch from their bodies. They were a swarm of fire element spirit insects, whose flames melted the surrounding ice. Subsequently, these spirit insects stealthily approached, quietly alighting on the frost serpent's abdominal wound. Lacking high intelligence, the frost serpent was singularly focused on smashing the formation that siphoned its spiritual energy and, overconfident in its own strength, failed to notice the swarm of spirit insects. By the time it felt a tickling pain in its abdomen, it had already been bitten dozens of times, with several insects even burrowing into its body, gnawing voraciously. The cold dragon unleashed a terrifying roar that shook the heavens and the earth, causing the Taoist Ji Zhen to tremble as the radiant light of his precious mirror could no longer encompass the dragon's head. Accompanying the dragon's howl, countless flying insects fell from its body, seemingly killed outright by the force of its cry. The onlookers felt as if their eardrums were on the verge of bursting, desperately channeling their magical energy to withstand the assault. Wei Yunfei exclaimed, "My esteemed friends, what shall we do? I fear we are no match for this beast. Should we not retreat?" The elderly Madame Tu replied with a cold laugh. At this moment, to flee would likely provoke it further. Now free. The dragon's head spewed forth flames, and instead of a torrent of water, it released a deluge of icy shards that fell like rain. Simultaneously, its sharp claws and tail struck down upon the grand formation, Daoist Jijin shook the moon mirror repeatedly, attempting to ensnare the dragon once more. But the creature moved with divine swiftness, evading capture. At this point, He Ernyang was drenched in sweat and suggested, "Perhaps we should each escape. This formation cannot withstand it." Before Jijin could respond, Madame Tu commanded, "Wait a moment longer." Suddenly, she opened her mouth and sprayed a drop of vital blood onto a small bell. As she shook the bell, a clear, melodious chime resonated. In the midst of its ferocity, the dragon suddenly convulsed, its expression contorted in pain. Daoist Jijin rejoiced, realizing it had succumbed to the lethal poison of Daoist Tuesday friends. "Let us seize this opportunity to vanquish it." He pointed his finger, cutting his left palm, allowing a drop of vital blood to merge with his flying sword, which then transformed into a massive blade, poised to strike the dragon's wounded abdomen. Lei Kuei directed 4 copper coins with a flick of his hand, which split in half and flew towards the dragon, encircling its midsection. The two halves fused, spinning rapidly as if to constrict the creature's very essence. Wei Yunfei and Qin Bing combined their swords and charged forward. The dragon suffered blow after blow, its body aflame with the poison coursing through its veins, rendering it nearly unbearable in agony. It flailed wildly in the air, its tail thrashing against the small island, sending boulders flying and cracking the ground beneath. Daoist Jijin urged, "Esteemed friends, it cannot endure much longer. Do not let it escape." The group surrounded the dragon, their magical artifacts clashing with a thunderous roar, shattering the small island in the center of the lake. At this moment, the dragon was significantly weakened, its movements sluggish. Jijin's precious mirror once again enveloped the dragon's head, revealing its body suffused with blue blood, one eye pierced and blinded by the flying sword. The crowd rejoiced internally, yet they remained wary of one another, acutely aware that with their magical reserves depleting, a sudden alliance against them could spell doom. However, the 9-star eclipse formation was on the verge of collapse, its spiritual light flickering chaotically. Lin Tai proposed, "You take these disciples away while I lure the dragon in and detonate the grand formation. It will surely perish." He Ernyang replied, "Very well, but take care." She retrieved a multicolored flying boat from her storage bag, sweeping her robe to gather the 4 or 5 dozen disciples into the vessel. With a swift motion, she stepped onto the boat, breaking free from the formation. At this moment, the cold flood dragon was left with only a flicker of clarity, sensing that the grand formation below was on the verge of collapse. With a swift dive, Lin Tai rapidly cast 2 incantations, causing his figure to blur as the formation transported him away. Just then, the cold flood dragon lunged into the formation, and a deafening explosion resonated, shattering the entire island's surface and causing the surrounding solid ice to fracture. Massive stones and ice fragments soared several dozen feet into the air. As the dust settled, the onlookers focused their gaze, revealing a colossal pit where the island had once stood, with the cold flood dragon lying inside, barely alive and motionless. The Daoist Jijun rejoiced, declaring, "Everyone, our great mission is accomplished. Fortunately, this demon dragon has just undergone tribulation and possesses only a fraction of its usual power. Otherwise, we would have surely failed." At that moment, Tu Laofuren, Lei Kuei, and others, nearly depleted of their own powers, exchanged wary glances at Jijun, who seemed to still have some strength left. They inched closer together, each producing and swallowing medicinal pills. Jijun continued, "This time, our 5 sects unite to slay the dragon. As previously agreed, we shall divide the treasures, with those who contributed most receiving the greater share." However, before he could finish his sentence, the ground at the bottom of the pit began to shift, as if the earth had turned into a funnel, pulling both sand and the dragon deeper into the abyss. The crowd was taken aback, uncertain of what was unfolding. Suddenly, the sand pit collapsed, revealing a dark, gaping hole, and the dragon's corpse was swiftly drawn into it. Panic ensued as everyone rushed to retrieve the dragon's body. Yet, as they approached the edge of the hole, a thick, inky mist erupted from the pit, and an intense wind began to howl. Strangely, this wind was not blowing outward but inward, creating an immense suction that threatened to engulf everyone. Jijun, being the closest to the hole, was the first to react, horrified by the phenomenon. He hastily attempted to fly away on his sword, but despite exerting all his strength, he could not budge an inch. Instead, he was pulled directly toward the black void. His face drained of color, Jijun quickly produced a jade talisman and crushed it. Simultaneously, others did the same, realizing the strangeness of the black hole, which was beyond human resistance. However, as the talisman shattered, vibrant lights flickered in the air but were obstructed by the black mist, rendering them ineffective for transmission. The crowd was filled with cries of despair and terror as they were all swept into the abyss, and ultimately, the swirling black mist followed suit, restoring tranquility to the lake's central island. Shifeng had been standing atop the multicolored flying vessel when the black mist appeared. Almost instinctively, he was the first to crush his jade talisman, but under the shroud of darkness, the teleportation talisman lost all efficacy. Immediately after, an invisible yet immense force yanked the entire vessel into the black hole, scattering the disciples aboard like leaves in a storm. In the face of such overwhelming power, Shifeng could do nothing but activate his nameless body refining technique, shielding his head with his hands. As he scanned the chaos around him, he noticed everyone was tumbling uncontrollably through the air, unable to maintain their balance as they plummeted downward. After about 10 breaths, Shifeng felt a sharp pain in his shoulder, followed by a heavy thud as he landed on a hard surface, which felt like a stone slab. In the meantime, the sound of crashing echoed as others also fell around him. Shifeng, having cultivated the nameless body refinement technique, possessed unparalleled physical strength among the disciples. Though he felt the pain of his battered bones and aching flesh, he was largely unscathed and quickly regained his footing. Straining to discern his surroundings, he found himself enveloped in darkness, with little visibility, save for the faintly smooth surface of what appeared to be azure stone slabs beneath him. The other disciples, lacking Shifeng's formidable physique, cried out in agony upon landing, with a few succumbing to unconsciousness. The 7 foundation-building cultivators were not so easily toppled. As soon as they touched the ground, they channeled their mana and stood firm. One disciple, struggling to rise, produced a moonlight stone in an attempt to illuminate the area. However, Lei Kuei swiftly snatched the stone away with a wave of his hand, admonishing, "Ignorant youth, do not act recklessly. In this pitch-black place, we know nothing. Sudden illumination could invite unforeseen troubles." Jijin Daoist, along with the Lin couple from Lingxiao Pavilion, Wei Yunfei and Qin Bing, hurriedly attended to their fallen disciples, some of whom had broken limbs and were hastily consuming healing elixirs. Lei Kuei and the elderly two did not bring any disciples and stood side by side. The elderly two coldly inquired, "Daoist Jijin, could you please elucidate what exactly is happening?" Jijin Daoist responded, "Daoist too? What do you mean by that? This sudden turn of events has left me equally perplexed. Do you imply that I am to blame?" The elderly two retorted, "The matter of slaying the cold flood dragon was entirely your suggestion. Now that its corpse has been taken by you, we find ourselves ensnared in this predicament. Are you unwilling to provide an explanation?" Jijin Daoist replied, "Before this incident, I had already taken the oath against my inner demons. How could I intentionally violate it?" "Humph. Daoist too, do not let suspicion cloud your judgment." He Ernyang interjected, "Esteemed friends, let us cease this quarrel and devise a means to escape this place." Jijin Daoist expanded his spiritual sense, realizing he was in a vast, empty hall devoid of anything but a few stone statues. Looking up, he saw only a dark expanse above, the entrance from which they had fallen obscured from view, his spiritual sense thwarted by an unseen barrier. He sighed, addressing the group. "Esteemed friends, what has transpired? I truly do not know, and I am willing to take another oath to affirm my sincerity." He Ernyang reassured him. "We naturally trust your words, Daoist. At this moment, we are in an unknown land, and it is imperative we unite our efforts." Lei Kuei scoffed, but said nothing further. Jijin Daoist continued, "The urgent matter is to ascertain our whereabouts and how we might escape." Qin Bing remarked, "We were drawn in from the small island at the lake's center, arriving here in about 10 breaths. This place must be approximately 400 to 500 zhang underground." Wei Yunfei suddenly spoke, "Dear friends, I find 2 matters peculiar. Firstly, we fell straight down from the entrance without changing direction. The distance of 400 to 500 zhang is not overly far, yet I sense no trace of the entrance. Secondly, the corpse of the cold flood dragon should have fallen with us. Why is it completely absent?" His words left the group in stunned silence. Lin Tai, who had been quiet until now, suddenly spoke, "Indeed, Wei, your observations are astute. I have some knowledge regarding these matters, though I cannot confirm its accuracy." Wei Yunfei eagerly replied, "Daoist Lin, please share your insights." Lin Tai pondered for a moment and remarked, "Although this place is shrouded in darkness, it gives the impression of a grand palace. However, it is, in fact, an expansive plaza, devoid of any brick walls overhead." The others looked up, but the inky blackness revealed nothing, and their spiritual senses could not penetrate the void. Lin Tai continued, "Indeed, there is something above us, not a brick wall, but a formation. It seems that during our fierce struggle against the cold flood dragon on the island, we activated this formation, which drew us into this location. Subsequently, the formation reverted to its original state, enveloping the entire plaza, rendering us unable to see or sense the opening above." Wei Yunfei interjected, "Indeed, Brother Lin, you are truly a master of formations. Had this been a palace, we should have broken through the roof upon our descent, but in reality, we landed directly on the ground without any obstruction. Lei Kuei added, if that is the case, we need only to work together to shatter this formation, and we could return. However, Jijin Daoist cautioned, hold on, Brother Lin, please elaborate on why the cold flood dragon's body has vanished. There are misunderstandings among Lei Tu and the others regarding its disappearance, and clarity is needed. Lin Tai replied, this is something I can only speculate upon. This plaza may connect to various palaces. Perhaps the cold flood dragon fell elsewhere upon its descent. Alternatively, it is possible that some monstrous beast or spirit dwelling within this underground palace has taken its body. At the mention of beasts and spirits, a chill ran through the group. He Ernyang proposed, we have two choices. Either we combine our efforts to break the formation and escape, or we seek out the cold flood dragon's body first, and then search for an exit. Silence enveloped the group as they contemplated their options. Jijin Daoist suggested, let us first attempt to see if we can collectively breach this formation, otherwise, we will have no way back. Lin Tai nodded in agreement, and the others expressed no objections. They each summoned their magical instruments, launching them toward the overhead barrier. To their astonishment, no matter how much power or skill they employed, the formation remained utterly unmoved. Not even a sound was produced upon impact, had it not been for the instruments rebounding. They might have doubted whether they had struck anything at all. After a considerable time had passed, Lin Tai stated, there is no need to continue. This barrier cannot be forcibly breached by us. The elderly too retorted angrily, does this mean we will be trapped here indefinitely? Lin Tai reassured her, not necessarily. In any formation, if we can locate the core, escaping should not prove difficult. However, I am entirely unfamiliar with this place. Have any of you heard from the elders of our sect about such an underground palace existing within the Thousand Lakes Cave Heaven? The group shook their heads in confusion. Lin Tai concluded, then we must proceed step by step. Let us first investigate the nature of these statues. The others looked to him for guidance, as he was the most knowledgeable regarding formations. Shifeng joined the group to observe the statues, which numbered 4. Their exterior was a deep, dark hue, depicting powerful and towering warriors, each wielding an axe, sword, halberd, and hammer, their expressions fierce and intimidating. Lin Tai examined them slowly, continuously touching them to discern whether any mechanisms were hidden within. Shifeng gently caressed the stone statue, discovering that it was composed of a rare material known as Tianfan stone, predominantly found in regions of lava, making it an excellent substance for crafting weapons. He could not help but inquire of the White Fox, Master Hu, do you have any knowledge of this place? The White Fox replied, I have never been here, so I cannot say. However, I must admit, this location is far from benign. I feel an unsettling chill. Shifeng then asked, do you recognize the symbol array above us, Master Hu? The White Fox responded, we of the Demon Clan know little about symbol arrays, do not ask me. However, I do recognize these stone statues. Shifeng expressed his eagerness to learn more. The White Fox cautioned, do not be alarmed. But those 4 stone statues are not recognized by the younger generation of foundation-building disciples. They merely perceive them as ordinary warriors. In truth, they are guardians of the Demon Clan. Shifeng gasped, Demon Clan? The White Fox affirmed, indeed. The Demon Clan and your human race appear similar at a glance. Yet they are fundamentally different. Shifeng pondered, could this be a palace of the Demon Clan? The White Fox speculated, it is highly probable. It seems that the Thousand Lakes Cave Heaven was once a place where your powerful ancestors suppressed this demonic entity. I wonder how it came to be rediscovered by your descendants. Shifeng inquired, suppressing the Demon Clan? The White Fox explained, indeed. The symbol array we see above our heads, I sense neither demonic nor beastly energy emanating from it, suggesting it was established by your human race. This array cannot be forcefully activated by mere foundation-building disciples. Even those at the Golden Core stage would lack the capability. Shifeng remarked, then are we unable to leave? The White Fox conceded, the young man named Lin is correct. As long as you locate the core of the array, you should be able to exit. Moreover, since this array is designed to suppress demons, and you are not of the demon race, finding the core will naturally allow the array to transport you out without any effort on your part. Shifeng queried, do you believe there are remnants of the Demon Clan still present in this place? The White Fox replied, this area has likely been suppressed for nearly a millennium. Even if there are demons, they would have long since perished under the constraints of the array. However, exceptions do exist. I cannot make any definitive statements, so tread carefully. Meanwhile, in a hidden chamber deep within the palace, at the center of a stone platform shrouded in dark mist, sat a towering figure with purple hair. This man, bare-chested, possessed muscles as hard as stone, and was alarmingly pierced by 7 gleaming swords, buried 3 inches deep into his flesh, yet not a drop of blood escaped. The purple-haired giant appeared devoid of life, yet the surrounding dark mist coiled around him, with wisps of it entering his body at an imperceptible pace. Not far from the giant, on the chamber floor, lay the withered remains of the cold flood dragon, now completely desiccated, its flesh vanished, leaving only a dragon hide and a pair of short horns. Every half hour, the purple-haired giant would abruptly open his eyes, revealing an expression of profound anguish, during which the seven swords would suddenly shine brightly, emitting a continuous humming sound. Within a few breaths, the divine light in the giant's eyes would fade, and he would once again close his eyes. Yet, for those who observed closely, they would notice that the seven swords had been pushed slightly out from his body. At this moment, the assembled crowd in the square reached a consensus, deciding to follow Lin Tai in search of the central nexus of the entire palace's formation. Lin Tai remarked, "I have conducted a preliminary exploration of the entire talisman array, yet its profound intricacies are truly beyond my comprehension. To say nothing of myself. Even our esteemed founder of Lingxiao Pavilion would find it impossible to deploy such a grand formation. I can only do my utmost." The others naturally agreed. Lin Tai continued, "Let us search each palace one by one, and please do not stray too far. This place is quite peculiar." With that, Lin Tai took the lead. The Qi refinement disciples positioned in the middle, while He Ernyang and Qin Bing brought up the rear. Slowly stepping out of the square and into the pitch-black great hall ahead, the entire underground palace resembled a labyrinth. As Lin Tai walked, he marked his path on the ground while also probing the overhead formation for any vulnerabilities, causing the entire group to progress at a sluggish pace. Lin Tai shook his head continuously, prompting Lei Kuei to inquire, "Dao friend Lin, have you discovered anything?" Lin Tai replied, "As of now, I have found nothing. I can only lament the grandeur of this talisman array. After traversing for so long, there is not a single flaw to be found. Given that this array has endured for a millennium, its power should have long since dissipated. I cannot fathom what kind of extraordinary being could construct such an immense formation." As they navigated through the winding passages, they inevitably took some wrong turns and circled back. However, Lin Tai marked his path diligently, continually refining the map until, after approximately a day's journey, a rough outline of the entire underground palace emerged. At this juncture, the group arrived at a courtyard, which remained empty, save for a sacrificial altar in the center and a stone tablet standing nearby, inscribed with unfamiliar characters. Madame Tu scrutinized the text closely, and soon her expression changed dramatically. Lei Kuei asked, "Dao friend, do you recognize these characters?" Madame Tu nodded, saying, "I know a little. This is an ancient demonic script." Demonic script? Could it be that this place is inhabited by the demon race? Lei Kuei exclaimed in astonishment. Taoist Jijin pondered, "It is highly likely. Since this talisman array was established by our human race's great cultivators, it was most likely intended to suppress the demon race." In a hurry, Lei Kuei pressed, "Dao friend Tu, what does the stone tablet record?" Madame Tu replied, "This is a hymn, extolling the flame demon god, one of the 12 demon gods of the demon race." As she spoke, she translated the inscription line by line, though it made no mention of the palace itself, nor did it refer to the overhead talisman array. Lin Tai examined the surroundings of the stone tablet again and remarked, "This should be unrelated to the talisman array. It is merely a relic of the palace." Unable to contain himself, Shifeng turned to Bai Hu and asked, "What is the origin of the flame demon god?" Bai Hu replied, "What is there to discuss? Just as the Taoists among your human race venerate the 3 pure ones and the Buddhists worship the celestial Buddhas, our demon race reveres the 4 great divine beasts and the 4 great fiends. Naturally, the demon race would worship their demon gods. This place is undoubtedly a palace of the demon race. There is no doubt about it. Yet, why is there not a trace of demonic energy?" Chapter 49. The 2 Secret Chambers. Shifeng inquired, "What is demonic energy?" Bai Hu answered, "Demonic energy is simply demonic energy. Akin to the elemental spiritual energy or the energy of the underworld, it is a form of the primal forces of heaven and earth. Your human race can only absorb elemental spiritual energy, but the demon race can absorb both spiritual energy and demonic energy." Shifeng continued to ask, "Is the sacred fire demon Lord an old demon well-versed in fire-based techniques?" The white fox nodded and said, "You are correct. However, the demon race does not refer to it as mastery, but rather as dominion. Among the 12 demon lords are the holy fire demon god, the ice demon god, the earth shattering demon god, and others, each governing flames, water and ice, and earth and stone, respectively. Additionally, there is the slaughtered demon lord, who presides over war, among other domains. Nevertheless, the demon lords are the supreme beings of the demon race. What need is there for me to share this with you?" Shifeng inquired further. "Master Hu, You mentioned earlier that the demon race can absorb both spiritual energy and demonic energy? The white fox replied, indeed. Our demon race is inherently capable of inhaling and exhaling the spiritual energies of heaven and earth, while your human race possesses innate intelligence. The demon race is naturally able to convert demonic energy into the 5 elemental spiritual energies. Consequently, the demon race treasures demonic energy as a precious resource by absorbing it. They can freely cultivate the 5 elemental divine abilities, far surpassing the strength of both our human and demon races. Shifeng asked, can the demon race convert the 5 elemental spiritual energies back into demonic energy? The white fox shook its head. That is not possible. If it were, the demon race would have long unified the world. However, the demon race is somewhat akin to your human race, as they can also cultivate human techniques and absorb the true energy of the 5 elements. Similarly, many human tribes favor cultivating demonic techniques, for these possess specialized methods that convert absorbed demonic energy into 5 elemental spiritual energies. The true demonic energy is abundant with spiritual power, and the demonic techniques are overwhelmingly formidable, which explains the prevalence of numerous demonic sects among your human race. Shifeng had never heard of these legends and was intrigued. He inquired, given that this place has endured for over a millennium, the demonic energy should have dissipated. Why does Master Hu find it strange? The white fox replied, though this area is suppressed by a talisman array, the demonic energy should not have dissipated so completely. If the demonic energy were indeed eradicated by the talisman array, then what was the black mist that originally drew you into this underground realm? That was exceedingly pure demonic energy. Shifeng exclaimed in astonishment. Could it be that remnants of the demon race still exist here? The white fox answered, I cannot sense anything. If there were truly remnants, they would be far beyond what you disciples could contend with. Even I, in my true form, would not stand a chance. Shifeng continued. Then how did the elderly woman named Tu from the Wan Beast Manor recognize the demonic script? Could she be behind this? The white fox shook its head. She is of the human race, certainly not a demon, though her techniques lean towards the demonic path. Shifeng remarked, the demonic path? But the Wan Beast Manor is one of the righteous 5 sects. How could it be associated with the demonic path? The white fox sneered. The Wan Beast Manor and the 100 Beast Gate both trace their origins to the Beast Demon sect. However, after a fierce conflict, the 2 factions became mortal enemies, leading the Wan Beast Manor to ally with your Taiji sect, thus forming the so-called righteous 5 sections. The Beast Demon sect? Shifeng murmured. That sect was annihilated over 10,000 years ago. As the 2 continued their discussion, they proceeded slowly with their companions. After half a day of searching with no results, the accumulating true essence Taoist halted, perplexed. This place is utterly desolate. Even the corpse of the cold flood dragon has vanished. Lei Kuei, growing impatient, remarked. The spiritual energy here is exceedingly thin. Should any peril arise, we would find ourselves unable to recover. Perhaps we should cease our search here and wait. In about 20 days, the Thousand Lakes Cave will close, and we shall be naturally expelled. Lin Tai interjected, this area is isolated by the talisman array, rendering the spiritual energies of heaven and earth ineffective for us. It is unlikely we can exit on our own. We can only hope that the elders of our sect discover the anomaly and come to our rescue, or else we may be forced to linger here for another 7 years. Wei Yunfei smiled wryly, remarking on the overwhelming power of the formation that isolated them from the outside world. If the sect also failed to detect anything, they would assume that both he and Lin Tai had perished, rendering any further wait of 7 years futile. Lin Tai responded, urging everyone not to rush, for there remained one final courtyard to explore, and the formation must surely have a focal point. With no alternative, the group proceeded into the last courtyard. This courtyard was not particularly large. Upon a cursory glance, it revealed 2 stone chambers. Curiously, both chambers were entirely sealed, devoid of doors or windows. Lin Tai's eyes brightened as he approached the left stone chamber, cautiously touching its surface, which felt icy to the touch. He circled around and then examined the right chamber, his observations deliberate and painstaking, inch by inch. The others stood nearby, refraining from speaking for fear of distracting Lin Tai. After approximately an hour, Lin Tai returned, his expression fluctuating between hope and uncertainty. Ji Zhun inquired, Lin Taoist, what have you discerned? Lin Tai replied, these 2 chambers must consist of 1 life gate and 1 death gate. The life gate is likely the focal point of the formation, while the death gate is probably a place of demon suppression. However, they appear identical, and I cannot ascertain which is which. If we locate the life gate, we should be able to escape. Lei Chou asked, what would happen if we mistakenly opened the death gate? Lin Tai responded, that is difficult to say. It depends on what lies within. If demons or demonic beasts are present, we would stand no chance against them. Ji Jun spoke slowly. This place has been suppressed for over a millennium. If there were indeed demons, they would have long since perished. Madame Tu nodded in agreement. Indeed. We have lingered here for 2 days. If there were any demons, they would have emerged to eliminate us by now. Yet, she harbored another thought. The demons that might exist here could be formidable, and should they uncover any remnants of powerful techniques or treasures, it would be an extraordinary opportunity. Wei Yunfei asked, "Can these chambers be opened?" Lin Tai replied, "Yes, given me some time, I should be able to unlock them. However, we must discuss which chamber to open first." The group exchanged glances, uncertain of what to decide until Ji Jun proposed that Lin Tai should make the final decision. Lin Tai chuckled ruefully, stating, "I can only make an educated guess. Typically, in formations, the life gate is to the left and the death gate to the right. Let us proceed with the left chamber." The group fell into silence, all in agreement. Thus, Lin Tai and his wife approached the left chamber, retrieving some talismans to affix to the outer wall, setting up the formation. As Lin Tai performed the incantation, a stream of spiritual light began to dance across the stone wall, and soon a stone door began to manifest. With the formation concluded, the group heightened their vigilance, each readying their magical artifacts. Lin Tai gently touched the stone door, which rumbled open, allowing the 7 foundation building practitioners to enter first. Once inside, Ji Jun suddenly shouted, "Not good, we must leave quickly." The 7 fled as if struck by lightning, startling the other disciples into retreat. After a moment of tense silence, Ji Jun quietly asked, "Did anyone see clearly?" Lei Qiu replied, "That person must be dead, otherwise they would have pursued us." Ji Jun stated, "Lin Daoist, it is certain that this stone chamber is the death gate. You must swiftly open the right chamber." Lin Tai took out a formation flag and ritual paper once more, repeating the process. Soon, he had opened the stone chamber on the right. As everyone entered, they discovered that the chamber was indeed adorned with a formation resembling a teleportation portal. Lin Tai observed it closely. However, when he applied a spell to activate the formation, there was no response. Ji Jun anxiously wondered aloud if the formation had become ineffective due to age. Lin Tai reassured him, stating that it had likely not failed but required an excessive amount of magical energy to activate, necessitating a substantial quantity of crystal stones. He requested those with crystals to present them, explaining that he needed to activate the formation, though it could only transport 4 or 5 individuals at a time. Urging patience among the group, Ji Jun expressed his gratitude, offering a sum of 10,000 crystal stones for Lin Tai to utilize. Upon hearing this, the others also contributed their crystals, pooling them together for Lin Tai. He and the second daughter of he knelt on the ground, meticulously repairing the formation. Ji Jun inquired about the time it might take to restore the formation. Lin Tai, without lifting his head, estimated it to be quite intricate and suggested it would take about an hour. Madame Tu had been gazing at the opposite stone chamber, which remained wide open yet silent, devoid of any demonic aura. She proposed to the group that rather than idly waiting for an hour, they might explore the adjacent chamber. Ji Jun observed the silence among the foundation building cultivators and slowly agreed, noting that if the demonic presence were still there, they would have already faced it by now. He suggested that it wouldn't hurt to take a look, although Lin Tai and his companion were busy, and the Lingxiao Pavilion could not spare anyone else. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Tai instructed Qing Yun to accompany the others and investigate. The young disciple nodded in agreement. Consequently, the group retreated and hurried to the left chamber. Shifeng followed suit and entered, only to find a large stone chamber where a purple-haired giant sat cross-legged at its center, 7 swords embedded in his body, his aura completely extinguished, indicating he had perished long ago. The chamber was devoid of any demonic energy. Ji Jun surmised that this demon must have been the master of the palace. Subdued by the 7 flying swords, likely for a millennium, he surveyed the chamber, noting the absence of anything besides the corpse. The other cultivators nodded in agreement, but Shifeng appeared utterly astonished. He distinctly recalled seeing the corpse of a cold flood dragon lying at the feet of the purple-haired giant, though it was entirely desiccated, leaving only skin and horns behind. He turned to Bai Hu and asked, "Master Hu, what do you see?" Bai Hu replied, "Only a corpse." Shifeng pressed further. "Did you not see the body of the cold flood dragon?" Bai Hu paused. "Cold flood dragon bones. Where?" Shifeng insisted, "Right in front of the giant's knees." Bai Hu exclaimed in surprise, "You truly saw it? Why can I not see it?" Shifeng confirmed, "I indeed saw it, Master Hu. What is going on?" Bai Hu warned, "This place feels ominous. You should retreat to the entrance and escape quickly if anything seems amiss." Heeding the warning, Shifeng quietly stepped back, positioning himself at the entrance of the stone chamber. At that moment, Ji Jun, Lei Kuei, Madame Tu, Wei Yunfei, and Qin Bing were all fixated on the 7 flying swords. Madame Tu cackled. Such fine swords. I sense no restrictions upon them. They must be magical artifacts. Heh. How shall we divide them? Chapter 50. The Awakening of the Troll Wei Yunfei remarked. Naturally, we should allocate based on individuals, perfectly suiting our 7 members, 1 sword each. Lei Kuei retorted angrily. You members of the Taiji sect have 2 individuals. Of course, you would say that. I believe the swords should be distributed according to sects, with each sect receiving 1 sword, and the remaining 2 should be surrendered for joint adjudication by the elders of the 5 sections. Old Madame Tu concurred. I share the same sentiment. The Taoist of Jijin, belonging to the Shuqing Temple, which had previously maintained a close relationship with the Lingxiao Pavilion of the Taiji sect, found himself as the sole foundation-building cultivator from his sect at that moment. He silently agreed with Lei Kuei's stance, but refrained from voicing it directly, instead smiling and suggesting, "Let us deliberate this matter further." The young disciple from Lingxiao Pavilion interjected, "Our hope of escaping this demonic lair hinges entirely upon the efforts of my 2 masters. Therefore, it is only fitting that our 2 foundation-building cultivators from Lingxiao Pavilion receive 2 swords." Lei Kuei scoffed. "You, a mere junior, have no standing to interject." The young man replied with poise, "Although I am indeed a junior, I speak on the authority of Master Lin, representing Lingxiao Pavilion. How can I remain silent? While my masters are exerting their utmost to assist everyone in escaping, you all seem solely focused on the treasures, completely disregarding Lingxiao Pavilion. How can such behavior be justified?" Jijin Taoist felt a wave of embarrassment and said, "Master Jin, we have not suggested abandoning your esteemed sect to privately divide this treasure. How about we first retrieve the flying swords and discuss the distribution thereafter?" Indeed, Lei Kuei agreed, and as he raised his hand to draw the flying sword, a sudden voice called out, "No, the sword cannot be drawn." The crowd gasped and turned to see a burly youth, identified by his attire as a disciple of the Taiji sect. Furious, Lei Kuei exclaimed, "Another junior speaking nonsense. Wei, is this person from your Taiji sect?" Wei Yunfei remained silent. Qin Bing affirmed, "Indeed, he is a disciple of the Taiji sect." Shifeng, come here and refrain from speaking further. Though this reprimand was evident, it bore an unmistakable tone of protection. Seeing Lei Kuei attempting to withdraw the flying sword, Shifeng could no longer contain himself and rushed forward, declaring, "Respected seniors, this sword cannot be drawn." Lei Kuei, incensed, shouted, "Enough of your noise." Jijin Taoist interjected, "Wait, Taiji sect's friend, why do you claim the sword cannot be drawn? Are you familiar with these 7 swords? Shifeng shook his head, replying, "I do not recognize them. But it is evident that these 7 flying swords are meant to suppress the demonic entity. If you withdraw the swords, what will happen to this demon?" Lei Kuei erupted into laughter. What profound insight. Truly, a child's ignorance. This demon has been dead for quite some time. Do you think we foundation-building cultivators have not employed our spiritual senses to probe? Puzzled, Shifeng responded, "Dead? I truly do not comprehend what you are saying, senior. This demonic entity is clearly alive, struggling desperately against the control of these 7 flying swords. Just moments ago, I saw its body move." Old Madame Tu shouted, "Nonsense. Countless pairs of eyes here have not left the demon. Should it even twitch a hair, it would not escape our spiritual senses." Jijin Taoist shook his head repeatedly, while Qin Bing ordered, "Shifeng, step back. This demon indeed has not moved." Lei Kuei swept his spiritual sense across Shifeng and suddenly mocked, "Oh, you little brat. You possess neither spiritual roots nor magical power. How did you even enter the Taiji sect and become an inner disciple? Truly a marvel." Upon uttering the words devoid of spiritual roots and magical prowess, a tremor coursed through the body of the demon on the stone platform, as if comprehension dawned upon it. In the next moment, a dark aura suddenly emanated from the corpse of the demon, prompting Lei Kuei and Shifeng, who stood at the forefront, to react swiftly. Lei Kuei seized the opportunity, shouting as he launched the 4 corner coins towards the body, simultaneously leaping back with haste. A clang resonated, reminiscent of metal striking stone. As the coins rebounded, now entirely blackened, stripped of all vitality. In that fleeting moment, a tendril of black mist ensnared Lei Kuei, who let out a harrowing cry. This cultivator, at the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage, uttered but a single scream before his corporeal form withered like that of a skeleton. His essence and blood entirely siphoned away by the dark energy. Chaos erupted among the occupants of the room, with several Qi refinement disciples hastily summoning their magical artifacts to assault the demon. However, the likes of Ji Jun and other foundation establishment practitioners, without a moment's hesitation, turned to flee towards the exit. Yet at that instant, the purple-haired giant opened his eyes, laughing heartily, a few fledgling foundation establishment disciples, attempting to escape from me. As he spoke, a multitude of dark vapors billowed from his form, causing Ji Zhun and the others to feel their magical energy falter. Unable to wield any spells or artifacts, they stumbled, drawn closer to the purple-haired giant by the engulfing black mist. As two disciples approached him, they shrieked in horror. Their flesh and blood drained in an instant, leaving them as mere corpses. Concurrently, a creaking sound echoed as the stone door began to descend, threatening to seal everyone inside. Panic ensued. He Yang, from the adjacent chamber, rushed over upon hearing the commotion. However, upon reaching the entrance and witnessing the scene, she let out a scream. Too terrified to enter, and instead fled, shouting, "Master, quickly! The demon has revived, we must escape." The occupants of the stone chamber cried out desperately, "Lin, help! Master! Save me!" Amidst the tumult, one individual remained remarkably composed, Shifeng. He dashed from the stone chamber to the right side, where Lin Tai and another were fervently repairing the talisman array. Startled by his sudden entrance, He Yang inquired, "Where are the others?" Shifeng replied, "They are still inside." "What should we do?" He Yang responded, "There is no time to waste. The talisman array will be fixed shortly. We must leave this place at once." Shifeng then turned to Bai Hu and asked, "Master Hu, what is happening? How did I manage to escape unscathed?" Bai Hu elucidated, "You possess no magical power, thereby rendering you impervious to the demon's corrupting influence. I now realize that the demon previously conjured an illusion of a corpse, which even I could not discern. Among us, only you, devoid of magical energy, remained unaffected. We can only hope that these two from Lingxiao Pavilion finish repairing the array promptly. Otherwise, should the demon emerge, we shall all perish here." Shifeng queried, "Is the demon truly formidable?" Bai Hu replied, "Its depths are unfathomable. I cannot ascertain its realm of cultivation. It is at the very least an ancient being of the nascent soul stage." A nascent soul demon? Here, the highest cultivation level is merely golden core. Faced with a nascent soul creature, we would stand no chance of even engaging in battle, Shifeng lamented. "What shall we do? Master Qin and the others are still inside." Bai Hu retorted, "Do you wish to play the hero? Abandon that notion at once." As despair enveloped the hearts of Jizhen Daoist and his companions, a sudden brilliance emanated from the 7 swords wielded by the violet-haired giant. Each blade shimmered with arcane runes, merging with the giant's very essence. With a cry of anguish, the violet-haired giant contorted in pain, prompting Jizhen Daoist to feel a sudden release, allowing him to struggle fervently towards escape. "Do not panic. This demon is restrained by the swords and cannot move. Everyone, seize the opportunity to flee." The group scrambled towards the stone door, yet the surrounding malevolent energy coalesced like a tangible net, causing them to stumble with every step. The stone door loomed dangerously close to descending, and with their powers shackled, escape seemed impossible. A chorus of alarm arose. "This is dire. The stone door is closing. Lin Shishu, quickly, block the door." Lin Daoyu, Lin Tai, drenched in sweat, focused solely on placing various crystals into the talisman array. Hesitation gripped He Yang. Yet she dared not move, murmuring, "Master, should we close this stone door?" Just then, Shifeng could no longer contain himself. He dashed towards the left stone door, extending his arms to prop it open, shouting, "Qin Shishu, Gu Shixiao, hurry and exit." His physical strength was formidable, unaffected by the malevolent energy. The stone door creaked under his hold, eliciting delight from Jizhen Daoist, who clawed his way forward, becoming the first to slip through the stone door and into the right stone chamber. "Lin Daoyu, are you ready?" At that moment, Lin Tai lifted his head, casting a spell that made the talisman array hum and glow, illuminating the room as the array began to operate. Just then, the elderly matron Tu and Wei Yunfei rushed in. Lin Tai instructed, "Shimmy, you and the others go first. I will safeguard the array." He Yang nodded, "Be careful, master." Tu, He Yang, and Jizhen, along with a few others, entered the array, their figures blurring until they vanished. Wei Yunfei called out urgently, "Qin Shimmy, hurry." At that moment, Qin Bing emerged from the stone chamber. Noticing Shifeng clenching his teeth, his face flushed with effort as the stone door continued its perilous descent. "Shifeng, you go first. I will hold the door." She placed her hands against the door, straining to lift it, but with her powers sealed. She was no match for Shifeng, who had mastered the nameless technique. Her attempts to prop the stone door were akin to an ant attempting to shake a mighty tree. It remained immovable, as disciples gradually crawled out of the stone chamber. The door had closed halfway, leaving Shifeng to bear its weight on his back. Wei Yunfei rushed over, pulling Qin Bing away. "What are you doing?" she exclaimed. Wei Yunfei replied, "We must leave first." "Shifeng, stop holding it," Qin Bing urged. From the right stone chamber, the emerging disciples appeared pale and rushed into the talisman array, swiftly transporting 2 or 3 dozen individuals to safety. Suddenly, a roar erupted from the left stone chamber. Lin Tai's expression shifted dramatically, realizing only a handful of disciples remained. Gritting his teeth, he struck the stone wall, causing the stone door to rumble ominously as it began to descend. "What are you doing?" Qin Bing shouted. "There are still disciples from the Taiji sect who haven't entered. Open the door." Lin Tai insisted. "No? The demon is approaching. We are all doomed. We must flee." Wei Yunfei added, "Indeed, Shimmy, let us go. A mere chi-refining disciple is of little consequence." Qin Bing, with a swift motion, exclaimed in anger, "You scoundrel! He risked his life to save us, and we are abandoning him. Is this the conduct of the righteous path?" At this moment, the stone door had firmly closed. Wei Yunfei, his complexion ashen, admonished, "Junior sister, do not act impulsively. We must consider the greater picture. Do you wish for Lin to accompany us to our demise?" In the stone chamber, only Lin Tai, Wei Yunfei, and Qin Bing remained. Lin Tai urged, "Both of you, cease this fruitless argument and flee quickly." Qin Bing, her countenance as frigid as ice, demanded, "How do we open this stone door? I will save him and leave together." Wei Yunfei, filled with fury, retorted, "Do you wish to perish alongside him?" Qin Bing replied, "He has saved me twice. If I do not rescue him, I shall carry this burden for life. Moreover, before we left, senior brother Lu Yun entrusted me with his care. If I return without him, I shall have no face to meet our elders." At this point, Lin Tai was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Hearing the relentless quarrel, he threw forth an object, declaring, "This is a teleportation talisman. Keep it safe. I shall open the stone door now, and proceed first while you deliberate." As he spoke, he pressed a hand against the stone wall, and the stone door began to rise slowly. Chapter 51. Seizing the body. Having stepped into the talisman array, Lin Tai noticed that Wei Yunfei was still unmoved by Qin Bing's plea. In exasperation, he stomped his foot and dashed into the formation. The two figures blurred and swiftly vanished from sight. The stone door before Qin Bing thunderously opened, and now that she had freed herself from the demonic aura, her powers began to return. She quickly enveloped herself in a thick layer of ice armor and summoned the star sword. As the door opened halfway, she charged out, only to find the stone chamber's door tightly shut, and Shifeng was nowhere to be seen. Qin Bing stood frozen, contemplating whether Shifeng had been ensnared by the dark energy within that chamber. Approaching the left stone chamber, she saw the door sealed shut, devoid of any emanating demonic energy. However, unlike Lin Tai, she was at a loss on how to open it. She pressed and kicked, yet the door remained obstinately still. Summoning the star sword, she struck at the door, but it did not budge, leaving no mark behind. A thought struck her. Shifeng, being powerless, was not under the control of the dark energy. When all others were trapped, he was the only one unrestrained, able to escape easily. Moreover, the dark entity was evidently still bound by the 7 treasured swords, rendering it immobile. Otherwise, none would have survived. Additionally, she recalled that when Wei Yunfei had forcibly pulled her, she had clearly seen that the door across was only half closed. Shifeng could have comfortably fled. Yet, why did he not leave the door ajar and come over? With her delay, where had he gone? Pondering this, Qin Bing could not arrive at a conclusion. Glancing outside the courtyard, she wondered if, after escaping, Shifeng found the stone door to the escape chamber closed and thus returned to the main hall. Determined, she gritted her teeth and flew towards the outer hall with her sword. She resolved to search every corner of the outer hall before departing, confident that the dark entity was now firmly restrained and could not escape through the stone door. While propping the stone door, Shifeng had no intention of confronting the purple-haired demon. When Qin Bing urged him to flee, he noticed that most of the people in the stone chamber had already departed and intended to make his escape. At that moment, the dark mist within the stone chamber had completely enveloped the space. Shifeng suddenly felt a wave of dizziness, his head swelling. The white fox exclaimed, "Kid, why haven't you left yet? The beautiful master has already rescued herself. Do you intend to wield your sword against the demons?" Shifeng's face flushed, and he struggled to breathe, saying, "Who sure, something feels terribly wrong. I sense something stirring within my other half of consciousness, and it seems to be growing increasingly intense." The white fox was taken aback. "Possession? Could that demon be attempting to seize your body?" "No, he clearly possesses a physical form." Yet at that moment, Shifeng was rendered speechless, his face seemingly on the verge of bursting with blood, clutching his head and howling, rolling about the stone chamber. The stone door, unimpeded, gradually began to close. In the chamber, apart from 6 or 7 deflated corpses on the ground, only the purple-haired demon sitting cross-legged on the stone platform remained, enduring the agonizing pain inflicted by 7 swords. Noticing Shifeng rolling on the ground, repeatedly banging his head, The demon momentarily paused, but had no time to attend to him. After a while, Shifeng slowly rose, suddenly bursting into laughter. I have finally emerged. Ha, I am alive again. Ha. Wait, where is this? Upon seeing the purple-haired demon, he swiftly scanned with his consciousness and knelt down, exclaiming, "It is my ancestral demon. Disciple pays homage to the ancestor. Thank you for your rescue." The purple-haired demon remained silent, and after a while, the brilliance of the seven swords gradually dimmed before he spoke. "Young one, what is your name?" Shifeng bowed his head and replied, "Disciple is called Wu Si, an elder of the demon puppet sect." The purple-haired demon inquired, "Demon puppet sect? I have not heard of it. It seems you are also of the demonic path?" Wu Si affirmed, "Yes, the demon puppet sect is from the Yin Kingdom's demonic sect. May I ask, esteemed ancestor, where is this place?" The purple-haired demon replied, "You just possessed this young one. Do you not know where you are?" Wu Si pondered for a moment and said, "This young man's consciousness has shattered completely, leaving no information behind." The purple-haired demon queried, "When did you attach yourself to this young man?" Wu Si responded, "Given this young man's physique, he appears to be under 20 years old. That must have been 4 or 5 years ago. I was engaged in a battle with a cultivator from the Taiji sect on Mount Datsong when my body was accidentally destroyed. This young man was standing nearby, and in my moment of desperation, I entered his consciousness. However, I was gravely injured at the time and fell into a deep slumber. I have been completely unaware of what transpired these past years, nor do I know why I suddenly awakened today and successfully devoured this young man's consciousness." The purple-haired demon remarked, "I see. That explains it. Your consciousness was weak at the time, and had you remained in slumber for another 2 or 3 years, your soul would have been lost. Fortunately, the host came to me, and here, the demonic energy is abundant, allowing your consciousness to be nourished and rapidly grow, thus enabling you to devour the host's consciousness." Wu Si expressed gratitude. "I understand now. Thank you for your rescue, esteemed ancestor." As the two conversed, they were unaware that the other half of consciousness within the body was also engaged in dialogue. Shifeng, in a fit of anger, exclaimed, "Who sure? When did this person hide within my consciousness?" The white fox remarked, "This individual is the dark elder who has possessed the blood puppet. Entering your body should be akin to my own experience from years past. It is merely by coincidence that we both intruded into your 2 distinct realms of consciousness. Had he entered this realm at that time, I would have swiftly extinguished him. Since your 2 realms of consciousness are independently functioning, I am unable to access the other half, and thus remained unaware of this matter." Shifeng responded, "What then shall I do? My corporeal form has been usurped by him. Does this mean I am destined to perish?" The white fox replied, "Not at all. As long as we combine our efforts to reclaim that half of your consciousness, this body shall still belong to you. However, it is imperative that we keep this from the dark fiend. Otherwise, he could easily annihilate us both with a mere snap of his fingers. You performed admirably just now, escaping to my realm of consciousness at the moment he seized control, while retaining all your memories. This fellow is likely unaware that you possess another half of your consciousness." At this juncture, the purple-haired giant interjected, "Since you claim to be of the blood puppet sect, are you familiar with dark arts techniques?" Wu Si affirmed, "Indeed, I am knowledgeable." Sensing the giant's skepticism, he promptly recited an extensive passage on the techniques of the dark arts. The purple-haired giant nodded. "It appears you are indeed of the dark path. Truly, heaven has aided me. What is your name?" "I am Wu Si," he replied. "Very well, Wu Si. Should you assist me in escaping this predicament, I shall bestow upon you unparalleled dark arts, granting you the position of sect leader of the blood puppet sect, allowing you to dominate the entire Yin Kingdom." The purple-haired giant laughed heartily. Wu Si bowed repeatedly. "I shall do everything in my power to assist you, esteemed ancestor." The giant calmly stated, "Good. Remove these 7 flying swords for me. You are of the human race, not the demon clan, so they will not harm you." Wu Si replied, "As you command." He approached and grasped one of the flying swords, pulling back with all his strength, yet the sword remained immovable. Channeling his magical energy, he suddenly forced a bitter smile. "Esteemed ancestor, this fleshly body is but a mundane being devoid of magical roots." The purple-haired giant recalled how Shifeng had previously seen through his illusion due to lacking magical energy, and he felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. After being imprisoned by these 7 flying swords for centuries, he had finally awaited a person capable of aiding him in breaking free, only to discover that it was a mere mortal lacking magical roots. These flying swords were magical artifacts. Without magical energy, they could not be controlled, and no amount of brute force could budge them. After a moment of contemplation, the giant instructed, "Come closer. I wish to examine you closely." Wu Si felt a twinge of fear, but complied obediently. The giant continued, "Place your palm on the back of my hand." Wuxi followed suit, gently pressing his hand against the giant's hand, and felt an intense warmth coursing through him. Subsequently, a wave of heat began to circulate within his body. Meanwhile, Shifeng and the White Fox, in the other realm of consciousness, were in a state of utmost tension, daring not to communicate. Fortunately, the warmth remained within, never penetrating deep enough to explore the realm of consciousness. After a considerable time, the purple-haired giant murmured, "Is there truly such a marvel in this world?" Wuxi dared not respond. The giant continued, "Your corporeal form possesses a rather peculiar quality. It is not that you lack magical roots, but rather that you are devoid of them." Wuxi was taken aback. Devoid of magical roots? This junior has never encountered such a concept. The giant explained, "You naturally would not have heard of it. I fear there are few in this world who know of the absence of magical roots. Do you not realize that both your human race and our demon race are, in fact, complete in the 5 elements? The notion of lacking a spiritual root merely indicates that one's elemental attributes do not reach the level necessary to absorb the essence of heaven and earth. Take your physical form, for instance. It possesses the 4 elemental roots of metal, wood, water, and earth, albeit in a feeble state that fails to meet the requirements of a spiritual root. Only the fire root is entirely absent from your being, which is what is referred to as a deficiency in spiritual roots. As for Wu Cixin, the complete absence of such roots is indeed more dire." The purple-haired giant pondered aloud. "What should we do, ancestor?" He continued, "Even without a spiritual root, one might seek rare heavenly and earthly treasures to see if they can alter one's constitution. However, I must admit, I currently possess none of those items." Disappointment washed over Wuxi at once. Yet, the purple-haired man murmured, "The absence of a spiritual root, particularly the fire root, seems to be the will of heaven. It appears that the heavens are assisting me." Suddenly addressing Wuxi, he said, "Do not despair. I happen to possess a technique that I can impart to you. It seems your fortune has arrived. With this technique, you may ascend to the Yuanying stage and roam freely across the Yin kingdom." Wuxi replied, "Ancestor, how can a disciple with no spiritual root cultivate a technique?" The purple-haired giant laughed heartily, "Precisely because you lack a spiritual root, and it must notably be the fire spiritual root. If your body possessed even a trace of fire elemental attributes, you would be unable to cultivate this technique. Do not be surprised. There are countless peculiar techniques in the world, and mine is specifically designed for those who lack the fire spiritual root. This technique is no trivial matter. I myself am unable to cultivate it. My true body is constrained, and I have no jade slips to replicate it for you. I shall recite the technique, and you must listen attentively." Wuxi promptly responded, "Yes, ancestor." Chapter 52, The Ninely Spirit Gathering Technique. Consequently, the purple-haired giant began to recite the verses, fearing that Wuxi might not remember the words, as his enunciation was rather slow and certain homophones could lead to misunderstandings. Thus, he provided detailed explanations. Wuxi concentrated intently, memorizing diligently. The technique was not overly lengthy and was recited in the span of a single tea time. Wuxi comprehended each word, yet grasped only a fraction of the overarching concept. Seeing his expression, the purple-haired giant remarked, "There is no time for you to ponder slowly. Our immediate priority is to assist me in breaking free. Once I am liberated, I shall elucidate it for you at length." Wuxi smiled apologetically. "The younger generation does not wish to comprehend the entire technique immediately. I merely fear that my talent is lacking and I may not grasp it adequately, leaving me without the ability to assist my esteemed ancestor." The purple-haired giant replied, "These 7 broken swords have been subjected to my efforts for centuries. Breaking through is merely a matter of a thin veil. There is no need for you to recover to the golden core stage, nor even to the foundation establishment stage, to lend me your assistance." Wuxi nodded repeatedly in agreement. The purple-haired giant instructed, "Sit cross-legged as I say, and circulate your energy. This technique is called the Ninely Spirit Gathering Technique, and it can only be cultivated by those who lack the fire spiritual root. Furthermore, this technique requires the infusion of fire spiritual energy. However, fire spiritual energy is absent in this place. I can, nonetheless, impart a trace of true demonic energy to you, which you can transform into fire spiritual energy." Wuxi felt a surge of excitement within. True demonic energy is an exceedingly rare treasure sought after by practitioners of the demonic path. Though he was aware of the technique for transforming demonic energy into spiritual energy, he had never before encountered true demonic energy in his life. Yet, he soon realized something was amiss and hurriedly said, "Senior, while I understand the incantation for transforming demonic energy into spiritual energy, this physical form has not been embedded with a demonic seal, and I fear that I may be unable to employ this technique." The man with purple hair remarked, "Indeed, it is settled. I have been cultivating the art of fire magic, and I shall directly convert this demonic energy into fire spiritual energy for your benefit. This small infusion of demonic energy will suffice for you to reach the 8th or 9th level of chi refinement, ample enough to draw forth these 7 flying swords. As he spoke, his brow furrowed, and a fierce light flickered in his eyes. A crimson thread slowly emerged from his forehead, drifting gracefully towards the forehead of Wu Si. Wu Si remained transfixed, gathering his focus and calm. When the crimson thread made contact with his forehead, Wu Si's body trembled slightly, and then the thread gradually sank into his being. During this process, the purple-haired man continuously explained how to operate the circulation of energy, manipulate the meridians, and channel the spiritual energy. Wu Si followed his instructions, feeling that the fire spiritual energy was indeed seeping into his dantian, settling down, and not dissipating, which filled him with wonder. Wu Si felt the true energy in his dantian accumulating rapidly, forming the first ring of energy, followed by the second, and then the third. It was only when he reached the 5th ring that his speed began to slow, yet he sensed the fire spiritual energy within him remained abundant. He promptly sat cross-legged, continuing his endeavor to break through to the 6th level of chi refinement. He was astonished, for according to common knowledge, those without spiritual roots could never cultivate. This was one of the iron laws of the cultivation world. What kind of extraordinary technique was this, that it could allow one without spiritual roots to form energy rings? The purple-haired man seemed to perceive his anxiety, and said, "You may remain seated and adjust your breathing, focusing on your breakthrough. Since there is nothing pressing at hand, allow me to share the origins of this technique. The Ninely spiritual art has a significant history. It is not a technique from my clan, but rather it hails from the Northkin tribe, situated to the north of the vast sea in the eastern Ijo. The Northkin tribe is also of my demonic lineage, residing in the extremely cold and frigid northern lands, where the spiritual energy of ice and water is exceedingly rich. Thus, every member of their tribe is born with a heavenly water spiritual root. As a result, it is commonplace for them to achieve the golden core stage by the age of 30 or 40. The heavenly water spiritual root? The entire tribe possesses heavenly roots? Wu Si was taken aback. One must understand that heavenly spiritual roots are a rarity encountered once in a millennium among cultivators. If an entire tribe were endowed with such roots, would they not have long since dominated the world? How could he have never heard of them? Wu Si's previous incarnation took 3 centuries to form a golden core, while the Northkin tribe members could achieve it in 40 years, truly a defiance of nature. The purple-haired man continued, "Do you think such an extraordinary race should have long unified the world, yet remains unheard of? The reasons are quite simple. Firstly, the Northkin tribe has a low population, and secondly, those who defy the heavens must face divine retribution. While it is easy for the Northkin people to establish their foundation and form golden cores, 3 or 4 out of 10 often perish inexplicably. When it comes to advancing to the nascent soul stage, the odds are even worse. 8 or 9 out of 10 fall into madness and meet their demise. As a result, despite their extraordinary talent, the Northkin tribe has never been particularly powerful. The members of the tribe are often perplexed, usually stopping at the golden core stage and refraining from attempting to forge a nascent soul. It was not until over 10,000 years ago that a prodigious talent emerged from the Northkin tribe. This individual not only successfully formed a nascent soul, but also advanced to the void refinement stage, merged with the divine, and ultimately transcended the tribulations to ascend to the celestial realm, becoming a revered demon sovereign in the heavenly domain. This extraordinary genius, upon achieving the state of transcendent divinity, sought to unravel the mystery behind the inexplicable spontaneous combustions afflicting his kin. Consequently, he delayed his tribulation, remaining in the mortal realm for over a millennium, diligently gathering various scriptures and martial arts manuals. At that time, with his unmatched prowess, he had no rivals in this world. After meticulously studying numerous treasured tomes, he finally discerned the cause of his people's plight. It was revealed that the Baikin tribe possessed an exceptionally peculiar constitution. They were endowed with a 10th-tier ice spiritual root, while their corresponding fire spiritual root was entirely absent. In essence, the Baikin people had perfected their water spiritual root, yet completely lacked any fire attribute. During the progression to the nascent soul stage, practitioners must harmonize the 5 elemental energies. Although they advanced using their water abilities, the absence of fire attributes to facilitate this harmony proved detrimental. The Baikin tribe's celestial spiritual roots absorbed an excess of water spiritual energy far too rapidly. Yet without any fire attribute to temper it, their bodies could not withstand such an overwhelming influx of spiritual energy, ultimately leading to their tragic demise. The reason this prodigious individual successfully formed his nascent soul was due to a serendipitous encounter with an exceedingly rare 9 suns leaving fire pearl, which he refined and absorbed into his being. With this fire pearl providing the necessary balance, he was able to progress smoothly. However, he soon realized that the 9 suns leaving fire pearl was singular in existence, and he needed it to withstand the impending heavenly tribulation. Thus, it could not be entrusted to his tribe. Even if shared, it would be insufficient for all, and given the pearl's priceless nature, should it fall into the hands of outsiders, his kin would remain ensnared in their fate of spontaneous combustion. Consequently, this remarkable figure, with great determination, resolved to address the issue through the refinement of martial arts rather than relying on the precious artifact. His initial approach involved diminishing the speed and quantity at which the celestial spiritual roots absorbed water spiritual energy. However, he soon realized this was futile, as the absorption rate of the celestial roots was exceedingly rapid, and the crux of the Bacon tribe's dilemma lay in their lack of fire roots. Even with suppression, the problem remained unresolved. Thus, he resolved to adopt a different methodology. He endeavored to mend the fire roots. With his exceptional prowess, he gathered and cultivated a plethora of rare spiritual herbs and exotic fruits, hoping to harness the power of heavenly materials to enhance his tribe's constitution and foster the emergence of fire spiritual roots. Yet, ironically, despite the extraordinary rarity of these spiritual medicines, they yielded no results for the Bacon tribe. While they showed improvement for the metal, wood, and earth roots, they utterly failed to produce fire roots. The adept was compelled to concede defeat, as the frigid climate of the Bacon tribe was unsuitable for cultivating fire attribute spiritual flora. Ultimately, in his desperation, he turned his attention to the deficiency of fire roots. Upon meticulous observation, he made a notable discovery. While those lacking fire spiritual roots could not absorb fire spiritual energy, they also exhibited no inherent aversion to it. It is well understood that if one possesses a wood spiritual root, they can naturally absorb wood spiritual energy. However, there exists a degree of repulsion between the wood spiritual root and the wood spiritual energy. After meditating for a day, a practitioner may find that about 20 to 30% of the wood spiritual energy is repelled by their body. Conversely, those devoid of fire roots did not experience such repulsion and could seamlessly accommodate fire spiritual energy. Thus, the great practitioner of the Bacon tribe embarked on this unconventional path. Defying the odds, he devised the 9 leaving meeting spirit great method, which enabled the Bacon people to cultivate fire spiritual roots, effectively resolving the peril of spontaneous combustion during their ascension to the nascent soul stage. Following this, the adept ascended to the celestial realm, and for generations, the Bacon tribe honored him with their devotion. This technique was imparted to me during my travels in the northern lands, where I fortuitously encountered an elder of the Bacon tribe. Our conversation flowed effortlessly, leading him to transcribe this profound method for me. Alas, I lament that I lack a fire affinity, rendering me unable to cultivate it. Thus, it falls to you, young one. The purple-haired giant recounted this tale with great eloquence, while Wu Si, listening intently, circulated his energy. Within his dantian, 8 rings of qi had already formed, and as he prepared to establish the 9th, the purifying fire energy bestowed upon him by the giant began to wane. Wu Si was secretly astonished, for true demonic energy is remarkably rare and formidable. A mere thread of it should suffice for him to solidify his foundation, yet he found himself stalled at the 8th layer of qi refinement. The purple-haired giant chuckled, explaining that the 9-leaf spirit method is tailored for those lacking spiritual roots and necessitates the harmonization of the ice elemental energy with fire, demanding an immense quantity of fire energy for cultivation. The path to advancement is fraught with difficulty, yet it will endow you with a profound depth of power compared to your peers. Now, you have acquired some magical energy. Come forth and assist me in extracting this flying sword. His tone grew increasingly impatient as he spoke. Despite his formidable cultivation, he found himself compelled to gently encourage a junior, imparting supreme techniques and aiding his progress, while harboring concerns that the youth might refuse to practice, thus needing to elaborate on the origins of the technique. This left him rather dissatisfied. Startled, Wu Si promptly complied, declaring, "I shall obey." He reached out to grasp the hilt of the sword, channeling his magical energy, causing the sword's surface to shimmer with radiant light. The force jolted Wu Si's wrist, nearly causing him to lose grip. The purple-haired giant bellowed, "Exert more strength." In a moment of panic, Wu Si summoned all his magical energy, and with a mighty shout, he forcibly extracted the flying sword. The giant rejoiced, "Excellent. Now proceed to remove the others. Once I am free, I shall reward you handsomely." Wu Si expressed his gratitude, though the swords had only penetrated the giant's body a mere inch or two. After a millennium, the spiritual energy attached to the swords had almost entirely dissipated. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for a mere chi refinement disciple to dislodge them. Nevertheless, Wu Si was drenched in sweat, nearly exhausting his magical energy to remove each of the 7 treasured swords. Once freed, the swords suddenly stirred, soaring into the air and merging into one, ultimately descending to the ground with a clang, transforming into an utterly mundane steel sword. The purple-haired giant erupted into hearty laughter, rising to his feet. His bones crackled, and his stature surged, emanating an imposing presence. Wu Si hastily knelt, exclaiming, "Congratulations, ancestor, on your liberation." In Chapter 53, titled Struggle for Supremacy, the purple-haired giant declared, "Indeed, your contributions have been monumental in my escape. However, my vitality has yet to be restored. Without several decades, I fear I shall struggle to regain my peak. This place has drained me, and all the demonic energy has been expended. You will lead the way back to the demon puppet sect, as I require a period of seclusion for cultivation. In due time, there shall be further rewards for you." Wu Si hurriedly replied, "Thank you, ancestor. I am honored to follow you, ready to face any peril. As for rewards, you have already saved my life and bestowed upon me a supreme technique. I dare not ask for more." He secretly yearned to inquire, given that the Bacon clan has resolved the issue of explosive body transformation, possesses the heavenly spirit root, and the ninely spirit method, both of which are top-tier techniques. Should they not be exceedingly powerful now? Not to mention unifying the world. They should at least be renowned among the demon clans. Yet, he pondered, why had he never heard of this Bacon clan? The purple-haired giant, sensing his thoughts, scoffed inwardly. If such a problem had truly been resolved, the Bacon clan would have long since become the foremost clan within my demon race. Humph. Although that esteemed figure addressed the ascension to the nascent soul stage, the members of the Bacon clan still frequently succumbed to explosive body transformations during the early to mid stages of their nascent soul advancement. It seems this technique harbors inherent flaws. Alas, that esteemed figure has long departed from this realm, leaving the Bacon clan without successors. In those days, the old monk of Juzong, knowing my proficiency in fire demon techniques, implored me to assist his kin in discerning the shortcomings of their methods, which is how he sought me out. Otherwise, how could he have so readily shared the clan's secret texts with me? However, this matter must remain undisclosed to this youth. I still have use for him. The purple-haired giant remained silent, while Wu Si, naturally, dared not question him, standing with hands lowered, exuding utmost reverence. After being confined for nearly a millennium, the giant relished the movement of his limbs, unable to contain his joy. He gazed up at the array inscribed on the ceiling. Sneering, the 7-star slaying spirit sword is no longer present. What more can the light array accomplish? As he spoke, his fist, as large as a basin, struck out, shattering the stone wall of the ceiling into dust, causing the external array to tremble violently. Just as he prepared to strike again, a sudden flicker of his purple brow and a cold laugh escaped him. "How swift your arrival! Wait here." With that, another heavy punch was unleashed, creating a gaping hole in the overhead array, and in a blur, his figure vanished without a trace. In the Thousand Lakes Cave Heaven, above the small island at the lake's center, dozens of individuals, including the master of accumulated truth, floated in midair, either on flying swords or boats. Their expressions filled with profound reverence, not daring to even breathe audibly. Wei Yunfei, particularly agitated, remained fixated on an elder Taoist standing before them. This elder was tall and slender, with a bronze complexion, appearing to be in his 50s or 60s, his hair and beard a mix of black and white, adorned in an oversized Taoist robe that seemed ill-fitting. At this moment, the elder extended 2 long, slender fingers, tracing intricate patterns in the air. As he moved his fingers, streams of spiritual light cascaded downward, and the vast lake began to part, revealing the dark abyss of its bottom, an astonishing display of power that left all disciples dumbfounded. Just then, the waters surged violently. The previously divided walls of water, akin to mountains, suddenly collapsed with a crash, forming a colossal whirlpool, from which a purple-haired giant emerged. Upon witnessing this, the silver-bearded elder waved his expansive robe and commanded, "You all must withdraw." Before the disciples could react, their figures flickered and were directly sent out of the Thousand Lakes Cave Heaven by the elder. The purple-haired giant laughed heartily, remarking, "By your attire, you must belong to the Taiji sect?" The silver-haired elder responded, "This humble Taoist is Huang Yin of the Taiji sect." The giant sneered, "What is this Huang Yin? I have never heard of it. Judging by your bone age, your cultivation is but 700 or 800 years. Heh, I traversed the world long before you were born. Master Huang Yin retorted, "Demon, do not rely solely on your tongue. Today, I intend to eradicate evil and uphold the Tao." The purple-haired giant laughed heartily before suddenly adopting a fierce expression. "I could have been reborn hundreds of years ago, yet your 5 sects joined forces to reinforce the array, causing my grandfather to be imprisoned for several centuries. You 5 sects shall be expunged. My grandfather shall leave none of you unscathed." As he spoke, he unleashed a powerful punch, sending forth a colossal wave of energy that surged through the air, exuding a scorching heat that carried a faint scent of charred remnants, as if the very atmosphere had been singed. Realizing the imminent threat, Huang Yin, the true man, opened his mouth to expel a 3-inch-long, verdant wooden sword. With a flick of his finger upon the blade, a stream of sword energy shot forth, swiftly multiplying from 1 to 2, then to 4. In the blink of an eye, countless strands of sword energy hurtled toward the purple-haired giant. The giant's expression shifted. Sword energy birthed from such skill? The young Taoist possesses some talent, but it shall not deter my grandfather. As he spoke, he transformed his punch into a claw, causing the surrounding spiritual energy to surge and coalesce into a massive, visible vortex, dispersing the sword energy within its swirling embrace. After the departure of the purple-haired giant, Wu Si initially remained still, yet as time passed, anxiety began to creep in. Who else might be coming? He pondered. If it's another true Yuan infant from the righteous path, my life as a mere Qi refinement practitioner would surely be in peril. Contemplating this, he glanced around, noting that the giant had left in haste, leaving behind a disarrayed scene. Wu Si promptly seized the storage bags from several corpses on the ground, along with a piece of cold dragon skin and the 7 stars spirit-cutting sword, collecting everything in sight. He noticed the copper coin talisman that had been flung away during the confrontation with Lei Kuei, and swiftly gathered that as well. As he surveyed the stone chamber, now void of any presence, Wu Si felt a sense of satisfaction and nodded in approval before soaring out through the gaping hole in the ceiling, landing in the courtyard below. After usurping Shifeng's identity, and with Shifeng's consciousness leaving no trace behind, Wu Si remained oblivious to the true circumstances. The magical array above him rendered his perception ineffective, leading him to mistakenly believe he was within a demon's lair rather than the depths of a lake. Entirely unaware of the teleportation array situated in the adjacent stone chamber, casting a cautious glance about, Wu Si darted toward the courtyard's exit in search of the palace's grand door. However, after traversing a winding path within the palace, finding no sign of life, he felt a pang of urgency. Should I return to the stone chamber? He mused. What if that giant returns and discovers my absence? He would surely not spare me. Just then, a fleeting white figure appeared ahead in the corridor. It was a young and stunning woman. Upon seeing Wu Si, her face lit up with joy. "Shifeng, so you are here." Without hesitation, Wu Si turned on his heel and fled. This woman was evidently acquainted with the former host, and appeared to be a foundation-building elder, likely related to the original occupant. If she were to discover that he had usurped her disciple's identity, he would undoubtedly face a devastating fate. It is well known that the Cultivation Realm harbors a deep disdain for body snatching. If caught, the punishment would be severe. The woman was none other than the Ice Fairy, Qin Bing, who had been searching for Shifeng within the palace. Observing Shifeng's indifference and sudden flight, she was momentarily taken aback, but quickly called out and pursued him with urgency. Meanwhile, Wu Si lamented the fact that his parents had not endowed him with a pair of extra legs, for he dared not pause to respond, sprinting away with all his might. However, he found himself entirely unfamiliar with the palace, while Qin Bing had traversed its paths once before, making her far more acquainted with the surroundings. Additionally, her cultivation surpassed that of Wu Si, allowing her to gradually close the distance. In a state of panic, Wu Si recklessly dashed into a section of the palace, only to look up and realize he had reached a dead end. Possessing a cunning mind, he suddenly had a devious idea. He feigned death. As long as the woman approached to investigate, he could unleash his dark arts, and if all went according to plan, he would deliver a devastating blow to her. Lying on the ground, pretending to be lifeless, his other half of consciousness engaged in a fervent discussion. The White Fox remarked, "Shifeng, this is the opportune moment. Whether you can reclaim your physical form hinges on this very instant." Shifeng replied, "Master Hu, my body is currently under his control, and it seems he has acquired some power. You are but a wisp of spirit. How can you contend with him?" The White Fox responded, "I possess a modicum of power within my spirit. Against a disciple of the 8th level of Qi refinement, it would be a mere trifle. However, my spirit has been heavily depleted, leaving me with scant energy. In a confrontation, the outcome is uncertain. Moreover, this man is clearly feigning death to ambush your beautiful master. Should he succeed, Not only would your master perish, but Wu Si would eventually discover our presence. His power would grow stronger while mine wanes, and we would be at his mercy. Conversely, should your beautiful master triumph and learn of your possession, she would likely strike you down, resulting in the demise of your physical form. After contemplating the situation, Shifeng realized the truth of the matter. What was there to wait for? It was time to fight. At that moment, Qin Bing had arrived in the hall, and upon seeing Shifeng sprawled on the ground, drool at his lips and his eyes tightly shut, she instinctively felt alarmed. Earlier, she had noticed his unusual behavior, so she had remained cautious. Scanning her surroundings with her consciousness, she found Shifeng's life force faint, teetering on the brink of death. Puzzled, she wondered if he had been eroded by demonic energy, leading to his disorientation. Just as she hesitated, Shifeng suddenly let out a loud cry, sitting upright and clutching his head while shouting hoarsely. Startled, Qin Bing instinctively recoiled, the star sword swirling protectively in front of her. Shifeng began to roll on the ground, his face contorted in pain, displaying a striking contrast. One side reddened, as if it might bleed, while the other appeared as pale as parchment. Unbeknownst to anyone, the two fragments of his consciousness were embroiled in chaotic conflict. As Wu Si lay breathless on the ground, preparing to ambush Qin Bing, he suddenly felt a jolt of excruciating pain within his consciousness, as if a blade had pierced through him. Caught off guard, he suffered a severe blow, oblivious to the fact that this body possessed another consciousness. He assumed Qin Bing was attacking him from a distance with her mind. In the realm of cultivation, battles could involve both a contest of power and a contest of consciousness, though the latter was seldom employed due to its perilous nature. A moment's negligence could lead to severe damage to one's mind, even resulting in madness. Wu Si reacted swiftly. Upon receiving the attack on his consciousness, he momentarily stunned, then immediately gathered his power to retaliate. Though the white fox had attained the golden core stage before its corporeal form was destroyed, now it existed solely as a spirit. This fragment of spirit had lingered within Shifeng's consciousness for 5 or 6 years, yet Shifeng was a mere mortal, lacking any power to nourish this spirit. Over the years, its spiritual energy had dwindled significantly. At this rate, it was estimated that in 3 to 5 years, the white fox would completely dissipate into nothingness. Thus, the white fox imparted the divine dark arts to Shifeng, enabling him to enrich his spiritual awareness. However, being a mere mortal, his spiritual growth was inherently limited. Just as a barren soil cannot nourish robust seedlings, the white fox's condition had merely stagnated over the years, showing no signs of improvement. Consequently, despite the white fox's formidable prowess as a core-forming demon beast, he found himself outmatched by Wu Si, who was merely at the qi refining stage. Chapter 54. Escape. Although Shifeng's spiritual awareness was not weak, he possessed no magical power and was unable to control his physical form. Thus, he could only watch helplessly from the sidelines. The white fox, being an ice element demon beast, initially unleashed a torrent of icy energy that surged toward its opponent's spiritual awareness, swiftly engulfing a substantial portion of it. However, a fierce wave of fiery spirit energy counterattacked, creating a stalemate, with the latter clearly gaining the upper hand, causing the icy energy to retreat steadily. Within less than a tea's worth of time, the white fox's essence had become obscured by more than half. Shifeng, in a state of urgency, could do nothing but reinforce the white fox's spiritual essence, striving to keep it intact. At this moment, Qin Bing had been observing for some time, pondering, could it be that Shifeng's mind was overwhelmed by demonic energy? This cannot continue. He will lose his life. Without hesitation, she inhaled deeply, her palms suffused with true power, stepping forward to firmly press her hand against Shifeng. Initially, she feared he might explode, yet he remained utterly still, showing no reaction. Shifeng, Shifeng. Qin Bing called out twice, but Shifeng's facial muscles twitched, leaving him unable to respond. Upon touching Shifeng's body, she gasped in astonishment. How could a person devoid of magical power possess such pure fire spirit energy? Moreover, this fire energy was surging into his mind, clearly indicating he had fallen victim to demonic energy, which explained his frenzied state. Realizing this, Qin Bing hastily placed her hand on Shifeng's dantian, channeling a rich stream of icy spirit energy into his body, effectively sealing the fire energy within his dantian and preventing it from surging further into his mind. Wu Si, taken aback, shouted, "You vile woman, release me." In the realm of spiritual awareness, his cries went unheard as Qin Bing continued to channel her true energy. As a foundational practitioner wielding ice element water spirit energy, she was the nemesis of fire spirit energy. In the blink of an eye, her power gained dominance, completely enveloping Shifeng's dantian. preventing any trace of fire spirit energy from escaping. Previously at a disadvantage, the white fox now burst into laughter. Wu Xi's Dantian energy had been severed, and in terms of spiritual awareness, he was no match for the combined forces of the white fox and Shifeng. Moreover, the white fox's mastery of the divine dark arts in manipulating spiritual awareness was exceptionally profound. The two clusters of spiritual awareness clashed, and soon, Wu Xi's awareness was torn apart in strands. Wu Xi screamed in despair, "No, no, I do not wish to die. I refuse to die," in a moment of desperation. Seeing he was outmatched, he resorted to self-destruction, hoping to perish alongside his adversaries. Yet, his spiritual awareness was exceedingly weak, having only revived through the nourishment of demonic energy. With his Dantian sealed, he could not extract even a shred of fire spirit energy, and merely detonating a fragment of his essence would yield no significant damage. At this moment, Shifeng's spiritual awareness spread out, finally regaining control over two realms of spiritual awareness. With a flick of his finger, he reclaimed possession of his physical body. Upon the explosion of Wu Xi's essence, not a trace of information remained, leaving only a formidable residue of spiritual power lingering within the consciousness realm. Shifeng rejoiced, "Master Hu, we have indeed triumphed." Yet, the figure of the white fox grew increasingly nebulous. Shifeng urgently called out, "Master Hu, Master Hu." A protective sphere of spiritual energy enveloped the ethereal form of the white fox. Transforming from that enchanting man back into a four-tailed fox, she softly spoke, "Shifeng, my depletion is profound. I fear I may fall into an eternal slumber. Should you ascend to the golden core stage, perhaps you could awaken me. Otherwise, I shall gradually fade away." Shifeng exclaimed, "Master Hu, do not leave this world. Your kindness towards me is immeasurable. I shall strive with all my might to revive you and aid in reconstructing your physical form." Qin Bing observed as Shifeng's body gradually regained its composure. Yet he remained speechless, his face a portrait of sorrow, eyes brimming with tears. She gently called out, "Shifeng, can you hear me?" The white fox murmured, "My clan resides 1,000 miles to the far north. Before my departure, the grand shaman foretold that my destiny lies in the south. Is it possible that fate truly dwells within you? Initially, I harbored deep resentment towards the Taiji sect, yet now I find myself both a half-master and half-friend to you. Shifeng, my time is limited. Listen closely. You have awakened your spiritual root and acquired the 9 Li spirit method. From now on, diligent cultivation is imperative. But this must remain a secret from your sect, for it is indeed a technique of the demon clan." Her form continued to fade, even her 4 tails becoming invisible. "I have devised a plan for you. Now that you possess spiritual power, you can access your storage pouch. Shortly, discreetly open Lei Kuei's pouch and consume the Tianyu grass. Once you emerge, claim that it was the Tianyu grass that transformed your constitution and birthed your spiritual root. This grass is a rare treasure of heaven and earth. Whether it will grant you a spiritual root is uncertain, and your newfound power can be attributed to the grass. However, the treasures like the Jiao skin and the 7-star spirit-slaying sword must remain hidden. Revealing them could lead to dire consequences." As her voice dwindled, her form gradually vanished. With a final sigh, she declared, "I shall rest now. May we meet again someday." With that, silence enveloped the space. Shifeng could no longer contain himself and broke into tears. Qin Bing stood nearby, unsure of how to comfort him, but thankfully, Shifeng's expression was no longer twisted, and his Dantian had regained tranquility. After a considerable time, Shifeng stifled his sobs, expressing, "Thank you, Master Uncle, I am well." Qin Bing inquired, "What transpired? How did you acquire spiritual energy? And why were you weeping?" Shifeng hesitated. "I inadvertently discovered a piece of Tianyu grass. Upon consuming it, I suddenly possessed spiritual energy. Earlier, within the stone chamber, the influx of energy was tainted by demonic aura, causing me excruciating headaches and confusion, leading me to wander aimlessly within that palace." Qin Bing swiftly asked, "Did you encounter that purple-haired demon?" Shifeng shook his head. "I was overwhelmed by the demonic energy and collapsed. By the time I regained consciousness, the demon had escaped the restraints and vanished without a trace." A chill ran through Qin Bing as she grasped Shifeng's arm, exclaiming, "We must flee. If we encounter him, our lives will be forfeit." Together, they dashed towards the rear courtyard, racing towards the teleportation array in the stone chamber on the right. Still shaken, she pulled out the teleportation talisman, executed the incantation, and they departed from the underground demon palace. As Qin Bing stepped outside, she was taken aback. The once serene island in the lake had vanished completely. The sky was drenched in a crimson hue, and the waters within 100 miles boiled as if in a cauldron, with billowing white smoke soaring into the heavens. resonating with fluctuations of spiritual energy. Though the surroundings were devoid of human presence, it was evident that a fierce battle had transpired here, fought by individuals of remarkable prowess. Far beyond her own reach. Shifeng, Qin Bing urged, we cannot linger here. I have a few spare jade talismans, shatter one. And we shall leave this Thousand Lakes cave heaven directly. Shifeng, in agreement, crushed the talisman, and their figures became a blur. When he regained his senses and opened his eyes again, he found himself in a valley in southern Jinan. To his astonishment, the valley was now teeming with people. Initially, only the enigmatic master Xianming had led the group, but now, in addition to him, the sect leader Xian Yi and 5 elders from the council, all golden elixirs, stood present. Upon Qin Bing's arrival, Master Xian Yi visibly relaxed, and the elder Jing Su, the head of the returning Swallow Peak, and also Qin Bing's master, hurried over, grasping her arm. Binger, are you unharmed? He inquired anxiously. Wei Yunfei approached as well, expressing his relief. Sister Qin, it's a relief to see you return safely. We were all quite anxious. Noticing that Qin Bing had emerged alongside Shifeng, a flicker of concern crossed his gaze. Qin Bing promptly bowed to her master, grateful for his concern, assuring him of her well-being. She also thanked Wei Yunfei. Thank you, Brother Wei. Elder Jing Su, upon confirming Qin Bing's safety, was filled with joy. He scrutinized her from head to toe, and upon finding no injuries, he let out a soft reprimand. You reckless girl, risking your life for a disciple. Should you ever act so foolishly again, I shall not easily forgive you. Shifeng remained silent. Obediently returning to the ranks of disciples, Gu Mingqing and Lu Suifeng approached, greeting him quietly, their eyes reflecting gratitude. For Shifeng had indeed saved their lives by propping up the stone gate. The eldest disciple, Chongqing, sidled up to Shifeng and whispered, Old Seven, you truly have a strong fate. That demon did not claim you? Shifeng chuckled wryly. I was merely fortunate. Master Qin saved my life. Chongqing laughed softly. Is that the same Qin master who shares a surname with your mother? Unable to restrain himself, Shifeng nudged him lightly. You are aware of that demon? Chongqing replied. How could I not be? Now, who in the 5 sects is unaware? A formidable giant demon has been subdued within the Thousand Lakes cave heaven. I hear our Tai Chi sect's Yuanying patriarch has even arrived. The sect leader is currently in discussions with the leaders of the other 5 sects regarding this matter. Shifeng replied, such matters are beyond the purview of us disciples. By the way, brother, what have you garnered on this journey? Chongqing sighed, neither good nor bad. I acquired a few medicinal herbs worth several thousand crystals. How about you? Just as Shifeng was about to respond, Master Xianming suddenly called out. The sect leader has issued an order. All disciples are to return to the sect immediately. Matters concerning the trial grounds are not to be disclosed. Those who defy this order shall be treated as traitors. Move swiftly, do not delay. As he spoke, he summoned a 7 treasure gourd, waving his sleeve to usher everyone inside, casting a spell that propelled them away from the southern Jinan mountains. As the sun began to set, Shifeng and his companions returned to the Taiji Gate. The enigmatic Taoist Xianming instructed everyone to return to their quarters for rest, yet none were permitted to step beyond the mountain gate, awaiting the summons of the sect elders. After a brief discussion with Chongqing, Shifeng concluded that, despite the prohibition against divulging matters concerning the Qianhu cave heaven, it would be prudent to pay a visit to their master first. Ascending the Yushu mountain, they encountered Li Yunzi, to whom they recounted the extraordinary events that had transpired in the Qianhu cave heaven. Taoist Xianming had decreed that the happenings in the trial grounds should not be disclosed. But it was evident that their master was not regarded as an outsider in this regard, as Chongqing had not attended the underground palace. The account of these incidents fell solely to Shifeng. Without reservation, Shifeng detailed the encounter with the ogre, the peculiar guidance from the white fox, along with the transmission of power from the ogre, was too enigmatic to disclose, particularly since he had acquired demonic clan techniques, which he could not reveal. He adhered to the white fox's counsel and merely mentioned that consuming the Tianyu grass had resulted in the emergence of spiritual roots. Li Yunzi, astonished, reached out to examine Shifeng's pulse, exclaiming, Ah, Shifeng, you truly possess remarkable fortune. You have indeed developed spiritual roots. Chongqing chuckled. Haha, 7th junior brother. It appears you reaped the greatest rewards from the trial grounds. Congratulations. Shifeng replied. I owe my gratitude to Master for the guidance that enabled me to procure the Tianyu grass. What should I do next? I humbly seek your instruction. Li Yunzi pondered for a moment, remarking, this series of events is of no trivial consequence. I suspect a significant upheaval is imminent. Your safe return is no small feat. You may rest for now and heed the arrangements of the sect. In unison, the two responded affirmatively, took their leave of their master, and descended Yushu Peak. On their way down, they encountered their junior sister, Xiangjuan, who peppered them with questions. Chongqing and Shifeng fumbled through a few responses before hastily departing down the mountain. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, after parting ways with Chongqing, Shifeng did not return to the sword-forging valley, but instead retraced his steps back to Yuxiu Peak to seek an audience with his master once more. Li Yunzi inquired, "Shifeng, do you have more to say?" Shifeng replied, No, nothing further. It is merely that I obtained some spiritual flowers and herbs, as well as a spirit-gathering stone, which I wish to present to master." Li Yunzi's eyes widened in surprise. "Good lad. You've acquired a spirit-gathering stone." Chongqing did not misjudge. "You have indeed come away with the greatest bounty. All credit goes to Master S guidance. You allowed me to obtain the Tianyu grass." Shifeng replied, "Ah, so you wish to repay your master with gifts?" Li Yunzi interjected, "There is no need. The rewards from the trial grounds are rightfully yours. Why would you give them to me? However," he added, "it is wise to keep your treasures concealed. That spirit-gathering stone should be safeguarded from prying eyes. As for the spiritual flowers and herbs you collected, you may choose to keep them for your own use or submit them to the sect." Li Yunzi paused before continuing, "However, if anyone inquires, I advise you to turn in the spiritual flowers." "Why is that, master?" Shifeng asked. "Well," Li Yunzi chuckled, "if you do not hand them over, others may covet them. Moreover, do you have any knowledge of alchemy?" "Of course not," Shifeng admitted. "Precisely. If you lack expertise, what purpose do those flowers and herbs serve? It would be far more practical to submit them and exchange them for some spirit stones." Upon returning to his residence in the sword-forging valley, Shifeng sought out the chubby apprentice and reclaimed the young eagle. During his 20 days in the trial grounds, the little eagle had grown considerably, its feathers now glossy and dark, though it still could not fly. It was capable of flapping its wings to a height of about a foot. Chapter 55. A bounty of gains. Upon seeing Shifeng, the young eagle, affectionately referred to as Little Black, soared joyfully toward him, flapping its wings from a distance. Shifeng gently caressed the soft feathers of its neck, sensing a deep bond of attachment from the fledgling through his spiritual awareness. With a pained expression, Little Fat remarked, "At last, you have returned. If this little black chicken continues, I shall be utterly impoverished." Leading the young eagle back to his abode, Shifeng first offered it some meat. Once he ensured that the surroundings were devoid of any onlookers, he settled down cross-legged to meditate. After a moment of quiet reflection, he felt a remarkable abundance of magical energy within his dantian. The 9-Li spirit-connecting technique was indeed extraordinarily profound. It had enabled him, despite his lack of spiritual roots, to cultivate and store spiritual energy. He began to operate the technique, and soon enough, wisps of spiritual energy flowed into his dantian with each breath, gradually merging with his magical power, unlike before when it dissipated almost instantly. Shifeng was filled with exhilaration. The spiritual roots he had long sought were now within reach. He had truly stepped into the realm of cultivation and vowed to eradicate the demon puppet sect to avenge his mother and sister. Additionally, he was resolute in finding a way to awaken Master Hu and assist him in reconstructing his physical form. Recalling Master Hu's instructions before his deep slumber, Shifeng remembered that he was to consume the heavenly rain grass and feigned that his spiritual roots had emerged from it, with no witnesses to contradict him. As for whether the 9-Li spirit-connecting technique, being a demonic art, would be discovered by his sect, Shifeng had no concerns. Firstly, this technique was known to no one. Secondly, it could absorb not only demonic energy, but also the energies of the 5 elements. Thirdly, it was originally devised to resolve the absence of fire attributes in the Bacon clan and to balance the overwhelming ice attributes, thus lacking any demonic supernatural abilities. While rummaging through his belongings, Shifeng discovered 4 or 5 storage bags that he had collected in the stone chamber. Ordinarily, the owners would have laid spiritual restrictions upon these bags to prevent others from scanning their possessions, but now, with the owners deceased, those restrictions had gradually faded. With his formidable spiritual awareness, Shifeng easily opened the bags and located the heavenly rain grass. Holding the heavenly rain grass, he did not consume it immediately, but fell into contemplation. The heavenly rain grass had the power to alter one's physique. If he ingested it and inadvertently developed a fire spiritual root, it would be quite detrimental. Currently, he was able to cultivate the 9-Li spirit-connecting technique precisely because he lacked a fire spiritual root. If he were to manifest even a trace of fiery attributes, he would find himself unable to continue his practice of this divine art, rendering his efforts counterproductive. With this thought in mind, he set the heavenly rain grass aside and meticulously revisited the 9-Li spirit-connecting technique. Previously, in the stone chamber, the purple-haired giant had recited this technique to Wu Si, and Shifeng, along with the white fox, had recorded every word without omission through their spiritual awareness. After thoroughly reviewing the entire technique, Sherfong felt a mix of joy and sorrow. The joy stemmed from the realization that he could safely consume the heavenly rain grass. It turned out that the powerful figure from the Bacon clan had already discovered that although rare herbs could alter a person's physique, they were ineffective for those lacking spiritual roots. The vast array of spiritual medicines and extraordinary fruits he had collected over the years could not induce his clan to develop fire's spiritual roots. Otherwise, he would not have been compelled to create a technique of his own, but rather could have resolved the issue through extensive cultivation of a specific spirit herb or fruit. What troubles me is that the 9 Li Hui Ling Great Method is ultimately a technique of the demonic race. The cultivation method for the Qi refinement stage is relatively straightforward. The purple-haired giant has elaborated on it in detail, allowing me to grasp around 30 to 40% of it. However, as for the subsequent techniques, I find myself utterly bewildered. Phrases such as left 3, right 4, and the spirit resides within the Qi, as well as the notion that when the demon pill initially rises, it must be cleared if it becomes stagnant, are filled with terminologies that are clearly the vernacular of the demonic clans. I, Sherfong, have only perused a basic volume of the Tai Chi sect's technique, the pure Yuan Gong. How could I possibly comprehend the supreme divine arts of the demonic race? Furthermore, I cannot seek guidance from Li Yunzi or others on this matter. After pondering for a moment, I decided to set this issue aside. Fortunately, due to the purple-haired giant's explanations, I still retain some understanding of the Qi refinement techniques. The subsequent matters will have to be addressed later. At this moment, I retrieved the Tianyu grass and consumed it in a few bites. The Tianyu grass had a slightly bitter taste, but it was not unpleasant. As the spiritual herb slid down my throat, it transformed into a warm current that gradually permeated my meridians. I hastily activated the 9 Li Hui Ling Great Method, regulating my breath and circulating the energy, converting this spiritual power into my own magical strength. After about the duration of a meal, I finally absorbed all the spiritual energy from the Tianyu grass. Upon examining my dantian, I still remained at the 8th layer of Qi refinement. Although the outermost Qi ring had thickened a few degrees, I further assessed my 5 elemental attributes and discovered that the fire root remained unchanged. While among the other 4 elemental roots, only the wood root had grown slightly more robust. However, it still fell short of the required rank for a spiritual root. I felt a quiet disappointment. Despite my master praising the Tianyu grass, it had merely enhanced my wood attribute a little, and the converted magical strength was pitifully scant, failing to elevate me from the 8th to the 9th layer of Qi refinement. What use was this meager spiritual power to a golden core practitioner? In truth, I had completely misconceived the purpose of the Tianyu grass. Its efficacy primarily lies in improving one's constitution and breaking through bottlenecks, rather than merely enhancing magical power. Indeed, once a practitioner reaches a certain threshold, neither meditation nor the consumption of elixirs can yield any further progress. Hence, spiritual herbs capable of facilitating breakthroughs are exceedingly rare and valued far beyond ordinary elixirs that merely augment magical power. If any golden core practitioners learned that I had consumed a spiritual herb meant for breaking through bottlenecks, as if it were an elixir for enhancing magical strength, they would likely be enraged to the point of spitting blood. After consuming the Tianyu grass, I began to meticulously tally the gains from my journey. I found little for myself, aside from the butterfly kiss ice flower, a 3 to 4 inch long Tianyu grass, and 3 rather ordinary spiritual herbs. However, while in the stone chamber of the purple-haired demon, I had casually picked up 5 or 6 storage bags. At this moment, as I opened each one, I found considerable joy in what they contained. The storage bags were predominantly filled with spirit stones, with Lei Kuei's bag alone containing over 100 medium-grade spirit stones. The lower-grade spirit stones were irregularly shaped and had a rough surface, while the medium-grade spirit stones were uniformly triangular, sparkling like diamonds. After gathering all the spirit stones, I estimated that there were around 50 to 60,000 spirit stones in total. In addition to the spirit stones, the storage bag contained a considerable number of talismans and elixirs. Given the myriad dangers lurking within the Thousand Lakes cave, it is customary for nearly all disciples to equip themselves with auxiliary talismans such as invisibility and flight talismans. Those disciples with substantial financial backing often procure offensive talismans like lightning, fireball, and ice talismans, while healing and restorative elixirs are indispensable. Furthermore, the storage bag held various magical artifacts. Stone Maple, a skilled artificer, could discern the level and purpose of a magical artifact upon acquiring it. However, he was disappointed to find that these artifacts were predominantly mid-grade spiritual tools, constrained by a dozen levels of prohibitions, with the sole exception of Lei Kuei's four-cornered copper coin, which was a superior grade spiritual tool bound by 24 levels of prohibitions. In addition to the artifacts, there were several jade slips documenting various cultivation techniques. Naturally, Stone Maple had no intention of practicing these techniques, as they belonged to other sects. Being discovered practicing the techniques of another sect would be a grave taboo. He planned to sell these techniques and artifacts at a marketplace beyond the sect, exchanging them for spirit stones. However, after a moment's contemplation, he decided to retain one jade slip, evidently belonging to a disciple of the Ling Shao Pavilion. This slip contained not cultivation techniques, but rather an exposition on the essentials of talismans, which upon his mental probing, revealed a discussion of talismanic knowledge and several straightforward methods for arranging talismanic formations. Stone Maple had already witnessed the formidable power of formations in the trial grounds. The Lin Tai couple had once ensnared the cold flood dragon, with the 9 stars eclipsing the moon formation. And the fearsome purple-haired demon in the underground palace had also been trapped by a talismanic formation, unable to extricate itself. Additionally, as a master artificer, he understood that the prohibitions on artifacts could also be regarded as a form of formation, differing in that talismanic formations are based on array flags arranged in physical space, while prohibitions are composed of materials integrated into the very essence of the artifact. Stone Maple resolved to dedicate some time to studying this further, as it would undoubtedly enhance his crafting skills. Beyond spirit stones, talismans, elixirs, artifacts, and jade slips, the storage bag also contained a significant quantity of spiritual herbs and fruits, which were undoubtedly acquired by Lei Kuei and others through foraging or thievery. Stone Maple was only lightly versed in elixirs and could scarcely identify more than 2 or 3 types of spiritual herbs. He categorized the aforementioned items into 3 piles, one consisting of spirit stones, talismans, elixirs, and the jade slip on the essentials of talismans, which he intended to keep for himself. Another pile containing all the spiritual herbs and fruits, which he planned to submit to the sect, although he intended to retain the root of the butterfly kiss ice flower, as it could promote the growth of one's consciousness. The final pile comprised the artifacts and several jade slips of cultivation techniques, which he neither wanted nor could submit to the sect, and he intended to sell them for crystal stones at an opportune moment. Stone Maple carefully arranged these items into 3 separate storage bags, leaving only 3 items unaddressed. The first of these was a thumb-sized spirit-gathering stone, which appeared quite unremarkable on the surface, rugged and coarse. Even with a mental scan, it merely resembled a common iron ore used in crafting. Holding it in the palm of his hand, he sat in meditation, and before long, he felt the surrounding spiritual energy converging into his palm, the density of the spiritual energy doubling in an instant. Shifeng felt a surge of joy within, for he understood that the progression of cultivation is intricately linked to one's innate talent, the techniques employed, and the richness of spiritual energy. With the acquisition of this spirit-gathering stone, even meditating in the plains would be akin to practicing in the presence of a spiritual eye or spring. Such a treasure is exceedingly rare. Master Hu had warned that if its existence were to become known, it could swiftly lead to peril. How should this precious item be stored? After contemplating, Shifeng decided that excessive caution might attract unwanted attention. He promptly found a storage pouch and placed his accumulated refining materials along with the spirit-gathering stone inside, intending to retrieve it during his meditation sessions. The second item was the sword referred to by the purple-haired demon as the 7-star spirit-slaying sword. As Shifeng lifted the blade and examined it closely, he recognized the materials used in magical artifacts and discerned that, upon inspection, it appeared to be merely an ordinary azure steel sword. Crafted from a material known as azure-patterned iron essence, it bore a pale blue hue, distinguishing it from the typical grayish-white iron essence. However, this was merely a somewhat rare material. This azure steel sword did not even qualify as a spiritual tool. It could only be considered a nascent spiritual weapon, defined as the uncarved essence of a spiritual tool devoid of any engravings or restrictions. Shifeng scanned the sword with his spiritual sense repeatedly, yet he felt no restrictions present. Nevertheless, having witnessed this sword once restraining the formidable purple-haired brute, he was certain it transcended the realm of a mere nascent artifact, undoubtedly belonging to the category of treasured spiritual tools. Attempting to channel his magical energy into the blade, Shifeng poured nearly all his strength into the sword. Yet it remained utterly unresponsive. Shaking his head, he realized that this sword was beyond his current capacity to wield, and he decided to store it in the pouch as well. Finally, he turned to the piece of cold flood dragon skin, a prime material for refining. As he extracted the entire skin, a wave of exhilaration washed over him. The cold flood dragon itself was not particularly large, only about 2 zhang in length. Its magnificent size during their battle had been an illusion conjured by its magical prowess. Shifeng ran his hand over the dragon's skin, finding it soft to the touch. With delicate scales that did not prick his skin, he recalled that this was indeed from a cold flood dragon, yet it emitted no chill. Taking a dagger, he lightly scratched the surface of the skin, which showed no signs of damage. He then infused it with his magical energy and thrust it forcefully. Yet it still bore no mark. Shifeng nodded in satisfaction, recognizing the resilience of a golden core-level beast's hide. He contemplated the best use for this skin. Naturally, it was most suitable for crafting protective leather armor. Such material, if fashioned into a low-grade or mid-grade spiritual tool, would be a waste of its potential. However, to create a treasured artifact or a high-grade spiritual tool, Shifeng was aware that he only knew of a handful of refining blueprints, all seen in the possession of Master Qianqi. Moreover, he currently lacked the capability to refine treasured artifacts or high-grade spiritual tools. Although he was quite confident in crafting low-grade spiritual tools and had succeeded with mid-grade artifacts, he had never attempted high-grade ones, especially treasured artifacts. The fundamental difference between treasured artifacts and ordinary spiritual tools lay in the necessity of nurturing them with the alchemical fire from a cultivator's inner essence. As a mere qi refinement disciple, Shifeng had no access to such alchemical fire. As for the two short dragon horns, Shifeng momentarily could not conceive of how to utilize them. It seemed that the hide of this cold dragon would have to be set aside for now. He procured a storage bag and placed the cold dragon's horns within, subsequently casting a layer of spiritual awareness restriction over the bag. The art of imposing and lifting such restrictions was mentioned in the divine arts taught to him by the white fox, serving as one of the fundamental applications of spiritual awareness. The imposition of a restriction entails the creation of a protective barrier of spiritual awareness over a storage bag or other items to prevent prying by others. Conversely, lifting a restriction involves breaking through another's imposed spiritual barrier. After cultivating the divine arts, Shifeng's spiritual awareness was now on par with that of an average foundation establishment cultivator, and with the possession of 2 spiritual awareness domains. He had easily dispelled the restrictions on the storage bags of Lei Kuei and others earlier. Having established a spiritual restriction on his storage bag, it would remain undetectable to ordinary qi refining cultivators. Foundation establishment and even golden core cultivators might sense its presence, but they would need to forcibly breach Shifeng's spiritual restriction to discern the contents within. Such actions would typically only occur between adversaries in conflict, as it would be considered exceedingly rude among peers, seniors, and fellow disciples. In truth, the divine arts also introduced methods to bypass one's spiritual restrictions, a principle foundational to the illusions of the Tianhu clan, whose innate abilities are far more exaggerated, allowing them to infiltrate another's awareness unnoticed and induce various illusions. However, such methods require a high level of spiritual awareness, which Shifeng was currently unable to employ. Reflecting upon this, Shifeng recalled that within one of his spiritual domains lingered a significant amount of mental energy left by Wu Si. Upon scanning with his spiritual awareness, he discovered that this mental energy resembled a dark cloud gathered in the left side of his spiritual domain. Although the white fox had mentioned that this was merely the residual mental energy from a self-detonation, it was nonetheless the remnant of Wu Si, an elder of the demonic path, and Shifeng was wary of potential repercussions. After securing the storage bag, he seated himself in meditation, employing the divine arts to gradually dissipate this mental energy. Simultaneously, he retrieved a spirit-gathering stone and kept it close, while utilizing the other half of his spiritual domain to practice the 9-Li spirit-gathering technique to absorb the essence of heaven and earth. This exemplified the brilliance of multitasking. Of course, engaging in both the divine arts and the 9-Li spirit-gathering technique posed no issue, as the former pertains to cultivating spiritual awareness, while the latter focuses on refining the energy within the Dantian, thus presenting no conflict. However, he could not simultaneously practice the 9-Li spirit-gathering technique and the pure yuan technique, for although he possessed 2 spiritual domains, his meridians and body were singular, leading to a conflict in the absorption of energy, whether it followed the principles of the pure yuan technique or the 9-Li spirit-gathering technique. Shifeng remained in quiet meditation for 2 to 3 hours, and as the 4th watch approached, fatigue began to set in after his dual cultivation efforts and the journey he had undertaken. He decided to cease his practice and lay down for a brief rest. In a drowsy state, he sensed someone approaching his dwelling and quickly sat up, gathering his belongings. Moments later, footsteps drew nearer, and he heard someone outside inquire, "Is Shifeng residing here?" Shifeng rose to his feet and opened the door, revealing a brightened sky outside. 3 individuals stood at the entrance. One was Master Luo, the steward of the artifact refining hall, while the other 2, clad in white garments, bore solemn expressions. A sudden shock coursed through Shifeng's heart. Even though he did not recognize the two, those in white within Tai Chi's sect were all enforcers. Why would they come to seek him? He spoke. I am Shifeng. What brings my esteemed seniors here? The elder of the two enforcers declared loudly, by the decree of the sect master. Disciple Shifeng of the Iron Sword Peak is to proceed immediately to Yintai Ridge to report. A jolt of anxiety struck Shifeng, and he inquired. May I ask what the sect master wishes to discuss? The younger enforcer, displaying impatience, retorted, How should we know? You are to leave at once. No need for further prattle. Shifeng complied, understood. Shall I bring anything with me? The disciple replied, No need. Let us go. Without allowing Shifeng to utter another word, they flanked him, half escorting, half monitoring, as they led him away. Master Luo observed Shifeng's departure, his eyes betraying a hint of concern. As they journeyed, Shifeng's mind raced with apprehension. Why had the sect master sent enforcers to fetch him? Could it be that he was aware of Shifeng's cultivation of demonic techniques? No, that secret was known only to the purple-haired man. Others could not possibly be privy to it. Moreover, even that demon did not know, as he had transferred the 9 Li's spiritual great method to Wu Si, unaware that Wu Si's body belonged to Shifeng of Tai Chi's sect. After a moment of contemplation, Shifeng reasoned that he had committed no grave transgression. Even if the truth were unveiled, the cultivation of demonic techniques had been the act of Wu Si after he usurped Shifeng's body. Releasing that demon was also Wu Si's doing and bore no relation to Shifeng himself. With this line of thought, he felt a slight easing of his anxiety. The trio traversed through 4 teleportation arrays, eventually arriving at Yintai Ridge. Shifeng noted that they did not lead him to the central ancestral hall, but rather to a smaller temple on the left, prompting a sigh of relief. Tai Chi's sect typically addressed transgressions of rebellious disciples within the ancestral hall, paying respects to the ancestors, as they were not headed there. Perhaps the situation was not as dire as he feared. The elder enforcer approached the small temple and called out, reporting to the sect master. Disciple Shifeng of Iron Sword Peak has arrived. Let him enter, came the indifferent voice of Master Xian Yi, devoid of any discernible emotion. Shifeng pushed open the temple door and stepped inside. Despite his mental preparation, he was still taken aback. The small hall was filled with a dozen chairs, all occupied by the golden core ancestors of various sects within Tai Chi, their gaze fixed upon him, a mere Chi refining disciple. He hastily knelt down. Disciple Shifeng pays respects to the sect master and esteemed ancestors. As he prostrated on the ground, he felt the probing presence of numerous consciousnesses sweeping over him. The oppressive aura from the golden core experts nearly rendering him breathless, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. Chapter 57. Soul-Searching Technique. Master Xian Yi's tone remained cool and detached. Shifeng, recount in detail your experiences in the trial grounds. Shifeng responded, yes. Since Master Xian Yi had specified the need for detail, Shifeng made it his priority to be thorough. He began by narrating how, lacking a spiritual root, he had sought guidance from his master, Lu Yunzi, who had directed him and provided a map of the Thousand Lakes Cave, instructing him to seek the heavenly rain grass. The matter at hand had previously been recounted by the esteemed Master Dao Chong of the Iron Sword Peak, and there were no discrepancies between their accounts. Shifeng further explained that prior to entering the cave, he had procured several hundred invisibility and swift movement talismans, with the singular focus of hastening his journey. When confronted with battles and monstrous beasts, he chose to evade them from a distance. He persevered until reaching the valley where the Tianyu grass was located, only to encounter 2 factions of disciples from the Taiji sect's Lingxiao Pavilion engaged in conflict with disciples from the Leijia fort of the Wanshou Mountain. Due to his meager strength, he could only remain in hiding, until a wild rhinoceros hound suddenly emerged, scattering the combatants and affording him the opportunity to enter the valley. As a consequence of the emergence of a troll from the Qianhu cave, all disciples participating in the trial had been questioned by their sections. The esteemed leader of the Daequi Peak, Master Mu Yi, had also inquired in detail of Gu Mingcheng and others. It was during this exchange that Gu Mingcheng had mentioned the incident, prompting Master Mu Yi to cast a slight nod towards Xian Yi. Shifeng continued, stating that upon entering the cave, he indeed discovered 2 specimens of Tianyu grass, one measuring approximately 4 inches and the other about 7 inches. However, he refrained from discussing the matter of Lei Kuei, despite the fact that Lei Kuei had ultimately fallen victim to the troll, leaving Shifeng to acquire the Tianyu grass from his storage pouch, which could be deemed plausible. Yet, there was a crucial detail that complicated matters. If Shifeng were to assert that he had found the Tianyu grass in Lei Kuei's pouch posthumously, it would imply that he possessed no spiritual root or magical power prior to acquiring it, raising the question of how he could have opened Lei Kuei's storage pouch at all. Thus, Shifeng resolved to remain silent about the acquisition of Tianyu grass from Lei Kuei, especially since he had witnessed Lei Kuei retrieving the grass himself. As an individual devoid of any magical prowess, how could he possibly have evaded the notice of Lei Kuei, a cultivator in the later stages of Foundation establishment? The matter of the white fox was certainly not to be mentioned. The gathered golden core cultivators listened in silence, their expressions betraying a flicker of intrigue at the mention of the 7-inch Tianyu grass. Shifeng proceeded to narrate his encounter with Qin Bing upon exiting the cave, subsequently being led to a small island in the lake, where he detailed the joint effort of Jijin Dao Run and others in slaying the Cold Flood Dragon, a tale known to many. He recounted the subsequent events of being engulfed by demonic energy and discovering the purple-haired demon within the stone chamber. Lacking magical power, he was not ensnared by the troll's illusionary arts and discerned the lingering presence of the troll, prompting him to alert his companions. The troll then unleashed its fury, resulting in the demise of Lei Kuei and several disciples. In the ensuing chaos, Shifeng, being a body-refining warrior with considerable physical strength, managed to hold the stone door. At this juncture, Shifeng's account remained largely truthful. However, he could not divulge the subsequent events involving Wu Xi's possession or the troll's imparting of the Nine Li's spiritual method. He must resort to deception. Fortunately, the individuals in the right chamber, including Lin Tai, had feared the troll's incursion and closed the stone door, rendering the happenings in the left chamber a mystery to all. Shifeng noted that upon witnessing the retreat of his companions, he picked up several storage pouches from the ground, intending to escape. Yet, as the demonic energy intensified, he felt increasingly uncomfortable. Recalling his master's words about the extreme rarity of Tianyu grass, he promptly retrieved it and consumed it, resulting in an overwhelming surge of fiery spiritual energy within him, which, upon contact with the demonic energy, exacerbated his discomfort. The alchemists of the Golden Elixir sect exchanged discreet glances, shaking their heads in silent disapproval. This disciple, after all, was still young and naive, unaware that demonic energy was particularly effective against magical prowess. Previously, without any magical power, he was not susceptible to the demonic energy, but in a state of panic. He ingested the heavenly rain herb, which led to the emergence of his magical abilities, complicating matters further. Shifeng continued, expressing that he felt a clash between spiritual energy and demonic energy within him, leading to an excruciating headache. Ultimately, he lost his senses and ran wildly through the underground demon palace. When he regained consciousness, he found himself rescued by his master, Uncle Qin of the returning Goose Peak, who had brought him out of the abyss. At this point, Shifeng paused, and the hall fell into a profound silence, with no one daring to speak. Xianyi slowly addressed him, "Shifeng, rise and step closer to speak." Shifeng complied, taking a few steps forward. Xianyi extended his hand, and from a distance of 2 yards, he pointed, sending a gentle stream of magical energy towards Shifeng. After a brief moment, Xianyi confirmed, "Indeed, you have manifested a spiritual root, a 4th-tier fire root. Your current cultivation is at the 8th level of qi refinement. You possess quite the fortune." Shifeng stood respectfully, unsure of how to respond. Xianyi continued, "You mentioned earlier that you obtained 2 heavenly rain herbs and consumed 1, resulting in the emergence of your spiritual root. What of the other?" The emergence of the giant demon had shaken the world, even stirring the long-secluded Yuan Ying ancestor, Huang Yinjin Run, of the Tai Chi sect. A fierce battle ensued in the Thousand Lakes cave, and though the giant demon escaped, it could return at any moment. The higher-ups of the 5 sects had engaged in several secret discussions regarding this significant matter, interrogating all disciples who participated in the trial. Shifeng's situation was particularly enigmatic. Reports indicated that he had supported the stone door and was presumed to be doomed, yet not only did he survive, but he also inexplicably developed a spiritual root and considerable magical prowess. Naturally, the Tai Chi sect's leaders were astonished and summoned Shifeng for questioning. Shifeng replied, "It is with me, master. Please take a look." He produced the 4-inch-long heavenly rain herb. Xianyi gestured, and the herb floated gently before him, suspended in midair, radiating spiritual light. Although the golden elixir alchemists had never seen a genuine heavenly rain herb, they had encountered descriptions in their texts. Upon viewing it, they recognized it as the legendary herb capable of breaking through bottlenecks, and their eyes gleamed with astonishment. Xianyi surveyed the assembly and, seeing no one speak, instructed, "Shifeng, you may step outside and await our summons." Shifeng acknowledged with a nod and exited the grand hall. As he departed, the doors closed silently behind him. Standing outside, he could no longer hear the discussions within, realizing that Xianyi had placed a barrier. He refrained from probing into the restrictions with his divine sense, and stood respectfully outside, awaiting further instructions. Once Shifeng left, Xianyi inquired, "What do you all think? Is this child's account credible?" Dao Chongzhenren was the first to respond. "This matter aligns perfectly with what Lu Yunzi and Chongqing have reported. It must be true." Jing Su Zhenren of returning Goose Peak affirmed. Qin Bing's statements corroborate this. Yimu Zhenren from the overlapping Green Peak added, "The account involving the cave and the battle with the wild dogs aligns with what our disciple Gu Mingsheng has relayed." Qian Chu Zhenren declared loudly, "Having refined weapons alongside the old Taoist for many years, I trust this child's character. He has never deceived anyone." At this moment, a square-faced man from the lower ranks stood up and remarked, "I believe Shifeng's account may not be entirely accurate, given the implications regarding the giant demon's whereabouts. Should we not employ soul-searching techniques on him?" Upon uttering those words, the assembly was momentarily taken aback. Suddenly, with a resounding bang, Dao Chongzhenren struck the table with his palm, rising in anger as he exclaimed, "Junior brother Zhu, what do you mean by that?" The soul-searching technique forcibly intrudes upon another's consciousness, delving into their memories, thereby uncovering all their secrets. While this method is indeed highly effective, it is also exceedingly tyrannical. The person subjected to such a technique may suffer from severe mental disarray, becoming a mere shell of their former self, or worse, experience instant soul shattering, leading to their demise. Such a tactic is typically reserved for matters of life and death, even if disciples err. The common practice is to strip them of their cultivation and expel them from the sect, but to resort to soul-searching is an entirely different matter. Dao Chongzhenren's face flushed with rage, especially since Shifeng had risked his life to save over 20 disciples from the clutches of a colossal demon. Who among those present was unaware of this tremendous feat? Yet, instead of acknowledging such valor, the sect proposed to subject a disciple of Tai Jian Peak to soul-searching? Dao Chongzhenren, known for his humility within the Tai Chi sect, was rarely seen in such a furious state, leaving junior brother Zhu utterly astonished. Xian Yizhenren understood Zhu Wuxi's true intentions. Shifeng's sudden emergence of spiritual roots, having previously possessed none, could only be explained by the consumption of the Tianyu grass. Even if the colossal demon's cultivation was extraordinary, it could not have inexplicably granted Shifeng spiritual roots, especially since Shifeng had presented a 4-inch long Tianyu grass as evidence. This was indisputable. Zhu Wuxi felt a pang of envy. He had been stuck at the early golden core stage for many years, desperately seeking a spiritual herb to break through his bottleneck. Yet, finding a herb effective for the golden core stage was no simple task. After 30 years of fruitless searching, he learned that this young man had consumed a 7-inch long Tianyu grass, only to yield a mere 4th-tier spiritual root. It was truly infuriating. His insinuation that Shifeng harbored another Tianyu grass was unfounded, but in his desperation, he had mentioned the soul-searching technique, which was indeed excessive. Xian Yizhenren's expression darkened as he admonished, "Wuxi, what nonsense are you spouting? Sit down at once." Having previously been Xian Yizhenren's disciple, Zhu Wuxi maintained his standing even after advancing to the golden core stage, allowing Xian Yizhenren to reprimand him directly. Realizing his blunder, Zhu Wuxi hastily replied, "I only have the sect's interests at heart, as this matter is of great significance." Dao Chongzhenren, well aware of Zhu Wuxi's true sentiments, sneered. The sect's regulations state that the rewards from the trial grounds belong solely to the disciples. Which disciple would divulge all their secrets? If we are to consider this matter serious, should we not subject all disciples entering the trial grounds to soul-searching? Junior brother Zhu, do you not have many disciples who have entered the trial grounds as well? Should we not also subject them to soul-searching? Although Dao Chongzhenren typically refrained from verbose speech, when provoked, his arguments were exceedingly astute and left little room for rebuttal. Zhu Wuxi found himself speechless, ultimately forcing out, "This is not comparable. Shifeng's case is too bizarre. The other disciples have behaved honestly and have not transgressed." Dao Chongzhenren replied, "Oh, so you imply that Shifeng has indeed violated the sect's rules? Pray tell, which rule is that?" The opportunities gained by disciples during the trials are personal fortunes that need not be disclosed to the sect. Lu Yunzi had known of the Tianyu grass's location long before and had not reported it to the sect either. Dao Chongzhenren continued, "Does that mean that he, by risking his life to save numerous disciples of the sect, has actually violated the sect's regulations?" "Indeed, Zhu Shidi. I must inquire, your esteemed disciple Wei Yunfei, upon being rescued by Shifeng and retreating to the adjacent stone chamber, neglected to offer assistance to Shifeng and instead chose to close the stone door. How does this comport with the 6th tenet of our ancestral regulations? The Taiji sect is governed by 9 foundational rules established by the revered Taiji Zhenren, which serve as the bedrock of our practices. The sixth tenet explicitly states that disciples of the Taiji sect must not harm their fellow sect members and should strive to assist one another in times of crisis. Of course, this notion of collaboration is often merely rhetoric. When faced with perilous situations, even the esteemed golden elixir cultivators present might find themselves acting like Wei Yunfei. For when confronted with a formidable demon, one's own life may be at stake. Nevertheless, Dao Chong Jinren's invocation of the ancestral rules is beyond reproach. Moreover, given that Shi Feng rescued Wei Yunfei first, his subsequent abandonment of Shi Feng does indeed raise questions of morality. Zhu Wuxi was left speechless, unable to articulate a response. Despite his audacity, he dared not suggest that the ancestral regulations were mere words not to be taken seriously. Chapter 58. A pile of crystals. Xian Yi recognized that prolonging this discourse would only lead to Zhu Wuxi's own detriment. So he interjected, "Let us not dwell further on this matter." Zhu Shidi's words were unmeasured, and I, on behalf of him, offer my apologies to you, Shi Xiao. With that, he performed a deep bow to Dao Chong Jinren. Seeing the sect leader bow in apology, Dao Chong Jinren did not wish to escalate tensions with Yantai Ridge and returned the gesture, acknowledging the courtesy. Xian Yi continued, "Earlier, we both scrutinized the situation with our spiritual senses and found no trace of demonic energy on Shi Feng, nor any evidence of him having practiced demonic arts. This youth, having entered our mountain gate at the tender age of 13 as an ordinary mortal, possesses a clean background and cannot possibly be a spy planted by the demon clan within our Taiji sect. As a mere Qi refinement disciple, he has no ties to the demons. Let this matter rest here." Having waited outside for a considerable time, Shi Feng heard Xian Yi's voice call, "Shi Feng, please enter." Shi Feng promptly pushed the door open and stepped inside. As he was about to pay his respects, Xian Yi gently remarked, "As we are all members of the sect, there is no need for such formalities. Simply stand and converse." Shi Feng expressed his gratitude. Xian Yi continued, "Shi Feng, during this trial, you risked your life to save many fellow disciples, and we are greatly heartened by your bravery. In recognition of your contributions, the sect bestows upon you 30,000 spirit stones." As he spoke, he produced a jade slip, inscribing a line of text within, and handed it to Shi Feng, saying, "With this jade slip, you may visit the disciplinary hall at any time to claim your spirit stones." He then addressed the gathered elders, stating, "These spirit stones, while generous, pale in comparison to the lives of over 20 elite disciples of our sect." He added, "Given that Shi Feng now possesses spiritual roots, I wish to grant him a token, allowing him to select a technique or divine ability from the 5th floor of the Scripture Pavilion. This privilege is typically reserved for those who have made significant contributions to the sect. As entry requires the approval of the elders, Dao Chong Jinren and Qian Chu Jinren naturally nodded in agreement, and the other 4 elders raised no objections. Consequently, Xian Yi conferred upon Shi Feng a token, permitting him to choose a technique from the Scripture Pavilion within 3 days. Of course, according to our regulations, this technique must be practiced solely by him and cannot be imparted to others, lest he face disciplinary actions from the sect. Xian Yi concluded, "Thus, this is the extent of your rewards. Now, I wish to discuss another matter with you. According to our customs, the spoils obtained from the trial belong to each individual. However, should you choose to submit them to the sect, we shall compensate you with spirit stones at market value, along with additional benefits. Will you keep this heavenly rain grass for yourself, or will you submit it to the sect?" Upon his utterance, the gaze of over a dozen golden core cultivators fixated on Shi Feng. Shi Feng could not help but break into a sweat, hastily replying, "Naturally, this heavenly rain grass will be submitted to the sect." Xian Yi's face brightened instantly, exclaiming, "Excellent. Although the heavenly rain grass is a priceless treasure, it is only 4 inches long. How about I offer you 100,000 crystal stones?" Shi Feng was taken aback. Having just received a reward of 30,000 crystal stones, he felt he had struck gold, yet Xian Yi's initial offer was a staggering 100,000. Observing the eager expressions of the golden core cultivators, he sensed that if he did not agree, Xian Yi might increase the price further. He quickly replied, all right. I find it too much. I have never received such a large sum of crystal stones." Xian Yi laughed heartily. "What is there to fear about too many crystal stones? If you find it excessive, you can store them with Brother Dao Chong." After accepting the heavenly rain grass, he handed Shi Feng a jade slip, saying, "Good, Shi Feng. You may now return to rest." Zhao Tianhu interjected, "Shi Feng, the sect master has summoned you to withdraw." His words were hurried, as if he wished to kick Shi Feng out the door. His thoughts were transparent to others, seeing Shi Feng as a simpleton, the master of the burning heaven peak. Qi Li promptly stated, "Shi Feng, if you possess any other spiritual herbs or extraordinary fruits, do not hesitate to present them. We here can purchase them with crystal stones, and you shall naturally receive further benefits. Recalling his master's instructions, Shifeng replied, yes, I am willing to submit all the spiritual herbs I possess to the sect. The crowd exchanged knowing smiles, while Zhao Tianhu secretly stamped his foot. Once these items were submitted to the sect, the Iron Sword Peak would no longer have a say in the matter. Shifeng promptly retrieved his storage bag, producing the spiritual herbs one by one. He had previously mentioned that these items were all found in the storage bag from the stone chamber. Whether they were genuinely found or appropriated through less noble means remained unasked. After all, the trial grounds had not prohibited conflict, and what one obtained through force naturally belonged to them. In addition to the spiritual herbs, there were certainly some spirit stones and magical artifacts within the storage bag. However, those entering the trial grounds were primarily Foundation establishment and Qi refining disciples. The spirit stones and artifacts on their persons could hardly attract the attention of golden core cultivators. Shifeng remained silent, and the golden core cultivators were too indifferent to inquire. Oh, this seems to be a 1,000-leaf flower. It possesses a century's worth of age. Remarkable. The quality of this broken orchid is even superior to what I observed at the last auction. As Shifeng unveiled each item, the golden core cultivators chimed in excitedly, while Xian Yi, with a smile, began to offer prices, acquiring all the spiritual herbs from Shifeng, increasing his crystal stone count by an additional 60 to 70,000. Most of these items belonged to Lei Kuei, a consummate cultivator at the peak of Foundation establishment. In the trial grounds, he and Ji Zhun were the most formidable, having seized a considerable number of treasures along the way. Seeing Shifeng produce such a wealth of valuable items, Xian Yi expressed his delight. Excellent, Shifeng. You prioritize the interests of the sect over personal gain, which is indeed commendable, truly commendable. Is this all you possess? After a moment of hesitation, Shifeng realized he had only one final spiritual flower left, the butterfly kiss ice flower. The stem had already been severed, yet the blossoms were exceptionally beautiful. Initially intending to keep it, he reconsidered, recognizing that it would serve little purpose in his possession. Resolving to do a good deed, he spoke. There is another flower, not obtained from anyone else, but picked by my disciple along the way. Since the disciple does not comprehend spiritual flowers and herbs, he was unaware of its significance. Other people's storage bags may contain valuable items, but my disciple's flower is likely just an ordinary ornamental piece, and he feels embarrassed to present it. Xianyi chuckled. What is there to be embarrassed about? Bring it forth for inspection. If it is merely an ordinary flower, you may keep it for your enjoyment. At that, Shifeng produced the butterfly kiss ice flower. The stem measured 2 feet tall, adorned with 8 purple blossoms the size of wine cups, resembling butterflies poised to take flight. The gathered golden core cultivators were momentarily stunned, until they heard Jinren Jingshu bellow, I shall take this. Nearby, Jinren Mai interjected, Sister Jingshu, what do you mean by that? He intends to offer it to the sect. How can you claim it for yourself? Jinren Qili added, Indeed, indeed. Jingshu retorted angrily, this object possesses an ice attribute. Qili, what chaos are you stirring? Qili replied, I have my own uses for it. Zhao Tianhu felt as if his heart were bleeding, exclaiming, Everyone, you are going too far. Do you think there is no one at Iron Sword Peak? Someone nearby quickly remarked, Brother Zhao, your statement is puzzling. Is Iron Sword Peak not part of the Taiji sect? How does offering it to the sect offend you? Jingshu asserted, Today, I must acquire this butterfly kiss ice flower by any means necessary. Shifeng has merely taken it out. He has not yet stated his intention to offer it to the sect. Shifeng, let me inquire. Your safe escape from the underground demon palace was thanks to my disciple Qin Bing's efforts. You certainly have not forgotten that life-saving grace, have you? Shifeng hastily replied, I shall never forget the kindness of Master Uncle Qin. Nearby, someone scoffed, Is it reasonable to leverage a favor in such a manner? If we speak of life-saving grace, that person propped the stone gate and saved your disciple's life first. Unperturbed by the mocking remarks, Jingshu continued, As long as you remember. Are you willing to sell me this spiritual flower? I shall, of course, provide you with ample compensation. Shifeng responded, If the ancestor requires it, I shall gladly present it, and I do not dare to accept any reward. Jingshu found his words exceedingly pleasing and replied, Very well. However, as your elder, I cannot take your belongings without offering something in return. I possess a movement technique known as meteor shadow, which I shall bestow upon you. As she spoke, she tossed a jade slip over and deftly took the spiritual flower from Shifeng's hands. Someone murmured, Is this not akin to taking it for free? Does Iron Sword Peak not have its own movement techniques? Nearby, another person hastily tugged at his sleeve, signaling him to refrain from further comments. Having descended from Yantai Ridge, Shifeng now possessed over 300,000 spiritual stones. Upon returning to the Sword Forging Valley, he fed the little black creature, just as he intended to meditate. His sixth senior brother, Zhou Qing, arrived, saying their master was seeking him. Shifeng promptly rose and made his way to Yushu Mountain. Entering Lu Yunzi's chamber, he found other disciples gathered. Xiang Jun grinned. Congratulations, senior brother. I hear you have become quite the wealthy individual. Having first greeted Lu Yunzi, Shifeng took a seat and remarked, these crystal stones serve little purpose for me. I shall hand them over to our master shortly. If any senior brothers require them, please feel free to take them. Xiang Jun immediately responded, brothers, do not hesitate to use them. Is it then impossible for my junior sister to be of use? Shifeng inquired hastily. Of course, Lu Yunzi chuckled. It seems you have become quite the local magnate. You are unaware that just moments ago, Uncle Zhao was so furious he berated me as well, claiming that all my disciples are fools. Shifeng felt a twinge of anxiety. Lu Yunzi waved his hand dismissively. Well, it is done now that the spiritual flower has been handed over. No matter. What truly matters is that you have indeed awakened your spiritual root and stepped into the realm of cultivation. That is a rare achievement. Shifeng knelt, expressing his gratitude. Disciple thanks master for this opportunity. Lu Yunzi gestured. This is your own fortune. Do not thank me. Your spiritual root has manifested, and you have reached the 8th layer of qi refinement, surpassing even the 3rd elder. Henceforth, you need not continue with menial tasks in the artifact hall. Return to Yushu Mountain to cultivate. After all, enhancing your own strength is of paramount importance. Although Shifeng naturally preferred the art of crafting artifacts, he understood that it was merely a supplementary skill. True cultivation was the righteous path. Only by ascending to higher tiers could one extend their lifespan. Moreover, he sought vengeance and wished to awaken the white fox, matters that could not be resolved through artifact crafting. He replied, yes. I shall pack my belongings and return to the mountain tomorrow. Lu Yunzi nodded thoughtfully. You have indeed manifested a fire spiritual root. Our Iron Sword Peak predominantly practices metal-based techniques. However, that is of little concern. I possess some knowledge of fire techniques, so your cultivation will not be hindered. The group exchanged thoughts on cultivation queries, but Lu Yunzi soon received a directive from the sect's higher-ups forbidding Shifeng from disclosing details about the trial grounds. Consequently, no one inquired about the events that transpired in the trial grounds, and after some time, they dispersed. Chapter 59. Disciples dispute as he prepared to leave. Shifeng proposed that the 30,000 spirit stones he possessed be entrusted to Lu Yunzi for distribution. Lu Yunzi replied, these are the fruits of your labor. 30,000 spirit stones represent a substantial sum even for us foundation establishment cultivators. Keep them. If your senior brothers or sisters find themselves in need, they will surely come to borrow. Upon returning to Iron Sword Peak, Shifeng sought out Master Qianchu in the inner valley to bid farewell. Master Qianchu was in the midst of crafting a magical artifact. Upon seeing Shifeng, he waved him over to assist. They worked side by side while conversing. Once Shifeng clarified his intention to return to Yushu Peak the following day, Master Qianchu paused in surprise, halting his work. Do not pack just yet. Wait a moment. I will be right back. He hurried out, swiftly flying on his sword to the residence of Master Daochong. Upon entering, he called out repeatedly, Daochong, Daochong, it is I. The old Taoist Qianchu. Master Daochong, who was meditating, was taken aback by Master Qianchu's abrupt entrance. He smiled and said, it has been quite some time since you have sat with me. Let me brew you a cup of spirit tea. A nearby attendant complied, turning to prepare the tea. Master Qianchu waved his hand. There is no rush for tea. I have heard that you intend to take Shifeng away from me to cultivate at Iron Sword Peak. Master Daochong paused momentarily, stating, I was unaware of this matter, but Shifeng is indeed a disciple of Iron Sword Peak. After all these years of serving you as a menial laborer, now that he has awakened his spiritual root, it is only natural for him to return to the mountain to cultivate under his master. Master Qianchu, now agitated, stood up. This cannot be allowed. Daochong, for all these years, your Iron Sword Peak has neglected him, while I have dedicated myself to his guidance, investing much effort into his training. Now you wish to take him away with a mere statement? I cannot consent to this. Daochong, the true man, said with a chuckle, please, esteemed brother. Take a seat. Although Shifeng is a disciple of my Iron Sword Peak, this matter ultimately rests with his master, and as the head of the sect, I am not in a position to interfere. Therefore, I shall summon Lu Yunzi at once. With that, he sent out a sound transmission talisman. Before long, Lu Yunzi hurriedly arrived. Upon entering and seeing Qianchu, he was momentarily taken aback, bowing respectfully. I pay my respects to the esteemed head and to you, esteemed brother Qianchu. Daochong gestured for Lu Yunzi to take a seat and recounted Qianchu's earlier words. Lu Yunzi replied, as per esteemed brother Qianchu's counsel, I should indeed comply. However, Shifeng has labored tirelessly to cultivate a spiritual root. It seems unreasonable to deny him the opportunity to practice cultivation and instead compel him to refine tools in the outer sect. Qianchu, his bald head glistening with perspiration, retorted angrily, "When did I ever say he could not cultivate? Is it impossible to refine tools and cultivate simultaneously? I, too, come from a background in tool refinement. Who possesses greater cultivation, you or I?" Lu Yunzi smiled wryly. "Undoubtedly, esteemed brother, your cultivation is superior." Qianchu continued, "Moreover, Shifeng possesses a fire spiritual root. How do you intend to guide him at Iron Sword Peak? If he follows me, I shall take him as my personal disciple and impart to him superior techniques, which will undoubtedly surpass what you can teach." Lu Yunzi replied, "If you personally instruct him, that would indeed be a blessing for Shifeng. However, the distinction and title is too great. How can you take him as your disciple? Furthermore, the Tool Refining Hall is an outer sect entity and cannot accept inner sect disciples. Aren't some of your own disciples still affiliated with the Burning Sky Peak?" Qianchu stated, "Titles are of little importance to me. I am willing to make concessions. Thus, Shifeng shall remain a disciple of Iron Sword Peak and your apprentice." Lu Yunzi, while continuing his training in the Tool Refining Hall, "I will impart to him techniques and divine abilities, ensuring he is well taken care of. You need not worry." As an elder of the sect, Qianchu's words left Lu Yunzi with no option but to agree. He said, "Then I shall trouble you. Esteemed brother, I extend my thanks on behalf of Shifeng." Having packed half his belongings, Shifeng received Qianchu's message that he need not return to Yushu Mountain, leaving him somewhat bewildered. In the tool refining chamber, Qianchu reassured Shifeng, "Do not concern yourself with your cultivation. Society often harbors prejudices against tool refinement, viewing it as a trivial skill that merely wastes time. Even my own disciples share this misconception, which is a grave error." Shifeng replied, "What you say, esteemed ancestor, must be profound." Qianchu explained, "It is not necessarily profound, merely my personal observations. In truth, all things in the world adhere to their own principles. If one can delve deeply into the principles of formations, elixirs, tool refinement, and talisman crafting, one can attain the Tao. Of course, some concepts, while understood, may not be easily executed. It is akin to providing you with a blueprint for crafting a magical artifact, while you may comprehend all the intricate details. Without sufficient spiritual power or favorable luck, you may still fail to create the artifact." After a moment's contemplation, Qianchu continued, "In my view, the path of tool refinement can be divided into 3 realms. The first is to follow the blueprint step by step, meticulously and diligently, ultimately producing a magical tool. This is the realm of the tool refiner. The second is to deeply comprehend its principles, exhaustively discuss its nuances, and possess both the knowledge of its workings and the reasons behind them. This allows one to modify and enhance the established blueprints, creating superior artifacts. This is the realm of the master tool refiner." Shifeng remarked, "To reach such a level is indeed exceedingly rare." The revered master Qianchu remarked, "Indeed. While there are many such individuals, among the numerous images of magical artifacts you have seen here, who was the first to conceive and study these implements? In this world, an array of new spiritual tools and treasures continually emerges, each crafted by masters of the art of forging. May I inquire about the third realm?" asked Shifeng. "The third realm," replied Master Qianchu, "is characterized by an unrestrained heart and unconfined actions, allowing one to create effortlessly and naturally. The artifacts produced in this state possess inherent spirituality, thus marking one as a true master of forging." Shifeng, taken aback, exclaimed, "Artifacts can possess spirituality?" "Indeed," affirmed Master Qianchu. "In terms of classification, artifacts rated from 9 to 7 are considered spiritual tools, those from 6 to 4 are termed magical artifacts, and those rated above 3 are classified as spiritual treasures. Such treasures inherently possess spirituality. They can autonomously issue warnings, protect their master, and absorb spiritual energy for self-advancement." Shifeng gasped, "Such treasures must be exceedingly rare in this world." "That is undoubtedly true," nodded Master Qianchu. "Moreover, the pursuit of forging is far from the trivial labor most perceive it to be. A true forger must possess exceptional qualities, including aptitude, comprehension, and the ability to endure tedium and adversity. My other disciples lack the necessary qualities to be forgers. Only you, Shifeng, possess both the aptitude and the diligence, making you an exceptional candidate. As for cultivation," he continued, "a forger may not excel in cultivation, yet their abilities will never be inferior to others. This refers to genuine forgers, not mere assistants or idlers. A true forger, while studying an artifact, must possess a profound understanding of its restrictions and functions, which is part of the path to enlightenment. I, too, did not begin forging only after advancing to the golden core stage. My fascination with forging began while I was still a chi-refining disciple. My advancement to golden core was greatly aided by my experiences in forging. Remember, a renowned and exquisite artifact serves as an excellent mentor by delving deeply into its essence. You may resolve your own cultivation dilemmas. In my early days, while practicing the burning lamp sword technique, I struggled to grasp the concept of the sword not manifesting its form while the fire energy did. It was only upon examining a certain artifact's restrictions that I discovered two restrictions pertinent to this very issue, which ultimately enabled me to master the burning lamp sword technique. Furthermore, in the context of combat, a forger enjoys significant advantages. When others summon their artifacts, you may immediately discern their restrictions and functions. For certain artifacts that blend reality and illusion, you might even perceive what is real and what is not at a glance. Would this not place you in an invulnerable position? Shifeng nodded in agreement, recalling how he had effortlessly defeated Sister Lingyun from the returning Goose Peak during the sect competition. Recognizing the true nature of the Seven Shadows ring amidst the illusions it cast, Master Qianshu sighed. Regrettably, many misunderstand the craft, often considering forging a lesser skill. Shifeng, you alone among the Tai Chi sect can inherit my legacy. This jade slip contains all the diagrams for forging artifacts that I have compiled over the years, along with my extensive insights. The notes I previously shared with you were merely my casual records. This slip contains far more detail, and I now present it to you. Shifeng hurriedly replied, such a precious item. Master, please keep it for yourself. I shall seek your guidance gradually in the future. Master Qianshu shook his head, insisting, you must take it. In truth, my fervent desire to retain you today stems from a hint of selfishness. Among the 16 golden elixir cultivators of our sect, I am the eldest, with my lifespan dwindling. I sincerely hope that someone will carry forth the legacy of my lifelong dedication. He felt somewhat melancholic as he spoke, then chuckled, remarking that such talk seemed akin to a last testament. Moreover, it is crucial for you to enhance your cultivation, otherwise, your feeble magical prowess renders any attempt to forge magical artifacts mere idle talk. This Yang Yuan Heart Sutra is a superior fire-based technique, sufficient for you to cultivate to the golden elixir stage. Take it with you, and should you find anything unclear, feel free to consult me at any time. Although you possess merely a 4th-tier spiritual root, diligence can compensate for inadequacy, and many have achieved greatness despite lacking innate talent. Holding the Yang Yuan Heart Sutra, Shifeng returned to his quarters, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. The esteemed Master Qianshu had indeed put considerable effort into him. This sutra was indeed a high-grade technique. However, with the possession of the 9-Li Spirit Awakening method, he could not possibly pursue the cultivation of another technique. As for both Master Xian Yi and Master Qianshu asserting that he possessed only a 4th-tier spiritual root, Shifeng remained unfazed. Having perused numerous texts to understand the emergence of spiritual roots, coupled with insights from the 9-Li Spirit Awakening method, he had developed a comprehensive understanding of spiritual roots. Generally speaking, individuals possess elemental attributes, yet having such attributes does not necessarily imply the presence of a spiritual root. The strength of elemental attributes is categorized from the 1st to the 9th tier, with only those above the 3rd tier qualifying as spiritual roots. A 9th tier spiritual root is considered exceptionally gifted. Qin Bing, for instance, possesses a 9th tier water spiritual root. However, beyond the 1st to 9th tiers, there exist two exceptional cases: the heavenly spiritual root, which represents the pinnacle of innate qualities, surpassing even the 9th tier spiritual root, and the deficient spiritual root, which is inferior to the 1st tier, indicating a complete absence of such elemental attributes. Shifeng's physique embodies a deficiency of the fire's spiritual root, while his other elemental attributes, metal, wood, water, and earth, are situated between the 1st and 2nd tiers, failing to reach the threshold of the 3rd tier, thus not qualifying as spiritual roots. Consequently, from the moment he encountered Taoist Dan Yang to the present, everyone in the Taiji sect has deemed Shifeng a mundane individual devoid of spiritual roots. Chapter 60. 3 Secret Manuals. Nevertheless, the deficient spiritual root is a rare and unique trait, and it is particularly remarkable that an extraordinary individual from the Bei Kan clan has developed a wondrous technique from it. In truth, Shifeng remains deficient in the fire spiritual root. The 4th tier fire spiritual root he currently exhibits is merely an illusion. The 9-Li Spirit Awakening method records that as one advances in cultivation, the manifested fire's spiritual root attributes will progressively elevate. With the Qi refining stage resembling a 4th tier fire spiritual root, the foundation establishment stage of 5th tier, the golden elixir stage of 6th tier, the nascent soul stage of 7th tier, the void refinement stage in 8th tier, and the harmonization stage akin to a 9th tier fire spiritual root. The term Li signifies fire, and the name of the 9 Li spirit awakening method is derived from this principle, ultimately gathering spiritual energy to achieve the 9th tier fire spiritual root attributes. Of course, the 9 Li spirit awakening method also has its drawbacks, owing to its design to balance the heavenly water spiritual root of the Bacon clan. It necessitates an immense amount of spiritual energy for progression. Shifeng found that even after consuming the Tianyu grass, the magical energy gained was insufficient to elevate him from the 8th to the 9th layer of qi refinement. Nonetheless, the Tianyu grass proved somewhat beneficial, enhancing the attributes of his other 4 roots. Now, Shifeng's metal, wood, water, and earth roots lie between the 2nd and 3rd tiers, merely a step away from qualifying as spiritual roots. Shifeng perused the Yang Yuan Heart Sutra. Though he did not intend to practice it, he felt it necessary to familiarize himself with its contents, lest he be unable to respond when the esteemed Qianshu Jinren inquired about his studies. After finishing, Shifeng settled in meditation, drawing forth a spirit-gathering stone. As he cultivated the 9 Li spirit unification technique, he also employed the divine concealment art to dissipate the remnants of Wu Si's mental energy. The following morning, Shifeng rose early and made his way to Qianshu Jinren's abode. However, the latter, having recently imparted a technique to Shifeng, hesitated to request assistance with artifact refinement and instead urged him to focus on his cultivation. Shifeng felt a sense of despair. He had always excelled in dividing his consciousness, simultaneously refining artifacts while cultivating. The 9 Li spirit unification technique demanded an abundance of fire spiritual energy, and within the inner valley lay a natural geothermal furnace, an ideal location for cultivation. It was the allure of the furnace's abundant fire energy that had prompted Shifeng's early arrival, only to be kindly dismissed by Qianshu Jinren. Upon returning, Shifeng contemplated his next move and decided to retrieve the rewards from the scriptures pavilion. Qian Yi had previously bestowed upon him a token, granting him the privilege to select any one secret text from the 5th floor of the pavilion, but the opportunity was limited to 3 days before it would expire. As he approached the scriptures pavilion, he encountered Taoist Lu Zhen on the 3rd floor. Upon seeing Shifeng, Lu Zhen hurried over, exclaiming, "Shishiti, it has been quite some time since your last visit." Shifeng, feeling somewhat exasperated, returned the greeting, "Hello, Taoist Lu Zhen." This Taoist had previously earned a significant number of crystal stones by copying jade slips for Shifeng and had always revered him as a benefactor. However, now that Shifeng had acquired magical abilities, he no longer required Lu Zhen's copying services. Taoist Lu Zhen laughed. "Are you here once again to peruse the jade slips? Do you need my assistance? We have recently received many remarkable items in the scriptures pavilion." Shifeng replied.